For Huang Yuli, this was exactly what she wished for. The more traps and formations in a specific location, the less guards would be stationed on patrol. And these tricks would not be able to hinder her. At the entrance to the 5th floor's treasury room, a Spirit Profound Realm captain personally led a squadron of guards around for patrol. Moreover, each guard was at the 7th level of the defensive Profound Realm or higher. With such cultivations, it would be difficult for Huang Yuli to face against them, even if she was given the opportunity to a 1v1 battle. But she did not panic. Hidden within a remote corner, she patiently waited. In the instant the captain turned his body, she conveniently threw out a rock. Crisply, it clacked along the entranceway of the treasury room. Who is over there? Hearing the sound, the captain hastily turned and led his group to the origin of the sound. Before they could come close, an ear-piercing sound of metal rang in their ears. At the same time, traps planted along the side of the doors were set off. Rows and rows of arrows were shot out, flying straight towards them. Due to the high quality of these traps, even a 4th-staged expert at the damn Profound Realm would find themselves hard-pressed to escape from those incoming arrows. As for those patrol guards, they were instantly shot to the ground. Their life or deaths unknown. Hiding in the corner, Huang Yuli was not injured in the slightest. She waited until everyone had been shot down before revealing herself from the shadows. Booby traps are a double-edged blade. Since it can harm others, it can also harm yourself. Arranging for oblivious guards to patrol the area, is that not directly sending them to their deathbeds? This Emperor of South-Yu's stupidity goes all the way back to his predecessors. Dexterously, Huang Yuli avoided 10 different traps and cautiously took down the lock. You. A feeble call drifted from behind her. Turning around, Huang Yuli saw the captain clutching his stomach whilst pierced by countless arrows, but he had yet to kick the bucket. Instead, his eyes were firmly locked onto Huang Yuli in great surprise. Never in his wildest dreams did he dare believe that someone would so effortlessly bypass all the set traps and formations. Like they were talking a leisurely walk in the royal treasury. Her eyes flashing, Huang Yuli used her piercing sky-eye technique. You are in a dream. Once you awaken, you will not remember any of this. She smoothly said. His gaze becoming fuzzy, the captain collapsed unconsciously into a heap. Within the treasury room, there were only 5 rooms. Within each of the 5 rooms was a single treasure. Entering the first room, Huang Yuli discovered only a small medicine bottle placed within the center. It contained 3 red-colored pills. Pouring it out, she took a sniff and revealed a smile. 5th-leveled lower-grade blood-rousing pill. It can forcibly arouse one's blood and qi to assist a 4th-stage practitioner to break through to the 5th stage. A good thing. Stowing the pills away, she entered the second room. The object inside this room left her a bit disappointed. It's only a 5th-leveled middle-grade profound weapon, Firmament Fire Spiritual Blade. A 5th-leveled middle-grade profound armament could be considered a higher-class object within South Sky region. Even more so within South Yu, as it is considered to be a godly class treasure. But for Huang Yuli, this was not much. As long as her cultivation reached a certain level, she could effortlessly refine countless products at the same level or higher. Entering the third room, her eyes finally lit up. Flame Cloud Pearl. I finally found you. With great ease and familiarity, she broke the restrictions and retrieved the Flame Cloud Pearl. Solemnly, she put it away. Knowing she could soon begin to cultivate, Huang Yuli couldn't help herself but become boundlessly happy. However, just as she was preparing to leave, a series of loud noises echoed from outside the treasure room. Paying our respects to the Emperor. Kowtowing to the Emperor. This one is Tianjing Yong of the Golden Scaled Guards, pays his respects to the Emperor. A chorus of voices echoed from afar. Her heart jumping, Huang Yuli knew that something was amiss. After thousands of 10,000 calculations, with all sorts of preparations to ensure a 90% chance of success, did she settle to come today. Yet the emperor chose today, of all days, to come to the royal treasury. Who knew what kind of wild thought possessed him to make him decide to come on this very night for an inspection? She had inquired before. In a year, it would be rare for the emperor to come once. Even if he did come, it would be during the day. What was going on tonight? Were the heavens deliberately going against her? Beloved official, please rise. The purpose of Zhen's visit tonight is to take out the 5th level's black level upper grade profound skill, the marrow cleansing scripture. I wonder if this profound skill is still being kept. Note, beloved official is how emperors refer to people who have their favor. It's like concubines. The Chinese word for concubines is fei. By adding an ai before the fei, means that this woman has obtained the attention and love of the emperor. Zhen is the official title Chinese emperors refer to themselves by. Zhen means I/myself, but very formally and exclusively for emperors. General Tian hastily answered him, rest assured my emperor. The royal treasury is secure as a castle surrounded by metal walls and a boiling moat. Regardless of cultivation, they can only dream of entering. The treasure is definitely in pristine condition. This one will immediately go and retrieve it over for the emperor. Please wait a moment. Anne, I have troubled you, my beloved official. The emperor nodded his head in satisfaction. It was clear of his great faith in the royal treasury's defenses. As she heard the footsteps near, Huang Yuli that it would be a great feat to slip away tonight. Narrowing her eyes, she covered her face in a black cloth and immediately left the room. However, she was still a step too late. The speed of the emperor and his entourage were much faster than she anticipated. Just as she arrived at the steps of the 5th floor, she saw the crowd of people surrounding a middle-aged man dressed in a golden robe walking in her direction. Halting her steps, Huang Yuli shifted her body and hid into a nook. If she were to leave now, she would definitely bump into them. Her only choice was to hide herself, before finding a method of escape. And just as she expected. Just as she hid herself, she heard a high-pitched angry rebuke. What is going on? Captain Chow, what is wrong with you? We're done for. Someone has snuck into the royal treasury. How could this be? When did they enter? Why weren't the guards alerted of this intruder? Captain Chow is a spirit profound realm practitioner, while the other golden scaled guards are at the 7th level of the defensive profound realm or higher. Were they instantly defeated? My lord. Hurry up and look. The door of the treasure room has already been opened. Could it be, the items inside have? Everyone on site immediately became fearful. One by one, they cried out in fear. As waves of fearful discussion passed by, everyone finally realized the emperor was still standing there. At this point, they gradually shut their mouths. Ashen-faced, the emperor looked on into the empty treasure room. He was speechless. Cold-sweated appeared on General Tian. His 2 eyes fearfully softened and he knelt to the ground. Just half an incense stick ago, he was boasting in front of the emperor how the royal treasury was secure as a castle surrounded by metal walls and a boiling moat. Immediately after his proclamation, he was heavily slapped. The royal treasury was of utmost importance. It was protected by 5 layers of protective measures, a place of great concealment and protective. Yet it was robbed by intruders. While the powerful squadron of golden-scaled guards were also wiped out. They could not even send out a signal before being defeated. Clenching his teeth, the emperor spoke, where did this thief come from? Such large guts they have. Dare to rob the royal treasury. They have completely disregarded Zhen from their eyes. And you? Did you not say that the treasures were all in pristine condition? What about now? General Tian repeatedly kowtowed, this servant deserves death. Your Royal Highness, please spare me. Note, quite contradictory. But it's a way of speaking. To convey the gravity of their sins, but also wish for the emperor to be benevolent and broad-minded, sparing their lives as a good emperor should. Bootlicking at its finest. Ruthlessly the emperor looked at him. Immediately go and investigate for Zhen. Go and find his thief with heavenly courage. Recover all lost treasures. Otherwise, Zhen will not spare you. Finishing, the emperor walked away with a swish of his sleeves. Surviving this ordeal, the general crawled up from the ground with a furious expression. This godforsaken thief! He could hide from the eyes of this general and sneak in here. Equivalent to moving against the lord of this place. I must capture you and grind your bones to dust. Raising his head, he saw his guards shivering in fear from the side. This caused him to become further angered. What you still idling around for? All of you, go search for me. Seal all the gates and search the entire city household by household. We must capture that little thief. As she hid in the corner, Huang Yuli held her breath and decreased her presence. Inwardly, she prayed that General Tian would quickly bring his subordinates out to search. Afterwards, she would be able to flee in the chaos. The sounds of their footsteps softened as they left the 4th floor. Before she could let out a sigh of relief, she heard someone speak. Wait. General Tian, please wait a moment. Imperial tutor, may I ask? Don't be in such a hurry to leave. This thieving person, he may be still hidden within the royal treasury. Yet to leave. When Huang Yuli heard this analysis, a very bad premonition arose. Imperial tutor is one of the 2 peak experts of South Yu. At the 4th stage, the damn profound realm. She did not expect the emperor to bring him over as well. This caused the tables to be greatly in their favor. For her current concealment skill she was using, it would be ineffective towards those who were 4 stages above her in cultivation. Bluntly, her current tricks would be no longer useful in the face of this damn profound expert. As long as the imperial tutor used a bit of consciousness, he would immediately be able to detect her presence. These bloodstains are still fresh. They have yet to completely dry up. Mostly likely, shortly after this thief made his move and before he could escape, we arrived. Thus, he should still be in the vicinity. As the Imperial spoke out his analysis, his body suddenly shook and turned towards Huang Yuli's direction. Little thief. I know you are there, so hurry up and reveal yourself. Knowing she would not be able to escape, she openly said, Lord Imperial Tutor, you really are intelligent. Nothing can be hidden from your eyes. As she dragged out her words, a flurry of daggers flew out from her hands. Not good. This thief is too treacherous, everyone look out. General Tian cried out. The Imperial Tutor sneered, these petty tricks are your last struggles on the deathbed? It seems that you will not shed your tears unless you meet your grave. Striding out, he intended to personally take action and capture this thief. Unfortunately, those flying daggers were not aimed in his direction. Instead, they flew straight towards the great doors of the treasure room. Embedded deeply into the walls and floor of the room, many mechanisms were instantly activated. Crash! Fire spewed from several openings, turning the closest guards into balls of flame. Even the Imperial Tutor's beard was set afire. Save me! Save me! Where did the fire come from? Hurry and extinguish the fire! Before the fire was extinguished, the floor in front of the treasure room collapsed on itself. Other guards fell into the hole. Ah! Save me, ah! God! What is going on? The scene was in total chaos. While Huang Yuli took the opportunity and went down the stairs, bolting to the exit. After the Imperial Tutor finally extinguished the flame on his beard, he discovered that the thief had disappeared without a trace. He had fled his field of vision. There he is. That damn thief has escaped. Chase. As he commanded the rest, the imperial tutor had begun to give chase. Huang Yuli dashed madly away with all her effort, as she was not given even the slightest bit of breathing time. Although her footsteps had reached an insanely high speed, her fastest speed, she was not able to outrun the imperial tutor. As an expert at the fourth stage, through just his profound chi, he would be able to instantly reach her. His movements was as if he was floating. Without panicking in the face of death, Huang Yuli's hands blurred as another wave of daggers flew out to activate another set of traps. From the roof, a metal net dropped and trapped the imperial tutor. Taking the chance, Huang Yuli once again dashed away. At the same time, the guards who were stationed at the entrance of the royal treasury had been alerted of the intruder. They had begun to outflank her. Her hands moving ceaselessly, Huang Yuli activated the numerous and various traps during her mad dash. Ah! God! What is this? Watch out! Hurry and dodge! Hearing the tragic screams from behind her, Huang Yuli lightly chuckled. Originally, these traps were intended to defend against outside forces. But as a veteran of the trade, she effortlessly levered them to her advantage, duping all of the imperial guards into the royal treasury along the way. Dashing out of the treasury, she escaped into a nearby forest. Only then did she stop and let out a breath. Ha, ha, nearly tired me to death. Gasping for breath, Huang Yuli felt herself on the verge of fainting. To run so madly away without any profound chi was not an easy feat to accomplish. It consumed too much energy. Before she could catch her breath, she heard shouts from nearby. Little thief! Don't think of escaping. Stand still for me. Quietly wait to be captured, or, if you are captured by this senior, you would wish you were dead. As she turned her head to look back, Huang Yuli nearly burst out in laughter. The previously immortal-looking imperial tutor now had a burnt beard, black and red patches everywhere, tattered clothes, an arrow in his arm. Obviously quite a few traps were set off on him. Red-faced, he had been angered to the max. Huang Yuli quickly urged her 2 legs and started to run again. Don't run. This senior wants to grind your bones to ashes. The imperial tutor followed closely behind Huang Yuli. It was quite obvious this thief's cultivation was very low, so as long as he used a bit of effort he would be able to capture her. But every time he attempted to do this, she would become as slippery as a mud fish and slip through his fingers with various blockages. In this journey, he had experienced and suffered numerous mechanisms. More than half of his treasured silvery long had been destroyed. Since he became the imperial tutor, he had never suffered such humiliation. This thief had sky-high courage, daring to trespass into the royal treasury and playing with him like this. Don't let this senior catch you, otherwise, clenching his teeth, the imperial tutor stated. Run. 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 In a blink of an eye, both of them had ran 10 li. At this point, Huang Yuli had spent nearly all her energy, while the imperial tutor was still brimming with vigor. His breaths were long and drawn out, not the slightest bit of fatigue could be seen. As the distance between the two gradually shortened, a sinister smile began to slip onto the imperial tutor's face. Still running? Let's see where you can escape to. As the various profound armaments Huang Yuli had brought were nearly depleted, she had yet to lose the imperial tutor. Finally, she began to feel traces of panic. As the #1 armament master, a stately 9th-grade peak talent, was she Huang Yuli about to meet her end today at the hands of a 4th-staged old man? If word were to spread out, she would become a great joke. In her worldly journeys, she had already experienced countless brushes with death as if a cat with 9 lives. So in such a desperate situation, she could still coolly analyze her surroundings. Without noticing, the 2 people had run all the way to the outer wall of the royal palace. Her eye flashing, Huang Yuli suddenly retrieved the sleeping little phoenix from inside the sky phoenix ring. The sky, the earth, little Wang Kai, please hurry up and shoot fire. Today, this elder sister will rely on you to survive. Hurry and breathe out a large breath of fire. As Wang Kai was currently in his crucial stage of infancy. In order to mature fully, he must sleep a full 16 hours each day. So during the middle of night, it would be the point where he slept most deeply. While in the throes of sleep, the little suddenly experienced a change in sharp drop temperature. Groggily regaining conscious, he discovered he was in Huang Yuli's arms. UNN. This female devil, why was she disturbing someone's sleep? They wouldn't be able to grow nice and tall. Before he could complain, he saw a purple-faced old man appear in his line of sight. His shriveled arm reaching out towards him. Mummy, save me. This old man looks so scary. In fright, the little opened his mouth and puffed out a flame of true fire. What is this strange thing? So painful, so painful. Why can't I extinguish this fire? As the imperial tutor was being burned by the fire, she leaped over the wall. Writhing in agony on the ground, mud smeared onto the imperial tutor's entire body. Due to the little phoenix's immaturity, the density of his true fire had yet to reach peak levels. After consuming a few pills and moving his profound chi, the imperial tutor then used quite a few skills to finally put out the fire. Hastily turning his head, he discovered the thief had dared to jump into the territory of the royal palace. Hesitating momentarily, he decided to follow suit. Unfortunately, fortune was not with the imperial tutor. He had landed perfectly into the nails Huang Yuli had set. He couldn't help himself but wail out loudly. For such a scream to erupt out in the royal palace during night, it attracted the attention of all the surrounding patrol guards. Who is it? Who dares to shout so loudly within the royal palace? Not good. Someone has jumped the fence. It's definitely an assassin. Call for assistance to capture the assassin. The responses of the royal palace guards were extremely fast. Echoing each other, a large group of reinforcements quickly arrived at the scene and surrounded the imperial tutor. In pain and fury, the imperial tutor vigorously cried out, "Scram to the side for this senior. Can you not see who this senior is? Your dog eyes are blind." Contrary to what the imperial tutor predicted, the vast majority of guards did not know who this bellowing man was. All they saw was a tattered, clothed old man, covered in injuries. While his face seemed fiendish, clearly displaying that he was not a good person. Suspicious. Too suspicious. Because the imperial tutor was too focused in capturing that thief, he constantly cursed with words such as kill and death. Due to this, the various guards blocked his path. So in a fit of rage, he inflicted heavy injuries upon a few nearby guards accidentally. This move was equivalent to hitting the hornet's nest. Ha! He dares to kill? He definitely is an assassin. Capture him and obtain revenge for our fallen brothers. Everyone, do not be afraid. Let's us charge together. The guards shouted and attacked together. Although the imperial tutor could easily kill them with a single blow, he did not and could not. They, after all, were the imperial guards of the royal palace. Arms and legs tied down, both sides became deeply tangled, unable to come to an end. In the midst of this chaos, Huang Yuli stealthily moved along the wall in search of a hiding place. During the night, the royal palace was tranquilly quiet. Even if the occasional eunuch or palace maid were to walk by, they would lightly step while carrying their lanterns. Calmly, she avoided them as she went towards a more secluded location. Just as she was about to pass through a corridor, suddenly a large force came from behind her, pulling Huang Yuli into the room. Huang Yuli would have never thought that there would be someone so powerful ambushing her. Without any notice or sign, she did not sense any presences nearby. By the time she could react, she was already pressed against the door, while both her wrists were locked down by an iron vice grip above her head. The strong silhouette of man pressed down upon her, closing the distance between the two to nothing. "Who are you?" "Release, Ing." As Huang Yuli furiously commanded, her lips were sealed, unable to continue speaking or breathe properly. This was a very forceful and hot kiss. The man's thin lips enveloped her cherry lips, massaging, and then using a bit of force, he bit the corners of her mouth. Taking the opportunity while her lips were parted in pain, his tongue invaded inside and began to ravage her sweet tunnel. All of Huang Yuli's attempts to resist were easily pushed aside by the man. With the man's overpowering strength, she found herself unable to resist or lever herself in the slightest. Huang Yuli's awareness gradually became blurred as the man's strong smell and breath as it merged with her short breaths. For some inexplicable reason, this unbridled and insanely powerful man gave her a sense of familiarity. Lying within the man's embrace, that kiss and dizzying scent reminded her of her past life. Just as she was about to suffocate, the man released her lips from his grasp. Moving down, he began to nibble on her slender neck. Note, even Namgong Luyun is far more well-mannered than this masked dude. We even his name, while Masky here refuses to reveal it. Raising her head, Huang Yuli gulped in large breaths of air and slowly recovered awareness. At this time, the man's trailing kisses had traveled down to her collarbone. "You, pervert. Who are you? What do you intend to do? Release me." Using all her strength she wriggled and shook her body to escape his grasp. But the man remained as stable as Mount Tai, standing completely still. Helplessly and left with no resort, she turned to glaring venomously. In the darkness of the room, she could only vaguely make out the electrically sharp reflections of his eyes. "Pervert? Clearly you felt quite good from this seat's kiss. But as soon as I left go, you turn against me?" A familiar husky voice echoed beside her ear. "It's you." Huang Yuli cried out in surprise. Chuckling lowly, the man went to light up the nearby oil lamp. Instantly, the room lit up brightly. The man who forcibly kissed her had turned out to be the master of Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Gnashing her teeth angrily, she fiercely glared toward him and said, Why are you here? Why must you follow me around? And committing such things on me?" "What things?" He wickedly smiled at her. So angered, Huang Yuli wanted to butt him. "Must you act this way? Who would have thought, after all the airs you had placed, you turned out to be a pervert? You actually forcibly kissed me." Wantonly, the Lord Owner observed her tender cheeks. Due to her anger, a rosy hue had appeared on them, while the flames of anger lit up her dazzling eyes. A little fox brimming with vitality. Her angry appearance was especially cute. Facing her fierce eyes, a touch of an evil smile appeared on the man's face. "Little thing, do not wrongly accuse this seat. First of all, that was not a forced kiss, because you also enjoyed it. Secondly, this seat is not a pervert. Towards this one's future wife, it is reasonable and legitimate. If you slander this seat, he does not mind using your own methods to teach you how to properly speak to her man. Understood?" Fuck, really shameless. Although Huang Yuli was stunned by his shameless, rage soon rose within her heart. What she found most annoying was this kind of self-righteousness. Because he was a man, did he believe that he held the qualifications to take possession of her? Who did he think he was? The reason as to why she had been unable to accept Mu Qingqing in her past life was all due to his hateful and overbearing style. She did not expect to meet such a tyrannical and arrogant man so shortly after her rebirth. Huang Yuli frostily looked away from his eyes. "I'll say it again, let me go." Before the man felt enough satisfaction from his teasings, he was unexpectedly faced with this little thing's sudden gloominess. As if she truly been angered this time. His heart shivering, the man thought of what to say to appease her. Suddenly sensing danger, he intuitively backed away. Taking the moment of temporary lapse in attention, Huang Yuli took the chance to attack out. A flying dagger flew closely by his face and embedded itself firmly into the wall behind him. A little closer and his handsome face would have been ruined. Stroking his almost sliced chin, the man helplessly shook his head. This little fox really is too rebellious. In front of her, he could not lower his guard in the slightest. Just a little bit of careless, and he would be assaulted. Being together with her was just a bit too stimulating. Although she cannot hurt the man, but she broke free from his shackles, restoring her freedom. Walking back a few steps and hands clutching her chest, she coldly stared at the man. I said, do not touch me. Okay. Not touching, not touching. He raised his hands in surrender. You do not have to be so fierce. Your request, this seat will promise. If she was not fierce, this man pull her nose from place to place. Still as cold as before, Huang Yuli questioned, I ask you, why are you here? Are you trailing me? The man sat on the side of the soft couch. His collar was in disorder, but he did not hold any intention to fix up his clothing. He said lazily, you have the nerve to say that. After the auction, this seat told you to obediently wait for me. How could you slip away by yourself? Huang Yuli retorted, wait for you to do what? Lord Owner, you were very busy, so I did not wish to disturb you. Since I knew the way home, I did not bother you further. Those words were full of opposition. Listening to her response, the man felt sour. Must you so distantly refuse someone? Towards bad and villainous males, this has always been the attitude I show. Lifting her chin, Huang Yuli replied to him. Oh. He blatantly chuckled, do not confuse this seat with those scheming men. After all, you have no color. You. Huang Yuli nearly from anger again. Harshly she glared at him, what is your intention? Since you are not scheming, what is your aim from following me? Fixing his gaze on her for a while, he helplessly shook his head. So heartless you are, little thing. If you were looking for Flame Cloud Pearl, why did you not tell this seat? Huang Yuli raised her eyebrows, why should I tell you? This is my own thing, no relation with you. I can handle it myself. Besides, if I do tell you, can you obtain the Flame Cloud Pearl for me? Your so-called handle it yourself, is running around like a street mouse, chased so madly? He asked in a tone filled with mockery. You saw that? From which moment did you start following me? Huang Yuli never thought that such an embarrassing affair would be witnessed by this annoying man. One could not convey how embarrassed she felt. Looking at the man's ghost of a smile, she felt her heart stop. The man looked at her expression on her little face with satisfaction. He took pleasure to see this black-bellied, cunning, little fox become defeated like so. Discovering this small fox's eyes become more and more brutal, men had touched the nose and decided it was enough. In fact, the day you left Thousand Treasure Pavilion, when this seat asked the manager's son, he mentioned that you wished to buy some herbs. He also said that you lacked the Flame Cloud Pearl. Knowing your character, this seat predicted you would charge straight into the royal treasury to take the Flame Cloud Pearl. I have been secretly paying attention to your movements recently. After you left your back courtyard, this seat followed from behind to protect you. Even though he explained himself, Huang Yuli just became more angry. So you've been tracking me for days? Like this seat has said, this is not tracking, but to protect you. Fortunately, you are more careful than predicted. Observing you for past several days, you made quite a bit of preparations. Although you are not lucky, little thing, you have quite a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Even the country's fourth staged master was played around in circles by you. Furthermore, you seem to know all of the hidden traps and mechanisms like the back of your hand. The Lord Owner's eyes revealed his appreciation. The more he saw her, the more satisfied he became with this little fox. Worthy of his praise. Every time they met, she would have new aspects of admiration. And more of her extraordinary talent was revealed. Just like a pearl hidden in the dust. Unusually dazzling, simply not like a genius, the small country of South Yu could give birth to. Listening to his eloquence, Huang Yuli's rising chest of the anger burned hotter and hotter. She finally could not help herself, going on for half a day. You have just been watching me make a fool of myself. You clearly witnessed my embarrassing blunder, but refused to help? Watching on from the side? This seat saw you handled everything very well. Not even a single strand of hair was hurt. Is there a need for this seat to intervene? The man faintly glanced at her, and continued, furthermore, did you not just say that your affairs have nothing to do with this seat? Because this seat respects your opinion, he did not make a move. Instead, you should be thanking this seat, no? Phoenix Yuli's eyes were wide open. He actually used her previous words against her. Although she did not ask the man to help her steal the flame cloud pearl, but he had already come. And he just watched her sorry struggles from the side? Is this a bit too vile? He still dared to say he liked her? You intentionally did that. Grinding her teeth, Huang Yuli spat out. He laughed like a ruffian, so what if this seat intentionally acted like so? What, do you intend to bite me? He deliberately spoke as slow as possible, dragging out the me syllable. As his gaze landed on Huang Yuli's tender pink cheeks, he smiled demonically. Huang Yuli returned with her furious glare, in your dreams. Your skin is both rough and thick, even if all of my teeth fall out, I will not bite you. Since your skin is this thick, why don't you take a walk around Dark Moon Forest? After a stroll, I guarantee that a large number of demonic beasts will fight each other to bite you. Bite you till not even bone dust will remain. As the man watched her seething expression, he shook his head in amusement. This little fox, in other places she was very smart, but was quite slow in this aspect. She did not catch his hidden meaning. But this was good. In the coming future, he will properly teach her to make her willingly go and satisfy him. As he smiled, he went to appease the hair-standing little fox. Fine, fine, don't be angry anymore. Clearly it was you in the wrong. If you had informed this seat earlier, conveying your intentions to find a flame cloud pearl, this seat would have personally gone and obtained one for you. And then, you would not have to be chased and run away so madly. Even if I didn't have you, haven't I successfully obtained the flame cloud pearl? Proudly, Huang Yuli raised her chin and the flame cloud pearl. The pearl's dark red color held great depth of color. The faint glow it cast also alluded the deep red color to that of dried blood. The man could not tear his eyes away from the little fox's proud and arrogant manner. Her expressions lit up her entire being. With a smile full of his indulgence and affection, the Lord Owner did not break her fantasy. In truth, the imperial tutor had not been the only one chasing after Huang Yuli tonight. In fact, another fourth-staged master, the emperor's third uncle, had been alerted. But the Lord Owner's people easily dealt with this third uncle. Through their intervention, Huang Yuli able to escape without a hitch. Otherwise, no matter how abundant her tricks were, she would be greatly exhausted and out of her wits to escape the pursuit of two Dan Profound Realm practitioners. She would not be able to stand in this room without a single hair harmed. The man loved to see her in glowing spirits, so he did not choose to break her illusion. Instead, he shifted his gaze from her to the flame cloud pearl within her hand. So this is the flame cloud pearl? Are you kidding me? She raised her eyebrow questioningly. With your status and power, you have not seen a flame cloud pearl? The man disapprovingly replied, this seat is neither an armament master or an alchemist, why did I need to recognize this thing? It is only a 6th rank material. Towards materials such as these, only ninth-rank ones are able to capture this seat's interest and acknowledgement. Speechless, Huang Yuli was stunned from his words. Those words, they sounded a bit familiar. A long time ago, Mu Qingqing seemed to have also said those very words to her. When she recalled that man who had come to save her, a sour feeling arose within her heart. Her train of thought traveled to those times. Back then, the two often went outside to explore various secret territories. When Huang Yuli saw high-leveled materials, it would break her heart to leave without them. She insisted on digging up every nook and cranny, in order to bring all the precious resources away with her. While Mu Qingqing used the same disapproving tone to say, "Isn't it just a piece of rock? Why must you insist on taking it? Do you know how dangerous it is? But these are high-ranked materials for armament masters." "What rock? Don't you have the least bit of knowledge?" Huang Yuli would roll her eyes in response. "Armament refining delays cultivation. I have no interest. In any case, as long as you have enough power, you would easily find someone weaker than you to protect. For those armament master who need protection, you can ask them to make the appropriate armaments." As he said this, Mu Qingqing deliberately swept his gaze over her. It was quite clear that in his eyes, she was a weak armament master who need protection. Huang Yuli flared up on the spot. "If you have the ability, don't come and ask me to refine armaments for you in the future. After all, you look down on armament masters." Angry? Through what eyes do you see my anger? I just don't want to see you anymore, so scram. Touching his nose, Mu Qingqing felt somewhat bad. He really liked Huang Yuli's adorable arrogance, so whenever he found the opportunity, he loved to provoke her. But if she really became angry and refused to acknowledge him, his heart would then feel sore. As a result, he could only go back and quickly admit his wrongs. "Little fox, don't be angry. I was wrong, okay? Hurry and scram. Who is your little fox?" Every single time, the two would erupt into a quarrel and the end result was the same each time. Mu Qingqing would suffer and face all sorts of dangerous and life-threatening conditions, to retrieve the various materials, regardless of the criticisms he received. Bulging with items, he would then deliver them into Huang Yuli's hands, all to obtain her forgiveness. When Huang Yuli recalled such events, a smile formed on her lips while her heart turned heavy. Nowadays, the two people were separated thousands of mountains and tens of thousands of seas. She wondered about Mu Qingqing's fate. But the man's sudden sound interrupted her thoughts. "Little thing, why are you spacing out again? Did you turn dumb?" Regaining her awareness, she realized that she had turned dazed in front of Thousand Treasure Pavilion's owner. She couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Flattening her lips, she passed over her actions. "Che, it's you who became dumb. Not learning skills, you hold the best reasonings." Noticing that her current state was not right, the man became suspicious. This little thing seemed to hold secrets that he could not see through. Sneering slightly, "Then please tell me, what are the uses of the flame cloud pearl? Could it be you plan to use it to refine some uncommon armament? But this is a 6th-ranked material. Are you able to refine 6th-leveled armaments?" Huang Yuli shook her head in response. "The reason why I needed this flame cloud pearl is not for refining purposes, but for myself." Completing her explanation, she turned head to inspect the outside area. "Okay then, since we have finished our conversation, it is time for me to leave. Tonight, I will treat it as if I were bitten by a dog. But don't dream to gaining any more liberties from me. Otherwise, I will definitely make you see unsightliness." "You say I am a dog?" Nodding his eyebrows in displeasure, he took a step forward with intentions to capture this arrogant little fox. Retreating backwards, Huang Yuli slipped through his control range. However, just as her hands grazed the door handle, clamorous shouts echoed from outside the room. The Bright Flower Palace shall be searched by the 3rd Squadron of the Golden Scaled Guards. The 4th Squadron will go to the Temple of Longevity, 5th Squadron. The Imperial Tutor has conveyed his intentions, we must carefully inspect all rooms. That sky-reaching courage thief must still be in the Royal Palace. No matter what, he must be captured. If we are to allow his escape, everyone in the Golden Scaled Guards from top to bottom must receive punishment. Understand? Yes. Obey the General's commands. This subordinate receives the order. Go and search. Each of the respective squadron captains went to execute their commands, scattering swiftly in all directions to begin their search. Although the palace Huangyuli and the owner of Thousand Treasure Pavilion seemed cold and lifeless, it had already been surrounded. As the Golden Scaled Guard's footsteps neared, the sound of the door knocking echoed along with the shrieks and screams of various eunuchs and palace maids being awoken. Everything was transmitted over while also gradually increasing in volume. Halting her steps, Huang Yuli's expression turned solemn. It was all this damned man's fault. His forced kiss delayed her, while the various palaces and temples had all been surrounded. It was not reasonable for her to directly charge out. She must find another way. Opening the door slightly, Huang Yuli secretly looked out. In the quiet palace, chickens were flying and dogs jumping. The lights in each room began to light up, looking very strange. If she were to continue to remain here, she could only become more and more passive. Making a decision in a split second, Huang Yuli prepared herself to rush out of the palace, mixing in the various palace ladies to look for potential opportunities of escape. Although it was extremely dangerous to go out now, it was better than staying inside and waiting. For those Golden Scaled Guards, it would only be a matter of time before they found the room where she is hiding in. Stripping off her night clothes, she suddenly went to pull open the door with intentions to go out. However, no movement? Why did the door refuse to move? She froze and then lifted her to see the Lord Owner had unknowingly appeared behind her. His slender strong hands were gently pressed against the door, not allowing her to open it. Huang Yuli sighed out exasperatedly, "What do you want to do it? Hurry up and move aside. If I don't leave now, it would be too late." "What is the rush?" the man said lazily. Although he was gazing at the little thing's fierce glare, he did not seem to sense her urgency. "You're not anxious, but I am." Huang Yuli exploded from anger. "If they were to find us later, how will you deal with it?" Nonchalantly the Lord Owner replied, "With no other choice, we can just kill our way out. These guards are but at the second stage. With a single move from this seat, they will all perish." Huang Yuli naturally would not question this man's ability. But if he were to really kill in the royal palace, only more trouble will arise. Although she did not care about the options of Southview's emperor, but she still needed to stay in Southview for some time. It would not be beneficial for her if the city were to be engulfed in wind and rain, no good for her. If martial law would be then strictly enforced on the street, it would cause difficulties for her to sell her goods in the future unless she no choice but to use this last resort. She would prefer to find other methods. "Has this row of rooms been searched?" "This is the resting palace of His Highness, so no one has ever lived." "All the more reason to search. The thief will definitely hide in a room without anyone. But, what if that His Highness returns and found out that we broke in? He is not here anyway. Do be so wordy and quickly go search." The search of a nearby room being searched could be heard. The guard in charge of the search was only 10 meters away from them. Very worried, Huang Yuli attempted to forcibly pull open the door again. "Quickly let me out." He lowered his head and gazed at the little thing's drum's adorable and prideful puffed cheeks. A smile flashed in his eyes. His right hand still pressed on the door, while the left hand moved down to hook Huang Yuli's waist. In a low voice, he whispered into her ear, "Little thing, do you not believe that this seat can protect you? His sexily tempting voice sounded, as his thin lips gently blew hot air into her ear. Huang Yuli's ears uncontrollably heated up. She leaned against the door, face flushed, while her heart cursed this man for being both shameless and senseless. At this time, he continued to act in such an ambiguous. He thought it would make her obedient from guilt. She will not be confused. Huang Yuli pursed her lips. I do not need your protect. Her statement dropped off when she heard the loud voices of the golden-scaled guards sound from outside the room. What's the matter? There are people in this room? Did you not say there are no people living in this row of rooms? Who is inside then? Quickly open the door. Catch that assassin, and search every room. If you do not open the door, we will forcibly make our way inside. The moment the guard spoke out, Huang Yu pushed the man's chest. This forced him to fall into the couch on the side. Men did not think she would do such a move, so he was frozen for a moment. Little thing, your actions, do you wish to become pregnant, oh? Sweet and soft lips planted themselves on his own lips, cutting off his unfinished words. The man's face showed a rare expression of astonishment. No matter what, he would have never expected he would go down such a peachy road. Usually, just a touch of the hair would cause his little fox to avoid him in fear. But now not only had she pushed him down, her entire person had dropped into his arms. Such a proactive action it was. As her sweet female scent lingered in at the tip of his nose, her soft body fit snugly into his arms. The Lord Owner stretched out a strong and powerful arm and tightly hugged the little fox within his arms. That slender waist of hers seemed so thin that it would easily snap if he used too much strength. Different from the usual brandish of claws, her cunning and arrogant look, the little fox in his arms, so small, so soft, even in front of his strength, there was not the slightest bit of resistance. Such a large contrast to her usual actions caused the man's heart to suddenly burn up with emotions. Although the Huang Yuli took the initiative, she only lightly placed her lips on his. After that, she did not move at all. Completely missing the main point, the man felt quite distressed. Strengthening his grip on Huang Yuli's arm, he changed from a passive position to the more active role as he began to nibble on Huang Yuli's lips. Taking advantage of her burst of pain, his tongue went straight inside and explored her mouth wantonly without restraint. The hot kiss was strong, overbearing, and arrogant. Huang Yuli uttered a woo cry, wishing to withdraw, but could not. Bang! 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 With some loud noises, the golden-scaled guard shouted a few times more at the door. Without waiting for an answer, he directly opened the door. Although the door was constructed from solid wood, it was capable of withstanding the blow of the practitioners from the defensive profound realm or higher. Very soon, it was kicked open. Who was hiding in the room? Hurry up and come out. Search, search. Under orders of the king, those daring to harbor assassins will all be beheaded in public. The golden-scaled guard strode in with large, arrogant steps. Eh? Guys, hurry up and look at what this illicit couple is doing. Wow, this is. What palace are you from? Such great courage. Daring to conduct an affair within the royal palace? In a moment of desperation, Huang Yuli had directly kissed the Lord Owner. For that was the only method she was able to think of. Because the golden-scaled guards had forbidden any palace maids and eunuchs to leave their rooms in order to facilitate with their search. It was already very suspicious being together with the Lord Owner. They would definitely be arrested on the spot. But with their current actions, they could pass off as a couple hiding in an uninhabited room for their little love affair. Relationships between palace ladies and guards is a very common thing. Although it is a violation of palace rules, with its punishments, it would be better than being exposed. And because the golden-scaled guards would be too busy catching the little thief, they would have no time to deal with them. At most, they would be arrested and locked in the punishment hall. And those places simply could not hinder them. It would be a trifling task for them to escape. Although it was the only idea Huang Yuli could think at the moment, but it was very suitable. The only depressing thing, the man had took the opportunity to eat her tofu again. Unceremoniously, she had been thoroughly kissed again. This strong and warm kiss was filled with unusual suggestions. This caused her legs to soften and her brain also turned into paste. Huang Yuli simply could not believe that she would turn into a love-struck fool. A simple kiss from this man was able to change her completely out of character. If the golden-scaled guards weren't about to enter, then. She let out a groaning sound and felt that her entire body was not feeling too well. You too. Hurry up and get out, hands on your head, and stand over there. Private affair, a violation of palace rules. You two male and female dogs, your courage is not small, ah. You can say that your luck is quite bad today. Go to the punishment hall and report yourselves. The golden-scaled guard loudly berated them. Several despicable gazes fell onto Huang Yuli's body, sizing her body from top to bottom. Afterwards, filthy comments spewed out from their mouths. TSK, speaking of which, this woman's age seems very small, ah. Hasn't reached marriageable age? So small and already yearning for a man? Truly not a good thing, eh? Her looks, however underdeveloped, are so tender. She must taste special. There was a more courageous guard who took a few steps forward and chuckled, little girl, with your fine skin and tender meat, if you were to fall into the hands of the punishment hall, I am afraid your life is over. Go to accompany our brothers to play and maybe, if my brothers feel well, we'll let you go. As he said this, the golden-scaled guards standing at the edge began to chuckle and laugh out. A frosty gleam flashed through Huang Yuli's eyes. Such words, shameless to the extreme. But her current priority was to leave. So unfortunately, she could not immediately attack. This account though, she will remember and settle it at a later date. Her cold eyes swept through the bunch of arrogant golden-scaled guards, imprinting their faces firmly into her mind. Afterwards, she immediately put on a delicate and charming look, instantly turning into a weak white lotus. Her eyes were tearful while her lips trembled. You do not come. Seeing her act this, the group of people only laughed louder. Look at both of them holding each other, so reluctant to separate. They will not shed tears until they see their coffin. Hurry up and come over here. Send 2 people, to escort them to the punishment hall. Pushing away the man in front of her, Huang Yuli prepared to climb down from the imperial consort's bed. But who knew the man's chest would be as rigid as iron walls, hard and solid, not shaking in the slightest. She forcefully pushed a few more times, but was still unable to make him move. Huang Yuli's face turned green. This man, what schemes was he up to this time? At a time like this, he was still dragging her hind leg? Hey you, she looked up at him, and then turned blank. The man's cold lips were tightly pursed together, his jaw tight, clearly displaying the unsuppressed rage within. His body's internal pressure instantly released itself and covered the entire room in his profound qi. Restless and with strong momentum, overwhelming everyone present. Pooh. 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 The golden-scaled guards within the room immediately spewed out mouthfuls of blood while their legs softened. They all knelt to the ground. But the man's pressure still continued to increase. The golden-scaled guards felt the pressure within their minds become lower and lower as their knees buckled to the ground, their bodies constantly trembling. The voice of the Lord Owner was like ice, like it had been transmitted from far, far away. Dare to take liberties with this seat's woman. Courting death. In the next moment, the golden-scaled guard who had spoken impertinently to Huang Yuli cried out in a blood-curdling manner. His blood splashed out. Ah! So painful, painful. Help me! Save me! my hand, my hand. Blood, so much blood. Bursts of screams echoed into the midnight. Hearing those ghastly cries during such a dark and cold night was particularly frightening. As he gradually lessened the pressure, the remaining golden-scaled guards could finally raise their heads. Pale-faced, they looked at him in fright, all on the verge of collapse. They only saw the severed hands and feet of the men who had attempted to take liberties with Li lying on the ground. As they lay spasming on the ground, their blood gushed out, creating small pools around them. But this is not the most scary part. What was even more frightening, their nether regions had become plies of mashed-up flesh. Clearly, they had all become eunuchs without consent. For a warrior, broken hands were not rare. But to be so directly attacked in such a place, no man could stop cold sweat from appearing on their backs. Ugh! Someone vomited onto the ground in front of them. The rest did not vomit, but their bodies had all turned stiff, not daring to move about. They fear angering the devil in front of them. No matter how much they thought, they did not understand why such a terrifying person would appear in such a secluded location. Were they not just a little couple in the midst of their affair? The female looked pure, while the male, although not a member of the golden-scaled guards, should be an ordinary palace guard. Ordinary palace guards would at most hold cultivations around the 8th, 9th level of the Qi Profound realm. Incomparable to them, say nothing to their entire squadron. They actually had been pressured to ground, unable to rise up. Quite obviously, one move from him would be able to wipe out everyone present. The Lord Owner swiftly glanced down at the kneeling golden-scaled guards. Wherever he looked, he was met with silence and fear of offending him. Even those guards whose limbs had been severed did not dare to utter a single moan again. They could only painfully lie on the ground. In such a gloomy, cold atmosphere, there was still a voice to who dared break the silence. "Hey, can you let me go now? Hurry up and let me go down. Also, I am not your woman. Don't you dare speak nonsense." Completely ignoring his cold expression, Li twisted her body and pushed him hard. Kneeling at the door, the golden-scaled guards drew cold breaths. Did this woman lack brains or something? In front of such a demon, she dare speak so presumptuously? Not only was this man immensely powerful, but he also looks to be the cold and relentless type. To provoke such a person, even if you were his woman, there would be no good fruit to eat. However, the reaction of the Lord Owner was not how they expected. His grip on her waist was still firm, while his line of sight slowly moved down from her flashing eyes, sweeping past that tiny nose and falling lightly onto the mouth. He whispered, "If you don't stop talking, I will kiss you." What? Dream onl. At such a time, your brain, woo. He knew this little thing could not take the stimulation. In all, he had warned her. If this little thing must go against him, then she couldn't blame him, right? Hooking his lips, the man sealed her mouth to block all protests. Li's face turned red immediately. She could not believe this man would perform such actions in public. Furthermore, the current room was filled with the stench of blood. The injured golden-scaled guards' groans were still as faint as before, while the rest of the guards continued to kneel in silence. In this atmosphere, he could continue to kiss? Against all odds, reality showed that he really dared. Clasping her waist, he stopped all her struggles and resistance as he wantonly kissed her. As their lips intertwined, he repeatedly bit her tongue as punishment. And in her brief moments of pain, he also licked her to soothe her wounds. Almost out of breath by the kiss, Li still managed to retain a bit of her consciousness. Knowing what she needed do, she mercilessly threw him off. To no avail, she did not have enough power. At this point, cries traveled from the entrance of the palace. "Where is he? How come there is no report from Clear Flower Palace? Weren't the 3rd Squadron sent to search there? Where did they wander off to fish? "Third Squadron Captain, hurry up and to report to your commanding officer." Hearing those bellows, Huang Yuli attempted to push him away again. Let me go. You random lustful pig." The man still continued to kiss her as if they were the only two people. Kneeling at the door, those golden-scaled guards shivered. Although they were determined to escape to their commander for help, no one dared to move. The harsh reality would be losing their little lives before that he could even reach their commander. The captain was drenched in cold sweat. Now the only life-saving possibility lay in their commander. That he would send for others to find them if they failed to report to him. Otherwise, they would die at the hands of this demon tonight. Even if they could save themselves, for such a situation to occur, they most definitely would have to take responsibility regardless of the end result. In short, they were in deep. Fortunately, their prayers were heard. Receiving no reply, the golden-scaled guard's commander frowned. "What's going on? Where did they all go?" "Go, take a few people and see what the third squadron is doing." 5 golden-scaled guards marched into Clear Flower Palace. Waiting side by side, the commander's heart burned more and more ragefully as time lapsed on. Today they really met with a ghost. The normally impregnable royal treasury had been breached today. Furthermore, that thief was so cunning. Even the imperial tutor had personally stepped out to help, but still failed to capture him. After that, he had sneaked into the royal palace. With the imperial tutor and golden-scaled guards working in cooperation, they were certain of smoking out that heaven-reaching courageous thief. Grinding his bones to dust. The commander did not feel that this task would be too difficult. Since the target was within the confines of the royal palace, they would not be able to find him. However, after searching all the palaces, pavilions and rooms, the result was still nothing. Instead, they had captured quite a few secret lovers within the palace and people acting as the dog to steal the chicken-type things. If this went on, how were they going to explain to the imperial tutor? While the third squadron was even better. They had disregarded his commands and gone off to God knows where to fish. Once he found that bastard, he would use martial law to deal with them. This would serve as a warning for others in the future. Pacing about, the commander waited a bit more at the door. After a while, he realized that something was not quite right. The 5 guards he had sent in also disappeared without a sound into Clear Flower Palace. Devoid of any noise, it appeared to be as quiet and tranquil as any other night. This was far too unusual. Although Clear Flower Palace was large, with the defensive profound realm cultivations of those guards, they would only need the time it takes to have a cup of tea to run a full lap. If they were delayed, they could at least send someone to explain the situation, right? Besides, if there were any incidents, sounds of shouting and fighting would be heard. As his brows furrowed deeper, he became more alert. Could it be, something had happened in Clear Flower Palace? At this point, apart from the third squadron, the remaining squadrons had all returned. He waved his hand to command them to follow behind him and personally led them into Clear Flower Pavilion for investigation. With hundreds of people rushing majestically into the Clear Flower Palace, someone quickly pointed out a finger and shouted out. They had only entered the first hall. "Commander, that is, they are the ones who had just." Lying on the corridor ground, the few golden-scaled guards who were sent out for patrol lay on the ground lifelessly. What? Face sinking, they walked quickly to the front to see a door half open near the end of the corridor. Witnessing the situation inside the room, eyeballs nearly dropped out of their sockets. They only saw the iron-blooded and powerful golden-scaled guards kneeling side by side inside the room. They did not dare to rise, dead corpses lay in piles of blood around them. Who was it? To actually dare to commit such a vile deed in the palace? In a fit of anger, the commander kicked open the room and charged inside. When he entered, he saw his subordinates kneeling on the ground and became angrier. He kicked out once again. Get up for me. What are you kneeling for? You are the Emperor's golden-scaled guards. And these few, who wounded them? Where are they? Covered with cold sweat, the squadron captain did not dare to rise. Shifting his line of sight, the commander's gaze landed on the male-female pair reclining on the imperial consort's bed. Leaning lazily on the bed was a man dressed in a black robe and mask. The lines of his jaw here slightly raised, emphasizing his ethereal and arrogant aura, appearing to be above the masses. As he supported his head in one hand, his other hand was wrapped around a petite girl intimately. Leaning in, he smelled her hair's fragrance. This scene really looked like a noble young master seeking pleasure in his own room. Unfortunately, with the various overbearing and injured golden-scaled guards lying around, the Lord Owner's attitude did not suit the scene. One party was filled with murderous intent, while the other acted as they pleased without placing the other party in their eyes. When the commander saw the man's bearing, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. But he was a master at the 8th level of the Spirit Profound Realm, one of the top 10 figure within Southview. Furthermore, he was quite a powerful figure in the surrounding countries as well. Despite the man's mysterious origins, the commander did not feel the need to be afraid of him. Is it you who hurt my subordinates? Your hands are very vicious, not only have you broken their limbs, but also, insane and ridiculous. He snapped out. The Lord Owner responded coldly, daring to molest my woman, this punishment is far from enough. Contrary to his expectations, this man did not become fearful from his impressive cultivation and fame. In fact, he returned with contemptuous eyes. Chuckling sarcastically, humph. What audacity! Not only have you trespassed into the palace, you also wounded so many golden-scaled guards. Do not dream of leaving here today. Come and arrest him for me. Immediately after he concluded his words, the golden-scaled guards behind him moved to encircle the pair. When they saw their fallen comrade on the grounds, they all became vigilant and knew that this man was not an easy opponent. They decided to go all out from the very beginning. The commander himself also struck out. Using a secret move, his gale-like palm cut through the air and towards the Lord Owner's abdomen. All the while, Huang Yuli had continued her struggles against the man's iron cage grip. But as soon as the commander and his guards entered the room, she ceased all resistance and quietly sat on the man's lap to watch the show. She had already told the man not to create such a big fuss, to escape in the confusion. But who could predict this damn man would, against all expectations, go against her warnings, making the problem larger and larger. Now look at the result, the commander of these guards had also arrived. Mostly likely after he had been hacked in half, she predicted that the imperial tutor would make an entrance. She really wanted to see how this man would solve that? Did he intend to slaughter every person within the royal palace? And because her heart took joy in other people's sufferings, Huang Yuli forgot all about struggling. A smirk rising on her face, her crafty eyes shone with light. Trapped in the man's embrace, she nearly forgot the circumstances she, herself was in. Although the golden-scaled guards were all in the defensive profound realm, they cultivated a group attack formation. When this was activated by numerous people, the end result could be able to barely contend with a powerhouse at the 4th stage, the damn profound realm. This immense, profound energy charged towards the pair sitting on the imperial consort's bed. In a moment, it would explode out at them. But an icy gleam passed through the man's eyes. Tightening his grip on the little fox within his arms, he leaned back with ease. He did not resist in the slightest. Watching his reaction, the commander felt pleased. Although this man appeared mysterious, there would still be a limit to his strength. He simply could not go against this combined assault. This reaction of his is probably from shock? But this was good. For this affair to reach such a degree, he had been quite worried about possible demotion. But these worries seemed needless. As long as he could capture this man and bring him to the imperial tutor, he could at least present him with some sort of explanation. As for whether or not he was the little thief that the imperial tutor spoke of or an adulterous affair, it did not seem to matter. After all, his actions had been very suspicious. In the instant the commander's raging palm was about to land on the man, the Lord Owners finally pursed his lips. "Audacious!" he growled out. This voice was not loud and sounded cold as ice, but that single word embodied boundless might. Following his crisp articulation, an incomparably immense and irresistible pressure descended down onto the room. For the people in the room, it was like they all had to suddenly carry a load of 10,000 jin on their shoulders. Not only was it heavy, it also stopped them from raising their heads. Swiftly after that, the commander felt a large suction force. Unable to react in time, he was sent flying out of the room and crashed through the wall. Rolling in the stone and rubble, he finally landed in the corridor. He deserved his cultivation of the 8th level of the Spirit Profound Realm. In spite of the heavy injuries, spitting out mouthfuls of blood, he could still manage to pick himself up from the ground. Clutching his stomach, terror filled his entire face. This man, just from saying one word, he was able to completely reflect his profound skill back to him. You must know that ones who attacked were not any Dick, Tom or Harry cultivators. One was a genuine 8th-level Spirit Profound Realm cultivator, and the rest were a group of golden-scaled guards, whose combined force equaled a damn Profound Realm cultivator. This strength, just too horrifying. Even the Imperial Tutor himself would not be able to accomplish this. Just what background did this man come from? And why did he come to the tiny country of Southview? Ice cold, the commander kneeled in trembling fright. He finally realized one thing: they have provoked a star of calamity. This affair could not end well. Heavily smashing his head on the ground, his voice wavered as he asked, "This subordinate has eyes, but failed to see and offended this great lord. This one begs for this lord's forgiveness." Sweeping his eyes over him, the Lord Owner replied with indifference, "Your actions of maintaining order within the royal palace, although lacking, still displays your loyalty. This seat does not hold any intentions of blame." Speaking those words, Huang Yuli opened her eyes wide in shock. Sitting on his lap, she did not dare believe it. Why is he joking around? Although these golden-scaled guards were completing their assigned work, the fact remained that they had still moved against the Lord Owner. This man could not be considered a person with a good temper, nothing say about being a generous and forgiving person. Yet he actually said he did not blame them. Did he change personalities? Eat the wrong medication today? Or could it be, he was plotting something? Astonished by the turn of events, the commander wholly did not expect such a fiendish master would be so easy to talk to. He quickly nodded his head a few times and then carefully said, "Thank you, great lord, many thanks. May I dare ask for your esteemed name? Your late-night visit to Southview, is there any need for this one's service?" Silence ensued in the room. Trembling with trepidation, he looked over. This quickly followed with great alarm. In slow and unhurried movements, the man released his hold on Huang Yuli. In front of everyone present, his slender arm then raised up towards his forehead to take off that silver mask from his face. In a flash, an unmatched and handsome face revealed itself for all to see. He possessed a pair of eyes that overflowed with light and color. But those eyes which should be filled with warmth were instead filled with an icy and awe-inspiring chill. A light sweep from them would cause the receiver to uncontrollably shiver. While his skin was as smooth and pale as jade. His eyebrows like swords, the bridge of his nose stick out straight, and his tender lips were like most perfect and beautiful work of art. You could not point out any flaw. What was the most astonishing was that aura of innate respect, he entire being eluded from his body. Looking at that youthful face, he did not seem to be past 20. Speaking reluctantly, he was only a youth. But through his simple action of sitting, his domineering aura already established the fact that he was an exceptional master. They could only follow behind to see the traces of this rider's dust. And that face, the commander seemed to have some impression. After the initial stage of shock had passed, the commander kneeled down again in great reverence. Your Highness, when did you return to the palace? When this king returns, does he need to report to you? The man frostily asked. No, this lowly does not have that meaning. It's just, your return is large news for the palace. If we were informed earlier of your return, the emperor would definitely arrange for people to go and greet you. And this lowly one would not dare recklessly send people to trespass into your clear flower palace. So if this king is not here, you dare enter? No, this lowly one does not dare. Smashing his head vigorously into the ground, the commander did not even dare to breathe too loudly. He already felt that there were already hundreds of things he did wrong. Stammeringly for half the night, he nearly bit off his own tongue. Never in his wildest dreams did he think the owner, His Highness, of Clear Flower Palace would return tonight. Furthermore, he had personally dealt, so mercilessly, with the golden-scaled guards. How could this be? Since when did His Highness gain such formidable strength? Did he not possess a physique that could not cultivate and weak health? Was it not said that he would kick the bucket at any given time? But how would they explain the events that had passed tonight? Was he dreaming, or is he looking at a ghost? It was quite evident that the man knew what he was thinking, so he coldly sneered. This king originally did not plan for others to learn of this king's current prowess. But to events beyond his control, someone dared speak so audaciously towards this king's little girl. Courting death. Note, if I were to use little thing like always, it sounds a bit demeaning. But in Chinese, little thing can also be used as a term of endearment. Listening to the dialogue between the two, the remaining golden-scaled guards could more or less guess the identity of this man. Hearing those words, they hastily began to beg for forgiveness. Please spare our lives, Your Highness, spare our lives, Your Highness. These slaves have eyes, but failed to recognize the pearls. The sounds of heads hitting the ground soon rang within the room. It created a strange atmosphere. As they kowtowed, the guards also whispered in their hearts. God knew, the little girl within His Highness' embrace still smelled of her mother's milk. Not matter how you looked, she was not a beauty, and she could easily be mistaken as a palace maid. Who would expect His Highness' tastes were this peculiar? This king's little girl, this king wouldn't even dare to touch a single hair on her normally. Yet you dared to joke around for her to go play around with you? How will you play? Killing you still would not be able to eliminate the negative feelings in this king's heart. Listening to his words, the golden-scaled guards turned mute from fright. If this man really was the rumored weak-bodied highness, despite his personality being the same as the rumors, pleading for mercy would still be possible. After all, even the crown prince wouldn't dare to massacre the entirety of the golden-scaled guards. However, they had all witnessed his cruelty and fierceness. So apart from reverence, they all felt a great sense of fear from this man. In the face of such absolute domination, he did not need to put anyone in his eyes. If he wished to kill, who in Southview could obstruct him? Thinking to this point, a shiver ran through the commander's body. The only reason why His Highness the Crown Prince could sit firmly in his position of Crown Prince was not because he was the firstborn prince. The main reason lay in the fact that he was the #1 talent of Southview. Only with his strong cultivation was he able to sit stably above the rest of his brothers. While this highness who was sitting in front of him had unknowingly become such a frightening existence. When he thought about the rumors regarding His Highness, the commander couldn't help but become astounded. The Crown Prince's position, will he able to maintain it? The man turned a deaf ear to the pleading of the guards. Instead, he turned his attention to the little fox beside him. What he discovered was her unrelenting and fixated gaze towards him. Her eyes could not conceal her shock. Blinking her eyes repeatedly, she received no small amount of damage. The usually confident little fox, to be able to display such expression, deeply pleased him. The corners of his mouth rising into a large smile, laughter blossomed and flew out from that handsome face. It was capable of melting all ice and snow. Within his frosty eyes, radiance lit up those peach eyes. All coldness was eliminated and replaced with great sexiness. This kind of laugh, if witnessed by any young girl, would dye their cheeks bright red. They would be instantly bewitched by him, as they prostrated themselves in front of his long, black robes. When Huang Yuli saw his smile, more astonishment leaked out. And she became stiffer than ever before. In such circumstances, it caused the man to feel so very comfortable from start to finish. In a great mood, the raging fire within his eyes had decreased by more than half. Turning his head back around, he responded back to the prostrating commander. This king did not wish to reveal his strength, but was forced to by your actions. You say, should this king not silence you all? Spare us, your highness, spare our lives, your highness. This one will definitely guard his mouth closely. Even if beaten to death, I will not say anything. As cold sweat trickled down his forehead, the commander lamented on his bad fortune. Only the heavens knew the reason behind his highness' concealment of his cultivation. Was he purposely going against the emperor? Then they would not have any road of survival. That was the cost of breaking his secret. After the extended period of time the commander spent with the bureaucrats, his mind had become quite agile. Hit by a sudden spark of inspiration, he suddenly spoke out, Your Highness, since you have just returned to the country, there must be many things you still need people to complete for you. If you are willingly to spare this one's life, then this one will be willing to devote myself along with the entirety of my golden-scaled guards to you. That's right. This subordinate will willingly to serve His Highness. This subordinate is willingly to swear my loyalty. The rest of the guards had recovered themselves. In order to save their lives, they pounded their chests, swearing their loyalty. Indifferent to their proclamations, the man did not reply. Waiting until they had all shut up from impatience, the man began to speak in a slow, unhurried tone, Spirit profound realm 8th level, your strength is only SOSO. If it weren't because this king is lacking in manpower, then you wouldn't even be fit to be my slaves. For an expert who considered themselves quite highly, to be blatantly despised like so caused the commander to feel quite aggrieved. But he did not dare show any sign of discontent. This one is greatly indebted to His Highness, for your high regard. This lowly one will definitely spare no effort. However, this king not necessarily trust you. Since you are determined to come under this king, then you must all receive a spirit imprint. Officially becoming servants of this king. What? Still in shock, the commander could not reply in confidence. Accepting the spirit imprint meant that their very souls would be under the control of another. A single order from them could not be resisted in the slightest. Otherwise, a single raise of the owner's hand would be capable of extinguishing their lives. The commander of the golden-scaled guards held quite a bit of fame within Southview. That year when the crown prince wished to become friends with him, he had delivered various gifts and treats, treating him like an esteemed guest. But how was he to know that this highness sitting in front of him saw him no differently from a slave? He actually intended to use him like a puppet. A face filled with unwilling, he hurriedly clasped his hands together. The man's voice coldly sounded, or you would prefer to die now? When given the choice between life and death, the commander had no choice. He could only become a puppet for this powerfully terrifying man, accepting him as his life master. While for the man, to be able to accept that commander as a servant was already showing him great grace. As for the rest of the golden-scaled guards, they did not enter his eyes. Casually, he took out some pills and instructed them to swallow. This scarlet pill was a corpse-worm pill. Once taken, one needed to take in the antidote at regular intervals. If they did not, the poison would flare up, resulting blood dripping out from the 7 orifices, dying painfully. Note, the 7 orifices are the eyes, 2, ears, 2, nostrils, 2, and mouth, 1. Completing all these tasks, he impatiently waved his hands. Throw those who spoke disrespectfully to the imperial concubine into the manure pit. The rest can leave. With great difficulty, the golden-scaled had waited for those words. Hearing those commands, they rushed out the door in succession. Waiting until all unrelated personnel had left the room, the Lord Owner finally turned his gaze back onto the little fox. The girl next to him had still maintained that dumbstruck expression. Her eyes constantly went up and down, looking at him strangely. Raising his eyebrow, the Lord Owner felt this was quite unexpected. Today, his family's little thing was too unusual. Just then, he felt that something was fishy. Usually, what this little fox loved to do more than anything in the world was to swindle others. Since these golden-scaled guards had offended her today, it would be reasonable to expect her to swindle every single thing from them, not even leaving their pants behind. But what was the result? Even when the events were all dealt with, she continued to remain silent. Every time the little fox was in his arms, she was usually in a high-strung state. Currently, her little hands were clutching onto his sleeves as she stared intently at him. This kind of well-behaved attitude was cute, but the man did not feel too accustomed. He couldn't have turned into a masochist by this little girl? Hooking his lips, he laughed and whispered into her ear, "Little girl, this seat knows that he has unparalleled looks, but, you don't need to stare at me so frankly. After all, we are sitting on the bedside. If you are like this seat will not be able to help himself and do some immortal things. Or perhaps, you actually await such things?" Huang Yuli bit her lips and blinked, still possessing that Atalos expression. Her face, which was originally both clever and adorable, when coupled with her rare exposed look of innocence, struck a direct blow towards the man's heart. If it weren't for the feeling of wrongness, he predicted that he would have long held her chin down to kiss her. But with this situation, did the little thing become possessed? Usually speaking, if he said such things, this little fox would be in a rush to beat him, no? While her current blank expression allowed for free molestation? Could it be, seeing his true appearance and identity, had surprised her to this degree? In reality, Huang Yuli was very surprised, very surprised. Or better words, shocked, beyond belief. When the Lord Owner of Thousand Treasure Pavilion took off his mask to reveal that devilishly handsome face, she felt her entire body stiffen instantly. Her breathing had ceased, and her heartbeat reducing by half. Because he really looked too similar. From that first glance, Huang Yuli thought she was looking at Mu Qingqing. The legend said that the Tianling continent's most powerful expert, chief of the 10 great handsome males of Sky Emperor City, and the sovereign of the Blue Profound sect, the #1 sect of the 7 great hidden sacred grounds. Note, the author did write 4 sacred ground previously, but this may be a typo or another ground he is referring to. But similarly, in her moment of life and death, he had disregarded everything to come and save her. Towards her, he was the most sincere man. In the moment that mask was shed, Huang Yuli fell into complete loss. Concerning the Lord Owner's shots, his dealing with the golden-scaled guards, Huang Yuli only felt them vaguely pass by. She could not feel anything. Many past memories and feeling floated in her mind, striking her to the point of collapse. She recalled the numerous times the two people had missed each other, the countless misunderstandings. Up until the very end, when she thought he would no longer leave any more traces of himself in this world, did she discover? Hey, little thing, do not scare me. You haven't truly been possessed? Or did my profound chi hurt you? As the sounds of an anxious man sounded in her ears, a pair of beautiful large hands forcefully patted her white cheeks. Suddenly regaining self of herself, Huang Yuli shook her head. Finally she was aware of her surroundings. Within her pair of shiny dark peach eyes, her heart shuddered. She realized that she had not looked closely enough. And now, the distance between the two was only a cun apart. Awaking from the illusions of her past life, she began to observe him. After a short while, she realized that the man in front of her was in fact not that alike to the man within her memories. In terms of looks, the Thousand Treasure Pavilion master was more delicate and refined, with skin smooth like jade and gentle brows. Mu Qingqing, on the other hand, possessed a more pure type of male handsomeness. The gap was very large. What was more important was the usually strong and overbearing Thousand Treasure Pavilion owner was only about 20 years of age, give or take. This was the age between a young boy and a young man. Too young and too handsome. It was no wonder he wanted to cover his face. He was mostly likely very worried about his age and looks. This would cause others to make light, unable to portray his strong expert aura. But Mu Qingqing had already become a real man, becoming famous long ago. Overlording over the 4 great regions, invincible in this world. Although his peerlessly handsome look caused many to drool during his younger years, but in the period before Huang Yuli died, there was no longer anyone who dared provoke him. That face, no matter how good it looked, in the eyes of many people, it was only a nightmare that would appear during the middle of the night to scare you. So the two people, in fact, really did not look alike at all. It was just, that pair of eyes, are really much too similar. Obviously yearning for affection, able to tempt any woman with those peach-shaped eyes. But unfortunately, they were filled with a biting chill. A slight glimpse would cause the viewer to experience the frostiness within. However, those frosty eyes would instantly melt in the face of his beloved woman. Such a look, really too alike. Staring at that pair of eyes, Huang Yuli gently sighed out after a while. Did she mistake him due to that pair of eyes? In the end, they are two different people. Just what possessed her to confuse the two people? Could it be, she missed Mu Qingqing that much? When the Thousand Treasure Pavilion owner saw her misty eyes and deep sigh, like she was reminiscing something, alarm bells began to ring in his heart. Although he did not know what this little thing was looking at, thinking, he still felt a clear sense of crisis. Though she was looking in his direction, her gaze traveled through him to look at something far, far away. Little thing, why are you staring blankly for? If you continue to look at this seat will kiss you? He slowly leaned over, closing the distance further until the two could feel the other part's hot breath. Suddenly, Huang Yuli pushed him abruptly. The man did not think she would resist, so that sudden push forced him away. Leaving his side, Huang Yuli then stood up. When she recalled Mu Qingqing and her past, she could not bear to be so close with other men. The man's face was a little gloomy. Little thing, what do you mean? Once out of danger, you push this seat aside when you have finished using me? Just now. It was you who took the initiative to kiss this seat. It wasn't just once or twice that this little fox had pushed him away. However, the relationship between the two obviously had improved. Especially during the time when the golden-scaled guards had forced themselves into the room. In order to escape, this little thing took the initiative to push him down to kiss him. Even if her original intention was not to be affectionate with him, but she still chose such an action. At the very least, she did not hate contact with him, her inner defenses somewhat lowered. But now, when the obstacles had removed themselves, this little girl stared at him for half a day. Quite obviously, she was attracted to his face. The situation was good and the atmosphere ambiguous. So the Lord Owner wished to take advantage and attack, becoming more intimate with this little fox who adored escaping. It would be best if he could capture her heart with tactics like a beautiful man. And from the looks, it seemed that Huang Yuli was attracted to him. Her eyes misting, body softening, and showing no signs of resistance. But who knew, just as he wanted to come and do something, she suddenly, relentlessly pushed him away. Because Huang Yuli's heart was a mess, she could not spare any more time or energy with him. Without much thought, she threw out those words, "This is just an unpredicted variable. Regardless of the person here, I would have still kissed him. Don't you misunderstand?" Misunderstand? Do you mean to say that this is all a misunderstanding? Wrinkling his eyebrows, the gentle light within his eyes gradually disappeared and coldness re-enveloped them. Feeling oppressive aura, Huang Yuli couldn't help but take a step back. If not? What else would it be? The girl gently raised her chin to stare at the front of the man, the attitude furthering the distance between their respective statuses. This attitude deeply angered the man. He could not believe that, in such a short moment, her attitude had a 180-degree turn. God knew, when she took the initiative to kiss him, his mood soared up high. When she had kissed him, the arm that was hoping her down was trembling non-stop. And when the cunning little fox stared into his face in a daze, he really thought that this handsome face, which had previously mesmerized countless high-society young ladies, also captured that girl's heart. As a result, his heart secretly leapt in endless joy. Even those golden-scaled guards who committed such grave mistakes, he did not bother to care too much. All he wished to do was to send them away as soon as possible and properly tease this little thing. But who knew? Was it really just him who assumed his love had been reciprocated? This man had always possessed a high standing, rarely suffering setbacks. This was especially the case for the numerous women surrounding him. Occasionally when his gaze lingered around them or even a slight smile, would cause these young ladies to fall into a frenzy, unable to sleep for nights. And this little girl? So devoted he was, yet she was still playing with him? Gloomy-faced, he slowly approached retreating Huang Yuli. Forced backwards, Huang Yuli's back soon touched the wall. She knew that the man was angry. Those familiar peach eyes showing both love and hate, and complex emotions of a damaged self-esteem. All these felt so familiar. Those were the kind of emotions she used to see from Mu Qingying's eyes. Her delicate eyebrows frowning, she tried to reason with the man. Don't be impulsive. First listen to me. I really do not have that kind of feelings towards you, do you understand? Things like love cannot be forced. When her small and bright lips were pursed together, they looked particularly attractive. But the words she spat out were enough to drive him crazy. In that moment, all reason seemed to have left him. One hand landing on Huang Yuli's shoulder, he heavily threw her onto the wall. The girl's chin was forced up to meet the man's thin cold lips. In a fit of blazing anger, her roughly sealed her lips. Coarsely, he fiercely kissed her. Or possibly, this was not so much a kiss. It more closely was an angry ravage as the man vented his anger. Pressing hard on the girl's lip, his tongue eagerly slid inside. Yet Huang Yuli continued to purse her lip and clench her jaw. She did not allow for many more opportunities for him to close in further. More viciousness flared up in the man's heart and he directly bit down on her lip, cutting open her lip. Ah! Huang Yuli cried out in a smothered voice. When he heard her weak groan and smelled the scent of her blood, seemingly becoming more excited. Wantonly, his tongue charged into her mouth and began to unrelentlessly move about. Suddenly, the man's eyes opened wide. Looking down, he didn't dare believe his eyes. In a fit of desperation, Huang Yuli had kicked his lower body. Not only did she kick out, she had used a special martial skill. Usually speaking, such attacks would have no possibility of landing on himself. But his emotions and state of mind were too angered. All of his attention had been captured by that metallic smell of blood, he could not spare attention elsewhere. And what made him even more stifled were this little girl's lips. Her lips were like drugs, trying it once and you would become addicted. The moment he touched those soft lips, that kind of ecstasy-like feeling caused him to want to taste them again and again, unable to stop. All other considerations were thrown to the back of his mind. As a result, he was heavily hit by her strike. How plentiful was Huang Yuli's battle experience. Striking out the moment he was in a daze, she quickly escaped from his clutches. I really am sorry, but... Subconsciously she bit her bottom lip, but did not realize her lip had been cut by the man. Due to this, the action caused a wave of pain to flood through her. The man in front of her immediately straightened his back. So, without saying a word more, her feet pushed off the ground. Utilizing a profound skill, she flew away and into the corridor. Although Huang Yuli's strike was very sharp and to the point, there was a limit to her strength. Instead of saying she had seriously injured the man to escape, it was more appropriate to say the man was much too shocked. Which allowed her the chance to escape. When she was escaping out the room, the man had already suppressed the pain and was capable to acting out again. The current him held thousands, hundreds of methods to tie down this little fox. No matter what background she possessed, what kind of bizarre techniques and treacherous astuteness, even absolute black-level profound power, she was no match for this man. But he had forcefully controlled himself and did not go to hinder her. Leaning on the door frame, he watched that slender figure dash out of the palace doorway like a floating cloud. Tightly clenching his teeth, the man's peach eyes no longer held any trace of a smile. On his handsome face was a distorted expression. Smashing his fist heavily on the nearby wall, the entire palace trembled with him. By Ruoli, you just can't put me in your eyes? What do you want me to do? He really wished he could chase after her, but he forcibly controlled his urges. He had always been a target countless females aimed to obtain. He naturally would have his own sense of arrogance and pride. Actions as to deliberately try to woo a girl and make her happy had long surpassed his imagination. Yet time and time again, he was unable to control himself. He dearly wished to treat Huang Yuli very well, very well. This kind of impulsiveness was like a mission originating deep from within his soul. No matter how hard he tried, he could not keep it under control. It was like he was under a spell. But, this girl was just too vicious. She simply did not put any of his actions in her eyes. All of his doing, his feelings, she completely disregarded. While he grinded his teeth a bit, and told himself that if he were to chase her this time, he would be the lowly one. Running out of Clear Flower Palace, Huang Yuli saw that the man did not chase after her. Loosening a sigh of relief, she pushed down the rising sadness. Taking out the cloak, she covered up her face again. Due to the man's intervention, the golden scaled had all been recalled back. Hence, peace returned to the palace grounds, with only the occasional ordinary patrol guard walking by. These would not be able to hinder Huang Yuli. Without meeting anything unexpected, she safely returned to her back courtyard. By then, the first rays of sun were beginning to peek over the horizon. Lying restlessly on the bed facing the sunshine, Huang Yuli could not fall asleep, even though she felt extremely fatigued. Too many events had occurred on this one night. One after the other, each catching her off guard. Since the day she began to become more familiar with the owner of Thousand Treasure Pavilion, she had been quite curious about his appearance under that mask. But when she saw his true appearance, she did not expect such a large reaction of shock. Huang Yuli concluded that it was due to her fatigue, resulting in her unusual actions. Due to that, was she so astounded by that pair of eyes, and connected them to Mu Qingqing. Thinking over it again, apart from that pair of peach eyes, the Thousand Treasure Pavilion owner and Mu Qingqing shared no other common features. Of course, the two people's powerful and domineering styles were exactly the same. But on the same note, youths who possessed such talent, it would be quite natural for them to be this arrogant. Therefore, it was logical for her to make a mistake. Or could it be, she missed that man too much? Turning restlessly on the bed, Huang Yuli's heart was a mess. It was filled with the feelings of anxiety tinged with sourness. In these past days, ever since her fall at the northern ice region to her rebirth in Southview, too many things had occurred. She had constantly been occupied by various affairs, unable to spare any time for unrealistic thoughts or indulgences. No, it would be more appropriate to say that she purposely busied herself. Only then was she able to not be hurt by her wounds. Only then was she able to forget about the events of her past life. Not thinking about them, that man. In truth, before she prepared to travel to the northern ice region, Mu Qingqing had warned her that the immortal Ling sect's eldest young lady, Ling Qingyu, had been acting very suspiciously as of late. He reminded her to be careful and to not leave the fire palace. But Huang Yuli continued to be extremely trusting of her close friend, and felt he was too suspicious. As a result, she continued to move forward with her original plans, heading out for the northern ice region. She did not predict that her final resting place would be there. In her past life, her goal was set on reaching the peak of the martial way, her heart like iron and stone. Even though countless outstanding geniuses had prostrated themselves at her feet, she did not give them a second thought. She did not hold any intention to become close with any particular person. While Mu Qingqing, on the other hand, due to his abundant ego, did not think twice about Huang Yuli's numerous refusals. Allowing no explanation, occupying the position next to her. He used both the carrot and the stick to melt her icy heart, adamant for her to return his feelings. For Huang Yuli, who had never experienced love, these emotional feelings were a frightening thing. With such powerful emotions, it caused her to feel enormous anxiety and perplexation instead. Adding on the fact that many females surrounded him. So in order to catch her attention, he created many misunderstandings. So whenever the two made some progress, these misunderstandings only served for the two to drift further apart. From beginning to end, they were unable to be together. All the way until the final moments of her life, when she saw Mu Qingqing, who was willingly to sacrifice his life for her, did she realize it. This man before her never tried to cover up his feelings for her, it was she who was too cowardly. She had long fallen under his domineering yet tender traps, unable to crawl back out. It was unfortunate though. By the time Huang Yuli realized this point, she had walked to the end of her life. And for the matter of her soul combustion, she might have never been able to enter the circle of reincarnation, never to be reborn. To completely disappear from this world. The fate between two people, before it could blossom into a flower, they suddenly reached the end. In that instant, the intense feelings of regret, remorse, pity, and helplessness nearly tore her apart. She could go as far to say, the immense pain that came from the explosion felt like nothing. This despair continued to linger in the depths of her heart. Whenever she recalled the event, all sorts of aching heartstrings were pulled. However, when she was wallowing in her despair, a sudden and unexpected thing happened. She actually was reborn into the body of Bai Ruali, becoming the second young miss of Wu Wei Manor in Southview. This event was just too strange. To blow up one's dantian, there was only result, immediately dissipating into nothingness. For any practitioner, this was common knowledge. For the circumstances at the time, Huang Yuli was 100% certain of her death. She had never cultivated a secret manual, so she possessed no heaven-defying methods. So, the scattering of her soul should have been set in stone. Just how was she reborn? This question remained lingering and unsolved. There was a high possibility of an answer never existing. Nonetheless, to be given the opportunity to be reborn, able to relive her life once more, caused her to feel endlessly grateful towards the heavens. There are many unfinished things she needed to do, and she needed to restart her cultivation, to return to her peak. She also needed to seek judgment for the people who wronged her. And if it was possible, she would like to return to that man's side once more to tell him she fell in love with him from a very long time ago. Creasing her eyebrows, Huang Yuli lay on the bed, thinking about the thousands of what-ifs. She wondered what Mu Qingqing was doing now. When she was reborn, the calendar showed it was already the 13,764 year of the Tianling calendar, while the year she denoted her Dantian was the year 13750. In other words, 14 years had passed in her period of muddleness. She could imagine the grief and sadness Mu Qingqing experienced at the point of her death. Towards this point, she held no doubt about that. But 14 years have passed. Would the current him still miss her? After all, the tea will cool once the person leaves. The period of 14 years towards the 1,000-year-long lifespan of an emperor profound realm practitioner is but a fleeting experience. Adding on to the adored Mu Qingqing, the amount of females which surrounded were much too many. If he recovered from his scars and forgot about her, this does not seem unlikely. When her thoughts traveled to this point, Huang Yuli felt as if needles were stabbing her. She was in so much pain that she nearly leapt up. No, it wouldn't be. It can't be. Huang Yuli grinded her teeth. If he dared to go off like that, watch me cut that part of him into 8-10 pieces. If he wishes to commit crimes in the future, he will be unable to. Slapping her cheeks, her wild imaginations finally knocked her out. Too despicable. Such a backwater place like Southview, for an expert like Mu Qingqing who always liked to adventure for secrets, it would be impossible to obtain any information about him. Unable to put on at ease, Huang Yuli leapt up from the bed. This can't do. I must make all haste and quickly cultivate and return to my peak as soon as possible. I cannot allow for that sly fox to swoop and take advantage. Because she thought to this point, she could delay no longer. Not caring about whether or not the sun had risen, she went to rouse the sleeping Kai Wei. Under the sleepy and unfocused gaze of Kai Wei's, Huang Yuli informed her that she wished to enter a period of closed cultivation. She also said that no one was to disturb during this time. Delivering her words, she immediately sealed herself in her room. In the 9 Phoenix transformations, there was a pill recipe written inside. The various herbs she had collected would form a 6th-grade pill. Only then would the medicinal properties be fully put to use. Unfortunately, Huang Yuli was not a pill master. And it was impossible for her to seek out a high-leveled alchemist in Southview. So she could only settle for the next best option. Fortunately, the little phoenix informed her of an alternative method. As long as she placed these herbs into a basin of hot water and soak in it, it would allow for the medicinal properties to stimulate her flame spirit physique. And the end result was not too different than consuming a pill. So an immense tub was placed within her room. The various herbs were already arranged as the manual specified. Quietly Huang Yuli said, "Wang Kai, light the fire." Furiously, the little phoenix sneakily ate half of the drumstick. Then from the windowsill, he inhaled a large breath. This action caused his fluffy body to swell up, looking more like a fluffy ball. Afterwards, he used all his power to blow out a puff of true phoenix flame. As the flames ignited below the tub, it furiously started to burn, lighting up brightly. Immediately after that, Huang Yuli crushed the flame cloud pearl and scattered it into the water. This would act as a guide for the rest of the herbs. This scattering caused the tub's water to instantly turn a blood red in color. When this was paired with the gradual boiling and bubbling of the water, the blood-red water seemed a bit frightening. Shedding off her clothes, Huang Yuli jumped unhesitatingly into the waters. Hot. So hot. This was her first reaction. Then, the searing hot sensation entered into her bloodstreams and to her 5 bodily organs. This intense pain racked her entire body as she lay there trembling. But she clenched her teeth, refusing to make a sound as she endured the pain. This bath was really hot. It did not help with all their herbs being fire attributed as well and the phoenix true flame. If any ordinary person were to sit in this medicinal bath, their body would become badly mutilated from burn instantly. It would take no more than a breath's time. But Huang Yuli possessed the flame spirit physique, which enabled her to be immune to any injuries from fire-related things. Although these raging flames would be deadly for ordinary people, they are the best type of tonic for her. However, no matter how many injuries her flame spirit physique was able to block for her, Huang Yuli still needed to endure the pain and heat. As the minutes steadily passed by, Huang Yuli felt as if 100 years had gone by when in fact only a mere time it took to brew a cup of tea lapsed by. Even the little phoenix was scared by that boiling magma-like basin of water. Ignoring his most beloved drumstick, his eyes were firmly planted on Huang Yuli. Watching her soak within the bath, he couldn't help but turn into his human appearance. Even though he would constantly flaunt and praise himself as a mighty phoenix, those waters still scared him. This female wouldn't be burned to death, right? God, don't With great difficulty, he had recognized a master, even though she tended to tease and play with him most of the time. But she still generously fed him drumsticks to eat every day. If she were to drop dead here, then he must return to the Sky Phoenix Ring. What would he do? How many years would he have to go by without any drumsticks? Though the little phoenix was rolling around in frenzy, there was nothing he could do. During the midst of his panic, soaking in the bath motionlessly, Huang Yuli let out a long sigh. As the blood-red water bubbled, the herb essences began to be gradually absorbed into Huang Yuli's body. Very quickly the basin of water became transparent like normal water, but still continued to bubble. At this point, Huang Yuli's tightly closed eyes opened, her eyes flashing a golden color. Sitting up, her mind finally became sober once more. At the same time, she felt as if her entire body had been reborn. Although the herbal essences had been absorbed into her body, turning into clear water, but the true phoenix flames continued to heat the waters. To ordinary people, it was still quite hot to the touch. However, this temperature did not make her feel any discomfort. On the contrary, she felt as if she returned to her infant days, her whole body full of vitality. It was like the power of these flames were a part of her body. Every cell in her body, clamoring to obtain this power. A ghost of smile appeared on her face. So this is the flame spirit physique. It was even more amazing than her previous 9th grade fire attributed talent. She was just quietly sitting there, yet she could feel the surrounding fire elements scrambling to her direction. Waving her hand, the burning phoenix true flames flickered a bit, but did not seem to resist her too much. She easily absorbed it into her body. This female devil, you. Squatting to the side, the little phoenix stared at this scene with an open mouth. Just now he thought that this poison-tongued woman would be cooked in the tub, almost scaring this baby to death. When he thought of this possibility, for her to open her eyes again, little Phoenix felt secretly happy for her. But out of his expectations, her next action stunned him so much that his eyes almost fell out. She actually absorbed the true Phoenix fire into her body? He didn't see wrong, did he? Although the high-leveled fire attributed practitioners could refine fires into their bodies as a means of attack. But that is the first of the top 10 fire rankings, the true Phoenix flame. Even in the God realm, wanting to refine the true Phoenix fire, that was something only top-level geniuses could do. As for a lower realm such like the Tianling continent, this kind of thing was simply unheard of. Although Huang Yuli currently possessed the flame spirit physique, geniuses with the flame spirit physique were not a few. Those who could obtain the true Phoenix flame in their teens numbered 0. Besides, even if one could just barely refine it, the entire process is extremely difficult. They needed to go through all kinds of painful torments. If there are no experienced elders aiding from the side, it will be easy to go berserk. But this female devil? She waved her hand. Then? After a stiff-faced expression, Huang Yuli finally revealed a smile. Although this little ghost was usually very arrogant, it still knew to worry about his owner in key moments. Finally, those buckets of chicken legs were not bought in vain. Stinking brat, your worry over this elder sister makes her so moved. But are you not some tall and grand mythological phoenix? How are you not embarrassed by your frequent crying? Aren't you ashamed? Huang Yuli lightly teased him. Momentarily shocked, the little phoenix immediately recovered himself and jumped up angrily. Who are you accusing of crying? This little lord does not cry. Humph. Small Phoenix denied this in a flustered manner, but could not help himself to feel worry. Cautiously, he touched his plump-like bun's cheeks. The result, he did not feel anything. Haha. Seeing him fall for her trick, Huang Yuli laughed out with no reservations. You played me. Discovering he had been played a fool, the little phoenix became more crazy. Female devil, why did you not burn to death? Where is the justice in the world? Laughingly, Huang Yuli replied, oh, still small in age, but already beginning to curse at others, your upbringing was really bad. Seems like this elder sister needs to educate you. You, what do you want to do? Small eyes staring at her, he subconsciously to cover his buttocks. This unconscious action caused another round of laughter to erupt from Huang Yuli. Although she had hit this little one's but only once, but it was enough to scare this one. Though this cheeky lad usually portrayed a lofty attitude, in reality, he was quite timid. She can exploit this in the future. When the little phoenix saw the trace of a devilish smile, a burst of cool sweat formed on his back. Instinctively he retreated a few steps and carefully asked, Hey, female devil, the bath water is now cold, why do you not come out? Throwing him an eye roll, she replied, there is still a little effect left. I'll soak in it for a bit longer and not waste the remaining essences. At a loss, the little phoenix thought for a while, before abruptly jumping up from the corner. Without much fear, he laughed out loudly. Ha ha ha, I know why. Female devil, since you are not wearing clothes, you don't dare come out. He, let this little lord tell you, in fact this little lord saw everything quite clearly. Your body is really lacking, oh. This little lord couldn't really differentiate which side was the front and which was the back. The sight practically polluted this little lord's eyes. Assuming he held a leverage over Huang Yuli, the little phoenix immediately felt elated. In truth, he did not see anything at all. During that time, not only was he too nervous, the color of the waters were so deep. Although he did not see anything, he could not give up an opportunity to ridicule at this female devil. Usually, he was the victim to her constant scoldings and beatings, so when he saw her nervous expression, he must retaliate. After all, the female devil was not wearing any clothes. So she certainly could not jump out to catch him. Plump cheeks red from excitement, his small chin was raised as he looked at her with squinted eyes and a wide toothful grin. You could not describe his happiness. But unexpectedly, Huang Yuli smiled. Stinking brat, since you saw something you should not see, you cannot blame me for the appropriate punishments. You are now forbidden to eat your beloved chicken drumsticks. As she said this, she recovered the little phoenix back into the sky phoenix ring in one swift move. Little Phoenix did not expect this trick from her. Finding himself locked up, the little boy began to anxiously and desperately jump and scream in the jade ring. Female devil, release me. Release me. This little lord is warning you, if you dare to treat such a distinguished phoenix like this, you will be cursed. Hi, forget it. As long as you release, I will not scold you later, okay, boo-hoo, you are so heartless, abusing even children. Not eating chicken legs for a few minutes, my waist has already slimmed. At first, he tried a harsh tone, but found that Huang Yuli did not budge. Thus he resorted to a softer tacit, but it also yielded poor results. Almost laughing out from his actions, Huang Yuli quickly disconnected her consciousness. This stinking brat really needed to be taught a lesson. She did not know who he was learning from recently, but he spoke like a thug at such a young age. TSK, daring to even talk back at his master. If he continued to be like this as a child, what will he grow up to become? Suddenly, Huang Yuli recalled the scene when she first entered the Sky Phoenix ring. Seeing that phoenix on the platform, Wang Kai seemed to say that it was his brother, a real ancient and grand phoenix. That large phoenix possessed his own charisma. Masculine. Unrestrained. Shocking, but this bad character of his, it wouldn't be heredity? Though, in summary, in order to correct this little boy's bad attitude, she must keep him under house arrest for a while. In a good mood, Huang Yuli stepped out from the tub. Putting on some clean clothes, she lazily stretched out. It had been quite a long time since she experienced the feeling of possessing strength. Her body was practically at one with the worldly energy around her. As long as she beckoned, profound chi filled her entire being with ease. Face lighting up with a smile, she pulled out 9 Phoenix transformations and began to carefully read it. In order to defend against the possibility of cultivators of the 9 Phoenix transformations from going berserk, she was only capable of reading the first few pages. Only when she mastered the contents in the first section will the latter stages be unlocked. According to the instructions in the manual, since she had successfully broken through the bottleneck, she would be able to display the domineering powerful of her flame spirit physique. And since the flame spirit physique is also considered a rare and top-level talent, in terms of cultivational advantage, it was said to be overwhelming. Not only will they be naturally aligned with the fire attribute, their cultivational will also be 10 times faster than ordinary 9th grade talent. Furthermore, all possessors of the spirit physiques have all-system talent. Reading through the manual, her hands shook. This shake nearly ripped the pages. Other attributes may not be as outstanding as the fire attribute, but they would at least be 9th grade talent. Did they make a mistake? Was this manual writing nonsense? Feeling her face twitch, Huang Yuli could not believe it. This couldn't be true? Although she heard the little phoenix speak of it, that the flame spirit physique was very very rare, but, all-system talent? This is too much nonsense. In her previous life, with her 9th grade fire talent and her 7th grade metal talent, she was already considered a peerless genius in the Tianling continent. With such amazing talent, she not only did she become the sole 9th tier armament master in the continent, she also successfully at the 25 years old, broke through to the 9th stage, the Emperor Profound Realm. Second only to Mu Qingqing, to reach the 9th stage in her 20s. Yet this manual was telling her, the grand 9th grade talent of her previous life, was only a passing advantage that the flame spirit physique possessed in it various advantages? It was not worth mentioning at all? This. Although this book originates from the God realm, but Huang Yuli still doubted the credibility of it. If this was true, then her talent scared even herself. Oh, whether it's true or fake, I cannot waste any more time. I must quickly begin to cultivate the 9 Phoenix transformations. Shaking her vigorously to rid herself of all negative thoughts and distractions, she began to read the first pages. Then, sitting cross-legged on the floor, she held her breath and recited the meditative chant. Following that, she started to absorb the profound chi around her. As Huang Yuli activated the technique, before she could process anything, profound chi began to frantically surge towards her dantian. It took only an instant for her to absorb it into her body. Unceasingly, the large and powerful profound chi traveled and entered her 12 meridians. Feeling only a slight buzzing sensation in her mind, Huang Yuli sensed all her meridians had linked up. She had entered the chi profound realm. She was frightened by her own progress. That speed was just too shocking. Her previous self with her 9th grade talent still took an entire night to successfully together all her meridians. That kind of result was already considered a very world-shaking record. For a common cultivator with 3rd to 4th grade talent, they needed to spend a year's worth of time to successfully enter the ranks of martial practitioners, while the current her used at most 2 breaths of time to reach the Qi profound realm. Furthermore, before she could react and cry out in surprise, she felt the profound Qi within her veins concentrate together again. Not only did it become denser, it began to increase in a frantic manner. Soon after, she felt herself break through the 1st level of the Qi profound realm. Afterwards, the 2nd level of the Qi profound realm. 3rd level. 4th level. The increasing of profound Qi seemed to have no end. Madly, it entered her body and repeatedly broke through each successive level. Sitting motionlessly on the soft mat, Huang Yuli's body began to release a faint light. And like a magnet, the heaven and earthly profound Qi coalesced towards her. For other cultivators, they needed to use and think up all kinds of methods to enter a meditative state. Only by using all of their sparse profound Qi, were they able to, with great difficulty, absorb the heaven and earthly profound Qi into them. And if they wished to advance to the next level, they must use increased periods of time to accumulate the necessary amounts. Repeatedly trying to advance. Some even needed the support of specific pills to aid them in climbing this wall. But for Huang Yuli, she practically used no effort. No, she merely chanted the cultivation technique at the very beginning. As for the rest of the work, she did not exert any effort for the profound Qi to so frantically enter into her body. Under such an aggressive profound Qi assault, she passively advanced in levels. In fact, even if she wished to stop, she could not stop this advancement at all. Profound Qi realm, 7th level. Bairua Qi had started her cultivation from the age of 10. Bitterly she cultivated for 5 years, and with the aid of numerous pills, was she then able to reach the profound Qi realm's 7th level. And at such a speed, it was enough to everyone to dub the title of genius on her. This allowed her to become the most influential and powerful aristocratic daughter of Southyu. Yet, Huang Yuli used only a few breaths to catch up to her current level. Furthermore, she did not stop there. There was just no end in sight. Qi profound realm, 8th level. Qi profound realm, 9th level. In a blink of an eye, Huang Yuli reached the peak of the Qi profound realm. She was only a single step away from entering the defensive profound realm. How many countless practitioners struggled to reach this peak, yet this was right in front of her eyes. But it was at this moment, did she sense of a feeling of obstruction. She did not break through into the defensive profound realm like a knife cutting through butter. In fact, she stopped there. Calming down after her wild absorption, Huang Yuli's eyebrows wrinkled. She did not expect such a momentum surge of profound Qi was incapable of promoting her to the next realm. But, this task was certainly not a simple task. Advancing to the next large stage required some time and effort. It is quite normal to suffer obstruction. Taking in a breath of air, Huang Yuli started once again. Taking up the Ning Phoenix transformations technique, she planned of sailing and leaping straight over to the 2nd stage. Full of confidence, Huang Yuli believed that she would be able to pass without a doubt. Her body was brimming with profound Qi, while all of the surrounding fire elements conjugated around her. She could clearly sense all the changes in her system, and her control over the fire element had become more fine-tuned, bending to her every will. But it was at that moment that blockage once again appeared. Failing due to a final push. What is going on? Face flushed, Huang Yuli nearly cursed out. Clearly her journey and absorption of profound Qi were all very smooth. Yet she was unable to break through. What joke was this? Didn't the 9 Phoenix transformations claim to be a god-level cultivation technique? Furthermore, wasn't she some flame spirit physique? Doesn't it sound majestic? So why did she meet with a bottleneck after cultivating for such a short duration? Isn't this too unscientific? Ending her cultivation, Huang Yuli picked up the 9 Phoenix Transformation Manual and flicked through it. Under the previous writings, she discovered a new set of characters. Hurriedly, she skimmed the words and stopped. Unable to believe her eyes, they widened at the discovery. Then, she reread the passage again. This time with greater attention, before finally swearing out, "Crap. Such a fraudful technique. Do you need to deceive me like this? Are techniques passed down from the god realm all this abnormal?" According to the books, reaching the peak of Qi Profound Realm allowed her to advance her affinity with the fire element. Once she was able to gather all of the fire elements around her, she would have successfully learnt the first transformation of the 9 Phoenix transformations, Fire Spirit. Turns out, I have already practiced the first transformation of the 9 Phoenix transformations. I am quite fast. According to the book, it would take roughly a year for a 9th grade talent to succeed in this step. So comparatively speaking, Huang Yuli was the abnormal one. Realizing this point, she felt quite elated. But as she read further, the contents of the next portion shattered her good spirits. Although the speed of cultivation for a flame spirit physique cultivating the 9 Phoenix transformations are quite astounding, they will experience a bottleneck each time they practice a new transformation. Apart from hard work and cultivation, one also needs to gather the corresponding herbs and spirit stones to arouse one's potential. Otherwise, they would be unable to break through. Huang Yuli nearly blew her top, so the assignment of herb gathering was not a one-time thing. Every time I break through, I must gather higher-ranked herbs. This is such a scam. Will there be an end to this? Furiously, Huang Yuli threw the manual onto the tabletop. The originally happiness that came from lightning-fast advancement had now all be swept away. This is like someone who believed they had won the lotto, only to realize they could only take a portion of the money. They felt happiness at the start, only to be replaced by much more disappointment. But, Huang Yuli sat next to the bed for a while. Very quickly, she adjusted her state of mind. The more heaven-defying one's talent was, the more resources they will need. After all, the flame spirit physique is originally from the god realm. To the abnormal requirements for resources is also quite normal. This was reality that could not be changed, no matter how much she blamed and accused the heavens. What's more, she was already quite fortunate to be born with such a heaven-opposing constitution. She did not possess any qualifications for dissatisfaction. As for the future problems she will face, she could only slowly find the appropriate methods. She was the most intelligent person in the Tianlin continent and the most black-bellied female, Huang Yuli. Was there anything that would stump her? Retrieving the throne 9 Phoenix transformations, Huang Yuli wrote down the necessary ingredients needed to break through to the second layer. This time, the required materials needed were more ludicrous than last time. That was because the majority of the listed materials last time were medicinal herbs. Furthermore, they were not high-quality ones either. As long as you possessed enough money, you could purchase all of them. Whilst this time round, a good portion of the materials were high-leveled demonic stones. She required 9 5th-grade demonic beast stones, 4 6th-grade demonic beast stones and 1 7th-grade demonic beast stone. Not to mention, they all needed to be of the fire attribute. For Huang Yuli, this was too hard to accomplish. All 5th-grade demonic beast stones were set at astronomical prices. If she wished to purchase just one, it would be a hard-to-accomplish feat. Let alone that many. And if she were to go hunt them by herself, her little strength was insufficient to take down a 5th-grade demonic beast. Disregarding finding one, she wasn't even qualified to enter the inner regions of Dark Moon Forest. And if she were to consider finding some people to assist her in taking down a 7th-grade demonic beast, they need to at least be in the top 20 of the entire South Sky region. Not mention the enormous expenditure, they wouldn't accept any commission. If an unknown nobody girl like her were to request their assistance, they would not acknowledge her. But apart from this road. Suddenly, the owner of Thousand Treasure Pavilion passed through her mind. If it were that man, she wondered if he could deal with a 7th-grade demonic beast. No, it can't be. Although he had excellent talent, he was still young in age. At the tender age of 20, would he be stronger than Mu Qingqing if he were able to deal with a 7th-grade demonic beast? Rising to the position of most powerful person in the history of Tianling continent, even Mu Qingqing still only reached the 7th layer at the age of 20. Vigorously she shook her head, in an attempt to erase the man's figure from within her head. She thought too much. Regardless whether or not the man was truly that strong, even if he were a sky-profound realm expert, it was impossible for her to ask him for help. Li was not a sloppy person towards love. Since she had made a concrete decision not to reciprocate the man's affections, she would no longer have any further interactions with him. She could not find it in herself to act like a white lotus, pure and innocent with exploiting his good intentions. She clearly knew she would be unable to return his feelings. It would be better to be straightforward. To clearly reject his intentions from the beginning, cutting through his unrealistic dreams. As a result, in the short term, it would be impossible for her to break through to the 2nd layer. Wrinkling her eyebrows, Li wasn't too worried. There were always alternative methods. She just needs time to think of some. It would also be better for her to solve the more immediate problems in front of her. Putting the 9 phoenix transformations away, she entered the world of the Sky Phoenix Ring with a single thought. She wondered how the arrested little phoenix was faring. She made the appropriate preparations already. Each time, the little phoenix would definitely throw a big tantrum, destroying and creating chaos inside the Sky Phoenix Ring. The aftermath was similar to a storm had passing through. In the previous house arrests of this child, that had always been the end result. But the result this time surprised her. For a moment, Li thought she had walked into the wrong place. The inner space of the Sky Phoenix Ring had expanded infinitely. Previously, she could describe the place as a room with a door. But now, this room seemed to have undergone a renovation, becoming completely different and brand new. Upgrading from a shabby and unfurnished room, to a lavious and bright living room. The originally room empty, without the slightest bit of furnishment, now contained several cabinets. Walking over, Li looked at them with a glint in her eyes. Inside each cabinet, were a variety of practical objects. There were martial skills, cultivator pills, profound armaments, demonic stones, etc. Unfortunately, the demonic stones were very low grade, all 1st grade or 2nd grade. Thinking for a moment, she came to an understanding. This is probably due to her successfully completing the 1st transformation. As a result, the extent of the upgrade was very limited. But if she continued to break through, the Sky Phoenix Ring will continue to upgrade and the level of treasures should also increase. As for martial skills and profound armaments, she did not hold much interest or use. But the pills are very useful for her. 2nd level upper grade pills are very precious in the small country of South Yu. So an entire bottle sell for tens of thousands of silvers. But this cabinet was filled to the brim. In addition, they were all of the fire attribute, coincidentally aligning with her fire attribute body. Seeing so many treasures placed before her, Li felt very good. Picking out a few, she stashed a few useful bottles into her sleeves. But she did not find the little phoenix inside the room. Strange, where did that brat go? Looking left and right, she discovered a door had appeared inside this closed room. She gently pushed the door opened. What greeted her was a small garden outside. The garden was very small, about 300 meters square large. Half of the garden was covered in a field. The soil showing a dark red color and looking very fertile. But the field was now bare, nothing was sown. whilst there were a few unknown weeds growing along the side, reaching to the height of the average human. A flash of surprise passed through Huang Yuli's eyes. After the upgrade of the Sky Phoenix ring, it was even capable of growing living things. Such a fortuitous discovery. Not only are space armaments rare in the Tianling continent, not even 9th-level space armaments are capable of storing life. At most, they can only host spirits like the little phoenix. But actual living bodies and plants could not enter. Armaments able to accommodate living creatures are top-quality, profound armaments. Her luck really was good. She had picked up a real treasure. Towards the right side of the garden, there was a small pond with water as clear as crystal. Looking into it, one could see colorful pebbles lining the bottom of the pond. A small plump figure was asleep just by the side, whose chubby cheeks were tilted to the side and mouth had a trail of suspicious liquid drooling out. Without waking him up, Huang Yuli squatted to the side and scooped up some water. Then in big gulps, she drank it. A cool and refreshing feeling instantly filled her body. While her dantian's profound qi surged in abundance, while all fatigue and sleepiness were washed away. This is the legendary spirit Saint Spring? As if she recalled something, Huang Yuli exposed a faint smile. This is a holy medicine for strengthening the physique and replenishing profound qi. So happy she was, she nearly cried out. In her old days, of all the numerous treasures Huang Yuli had discovered, none were more precious than this spirit Saint Spring. Because the most outstanding aspect of the spirit Saint Spring was its ability to nourish the soul. The soul is the origin and fundamental essence of life for all life. Profound and spiritual power can all be improved through practice, but the strength of the soul is determined from the time of one's birth. From birth, one's soul could only be harmed and weakened. It is very hard to create any obvious improvements. The soul's strength drastically limited and influenced the future development of a cultivator. Once it is damaged and not properly treated, although one's outer flesh would seem no different. But on more serious notes, one future cultivation will forever stagnate and never increase. For a cultivator, a decline in one's cultivation is 100 times more critical than a bottleneck. In addition to this, effects of such injuries will only fully display when a cultivator passed the 6th layer, with the disparity of the soul's power becoming obvious. Even cultivators of the same level, the difference in soul power would become more prominent in battle. It was due to her soul explosion, did Huang Yuli assumed her soul would dissipate and scatter. Yet now, without any cause or explanation, she experienced a rebirth. Though she clearly felt her soul was held half the power of her previous self. This is a very dangerous situation for her. Not only will it affect her cultivation, in the worst-case scenario, it could also threaten her life. Similar to a ticking time bomb buried beside her. This is an issue that constantly presented Huang Yuli with a headache, but she was helpless to solve this. This was also the reason why she so urgently wished to cultivate to the 6th layer. Once she possessed a decent amount of strength, then would she be able to seek out the appropriate heavenly items to recover her soul. Yet out of all expectations, there was such a large spirit Saint Spring within the Sky Phoenix ring. Although the spring's nourishing effects could not be defined as quick, but with such a large amount available, if she continued to drink on a daily basis for an extended period of time, there would definitely be an immense improvement. There is now hope to counter her biggest worry. Including her current heaven-defying physique, reaching the 9th layer is without question. Kneeling on the ground as she leaned over the spring, Huang Yuli drank several mouthfuls. The refreshing feeling penetrated the very depths of her soul unknowingly, caused a smile to blossom on her face. It was at that moment, an arrogant voice entered her ears. "Wow, female devil, you have such special hobbies. You actually like to drink my bath water." Turning her head around, the little phoenix had unknowingly awoken from his slumber. His 2 white and tender feet were splashing around in the spring with a cocky expression plastered on his face. Looking at his tiny feet, seeing his pouting face, her lips hardened. In the next moment, a world-shaking cry echoed through the garden. Save me, ah, the female devil is abusing. Domestic violence, ah. The sound of a door rang, as Huang Yuli threw aside the thoroughly reformed little phoenix and exited the space. Once she left the room, she was greeted with the face of a very worried Kai Wei standing guard. Third young miss. Frowning, Huang Yuli asked, "Did I not say I have urgent business and needed to enter seclusion for a while? No matter who it is, they are not to disturb me?" Due to her displeased mood, her gaze hazy and unknowingly carried some pressure. But Kai Wei couldn't help but cower. For some unknown reason, her family's third young miss seemed to be more domineering than usual. A simple and casual glance caused cold sweat to appear on her back. It was more frightening than the second young miss. Did she make a mistake? What Kai Wei did not know was Huang Yuli is no longer a cultivational wastrel. She had become a Qi Profound Realm 9th level cultivator and only a step away from the defensive Profound Realm. Although Kai Wei's talents weren't bad, she had yet to fully link all her meridians and be considered a cultivator. In her perspective, Huang Yuli could already be considered a peak-level expert. Head lowered, Kai Wei carefully chose her words, "Third young miss, this servant did not intentionally wish to disturb you. But someone from the royal palace has arrived." The palace? Huang Yuli was surprised. Information of her stealing from the royal treasury couldn't have leaked out? That's not right. If news were leaked out, the golden-scaled guards would have already stationed themselves along the perimeter of the back courtyard. Why would they be this amicable and send a maid to escort her out? Kai Wei replied in a hushed voice, "From what I hear, he is uniquely from the Empress Dowager's side." That so? Huang Yuli raised her eyebrow in question, "Then I will go meet him." What? You say that the Empress Dowager is hosting a peach blossom banquet 3 days later in the royal palace, inviting all of large family ladies in the capital? Not expecting to hear such news, Huang Yuli asked this confirmation in surprise. Uniquely nodded his head. That's right. This year's peach blossoms are blooming early, and coincidentally there is a peach blossom grove within the palace. The view is very beautiful. Her Empress Dowager really adores it, and she can imagine how much young girls like flowers, so she is inviting the young ladies for a viewing. For the young ladies entering the Empress Dowager's palace, great fortune has been bestowed upon them. Congratulations, third young miss Bai. So it was like this. May I ask how many esteemed young ladies have received this invitation? This privilege has only been given to the young ladies with the appropriate high statuses, all daughters of the first wife. For example, your elder cousin second young miss Bai, official Ding Jin's eldest daughter and fourth daughter, Jing Jun matters. Curving her lips slightly, Huang Yuli looked at uniquely with a face of smiles, while other intentions flashed through her eyes. In the previous years, the Empress Dowager often loved to host such gatherings in the palace. But in these recent years with her old age and declining health, she needed to rest within the palace. Rarely she showed her face. This peach blossom banquet was neither for play or for gathering. Under the guise of a banquet, the Empress Dowager had invited all of the most noble and unmarried young ladies of the capital. If there were no hidden intentions in such an event, it would be very strange. She presumed this is because of the lose of face between the Crown Prince and Bai Ruoqi previously. This banquet couldn't be a banquet to choose His Highness the Crown Prince's imperial concubine? As Huang Yuli was pondering this, Uniquely was also secretly observing her. He was a favored person of the Empress Dowager. No matter which family he visited in the capital, he would be given distinguished treatment. Contrary to his expectations, at Huang Yuli's, he had been kept waiting for half a day. This caused Uniquely to feel quite displeased. But when he met with Huang Yuli, he was given quite a shock. They all said that the Bai family's third young miss was thin and ugly, with a timid personality. Not to mention she possessed a waste physique. Such a person naturally could not match His Highness, the Crown Prince. If it weren't her father, Bai Lufeng's status as the #1 expert of South Yu, as well as her previous verbal agreement of engagement with the Crown Prince, then she not possess any qualifications to attend this banquet. Because she could not even pass the most preliminary of tests. She was out of the Empress Dowager's scope from the start. But when he met her today, Uniquely really doubted his eyes. The young girl standing before him had bright eyes and pearly teeth, arched eyebrows, a jade nose, and a beautiful face. Although her body is a bit underdeveloped, it was not strange for her age. And from his observations, she carried herself in a special kind of light and graceful manner. In addition to this, she held an arrogant and cold demeanor unique to those of high standings. This demeanor would unconditionally make others lower their heads in her presence. Even Uniquely, the sly old fox who had many years of palace experience, reigned in his arrogant manner in her presence. He became many times more respectful. Worthy to be called Bai Lufeng's daughter. Looks like he must go back to Her Highness, the Empress Dowager, and inform her that third young Miss Bai is very different from the rumors. Even so, she cannot become the Crown Prince's imperial concubine. No matter how good her temperament is, she was a cultivational wastrel. As a dignified 5th-grade talent, how could His Highness wed a wastrel? Although Huang Yuli knew what he was thinking, she did not mind. Thank you Uniquely, I will most definitely attend the banquet. Sending Uniquely away, a trace of a sinister smile appeared on Huang Yuli's face. She had immediately shut herself the day after she looted the royal treasury, so she remained oblivious to the night's final result. Just how big of a ruckus did it stir? As for the debt the Crown Prince owned 1,000 Treasure Pavilion, it was unclear whether or not he had cleared his debt. Yet he was already choosing his wife. For the position of imperial concubine, Huang Yuli held no interest, but she felt it necessary to watch the upcoming and lively show. Bai Ruoqi wished to become the Crown Prince's imperial concubine, not even hesitating to kill her own cousin? She will not allow for this mother and daughter pair to achieve their goals. Wu Wei Manor. Uniquely also visited the manor to convey the Empress Dowager's intentions, inviting Bai Ruoqi to participate in her peach blossom banquet. When Wu Wei Manor heard the news, they felt a bit uneasy. If it were 10 days earlier, they would be jumping ecstatically from the news of choosing the Crown Prince's imperial concubine. Then in the near future, it will be Wu Wei Manor ruling the country. However, since the day of 1,000 Treasure Pavilions auction, the Crown Prince did not initiate any form of contact with Bai Ruoqi. Bai Ruoqi remained very worried about the Crown Prince. Suffering for days, before finally deciding to inform Bai Lu Jing of the events that conspired during the auction. When Bai Lu Jing heard the news he madly cursed at her, but after his anger passed, the dragon of a man the Crown Prince could not be missed. He must help his daughter to amend for her wrongs. The position of imperial concubine, he cannot allow it to fall into the hands of another family. As a result, Bai Lu Jing sold off many properties Bai Lu Feng left behind. After much difficulty, he managed to scrape up 1 million silver and deliver it to the royal palace as an apology to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was short of money, although Wu Wei's government prowess was not little, unless necessary, he did not wish to offend him. Going down a few steps and accepting it, it could be considered a reconciliation between the two parties. But when Bai Ruoqi went to seek an audience, the Crown Prince refused to meet her. Bai Ruoqi couldn't quite make out the situation. Could it be the Crown Prince's loathes her and no longer considering to take her as his princess? As anxious as she was the only 4th-grade talent young lady of South Yu. This advantage placed her far above the rest. Bai Ruoqi believed once the Crown Prince calmed down, he will understand that only a genius-proud woman like herself will be able to match him. When that time comes, she will show a more gentle and obedient side of herself. The Crown Prince will change his mind. Though her plans may be good, but these all require time. What Bai Ruoqi did not expect was the Empress Dowager's to suddenly hold a peach blossom banquet. Currently, the Crown Prince will still remember the auction. This time choosing of his imperial concubine will be very unfavorable for her. The Manor Madam's expression was also very bad. What to do? Cheer, yesterday when you went to visit, did the Crown Prince continue to refuse to meet you? Current schedule, 6 regular happy doses a week. Ashamed, Bai Ruoqi bowed her head. Yes, but His Royal Highness's attitude has become much better. Yesterday he asked the housekeeper to get me some tea before inviting me back. His heart must have softened. As long as you give me half a month's time. We don't have half a month's time. The Manor Madam was gloomy-faced. Oh, that cheap person Bai Ruoqi really is an unlucky star. She was the one to implicate you. Speaking through clenched teeth, we can't allow her to trick us with that weak appearance, as it is false. That day when she was in the presence of His Highness gaze towards her was very different. Recalling that time and the Crown Prince's moving eyes, Bai Ruoqi's heart burst into flames. Just by that little slut, she dared to attract the Crown Prince's gaze? Moreover, on that day you also seduced that mysterious and powerful expert. Why is this? She is just a waste. Rubbish. The Manor Madam coldly snorted out, I said that little slut is a scourge. But you do not need to waste your energy worrying about her, for she is just a wastrel. There is no possibility of her becoming the Crown Prince's imperial concubine. Even if could seduce the prince, the most she will become is a minor concubine. But I cannot resign myself to see that little slut. Enough. The Manor Madam interrupted her words, dealing with Bai Ruoqi is very easy. While your current competitor is the Dingwa government's third young Miss Louis E. Louis E? She is only a third-grade talent, how can she compete with me? Bai Ruoqi pridefully proclaimed. You do not know, but the Dingwa household has recently set up relation with a third-tier alchemist. With a large number of pills to assist her, in the last few days she has already been promoted to 7th level of the Qi Profound realm. The same as you. What? How could that be? Bai Ruoqi was surprised. How can this not be? Originally your talent was higher, even if your cultivations are the same, His Royal Highness will certainly choose you. But now, His Royal Highness Prince has lost hope in you, and may choose Louis instead. After all, the Dingwa household can employ the assistance of a third-tier alchemist. A clear symbol of strength. Bai Ruoqi began to panic. This? What to do? I have tried every means to approach the Crown Prince, but he is not willing to see me. I will go in the afternoon. At this time, the door was pushed open and in came Wu Wei Manor's Bai Lu Jing with big strides. He looked steely at his most beloved second daughter. You know to panic now? I really did not expect for usually smart you, to not even know how to win a man over. And also being plagued by that waste, Bai Ruoqi. Previously, everyone proclaimed you and the crown to be a golden pair, a match made in heaven. So if you lose this position of imperial concubine, the manor's face will going flying as well. Seeing her daughter was scolded to the point where she could not lift her head, the Manor Madam quickly interjected her husband, Manor Lord, Cheer knows she is wrong. Now scolding her will not do anything, so let us think about a way to win back the Crown Prince's heart. Snorting out, Bai Lu Jing withdrew a porcelain bottle from within his sleeves and threw it to Bai Ruoqi. This is a bottle of spirit-clearing pills. That year, your uncle only left one behind. Originally I intended to keep it for my own use, but I will give it to you. You must, within these 3 days to break through to the 8th or 9th level. As long as your strength is greater than Louis Yi's, the Crown Prince is a wise man, he will naturally know what to choose. Taking a look inside the porcelain bottle, Bairuoqi found one spirit cleansing pill lying inside. The spirit cleansing pill is a third-level lower-grade pill worth many times more than the spirit cleansing pill that Thousand Treasure Pavilion had auctioned. The spirit-raising pill is only useful for practitioners at the Qi Profound Realm, while the spirit cleansing pill can help those at the defensive Profound Realm to advance in level. Many times more effective for those at the Qi Profound Realm. This sort of pill was impossible for Bai Lu Jing to obtain. But the year Bai Lu Feng left, he left such a pill. After his disappearance, Bai Lu Jing went to snatch it from Bai Ruoli's grasp. Bai Lu Jing had planned to take it for himself. He did not think that this disappointing daughter of his not only failed to obtain that bottle of spirit-raising pills, but also offended His Royal Highness. Seeing the position as the country's ruler fly away, he must weigh the pros and cons. Only then did he reluctantly to take it out for Bairuoqi. Seeing the pressure similar to giving away his, my precious, Bairuoqi suddenly felt very ashamed. Firmly clasping the bottle, her eyes flashed with a firm look. Daddy, rest assured. With this spirit-clearing pill, your daughter will break through to the 9th level of the Qi Profound Realm within 3 days. And if I can go into closed-door cultivation for a further 3 months, breaking through to the defensive Profound Realm is not unfeasible. At the Peach Blossom Banquet, this daughter will definitely show the Crown Prince who is truly befitting of becoming his imperial concubine. I hope that is the case. You must live up to these expectations, do not make any mistakes. Although his tone was heavy and face serious, his heart was already set to marry his daughter to the Crown Prince. After all, a 15-year-old 9th-level Qi Profound practitioner in the South Yu is a rarely seen genius every 100 years. His Highness the Crown Prince is only SOSO. Not matter how powerful the Dingwu government household's daughter is, she still cannot be discussed on equal levels at Bairuoqi. After Bai Lu Jing walked away, Bairuoqi clutched the bottle with a determined gaze. Seeing this, the manor madam asked her, "What is it? Why have you not started cultivating?" Biting her lip, Bairuoqi responded, "Mother, even if I can suppress Lui Yi, wouldn't that little slut Bairuoli still be here?" That day in Thousand Treasure Pavilion, she deliberately seduced the Crown Prince. And if brings out the issue of her previous word agreement of engagement with the Crown Prince, what should be do? And if the Emperor pities her and really weds her to His Highness, the Crown Prince? She did not know why, but her intuition has been told her that her biggest obstacle will not be Lui Yi, but her seemingly fragile waist of a cousin. That little slut obviously should be a bullied and idiotic waist. But why, every time she laid her hands on her, she always ended up as the loser? She but a wastrel, the Empress Dowager will not be so confused. The manor madam could not help shake her head when she saw Bairuoqi's clenched teeth. A wastrel can make you this angry? Mother has told you it is very easy to deal with her. You only need to do this on the day of the Peach Blossom Banquet. The more the manor madam spoke, the softer her voice became. To the point where the last few words were barely heard by Bairuoqi. The more she listened, the brighter her eyes became. Mother, you really have your ways. Well, since that little slut dared to take my cultivation pills and seduce His Royal Highness, she must be defeated this time. To become the laughingstock of the entire Southview country. Soon the day of the Peach Blossom Festival arrived. That day, the weather was fine. From the early morning, Huang Yu Li actually took the time to choose her clothes. The palace had sent a carriage to pick her up. Taking Kai Wei along with her, she prepared to entire the carriage. But soon, she heard an arrogant snigger from behind her. I was wondering who it was. It was Bairuoli. Isn't the invitation for the Peach Blossom Banquet only for young ladies with outstanding talents? Why has Bairuoli also received an invitation from the palace? What you don't know is, Bairuoli, Is someone His Royal Highness previously held an engagement with? What? How is this possible? What does Royal Highness Prince see in this waist? Do make your story a bit more plausible. I am not lying to you. After all, Bai Ruoli has a powerful dad. When Marquis Bai was still here, she experienced everything differently. Unfortunately, waste will be waste in the end. With her backing gone, she has lost everything and fell to such a point. If what you say it true, then His Royal Highness is too pitiful. Almost forced to marry this waste. Inside the carriage, a variety of cynical voices sounded. They were all aimed at the target, third young Miss Bai. Huang Yuli sat quietly. Sitting in the carriage were all young ladies from various powers. They were all dressed up gorgeously, with elegant and beautiful smiles hanging from their faces. But as it happens, the words that came from their mouths were that unscrupulous and harsh sounding. One can imagine, with the original weak and timid character of Bai Ruoli, how she was bullied. With a shallow smile and a particularly gentle, Huang Yuli said, "Sisters, long time no see." All discussion ceased. Everyone stared at Huang Yuli. Just a moment ago, no one looked in her direction until the moment she spoke. As their eyes fell on her, they found that she was different from everyone's impression, completely different. Before, Bai Ruoli looked ordinary beyond belief, with a constantly lowered head, not daring to make a sound. Naturally, no one paid attention to her. But the girl in front of them has stunning looks. Facial features exquisitely small, white like jade skin, a clear little beauty. Moreover, her temperament was outstanding. Her gestures elegant and exquisite. Bearing greater than all those present. You are Bai Ruoli? Not possible? How could this be? But, she looks a bit like Bai Ruoli. Ah. I have grown up with her, I cannot mistake her. A hand touching the smooth and tender face, a bright smile lit up Huang Yuli's face. That day after the herb bath, her body was rid of all impurities, exiting through her meridians. Not only did she become peak-level practitioner of the Qi Profound realm, even her face had changed. This change is actually very subtle, nothing more than tender skin and facial features becoming more refined. From a glance, she was still the same person, but from other perspectives, she became a superior beauty. In retrospect, with Bai Lu Feng being an attractive man, adding on her mother's charm and alluring beauty, it was inconceivable for the daughter of those two to look so ordinary. It seems that the flame spirit physique not only clogged up her meridian, unable to cultivate, but also affected her appearance. Until that day of her first transformation, unlocking her flame spirit physique, will she be able to slowly reveal her true looks? Everyone's stunned and shocked eyes fell on her, but Huang Yuli kept her calm. In her past life, she was the #1 beauty of the Tianling continent. So she had long grown accustomed to accepting the hateful gazes of other women. She quietly glanced around. Laughing out, she said, "I did not expect you to miss me so much." Just then, the carriage was so noisy, I thought it was a group of lowly women were cursing on the streets. I did not expect that everyone was greeting me. When everyone heard this, they were surprised. They did not think there would be a day where the always ridiculed third young Miss Bai dared to speak to them like this today. Moreover, with such toxicity. Dared to call their group of jade daughters lowly women? Also saying they were swearing on the streets? Someone who could not endure, angrily refuted back, "Bai Ruoli, speak more politely. Do you really think that possessing a conferred title makes you so much better? Waste is waste, you have to recognize this identity. I think you are looking for a beating." Turning her head, Huang Yuli saw it was Jingjun Manor's Wei Ling Shuang who had spoke. Wei Ling Shuang is a close friend of Bai Ruoqi's, frequently bullying Bai Ruoli. She raised her eyebrows, but before she could speak, she heard the voice of Bai Ruoqi from behind her. "Lei Shuang, don't speak like that. No matter what, we are young ladies from upright families. Different from wastrels. After all, she grew up with no proper education from her father or mother. Not speaking right is normal. Ladies, we are all high-class ladies, so please do not care about her. Although Bai Ruoqi was speaking in a natural and unrestrained manner, an expression of helplessness was plastered over her face. Seemingly like a good sister trying to keep her sister from trouble. Huang Yuli looked at her with great interest. Today, Bai Ruoqi was dressed very beautifully. Even in this group of dolled-up young ladies, she particularly stood out. A few days ago, the appearance of Bai Ruoqi at Thousand Treasure Pavilion was still vivid in one's mind. But today, she was the complete opposite of her original awkward appearance. She looks like a immortal beauty standing on ice. A look full of self-confidence and haughtiness, seemingly like the position of imperial concubine is already hers. Is it possible to say that if the prince is in harmony with the prince? Pondering, Huang Yuli replied with a face full of smiles, "What sister is right? I really cannot talk properly, because I will only talk with people and not with mutts. So if I offend you, please do not take it to heart." Wei Ling Shuang's frosty face turned green. "Who are you saying is a mutt?" A look of innocence, Huang Yuli asked, "I did not say anything. Are you planning to take this self-appointed title?" Prepared for fight, Wei Ling Shuang was caught off guard with such a response. This left her at a loss. If she really beat up Bai Ruoqi, wouldn't she be admitting she was a mutt? In her hesitation, the carriage suddenly stopped. Outside the carriage, Eunuch Li's voice cried out, "Fellow young ladies, we have at the entrance of the palace. Please alight the carriage and follow me into the palace." Not daring to make trouble at the entrance of the palace, Wei Ling Shuang could only bitterly glare at Huang Yuli and proceed to exit the carriage. Following the crowd, Huang Yuli entered the palace. South Yu's royal palace was decorated very luxuriously, not inferior to some large sects. This is due to it being located right next to Dark Moon Forest. By the trading of demonic cores, South Yu's finance were quite ample. Huang Yuli's last to the royal palace had been late at night, with nothing to see. So now that she could finally visit during the day, she looked around with great interest. Almost as if she is visiting her own garden. Those arrogant daughters of various esteemed household, all trembled with bowed heads, as soon as they entered the palace. In this way, it caused Huang Yuli to stand out among the group. Behind them, Eunuch Li naturally saw her glances. To be so comfortable in this grand and majestic palace is such a rare sight indeed. At this moment, Eunuch Li could see the image of the Wu Wei manners by Lu Feng on Huang Yuli's body. This group of young ladies were brought to the depths of the imperial garden and towards the peach blossom orchard. Lovely spring sunshine shone into the palace, accentuating the beauty of the peach blossoms. Glowing with light, the flowers dyed the orchard in a magnificent rouge-like color. Bringing the group to their destination, Eunuch Li Gonggong smiled and said, "I ask fellow esteemed miss to first wait in this blossom orchard. If you are tired, you may go to the side pavilion to rest. At noon, Her Highness, the Empress Dowager will begin the banquet and entertain everyone." Finishing his words, he then proceeded to leave and left this group of aristocratic daughters in this peach blossom orchard. In the pavilion at the edge of orchard, were an array of tea and desserts with palace maid and eunuchs waiting on the side. However, the masters of these palaces did not appear. Nevertheless, of these aristocratic daughters, no one dared to slack off. Each one carefully checked their own makeup and clothing and gracefully walked into the peach blossom orchard. Every move was deliberately executed to highlight their own beauty and bearing. They were all very clear, although they could not see anyone, but the masters of these palaces are certainly observing them in secret. Now was the best time for them to show off. They must let the princes see their most beautiful side, potentially making them fall in love at first sight. Huang Yuli did not possess as much worries. Immediately, she went to find the most beautiful peach blossom tree and sat beneath it. Hands tucked under her chin, she tilted her head and quietly watched the beauty in front of her. A burst of warm air blew past, billowing the branches of the entire orchard and scattering quite a few petals. With this disturbance, the falling flowers created an image from a painting. Huang Yuli became stunned. She seems to, as if. At the other end of the peach blossom orchard, she saw the owner of Thousand Treasure Pavilion. Moreover, he did not wear his mask. Although it was only a silhouette, but that handsome and perfect-featured face and those clearly defining jawlines could not be mistaken. But he does not seem to emit his usually domineering aura. Instead, he appeared like an ordinary aristocratic young master with a splendid temperament, but too much delicateness. He wore noble violet robe, with golden embroidery exclusive to the royal family. On his head was a tall hat and a belt at his waist. Standing in the midst of the peach blossoms and petal storm, he appeared to be ethereal. The man slowly shook his head as if he was looking here and there and attracted the attentions of the whispers of the girls around him. But he just lightly changed his line of sight. Without changing his pace, he left. In an instant, he disappeared into the domineering palace. Watching from a distance, Huang Yuli could not believe her own eyes. She almost thought she saw wrongly. This man, how could he appear here, and, like this? This made others too unaccustomed. But very quickly, she regained herself. Last time when she was escaping the pursuit of the royal tutor, she had fled into the palace, and entangled herself with this man. Then, the golden-scaled guards, who were ordered to capture her, called him His Highness. At that time, she saw the man's face and became too shocked. Not in the right state of mind, she could bother herself to get to the bottom of this matter. But afterwards she guessed his identity. Obviously, he is a member of the royal family. And judging from his age, it is very likely for him to be a prince. Although the current reigning emperor has many successors. For those over 15 years old, there are only 6 or 7. But Betrayal never had the opportunity to enter the royal palace, so she simply could not differentiate these princes. More importantly, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has been known as the #1 genius of the South Yu. The reason why he could sit so stably on this position is not only because he is the eldest son of the Empress, but also because his strength overwhelms all his brothers. However, the cultivation of the Lord Owner is obviously higher than the Crown Prince by many times. If he is a prince, even if there were 100 crown princes, they would not be able to defeat him. If one thought like that, he could actually be an ordinary prince or something similar. Note, unlike Western culture, there are many rankings to princes and kings. Kings are another title princes may hold, and only specific princes of specific concubines hold the right to vie for the throne. Thinking over the various cause and effects, Huang Yuli still failed to comprehend the various intricacies hidden within. Since she could not figure it out, she gave up. Since the owner of Thousand Treasure Pavilion hid his own identity, there is certainly a reason. She did not have to butt herself into someone's private matters. Besides, the day when the two separated, they had left on such awkward terms. There is a possibility that the man no longer wished to hold any other relations with her in the future. After all, for someone with such a powerful and overbearing character, very rarely would they suffer such setbacks. It is hard to imagine the feeling of being severely refused by a woman. She could sense the man's sincere intentions towards her. Since she so mercilessly refused him, not only did she hurt him, she also hurt his self-esteem. But it was exactly because of her sincere intentions, did Huang Yuli resort to such resolute actions to remove him from her world. She already has Mu Qingqing in her heart. She could not have a foot in both boats, stringing others with illusory hope. She decided to stop the man's feelings before they had the chance to develop too much. This would be good for both of them. However, When thought of that day when she fled from the clear flower palace and the cold and gloomy face of the lord owners, a faint sour feeling arose in her heart. He is not bad, but such a pity. Leaning against the peach blossom tree, Huang Yuli's mind drifted off far, far away. At this time, the argumental voice of some nearby aristocratic daughters traveled to her ears. You see? Just then, that passing man looked really handsome and excellent. I almost became a fool. Never have I seen such a handsome man. Do not know what his identity is? Is he the son of a minister? He is not some minister's son, but His Royal Highness, a prince. He is prince? But my aunt is the emperor's favorite senior concubine. Every year, of the various times when I entered the royal palace, I have never seen him. Growing with such an appearance, I will never forget such a face. The doting of your aunt is news from the past few years, no? No wonder you do not know this. He is the legendary second prince, His Royal Highness, Prince Yu. What? He is His Royal Highness, Prince Yu? No wonder he looks so handsome. They all said that His Royal Highness Prince Wu is matchless. Really well deserved of these claims. When Huang Yuli heard their conversation, she frowned slightly. Prince Yu? Are they talking about Thousand Treasure Pavilion's owner? Is he really a prince? Phoenix Yu cannot help herself, but secretly move a bit closer. Leaning a little, she erected her ears, to hear what they were saying more clearly. Those few young ladies continued to twitter nonstop. Wait, so what is with Royal Highness Prince Yu? Why do you all know him? Quite obviously, not everyone recognized Prince Yu. Very quickly someone spoke out to answer this question. You actually do not even know about Prince Yu. His Royal Highness Prince Yu is the son of the most favored Empress Ming Fei from 20 years ago. He is the second prince born of Empress Ming? Didn't rumors say that the second prince is very weak in health, and possibly, already? Wait a moment, who is Empress Ming? The palace only has 4 empresses, so where did this Empress Ming come from? Another girl asked. General Nan's second daughter lowered her voice and whispered, You do not even know this, During the reign of Empress Ming, there was simply no one in the entirety of the 6 palaces, and she received all of the emperor's pampering. He almost never went to the imperial empress place. Is that so? She asked again, since Empress Ming was so adored, currently, how come there are no mentions of her name? This was royal secret, but with so many years in the passing, it is a public secret now. Looking around and saw they had not attracted any unwanted attention, second young Miss Chi began to inform her bosom friends. From what I heard, around 2 decades ago, the imperial empress and empress fell pregnant at almost the same time. If the emperor's favored Empress Ming were to rob the position of the eldest son, it will naturally have an impact on her status of imperial empress. As a result, the 2 empresses used all their strength to give birth to the eldest son. Someone interrupted at this moment. Quite obviously it is Her Majesty, the imperial empress who won. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is the elder, while Prince Yu Wang is only the second prince. Yes, that is correct. It's reported, in year of their birth, Empress Ming was the first to enter labor, but it ran into a difficult labor. After 3 days and nights, she had yet to give birth to His Royal Highness Prince Yu. As a result, the imperial empress who began later, gave birth to the crown prince. Barely holding on to her life, Empress Ming still managed to leave behind His Highness Prince Yu. So His Royal Highness Prince Yu is only a day younger than the crown prince. Wah, what a pity. Yes, for His Royal Highness Prince Yu to be born without a mother is so pitiful. Unexpectedly, with such a handsome face, His Royal Highness Prince Yu possessed such a devastating past? Second young Miss Chi glanced at them. Seems you are quite interested towards His Highness Prince Yu, eh? An aristocratic daughter immediately laughed. I heard that today is for the selection of imperial concubines, not only limited to the crown prince. The Empress Dowager also holds the intention to select some for several other princes. The position of Crown Prince's imperial concubine is unattainable for the majority, but His Royal Highness Prince Yu is still quite good. Although he is the second prince, he still possesses a prince's title. You will immediately become a princess once married. Someone echoed, yes, His Royal Highness Prince Yu looks so handsome, just by walking by, his elegant grace, is simply donned him the title of world's most beautiful man. For the one who could marry him, will have smoke rising from their graves. Yes, ah yes. His Royal Highness Prince Yu is just too handsome. Just by looks alone, who can defeat His Royal Highness, Prince Yu? Hiding behind the peach tree, Huang Yuli listened to those girls issuing their floral praises. Her lips pursed, she was in a very bad mood. Unexpectedly, this man was quite capable at inciting the hornet's nest. His Royal Highness Prince Yu, right? Out of this world handsome, right? By only slightly exposing his face briefly, he could captivate so many hearts on sight. Then why did he insist on wearing a mask in front of her, acting in such a cool manner? While in front of these girls, he did not cover it? Could it be, he enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by women? Current schedule, 6 regular happy doses a week. The more she thought, the unhappier Huang Yuli became. Nonetheless, it was not due to her liking the man. It was just. Thinking over it, she made a fist inside her heart. That's right, her displeasure originates from the man's fakeness. He was clearly a powerful individual, with a dominating and unrelenting disposition. His gaze towards her was filled with an indescribable sense of pressure. Yet his current persona in front of these various golden-spooned young ladies was an elegant and refined prince. What was he planning? Could it be he truly planned to select his imperial concubine during this peach blossom banquet? As she was considering this possibility, second young Miss Chi's voice drifted from behind her. You guys, don't just look at the face. I will tell you the truth, His Highness Prince Yu is not a good partner. Really? Why is that? Could it be he holds no power in court due to the passing of his royal mother? Or could it be, due to the extreme pampering of his Empress mother, Her Majesty, the Imperial Empress, cannot stand him? Second young Miss Chi shook her head, these are all incorrect. The truth is, due to Empress Ming's extreme exertion of her body during birth, he was born with a sickly constitution and nearly lost his life. After receiving the treatment of various esteemed doctors in the country, they all deemed he would not be able to live past 6 years. Ah? How could this be? But he currently, not only did he outlive 6 years, he should be coming of age soon, right? Yes. Afterwards, a medical expert from a large sect passed by and said he could cure the second prince. However, he requested that he take the second prince with him to the mountains to recuperate. Naturally, not many would know of His Highness Prince Yu, because he did not live in the royal palace. No wonder. Turns out it was like this. Expression turning grave, second young Miss Chi continued to speak. Not only is His Highness not a cultivator, his health is many times weaker than normal. His Highness Prince Yu cannot cultivate, so disappointing. That's right, he's not even a practitioner. Even if he is a prince, even with a pretty face, what use is that? Hi, for the one becoming Prince Yu's imperial concubine, it would misfortune from 8 generations. Don't dream of anything big in her entire life. What will one do, if they married a man who could not cultivate? In other words, the third prince is a 4th-grade talent, the 4th prince and 5th princes are 3rd-grade talents, all are more powerful than His Highness Prince Yu. I must be careful and not attract Prince Yu's gaze. The Tianling continent had always followed the law of the jungle. Peak-leveled experts held exceptional statuses, their words worth more than gold. And they were the dream spouses of all young girls. On the contrary, wastrels who could not cultivate, no matter how high their statuses were or how distinguished their births were, they would all be looked down upon. That year, as the daughter of Bai Lu Feng, a golden spoon daughter of Wu Wei Manor, Bai Ruoli was treated worse than a servant. Anyone could use a whip to strike, and she was powerless to retaliate. This was all due to her wastrel identity. Although these golden-spooned young ladies were moved by Prince Yu's immaculate appearance, once they heard he was unable to cultivate, their attitudes went through a 180-degree flip. Slight tones of despise could be heard in their speech. A wastrel prince will stay the same throughout his entire life. No matter how beautiful he was, he could not use his face to feed himself. They were all young ladies who were at least second-grade talents. How could they possibly marry that kind of person? As all the golden-spooned young ladies lost interest in His Highness Prince Yu, they all began to inquire about the others princes from second young Miss Ji. As for the contents of the next topic, Huang Yuli no longer held any interest. Her attention continued to linger on the topic regarding the second prince. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect such a powerful and arrogant man, the owner of Thousand Treasure Pavilion, to be the second prince of South Yu. Not to mention such an astounding identity. It was just too pitiful. It was hard for her to imagine that such an amazing man would be unable to live past 6 years. She felt quite miffed inside, but could not identify where this feeling arose from. An image of the man appeared in her mind, as a weak-bodied boy who lost his mother at a young age, clutching his quilt alone in the large and icy harem palace. Growing up without anyone's love or attention. The boy's image, when compared with the domineering image of the peerlessly handsome man within her memories, gradually melded together. Just as this occurred, she once again heard the gossiping of those young ladies. Hearing their tones of despise towards Prince Yu, she heard them discussing how useless he was, and how much misfortune he would bring to the family he will wed. Huang Yuli nearly leapt out from anger. Even those previous feelings of disgust disappeared in that instant. This group of little girls, what nonsense were they discussing? If that Prince Yu was a piece of trash, then there are no geniuses in the entire Tianling continent. Nonetheless, she would not admit this truth out loud. Inwardly, she let out a sigh. With how proud that man was, he would not go and bicker with a bunch of girls. Since he chose to reveal himself today to these various golden-spooned born young ladies, in this peach blossom banquet for the selection of imperial concubines, he clearly lost all chances. As Huang Yuli allowed her imagination to roam free, someone called her from behind. "Third sister, so you were hiding here. Making me use such a long time to find you." Slowly turning her head to the origin of the sound, she was greeted with the exaggerated sight of Bai Ruoqi's long and flowing red dress as she sauntered towards her. The way in which walked was extremely eye-catching. Step by step, each move seemed to be calculated meticulously. When matched with that cloud-like lower skirt, it created that illusion that she floating across the earth. Graceful and feminine, each step seemed to give birth to blossoming flowers. The various discussions of these young ladies thus ceased as they turned their gazes towards Bai Ruoqi. Their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Regardless of the talent, looks or family standing, Bai Ruoqi stood at the peak. This caused these aristocratic and influential young ladies to only ever see her trail dust, never to reach her level. They could not compete with her at all. Dusting the dust off her butt, Huang Yuli stood up and greeted her with a slight smirk. "So it was second sister. Why are you looking for me?" As she smiled, Bai Ruoqi appeared many times gentler. Then in a particularly dedicated voice, she said, "Third sister, second sister has especially come to apologize to you. Last time, the misunderstanding that occurred between us at Thousand Treasure Pavilion was due to my hastiness. This caused me to wrongly blame you. So I ask third sister to not hold a grudge." Glancing at her, Huang Yuli responded with hooked lips, "Oh? Second sister would actually come and apologize to a trash like me?" Within Huang Yuli's gaze were traces of clear contempt. This nearly caused Bai Ruoqi to fail in her acting, wishing she'd go out and give her a slap. This damn girl is just a piece of garbage trash, right? She does not have the aid of that expert backing her today, yet she dared to continue her arrogant act. Looking for a beating. Taking in a deep breath, Bai Ruoqi forcefully suppressed her rising anger. No, she can't be this impulsive today. A small lashing will affect larger plans. She will allow for this damn girl to prance around for a while longer. Later when she make this slut die without a complete corpse. Bai Ruoqi quietly hooked the corners of her mouth as her eyes flashed a shady color. Tightly she clasped onto a small paper bag hidden within her sleeves. Inside the paper bag was a special powder given to her by Wu Wei Manor's madam last night. Take this medicine. Once dissolved in the wine, it will be colorless and tasteless. Just look for an opportunity for Bai Ruoqi to drink this. Nothing unexpected will occur? What if it's detected? How will that be possible? Your aunt had especially helped me obtain this from the imperial physician, Jiang Yijing. When the time comes, he will make an appearance, guaranteeing the demise of this slut. No matter how guarded Bai Ruoqi is, even if she tested her wine, she will not find anything. This is not poison, it's merely medicine to aid in improved blood circulation. It's just a larger amount than normal. Yesterday night when Bai Ruoqi heard the words of the manor madam, she learnt that when compared to her mother, she was really lacking far behind in such aspects. To think that she believed herself to be quite smart already. Effortlessly, the manor madam could pull out such a plan. Worthy of her many years of experience living within the manor. This time, it will not be so easy for this little slut to escape. With great difficulty, Bai Ruoqi covered the triumph within her eyes and said happily, "Third sister, do not be so distant, for we are cousins. One brush cannot write two by characters. Sister, I am sincerely apologizing to you today. In addition, the last bottle of spirit-raising pills is also within your possession." With this act of second young Miss Bai's, she appeared even more pitiful. Unknowingly, it caused others into thinking she was bullied too. Though the onlookers knew of the two sisters' dispute at Thousand Treasure Pavilion's auction, listening to her raise the issue of the spirit-raising pills, they couldn't help but feel sympathetic. No matter how one put it, in the bet between the two sisters, Bai Ruoqi had lost quite thoroughly. Losing not only money but her cultivation pills as well. Now that she was taking the initiative to apologize, it showed how generous she was. While Huang Yuli, who was pretentiously striking such a pose, turned into the wicked party. Listening to the opinions of the onlookers' whispered discussions regarding the events of that day, Huang Yuli's mouth curved into a ridiculing amused smile. Second sister, when you speak like that, you speak like an outsider. That day we were both too impulsive. For an affair that has already passed, naturally, I am unwilling to bring it back up. Bai Ruoqi chuckled and sighed. Sure enough, under the pressure of public opinion, this little slut did not dare act as arrogantly as that day. Hurriedly she said, "It is a good thing that you are willing to forgive me, third sister. In this case, let us drink this cup together and let bygones be bygones. Starting today, we will be close and intimate sisters." After that, she picked up the jug on the stone table and personally poured 2 glasses of wine. As she was doing this, she had previously secretly scraped the powder into her nails. Standing sideways, she blocked Huang Yuli's line of sight to cleverly sprinkle the powder into one of the cup's glasses. Considering herself to be the highest in standing among those present, she was certain that hiding her schemes would be an easy task. She was not worried about being seen. So on her face hung a brilliant smile. "Third sister, let us drink this cup of wine." What Bai Ruoqi did not know was that her approach in the Huang Yuli's eyes was amusing as a little child playing house. Her underhanded actions of dropping the medicine inside was clearly seen Huang Yuli. Bai Ruoqi just wondered, what kind of medicine did she put inside? Sweeping her eyes over Bai Ruoqi's proud smile, Huang Yuli sneered inside. In the end, no matter what drug was used, the result will be the same. Just by those little schemes of Bai Ruoqi's, did she really plan to fool her? She could not blame her for not biting the bait. Just as the Bai Ruoqi's nails dipped inside the cup, Huang Yuli unconsciously glanced towards her right. Suddenly showing a shocked look, she exclaimed, "Ah? This is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" Hand flicking away, Bai Ruoqi almost knocked over the cup on the table. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Why would His Royal Highness come at such a time? If the Crown Prince is here, then she cannot give this little slut medicine in his presence. Otherwise, if the powerful Crown Prince saw through her tricks, her ladylike would be shattered. Bai Ruoqi looked back in panic and became surprised. No one? In the peach blossom orchid, there were only petals billowing in the wind. What Royal Highness Crown Prince? Realized that she had been played, she turned around to angrily glare at Huang Yuli. You dare fool me? Huang Yuli, on the other hand, took advantage of her momentarily stupor to rearrange the positions of the two cups. At this point, she stared into her eyes with a face more innocent than a deer. Was wrong, I did not mean to do that. I just saw a silhouette which resembled His Royal Highness Prince a lot. Second sister, why are you this fierce? Did you not say that you wished to make up with me? Though Bai Ruoqi's anger had burst out, after listening to this statement, she had to immediately rein in her anger. This nearly caused her to suffer internal injuries. Yes, her goal was to get this dead girl to drink the drug. She could not rip that face of hers, she must continue to deceive her. A little moments of disturbance will affect the greater plan. Forbearance. Bai Ruoqi took a deep breath and lightly laughed. You made a mistake. When was I fierce? Second sister is sincere in reconciling with you. Come, third sister, let us down this cup of wine. As she said this, she personally picked up one of the cups and delivered it to Huang Yuli. With a faint smile, Huang Yuli took the cup. Since second sister has said so, if I continue to put on airs, it will be my fault. Even though, second sister, you often whip me, grab my things, while pouring dirty water on me outside, as we are cousins, I can only choose to forgive. Green was Bai Ruoqi's face. If you don't care, why must you say something like this before so many people? The ice beauty Bai Ruoqi would not only whip her own cousin, but also take her things? Whether it was true or false, to hear such gossip, many ears became alert. Whispering, they talkatively conversed amongst themselves. Bai Ruoqi was dying to seal Huang Yuli's lips. Fortunately, this dead girl was moving the cup to her mouth. The moment the liquor touched her lips, Huang Yuli suddenly stopped moving, moved the cup away. This nearly caused Bai Ruoqi to jump up from anxiety. Why do you not drink? Could it be, her schemes were seen through by the stinking girl? That was impossible. For a waste like her, how could she possibly see through her tactics? Seemingly oblivious to her anxious looks, Huang Yuli innocently said, Second sister, I suddenly remembered something. Did we not say that we would drink all of it? We forgot to touch cups. Oh, yes, cheers, relieved, Bai Ruoqi dryly laughs, that's right, look at my memory. As the two glasses met, it created a loud clinking sound. Slender fingers around the cup, Huang Yuli once again put it to her mouth. Staring at her movements, Bai Ruoqi could not wait to see the wine pour down her throat. Silently in her heart, she chanted, drink faster, drink faster, drink faster. However, just as Huang Yuli was about to take the first sip, the cup stopped at her lips again. Second sister. What do you want to do? Bai Ruoqi's breathing was hurried. Always at the last moment, playing her. Huang Yuli smiled profoundly, Second sister, you also need to drink, how can I drink alone? Oh, well, I will drink, I will drink. Don't hold back any courtesies and quickly drink it. Hell-bent in coaxing Huan Yu to drink, Bai Ruoqi did not even realize that her own wine cup contained the drugged liquor. In order to encourage Huan Yu, without hesitation, she gulped down the wine. Looking up after the wine was drunk, she stared at the Huan Yu Li with a hungry gaze. Huan Yu Li should hold no more doubts if she drank it first. Mostly likely if she did not drink soon, Bai Ruoqi personally come up and force it down. This time, she finally lifted the cup and drank the wine inside. With her goal complete, Bai Ruoqi finally released a long breath of relief. Her heart beating in satisfaction. Hee, this little slut, since she drank this cup of wine, today, there will be a good show to watch. Not only will she be unable to marry the crown prince, she would not be able to for the rest of her life. This truly made her happy. Who allowed this little slut to provoke her head? She deserved it. As the two sisters finished reconciling, they did not leave. Instead, they joined second Miss Chi's group, chatting about various tidbits and gossip with them. Due to Bai Ruoqi's high standing, she rarely associated with young ladies who did not match her status. So for her to be this amicable, laughing with them, truly made second Miss Chi flattered. Only Huan Yu Li knew her sister was waiting to see her make a fool of herself. I am afraid that is but of a dream of yours, Bai Ruoqi. Today you are using a rock to smash your own feet. But in the end, even Huan Yu Li could not figure out what tricks Bai Ruoqi was playing. Under these watchful eyes, did she really intend to poison her? Or could it be a medicine of some kind? Quite some time passed by. Bai Ruoqi's patience was wearing thin, dealing with these young ladies. She did not know why, Huan Yu Li continued to sit there perfectly fine with no reaction. When the manner madam gave her the powder, she informed her that the time it took for the medicine to show effect depends largely on the cultivation of the person. It will take a long time for a practitioner, but for the average person, there will be a response in the time it takes to brew tea. Half an hour has already passed, even a practitioner at the 9th level of the Qi Profound realm will have a reaction. Why did that trash show no symptoms? Powder couldn't have lost its effectiveness, right? Bai Ruoqi slightly frowned, doubt sprouting in her heart. At this moment, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Caught off guard, she couldn't help but cry out loudly. Sweat forming on her forehead, she curled whilst clutching her stomach. Second sister, what is the matter? Eh? Second Miss Bai, what happened? Are you sick? I suddenly have a stomachache. Bai Ruoqi gritted her teeth, not understanding what was happening. Could it be food poisoning? However, from morning till now, she had only eaten a few snacks from the palace. Could it be the palace food that was unclean? At this moment, a loud exclamation could be heard. Ah! Blood, a lot of blood. My God, second young Miss Bai is bleeding. Bleeding quite a lot, ah. This is horrible. Quickly go and fetch for the imperial doctor. The various young ladies screamed and panicked. Blankly Bai Ruoqi lowered her head, only to see her lower body covered in a glaring pool of red blood. Realizing that she was not only bleeding, but in large amounts too. Her entire skirt was drenched in blood as the pungent taste of blood lingered in the air. Eyes turning black, she only felt the world turn white and fainted. Witnessing this scene, even Huan Yu Li was shocked. She did not think the result of Bai Ruoqi's drug would be bleeding from the lower abdomen. To achieve this effect was very easy. From Huan Yu Li's knowledge, there are several herbs that could easily obtain this effect, making a woman bleed excessively. If the dosage is large enough, it would be just like the menstrual period. This medicine is very vicious, because to women, this was very harming on the body. If one is pregnant, then they will certainly lose the child once they took this medicine. Even if they are not pregnant, they will still suffer heavy injuries. Worst case scenario, it may lead to infertility. Of course, this is for common people. Towards cultivators, the impact is much smaller. For it will be easy to recover from their cultivation, nursing back to full health. However, why did Bai Ruoqi give her this medicine? Hearing the screams of the young girls, the female officers who were overlooking them came to investigate. Immediately they sent someone to fetch the court doctor. Bai Ruoqi was carried to the side. This unexpected accident caused quite a stir. Thinking, Huang Yuli thoughtfully moved to the side, hearing quite a few whisperings in the process. What has happened to second Miss Bai? Not even knowing it was her own period time? For it to even occur in the palace, such a joke. But fortunately it is not at the Empress Dowager's banquet, otherwise, she still dreams of becoming the imperial concubine? Period? I think it's not that simple. Why? Whose period would occur in such large amounts when it begins? Did you not see, the red stain on her skirt was such a big one? And she actually fainted, still to awaken. For a talented cultivator, how can she so delicate? What do you mean? Do you mean, what's inside, is unspeakable? Hey, I said nothing, everyone should be aware. All kinds of gloating tones spewed forth, came. Huang Yuli's face revealed a trace of color. So it was like this. Bai Ruoqi was aiming for such an outcome. Her powder was merely a blood-stimulating medicine. Once you drink the mix, not only will your lower body begin to bleed, but you will also faint on the spot. For an unmarried girl to suddenly start bleeding without cause, but also faint? It will be easy to think something was tarnishing their reputation. Since Bai Ruoqi had spread the rumor of her eloping with a man in private a month earlier, the two situation will make a perfect combination. To anyone, they would guess that she had lost her virginity long ago, and falling pregnant too. This kind of scandal is already quite deplorable during ordinary times. But now, it occurred in the Empress Dowager's peach blossom banquet. If she were to carry charges of a potential pregnancy whilst single, her reputation would really sweep the ground. Not only would she lose face for the Empress Dowager, God knows how angry she will become once she learns of the news. No matter how distinguished Bai Ruoqi's father was, she could no longer hold her head up in this life. One couldn't deny how intricate and interlocking Bai Ruoqi's plot was this time. Not only did exploit the people, location, and time, the whole dug was very deep and complex. Really too nice. Huang Yuli could not help but give a round of applause. Unfortunately, although this pit was dug beautifully, the victim was Bai Ruoqi herself. After a while, Bai Ruoqi quietly moaned and awoke from her coma. Huang Yuli was the first to walk over. With a face full of anxiety, like a sincere sister, she asked about her dear sister's condition. Second sister. Second sister, you are finally awake, are you okay? How did you faint? And where do you feel uncomfortable? If Bai Ruoqi still felt dizzy, she immediately snapped awake at Huang Yuli's voice. Waves of memories suddenly flooded into her mind. Soon, she came to understand that she must have been the one who drank the drugged glass of wine. Not only did her lower body start bleeding, she also fainted. However, she remembered quite clearly to take the correct cup. What had gone wrong? This little slut was definitely culprit. Yet she still insisted to play the role of the good little sister. Teeth itching, Bai Ruoqi stared fiercely at the girls in front of her, wishing she could beat her at that instant. However, she could not lash out at such a time, or the truth of the medicine will be exposed. The unfortunate one was herself, so she could only look at Huang Yuli's pretentiousness. She gritting her teeth, I'm fine, third sister, thank you for your concern. Looking relieved, Huang Yuli said, that's good. Just then when we saw second sister experiencing such an accident, perhaps, bleeding so much, we were afraid it will be life-threatening. It really scared me. How could Bai Qi did not understand what she truly meant? Moreover, the discussions around had also reached her ears. This result was what she expected. So naturally she knew how easy to misunderstand her symptoms are. She must be, in front of everyone, explain clearly. Otherwise, her reputation will be destroyed. Thinking to this point, Bai Ruoqi struggled to sit up. But the effects of that powder were too strong, still feeling dizzy, her body could not respond. Huang Yuli held her hand out, "Second sister, you need to lie down to rest." "What are you doing?" Bai Ruoqi really wanted her to scram, along with that hypocritical smile. In her eyes, it was incomparably stifling. But just as fate may be, Huang Yuli was her blood-related cousin. In the presence of others, their relationship must appear amicable. So when she came to assist her, it was impossible to leave her like this. She must play out the role of a good younger sister. I want to see the court doctor," Bai Ruoqi coughed out a sentence. Huang Yuli replied, "Do not worry, the female officers have to already called for a court doctor." After hearing this, Bai Ruoqi was relieved. She had long colluded with the court Dr. Liu of the imperial physicians. Originally, it was intended to trap Huang Yuli. Although she was surprised at the turn in events, she could, as long as court Dr. Liu could come, he could help her cover this matter up. Court Dr. Liu is one of the best doctors in the palace, no one will doubt his diagnosis. He just need to make up a diagnosis along the lines of an irregular menstrual occurrence to seal the mouths of these people. Afterwards, the affair will be easily dealt with. Bai Ruoqi eagerly awaited Dr. Liu's arrival, so she did not notice Huang Yuli's smile. Not long after, court Dr. Liu reached the peach blossom orchid. Bai Ruoqi hurriedly said, "Hurry and ask Dr. Liu to come over." "I want, Wu." Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly discovered she could not make a sound, and stared out in astonishment. Huang Yuli calmly recovered her hand, placed it on her chest, before laughing, "Second sister, what's the matter? Seeing that you are sweating so much, allow me to wipe it for you. Does it not feel comfortable?" Bai Ruoqi glared at her murderously. To others, they only saw her good sister act of kindly wiping her sister's sweat. How would they know Huang Yuli had just sealed her meridians to make her mute? Due her poisoning, Bai Ruoqi was left in a weak state. So with Huang Yuli's move, she could not undo the seal. Huang Yu sweetly smiled, "Second sister, I understand you, I understand. You have no more strength left in you. Rest assured, with your younger sister here, I will not let you suffer." Bai Ruoqi almost split her side. With her here, she was suffering misfortune from 8 lives. In the end, what did this damn girl want to do? Leading the female official, Huang Yuli whispered to her, "Guguli, I am truly sorry. As you know, my elder sister, my second sister's affairs, is a woman's problems. And because she is very delicate woman, she is embarrassed for the court doctor to examine her. After all, Dr. Liu is a man." The female official was actually quite understanding, for the palace held quite a few princess concubines who did not like the doctors see such problems. They just felt weird. She immediately replied, "This is easy, let the doctor diagnose through a silk handkerchief. Dr. Liu is a superb doctor. He does not need to see the patient's face in order to make a diagnosis. Please rest assured, young Miss Bai." Bai Ruoqi did not know what Huang Yuli said. She waited for a moment but failed to see Dr. Liu. Instead, it was her cousin who placed a handkerchief on her face and another on her wrist. Sitting outside the bead curtain with a concentrated gaze, he held on the covered sleeve and carefully examined. Bai Ruoqi immediately understood that it was a diagnosis through a sleeve. This is a common practice in the palace, not something surprising. However, she must let Dr. Liu see her face. Otherwise, Dr. Lu would certainly not expect with was by Ruoqi, who was poisoned. He must have thought that the person this lying in bed, Wu Manor's third young miss. As a result, Dr. Lu will certainly act in accordance with their prior plan, framing her with an accidental miscarriage. Think to hear, by Ruoqi suddenly panicked. She tried very hard to get out of bed and desperately attempted to speak. Ugh. However, she did not know why the drug's potency was so strong. No matter how she struggled, she could not climb up and could not unable to the mute seal on her. Huang Yuli sat by the bed, a look of worry as she held her down. You must lie down. Do not affect Dr. Lu's examination. Dr. Lu is an expert and a leading figure in Southview. So he will definitely be able to find the cause. Find out what cause? If she allowed Dr. Lu to speak his diagnosis, what would she do? She could no longer conduct herself. Bai Ruoqi was both angry and anxious, but how could not get rid of Huang Yuli left with no choice, she could only make noises to catch Dr. Lu's attention. Outside the curtain, Dr. Lu sat upright. Of course he heard the whispers and the noises of shuffling, but he chose to ignore them. Because Dr. Lu has long ago colluded with Wu Manor's madam, knew what he needed to do was a very wicked thing. Inside the curtain, naturally was third young Miss White, who was a virgin young girl, yet she was to be accused of being pregnant while unmarried. Of course many would jump at such news. As long as he pretended not to hear or see, only focusing on how he will deliver the appropriate diagnostic results, Wu Manor madam promised to give him a hefty reward. So easily it will enter into his hands. Gently stroking his beard, he felt so relaxed and carefree inside. He did not intend to feel any pulse, but only pretended to ponder for a moment with a dignified expression. Guguli, this girl. Walking over and Gugu lowered her voice. What's wrong with Dr. Lu? The girl's pulse. Dr. Lu hesitantly replied, this may also be due to anemia, or it could be diagnostic mistakes. However, the one inside the curtains is. In her heart, Guguli had long suspected the outcome, but when she heard him speak with a look of embarrassment, she immediately knew the truth. She is the Empress Dowager's personal maid who was sent to observe and supervise these golden-spooned young ladies. If there was scandal with a young lady who no longer was a virgin, it will be a matter of major importance. So she must find out. With a sinking face and an aggravating the tone, she said, Dr. Lu, don't mind about others. Please tell me, what is this girl's illness? Why did she suddenly bleed and faint? As long as you explain truthfully, it will be fine. He feeling that he was acting quite well, Dr. Lu felt he deserved that reward. He sighed deeply and whispered to Guguli, Guguli, I cannot hide this from you, this is a joyous pulse. She has conceived, but due to the body's weak health, the pregnancy is unstable. There is a chance of miscarriage at any time. By your judgment, what prescription should be given? He stopped talking at that moment. There was no need to speak too explicitly. When ladies are pregnant, it is natural to prescribe medicine. These prescriptions come in two kinds, one for protection against miscarriage, the other for a miscarriage. Looking at her, he awaited her command. Guguli frowned and said, Dr. Lu, are you sure this is a joyous pulse? There must be no mistake. Of course, Dr. Lu is patting his chest and said, Guguli, do you still believe in my expertise? It is a joyous pulse for certain. Furthermore, it is nearly 2 months old. Hearing this, Guguli did not hold any more doubts. Looking pale, she darkly swept the shadow behind the bead curtain. Really, she did not expect at His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's imperial concubine selecting banquet that such a scandal would occur. Moreover, the girl in question was the lady most likely to become His Highness imperial concubine, Southview's most talented female, Bai Ruoqi. This Bai Ruoqi really is bold. Already walking the streets with the Crown Prince, and dared to give him such a green hat to wear. This is a great humiliation for the entire royal family. Although the voices of Gugu Li and Dr. Lu were very soft, but they were only separated by a thin bead curtain. So Bai Ruoqi and Huang Yu Li heard everything. Anxiously mad, Bai Ruoqi wanted to shout out loudly. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could only let out a short breath of air. Laughing beside her, Huang Yu Li sat by the bed and listened with great interest to Dr. Lu outside. Wow. Second sister, you didn't? Pregnancy before marriage? I really did not see it coming, you are so brave. Oh, since Dr. Lu is so good at his trade, he will certainly not be mistaken. If the Empress Dowager were to learn of this, how will you become the imperial concubine? When Huang Yu Li heard Dr. Lu's diagnosis, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Clutching her chest, she nervously asked. Eyes red, Bai Ruoqi furiously gnashed her teeth. The reason why she fell to this point, was it not due to this little slut? Yet she continued to act? Ignoring her fierce eyes, Huang Yu Li sweetly laughed. Second sister, why are you looking at me with such hatred? Sister, I'm so afraid. It's not like I told Dr. Lu to say that. Saying, she suddenly cried out in awe, realizing something. Second sister, I know your character, I believe you will not mess around, and you are certainly not pregnant. Someone must have set Dr. Lu up to frame you. This is too vicious. Sister, I will definitely help you curse them every day. Hoping the son she gives birth to not be, and for her to marry an ugly, poor and waste of a man. Not only this, but to also suffer domestic violence every day. Second sister, don't you agree? Let us curse her together. Bai Ruoqi almost spat out blood. Plotting from behind the scenes, wasn't that her? Not only did he lifted the stone smash her own foot, and Huang Yu Li also wanted her to curse herself? This damn girl is just too toxic. If things were really happened to how Huang Yu Li cursed, she was better off dead. Bai Ruoqi tuned into the conversation outside. Dr. Lu was repeating all the things they had discussed in advance. Its purpose was to fully convince Gugu Li, so Huang Yu Li will be beyond redemption. She knew better than anyone how lethal those words were. Now, this lethality was currently being shot to her own body. Gugu Li said, Thank you, Dr. Lu. I must urgently convey this matter to Empress Dowager, and at that time, please also repeat your words to Her Highness. No matter what, you must not make a mistake. Court Dr. Lu solemnly nodded. Gugu Li, rest assured, I am very clear on what I need to do. I will not let Empress Dowager be hoodwinked. Well, Chui Qiao, go over to the Empress Dowagers to report this. Yes. Sending a maid to the Empress Dowagers, this step was also planned by Bai Ruoqi with Dr. Lu. Once the incident involved the Empress Dowager, there would be no possibility of turning over a new leaf for the lady who lost her virginity before marriage. At that time, Bai Ruoqi felt very clever. But now, she wished dearly for time to turn back, taking back the words she spoke with Dr. Lu. But it was too late. Accepting the order, Chui Qiao immediately left. Bai Ruoqi's heart burned, but had no way to prevent any of this. Not long after, Chui Qiao came back to report. Gugu Li, once learning of this, the Empress Dowager flew into a big rage. She's personally coming over and is about to arrive soon. She said that it is necessary for her to personally dispose of young Miss Bai. In the presence of the various young ladies, allowing them all to see what will happen to someone who dared to do such a shameful thing. Bai Ruoqi was covered in cold sweat. It was at this moment that the eunuch's shouts sounded from far away. The Empress Dowager. I ask of all the young ladies to start kneeling. Once the Empress Dowager arrived, everyone scrambled to their knees madly. It was no longer appropriate for Huang Yu Li to continue to hide within the curtains. She regretfully looked Bai Ruoqi. Second sister, I want to help you here, but I have to go out to greet Her Highness. You stay here and rest, I will leave first. Bai Ruoqi gnashed her teeth to death, but did not make a sound. Strolling away lightly, Huang Yuli hid in the back of the crowd, seamlessly fitting in. She could hear the Empress Dowager say, "At ease, to these young ladies, you may sit down." Only then did Huang Yuli look up. She had heard people say that the Empress Dowager usually stayed indoors reciting scriptures after entering her senior years, while also doing quite a few charity works in her spare time, quite a friendly and old lady. But at that current moment there was not a trace of kindness on the Empress Dowager's face. She could only see a straight face that coldly gazed at the crowd in front of her, filling the room with her royal and dignified presence. Of course, in the face of such a shameful situation, even though with the temper of a kind old lady, she would still be angry. Before Huang Yuli could rejoice in happiness, she could not help but frown the moment her eyes landed on the person beside the Empress Dowager. Next to the Empress Dowager was none other than the most favored concubine of the palace, Empress Shu. According to the rumors, not only was Empress Shu beautiful, she was well versed in poetry and painting. Her cultivation talent wasn't bad either. The 9th prince that she gave birth to is second only to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, a 4th-grade talent. Only this year, the 9th prince is 12 years old, not in the list of Crown Prince candidates. Of course, more importantly, Empress Shu is Wu Wei Manor Madam's blood sister and Bai Ruoqi's blood aunt. In the moment Huang Yuli saw Empress Shu, she knew that an unexpected situation had occurred. Unfortunately, Bai Ruoqi had escaped today. And the situation may become worse. Sitting down, the Empress Dowager said in a cold voice, "Which one is Wu Wei Manor's girl, suspected of losing her virginity before marriage? Why haven't you shown yourself? Do you expect for this royal to coax and plead you?" Empress Shu solemnly bowed. "Your Highness, please quell your anger. It is because young Miss Bai suffered very heavy injuries, so it is difficult to move. She was seriously injured because she asked for it. Tell Dr. Liu to give her a pill to recover the stamina, then quickly come out." Yes, yes, yes. The Empress Dowager's chest constantly moved up and down from anger. Empress Shu hurriedly supported her and consoled, "Your Highness, Empress Dowagers, please calm your anger. Even if such a thing occurred, although scandalous, such anger will affect the body's health. It is not worth it." Saying this, her eyes made a lap within the crowd, as she wanted to exchange a look with Bai Ruoqi. How was she to know that no matter how many times she looked, she failed to find anyone? Slightly frowning, Empress Shu felt something was amiss. The things Bai Ruoqi was going to do in the palace today, the madam had mentioned a few words to her, asking her to fan the flames at the key moment in the presence of the Empress Dowager, ensuring the complete suppression and eradication of Huang Yuli. It was nothing more than a few words. Nothing difficult to do. Since Empress Shu had always been quite close with her sister during childhood, naturally she agreed to such a task. Therefore, since the moment she arrived at the Empress Dowager's Palace of Compassion and Tranquility, she had been waiting for Bai Ruoqi's good news. Originally she was a bit worried that Bai Ruoqi would not be able to find the opportunity to use the medicine, or be discovered. The results proved otherwise. Though that girl was young, she could still get things done. It wasn't until noon that Guguli sent someone to report to the Empress Dowager that someone had fainted in the palace due to a miscarriage. At this news, Empress Shu let out a sigh of relief. Knowing it was her time to appear, she followed the Empress Dowagers and rushed to the scene. Empress Shu looked around, calling over a maid at the side of the palace. Strangely she asked, "Where is second young Miss Bai? Why is she not here?" The palace maid looked at her, then looked at the Empress Dowager, speaking but then hesitating. Second Miss Bai. What happened? What happened to Cheer? Yes, why is Cheer not here? Is it because she is looking after her sister? Even the Empress Dowager questioned. When Shui Qiao reported to them, she only said it was Wu Wei Manor's young Mississippi. Both Empress and the Empress Dowager naturally assumed that the protagonist of this scandal was third young Miss Bai. This was due to the rumors they had heard regarding her associations with outsiders, and a wastrel that was not properly raised by a mother and father. It would not be unusual for such a thing to happen. But Bai Ruoqi was not the same. In everybody's mind, she is the perfect example of a lady. The palace lady did not dare answer, while the various young ladies seated below also held unusual expressions. Empress Shu frowned, wanting to ask again. At this moment, Guguli had already dragged a haggard and hobbling girl out of the room. "Cheer, why is it you?" Eyes opening wide, Empress Shu immediately exclaimed aloud. Bai Ruoqi blinked her eyes, 2 lines of tears shed from the corners of her eyes. The more emotional she became, the more she cried and choked as she clutched her throat. She was still unable to speak. What happened? Cheer, why do you not speak? Agitated, when Empress Shu saw her, she immediately understood that things did not go as planned. Bai Ruoqi had drunk her own medicine. Bai Ruoqi gestured desperately, pointing to her throat. Empress Shu hurriedly shouted, "Dr. Liu, what is going on? Why is second young Miss Bai unable to talk? Hurry and examine her. If you cannot treat her, you will be questioned." The moment Dr. Liu saw the person inside the curtains, he was also shocked. What is going on? Did they not say they were going to frame third young Miss Bai? Why did the person behind the curtains become second young Miss Bai? Why did such a happen? Then he remembered how resolutely he announced that the lady possessed the joyous pulse. Oh my God! The great flood washed away the Dragon King's temple. What should he do now? Prompted by Empress Shu, Dr. Liu quickly rushed over to Bai Ruoqi. The Empress Dowager was initially shocked, then doubts began to arise. What is going on? Can anybody explain the situation? Do you mean to say that such a shameful thing was actually done by our beloved Cheer? How can this be? Empress Shu stepped forward to comfort the Empress Dowager. Your Highness, please calm your anger. This concubine watched Cheer grow up. I believe she will not make such a mistake. There must some kind of misunderstanding. The Empress also do not want to believe that the daughter-in-law candidate she had been so optimistic about would turn out to be such a person. Well, then we will wait for Dr. Liu to cure Cheer and listen to her story. Dr. Liu did not speak for a long time. What was wrong with Bai Ruoqi, no one knew more clearly than him. He did not need to feel her pulse to diagnose what was wrong. He did not know why her meridians were sealed, but this is not something difficult to cure. As long as she takes a first-grade upper-level qi recovering pill, she would be able to recover. However, he did not know what he should do at that moment. With the situation escalating to such a degree, Bai Ruoqi will definitely want to wash herself clean. But if Bai Ruoqi wanted to prove she was not pregnant, it would implicate him. Meaning the person in the wrong would be him, the court doctor. This would also mean he had diagnosed second Miss Bai incorrectly. Dr. Liu was hesitant, stalling for time as he refused to say his diagnosis was incorrect. Becoming impatient, the Empress Dowager frostily said, "What is going on? Dr. Liu, can you not cure it?" Then this Empress will ask for another court doctor. Note, the way the Empress is referring is a way only widowed empresses etc. would use. Commonly seen in dramas. Cold sweat appeared on Dr. Liu. If another court doctor was requested, he would be able to tell what tricks he was up to with one glance. However, if no doctor was invited, he will have to heal Bai Ruoqi, and if Bai Ruoqi recovered her ability to speak, she will bite him back. He was in a dilemma. Countless grievances in his heart, he lamented and wondered why he took such a hot potato in a muddled-headed moment. Sitting on the sidelines, Empress Shu understood a bit more. Walking to Bai Ruoqi, she took out a bottle of pill from her sleeves. Pouring out several pills, she casually stuffed them into the mouth of Bai Ruoqi. As a cultivator, she would carry bottles of blood-recovering and qi-recovering pills on her body. And as an empress, the quality and effects were also very good. Bai Ruoqi swallowed qi-recovering pills. When her sealed body suddenly received the supplements, she quickly broke through Huan Yuli's restrictions in one fell swoop. Throat itching, she cried out an "ah" sound. Empress Shu said, "What is going on here?" "The Empress Dowager is here, what do you have to explain for yourself?" She signaled up Bai Ruoqi with her eyes. In fact, even if Empress Shu did not give this hint, Bai Ruoqi knew what to do. Arriving at this juncture, if she does not cut off this relationship, she would truly be ruined today. Of course, even now, her face had been lost all the way back to her grandmother's home. But she could only walk shamelessly down this path. Rather shame than to be identified as a loose woman. Biting her teeth, tears rushing down her, Bai Ruoqi threw her whole body to the ground. "Aunt, Empress Dowager, cheer is wronged. Cheer absolutely did not do any inappropriate before marriage. Please, my two elders are smart, you must find justice for Cheer. Usually she is already very good at acting. But today, she was definitely acting from the heart." Her plan reversed by Huan Yuli, she spewed 100 grievances from being framed. In the instant she saw Empress Shu, all her grievances and sadness came pouring out non-stop. Her tears water falling down. "Is that so?" The Empress Dowager thoughtfully looked at her, voice cold she asked, "You keep saying that you are innocent, but Dr. Lu diagnosed you with a joyous pulse, how do you explain this? How can you prove that you are still pure in body?" "This? It can't be, Bai Ruoqi, she. Bai Ruoqi really?" At the Empress Dowager's questioning, the audience rose up in an uproar. Although Bai Ruoqi collapsed, they still had their doubts. After all, this kind of thing is quite dubious. No one was convinced, they all thought they were overthinking. Could it be, Bai Ruoqi actually dared? Although they could not openly talk about it in the presence of the two empresses, but they all exchanged private looks of shock and gloating eyes. Bai Ruoqi was just too high profile and unattainable. Although she displayed the appearance of politeness, but she conveyed a lofty and above others attitude that could not put anyone in her eyes. Coupled with her public displays of flirtations with the crown prince, she incited the jealousy of many. Unfortunately, no matter how jealous they were, Bai Ruoqi had everything: talent, a good family, and superior cultivation. So no one could offend her. And everyone all expected her to become the imperial concubine, a princess. But such a scandal suddenly broke out. This made them laugh to death. As Bai Ruoqi listened to the whispered laughter around her, her face turned beet red. From infancy to now, never had she felt this much shame. Moreover, it was in front of so many generations of noble aristocracy. From young, she was the ruler of these aristocratic young ladies, existence of envy and a model for all of them. But now she had been reduced to a joke for them. Angry and anxious, Bai Ruoqi refused to take this and hurriedly explained herself loudly. "Your Royal Highness, Empress Dowager. Today, I only drank 1 cup of wine in the peach blossom banquet. I did not expect to suddenly experience unbearable abdominal pain, and fainted from the pain. I thought it was just an irregular symptom that occurred. I did not expect Court Dr. Lu to arrive and say I have the joyous pulse. I do not know what is going on, but I really have not done anything shameful." "If you did not do anything, why did a joyous pulse appear?" Guguli could not help but interrupt. "Second young Miss Bai, are you implying that I have wronged you?" No, this is definitely not related to Guguli." Bai Ruoqi was still sensible, she knew that Guguli was the Empress Dowager's person, someone who could not be offended. Eyes flickering back and forth, she steeled her heart and decided to sacrifice Court Dr. Lu. I do not know what is happening, but this is definitely a misdiagnosis. Court Dr. Liu, when you were examining, why did you not examine properly? Do you know what responsibilities you hold when you announce the joyous pulse? The Empress Dowager coldly swept gaze over Court Dr. Liu. Court Dr. Liu is the head doctor of the imperial physicians, examining countless court ladies. Is it possible for a diagnosis error to occur? Then he examined blindly. Face deathly pale, Dr. Liu did not know how to justify himself. He continued to knee on the ground and cried, Your Royal Highness, this official is definitely impartial to all affairs, how can I possibly misdiagnose? Second young Miss Bai truly has a joyous pulse. A trace of a poisonous streak flashed through Dr. Liu's eyes. It was obviously Bai Ruoqi who messed up the plan, drinking the wrong wine and causing such an accident. But to be free of the blame, she shifted the responsibility on his head. God knows what the punishment would be for a misdiagnosis. And when this is coupled the disastrous consequence of nearly affecting the concubine selecting process, he could no longer hold on to his position of head doctor. He could also be sent to the dungeons for punishment. Unfortunately, Bai Ruoqi did not care about him at all. Opening her mouth to directly proclaim a misdiagnosis. Since she backstabbed first, she could not blame him for the 15 return strikes. You are spewing nonsense, refusing to admit to your misdiagnosis. Insisting on sullying my good name. Second young Miss White, I do not dare. Since the joyous pulse has been discovered, you still wish to deny it. Each insisting on their claim, they argued in front of the Empress Dowager. Sitting in the last row, Huang Yuli watched the two quarrel in amusement. Inwardly, she commentated, Gee, a dog, biting a dog, a mouthful of fluff. Unfortunately, Dr. Liu mostly likely will not be able to out-argue Bai Ruoqi. Hi, unfortunate. Sure enough, Empress Shu stood up and said, Your Highness, do not worry. Whether or not it is a misdiagnosis is very easy to judge. Just go to the Imperial Physician Institution and have a few doctors examine her pulse. Listen to what others have to say. Yes, Empress Shu speaks reasonably. When the Empress Dowager realized this point, she immediately commanded it. Guguli, go right now, and call all the doctors who are on duty. Court Dr. Liu turned deathly pale. He desperately hoped that the Empress Dowager would avoid summoning other court doctors to verify this truth. When he was arguing with Bai Ruoqi, how was he to expect the intervention of Empress Shu? What should he do next? Just as Court Dr. Liu was at his wit's end, filled with cold sweat, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Just doing this, was it a bit too hard? However, who told Bai Ruoqi to frame him first? She could not blame him. Not long after, Guguli brought over someone people from the Imperial Physician Institution. Apart from the 4 court doctors, even the institution's vice heads had arrived, making a total of 6 people. The Empress Dowager commanded, take turns to check second young Miss Bai's pulse. Find the cause of her fainting. Yes. 2 doctors first walked up to complete their diagnosis. Not long afterwards, all 6 court doctors had completed their medical diagnosis. The Empress Dowager asked, what problems have you found? Speak in succession. In the face of such an ugly scandal, all information is crucial. This royal will not be angry and punish anyone for speaking their mind. But if you were to talk nonsense, then, do not blame Ai Jia for being ruthless. Yes, 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 please rest assured. This will not speak any useless drivel. The first court doctor to step out began his report first. Your Highness, Empress Dowager, second young Miss Bai's illness is not complicated. She merely took a tonic with ferocious after effects. This led to excessive blood flow from bursted meridians. This explains the bleeding. As for the issue of losing consciousness, it may be anemia from the excessive bleeding. He paused and could not resist, but to say a few more words. This official really wants to advise second young Miss Bai. This medicine should not be eaten carelessly. Even though you martial practitioners have stronger immune systems, but taking too much of something will leave very bad after effects. In worst-case scenarios, you will die. In other words, this is not a joyous pulse? Her Highness asked. Joyous pulse? The court doctor returned with a surprised look. How? This pulse is too much different from a joyous pulse, absolutely impossible to mistake this. Second young Miss Bai's symptoms, which unlearned doctor diagnosed her. From what school did he obtain his qualifications from? Who knows, it might be that very doctor you gave second young Miss Bai the medication. The Empress Dowager asked the remaining number of doctors, all saying something similar. As a result, the truth surfaced. Obviously, Bai Ruoqi was not pregnant. So the question of her lost virginity before marriage, there remained no more than baseless doubts. Relieved, Bai Ruoqi's face revealed a trace of a sneer. Her dark gaze swept over Huang Yuli's body. Fortunately Empress Shu was present. Thankfully she was quick-witted. Otherwise this time, she would be killed by that little slut. More than that, she would not eat face down. She will ask for her good third sister when they returned. Aware of her gaze, Huang Yuli blinked and suddenly laughed. Oh? My second sister, you didn't think that this was the end? So naive. Scamming so many people, yet you thought that this situation would end so easily? Although Bai Ruoqi could not hear her murmurs, but she saw her laughter. And could not help but secretly wondering, what is this little slut laughing at? Does she still want to do something? No, that's impossible. As long as I proved my innocence, what could she do to me? At this moment, she heard the shaking voice of Court Dr. Liu. Your Highness, Empress Dowager, please do not be angry. This official deserves 10,000 deaths. But official also has his own difficulties. Your Highness, please give this official an opportunity to explain himself. Before the Empress Dowager could speak, Empress Fei snapped out. Silence. Did you not hear the statements of the various court doctors? This pulse is impossible to misdiagnose. So you deliberately misdiagnosed in hopes of corrupting the reputation of second young Miss Bai. Daring to lie in front of Her Highness, this is a grave crime. Now your conspiracy was revealed, you dare to quibble? This official is not quibbling, but afraid of Her Highness being fooled by others. Committing such a crime, but hold no intentions to repent. And you want to continue making stories to deceive the Empress Dowager? This official has already been convicted and is willing to receive punishment, but he cannot allow for the perpetrator who plotted from the shadows to escape. Shut up. Hearing him mention the shadow perpetrator, Empress Shu quickly cut off him. Guards come, drag this deceitful sinner off and place them in the dungeons. The crime has conclusive evidence against him. Everything you say is useless. The guards, beside Empress Shu, immediately obeyed her command and dragged Court Dr. Liu outside. No, 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 no. Because Court Dr. Liu's mouth was tightly covered by the guards, no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to speak of his protests. Waving her hand, Empress Shu waved her hand to inform the bodyguard to quickly drag him away from the Empress Dowager's attention. Now that Bai Ruoqi's injustice was finally washed away, this fool must be quickly dragged away to not affect the election of concubine selecting. If news of this poisoning were to leak out, they would be finished. Chest heaving up and down, the Empress Dowager almost had an asthma attack. She was surrounded by court doctors, so she had no energy to spare for the ensuing circumstances. They watched Court Dr. Liu being dragged out of the peach blossom orchard. Wait a moment. A crisp and sweet voice sounded. Her voice was not loud, but it contained an amazing penetrating power. Swallowing her pills, the Empress Dowager calmed down and heard someone say something. Surprised, she turned her head to look. At the edge of the peach blossom orchard, a young girl dressed in white slowly appeared. She looked soft, appeared elegant in temperament. It seemed as if she was different from the rest of the others. In the trees and under the pink petals, that childish face looked particularly delicate and tender pink. Whose daughter is this? When Ai Jiao looks at her, why does she feel such destiny? How come she has never been seen before? Does she not come to the palace often? Throwing out this remark, Empress Shu and Bai Rua Ai heard alarm bells ringing in their hearts. That damn girl, a thorn in their flesh. Wasn't it that little wastrel slut, Huang Yuli? Empress dowagers adored young girls, but there aren't many princesses in the royal palace. So many daughters of ministers and nobles could show their faces in front of the Empress Dowager and obtain rewards. Bai Ruoqi was one of them. Previously, Bai Ruoqi did not think that her third sister with her personality, even if she could enter the palace, she would only receive the Empress Dowager's dislike. How would she know in the past month, this damned girl seemed to become a completely different person? Not only did she attract the attention of the crown prince, she was even gaining the Empress Dowagers, enough to say giving her a feeling of destiny. This was enough. For a moment, Empress Shu did not know how to answer. Using accusing eyes, Guguli immediately stood up and said, "Your Highness, this young lady, you held her when she was younger." "Oh? Who?" The Empress Dowager became even more curious. "How come I cannot remember?" Guguli smiled and said, "This is third young Miss Bai, the only daughter of Wu Wei Manors by Lu Feng. You also bestowed her a title of Regent Princess too." The Empress Dowager suddenly said, "So she became such a cute girl." That year, she was the most sensible little girl, even more obedient than some of the emperor's princesses. Suddenly, her eyes turned more affable. Guguli flatteringly said, "Your Highness' memory is still so good. More than a dozen years have passed, yet you still remember it so clearly." The Empress Dowager was very happy and said, "Turns out it was Li girl. Ai Jia still remembers you. That year when you accompanied by Lu Feng into the palace, you were still young and already a beautiful child, very gifted. Back then, everyone all agreed that you would grow up to be a proud and beautiful girl. In a flash, you have grown so big. Come and let Aig have a look." With light and graceful steps, Huang Yuli walked towards the Empress Dowager. When she passed by Ruoqi's glare practically spewed out flames. Meeting her gaze, Huang Yuli returned with a gentle and sweet smile. "Your Royal Highness, Empress Dowager, I plead for pardon on behalf of my second sister. Please allow my second sister to stand up." Not only was she injured, she was then misdiagnosed, suffering quite a lot. To kneel down again, I am afraid that she won't be able to bear much longer. As soon as she opened her mouth, it was to aid by Ruoqi. The Empress Dowager laughed, "This girl, quite caring for your sister. This sisterly relationship is very good. This is Aigia's negligence. Someone come help second young Miss Bai and allow her to rest by the side." Bowing deeply, Huang Yuli, thanking the Empress Dowager. Giving her a seat, the Empress Dowager said amiably, "Li girl, you have not entered the palace for many years, right? Truly too pitiful. Listening to your uncle, I hear that your body has been weak in health for the past few years, constantly in bed. Hearing this, Aijia has been quite concerned for you. Truly did not expect to see you today, and with such vitality." Huang Yuli replied, "Thanks for the Empress Dowager's concern. Lear has also missed you. Unfortunately for the past few years, even though it is better now, I was unable to cultivate. Due to my fear of being made a joke, I did not dare to enter the palace or go out. But it is different now." Listening to this, the Empress Dowager's eyes shone bright. "So you can cultivate now?" The more she looked at Huang Yuli, the more the Empress Dowager liked her. In terms of her birth, she was the daughter of Bai Lu Feng, a seventh staged master. In the small country of South Yu, SA 7th stage expert, was absolutely worthy of the title Master of the World. In contrast, Bai Ruoqi's father, Bai Lu Jing, was but 9th level defensive profound practitioner. Although both are from Wu Wei Manor, anyone with a bit of brains would be able to see the disparity between the two. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor also knew who was the true first daughter of Wu Wei Manor. If it were possible, they do not want to select Bai Ruoqi. However, the previous Bai Ruoli was just too lacking. And with all the rumors spread over the years, they all described her as weak, sickly, and petite. Not only that, there were also rumors of illicit affairs with a man. With such a character, how could she become the Crown Prince's imperial concubine? As a result of this, she had not allowed Bai Ruoqi to advance. Originally, the Empress Dowager truly believed those rumors. But when she saw the real person, she knew that they were not credible. Looking at this young girl, whether it was looks, temperament, grace, or attitude, they were all superior. Even the royal princess could not compare. Furthermore, she is both affectionate and righteous, concerned about her sister's well-being. This added extra points for in the Empress Dowager's heart. Empress Dowager's impression towards Huang Yuli rose immensely. The only regrettable thing was her inability to cultivate. That year, this little girl's talent test was conducted in the palace, a well-known truth. That was not some baseless rumor, as the Empress Dowager herself witnessed this event. Feeling sorry over this matter, the Empress Dowager could not help herself but feel a burst of surprise when she heard Huang Yuli's words of being able to practice again. Questioning her, she wished to know the answer. Huang Yuli merely smiled. Just as she was about to answer, her eyes traveled to a remote corner of the peach blossom orchard. This caused her to stand up immediately. Wait. Do not leave like this. Surprised, the Empress Dowager asked, "What's wrong?" Huang Yuli looked in that direction and shouted, "Empress Dowager, please do not take Court Dr. Lu away. Lear just heard him say there is a mastermind behind this whole affair. Let him explain himself clearly, or else the culprit may escape." The Empress Dowager turned to see Court Dr. Lu being dragged away. She frowned. How? There is a hidden story? Huang Yuli nodded her head and said, "Your Highness, please consider this Court Dr. Lu is just a doctor, so why would he deliberately say that my second sister had a joyous pulse? Framing my sister, where is the benefit for him? Clearly someone instigated this from behind the scenes. If this person is not captured today, then my second sister would have suffered for nothing." Thinking for a while, the Empress Dowager thought this made sense. "You're right, this, I'm afraid really is not that simple." Taking the chance when the two were discussing this, Empress Shu secretly indicated for the guards to quickly tow the prisoner away. Who knew, she was still a step too late. "Your Highness, this is not simple. However, for such an ill-hearted person to destroy your peach blossom banquet, it is the negligence of this concubine. Therefore, please allow for the Ministry of Justice to investigate this affair. While my senior, you should rest your heart and enjoy the blossoms with your full attention." Empress Shu was barely smiling, as she tried to convince the Empress Dowager. Huang Yuli wrinkled her brows and frowned. "Empress Shu, although you have good intentions, but this thing must be made clear now. My sister suffered so many condemnations, yet you intend to write it off as a misdiagnosis? Are you even putting Wu Wei Manor in your eyes? I cannot allow for my elder sister to suffer such injustices." She spoke with grandeur, in a righteous and awe-inspiring manner. Even the Empress Dowager had been touched. "Good. You are a good child, treating your sister really well. This makes Ai Jia feel happy. Second sister is my relative." "Oh, good child, good child." The Empress Dowager was full of praises for Huang Yuli. Empress Shu and Bai Ruoqi almost vomited blood. Which little slut was treating her elder sister well? Should it be that she could not wait to kill her own sister? They did not expect her cheap act to sell so well. Obviously she was the most insidious one. Even the Empress Dowager Queen Mother was cheated on their very first meeting. Experiencing great difficulties, the two people felt nauseous. Like they had just swallowed flies. Her Highness waved her hand. Quickly bring Dr. Lu back to Ai Jia. Let him confession the identity of the mastermind. Lear, rest assured, for Ai Jia will definitely seek justice for your sister. Definitely will not allow for her to suffer for no cause. Bai Ruoqi was in tears. She would rather be wronged. She did not want the Empress Dowager to investigate. However, those words were spoken by Huang Yuli. There was simply no room for her to protest. Feeling hopeful, Dr. Lu's hatred towards Bai Ruoqi increased. Being brought back, he immediately fell on his knees and poured everything out. Your Highness Empress Dowager, thank you for giving me a chance and investigate into this matter. Today's affair of second young miss by fainting from blood loss truly occurred to do drugged wine. But the person who drugged the wine was no other than Bai Ruoqi herself. What? Did I hear wrong? How can this be? Is Dr. Lu crazy? Or did a problem occur with my ears? Dr. Lu merely said a few words, and everyone turned to look at each other. The young ladies were so shocked that they momentarily forgot they were in the presence of the Empress Dowager as they all exclaimed aloud. The Empress Dowager herself was also shocked. This. Bai Ruoqi immediately jumped up. Pointing at Dr. Lu's nose, she scolded him, Dr. Lu, you are spitting blood. What do you mean by that? Daring to spout such unfounded lies. Just for the sake of escaping your crimes, you are acting like a mad dog randomly biting people. Her Royal Highness will not believe nonsense such as this. Empress Shu also said, that's right. This is pure slander. Shameless bullying. Not only did you deliberately misdiagnose second young miss by causing her loss of face, you are now biting her again. This royal wants to ask you, what are you harboring in your heart? Kneeling down in front of the Empress Dowager, Bai Ruoqi cried, Empress Dowager, please seek justice for me. Because of me, Dr. Lu became a persecuted criminal, so he deliberately retaliated and said such words. The Empress Dowager frowned, obviously quite confused by this sudden turn in situation. She felt this was unexpected. The true mastermind Dr. Lu announced turned out to be Bai Ruoqi? This simply does not make any sense. Why would anyone drug themselves? It seems like what Bai Ruoqi said was true. Dr. Lu was seeking revenge. The Empress Dowager angrily said, great courage, coming to this point, and you still dare to claim such nonsense. Deceiving Ai Jia like so. You will not shed tears until you see your grave. Empress Shu took this opportunity to add, guards come, drag this death-seeking fool away. Give him 100 heavy strikes first. Empress Dowager, I am innocent. Wronged. I really did not lie. This is all the work of the insidious and vicious Bai Ruoqi. Woo. Dr. Lu struggled hard, but he was simply no match for the palace guards. Empress Dowager, please allow Dr. Lu to finish his claims. Huang Yuli said unhurriedly. Bai Ruoqi glared at her fiercely and shouted, Bai Ruoli, what do you mean by that? This quack doctor hurt your sister so miserably, but you insist on helping him? Do you even consider me as your elder sister? A few tears appearing on her tender face, along with slightly red eyes, she looked accusingly at Huang Yuli. As the Empress Dowager frowned, Bai Ruoqi felt proud. Well, I'll let you pretend this sisterly bond. You can act no longer. Huang Yuli reluctantly shook her head and sighed, second sister, how can you say such a thing? Sister, I'm so sad, for I truly hold good intentions, the reason being my insistence of keeping Dr. Lu is all but for my second sister. For me? Bai Ruiqi gritted her teeth, do not lie. You just cannot bear to see me well, right? Feigning an injured look, Huang Yuli turned to look at the Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager, it really is for the good of my sister. Although Dr. Lu's claims are very discreditable, his lie is very flawed. If we were to take Dr. Lu away, what will we do if the mastermind goes and poisons him to death? When she heard this, a flash of surprise passed through the Empress Dowager's eyes. Li girl Ai Jia has underestimated you. Thinking so carefully, even taking such things into account. Huang Yu shyly looked down and modestly replied, Your Highness is overpraising me. This girl isn't too bad. Thinking so considerately for your sister. The Empress Dowager smiled at Huang Yu Li and nodded. Turning around, she looked at Bai Ruiqi with cold eyes. Unfortunately, it seems your sister does not appreciate it. Bai Ruiqi not help but shiver. She became aware that her overeager desire to pull down Huang Yu Li had caused the Empress Dowager to feel repulsed. In the Empress Dowager's eyes, that little slut became even more innocent, while she became a wicked sister. Once again, she fell into Huang Yu Li's word pit. Bai Ruiqi quickly said, Empress Dowager, you misunderstood. Cheer is just too impatient. I know that my third sister is doing this for my own good. Third sister here will apologize to you. You do not mind, right? Huang Yu Li replied with a smile, do not mind. Since second sister is so anxious to know the truth, we cannot waste time. Let Dr. Lu continue his confession. The Empress Dowager nodded her head, precisely. Quickly, bring the person back. Bai Ruiqi anxiously threw glances towards Empress Shu. Huang Yu Li saw all this happen and said, Second sister, if Dr. Lu says anything disrespectful, you cannot be too triggered. Allow him to finish, before claiming your innocence. Empress Dowager, I am afraid that my elder sister cannot control her emotions. So later on, please allow me to complete the questioning. Empress Dowager agreed, very well, I give you permission. When you are talking, no is to interrupt. Unexpectedly, Bai Ruiqi had lost her cool so easily, completely devoid of any royal bearing. From the situation, no matter in terms of bearing, speaking, or attitude, this Li girl is vastly superior than Bai Ruiqi. Worthy of being the daughter of Bai Lu Feng. Running on her wits' end, Bai Ruiqi almost fainted. However, the Empress Dowager had passed her commands. She no longer held any power to stop this. Dr. Lu, on the other hand, believed that he was destined to die. And just as he was about to endure his 100 beatings, he truly did not expect for another chance to be given to him. This time, he did not even give his courtesies and directly tried his best to finish his sentence. 3 days ago, second young Miss Bai asked me to meet her at the tea house. She gave me a lot of money and asked me to give her a strong medicine that would stimulate blood flow. She then told me that she will frame her third sister at the Peach Blossom Banquet. At that time. What? Bai Ruiqi? What is going on? This can't be right? Bai Ruiqi wants to frame her own cousin, why? He just opened mouth and released such a bomb. One after the other, loud draws of breath echoed through the room. Even the Empress Dowager could not help but interrupted him. You wait, you say Cheer wished to frame Lear. So she asked for your assistance? Yes, I heard very clearly. Second young Miss Bai wished to harm her third sister, because her third sister made her lose face at Thousand Treasure Pavilion's auction the other day. Furthermore, third young Miss Bai once held an oral agreement of engagement with the Crown Prince. Harboring hard feelings, second young Miss Bai. What? There was such a thing? The Empress Dowager said in surprise. The audience also whispered about. In this case, it is really possible. I went to Thousand Treasure Pavilion's auction and such a thing really did happen. Yes. It is normal to resent the other party for making you lose face, right? Then didn't Bairuoqi deserve it? Just now when she said she wished to reconcile with Bairuali, it turned out to be false? Such hypocrisy. You, baseless slandering. Listening to all the discussion and variety of despising eyes, Bairuoqi could no longer control herself and jumped up. Your Highness, you must listen to cheer. Things are not like this. With large strides, Huang Yuli walked to her side with a look of concern. Second sister, do not become excited. Did I not tell you just then? No matter what Dr. Lu will say, do not take it to heart. Regardless of his claims, the truth will eventually come to light. No one is wronging you. You, the person who wants to wrong me, is it not you? Second sister, I have not said anything towards you, ah? Enough. The Empress Dowager interrupted the two. It was already agreed that Lear will do the questioning. No one is to intervene. Now settle down for Ai Jia. Whoever dares to speak again, will leave immediately. The onlookers hurriedly shut their mouths. Facing Dr. Lu again, Huang Yuli spoke with great righteousness. Dr. Lu, how can you sow dissension, ruining the bond between sisters? I grew up with second sister, so our relationship is very intimate. Do you think that a casual few lying words will make us suspect each other? Let me tell you, you are wrong. Listening to this, Dr. Lu turned even more anxious. Feeling resentful for not reaching his expectations, he continued, Third young Miss Bai, why are you so foolish? Do you really think that second Miss Bai is truly good to you? She has been secretly plotting against you, okay? Can you grow some brains? Don't help count the money after being scammed. Bairuoqi almost fainted. In the end, who was the scammer and the one helping to count the money? It's Dr. Lu himself, okay? This damn girl is so insidious. Not scamming others would be good enough. If she was considered foolish, then are no smart people in this world. However, no one could hear Bairuoqi's voice. With a face full of anger, Huang Yuli replied with shaking hands, do not speak nonsense. How can second sister plot against me? Simply nonsense. Her attitude stimulated Dr. Lu further. The more she disbelieved him, the more determined Dr. Lu became to show her the truth. Humph, she will not plot against you? Let us talk about today's affair. If you think about it, did second Miss Bai personally invite you to drink wine? And then immediately faint? It was no accident. I just do not know why, she was foolish enough to take the wrong glass and drink the drug herself. As Huang Yuli recalled the events, a look of shock appeared on her face. If she was hit with great force, she staggered and almost fell to the ground. Impossible, it cannot be, must have been caused by others. Second sister did not know her wine was drugged. Oh, you still do not believe? Well, even though there is no evidence, do not feel anything? When you were in poor health, every time you wanted to visit the royal palace, you will fall faint with a fever. Do you think it was due to your own health? That was the work of Bairuoqi. Every time she would come to me for a prescription, hindering your trips every single time. What? How is that possible? You are talking absolute nonsense. You think you can speak without evidence. Oh well. The last time someone said you were having an immoral relationship with N, but do you know how you ended up in the back courtyard? It is all because of your second sister. She drugged you. As for this sleeping powder, it happened to be me who provided her with it. The more Dr. Lu spoke, the more vigorous his tone became. Like spilled beans, he revealed all of the past deeds Bairuoqi conducted against her. He was just too angry. He had done so much for the Madam of Wuwei Manor and Bairuoqi, but the result? Bairuoqi instantly betrayed as soon as difficulties arose. Empress Shu as well. Ordering for him to receive beatings without any proof. Well, since he didn't have much left for him, then he might as well go for broke and expose everything. The banquet 10 years ago. 5 years ago, that in that manner. One affair after the other, one piece after the other, Dr. Liu revealed everything down to the tiniest details. When these words were spoken, it shocked everyone present. Even with the Empress Dowager's command of silence, they could not help themselves, but speak out. God, these are not real, are they? You really can't see. Bai Ruoqi turned out to be such a sinister woman. But at the end, why did she go plot against her own cousin? How can you not understand this? Is it not because of jealousy? Bai Ruoli is the daughter of Bai Lu Feng Ah, born a much higher status than her. Though they are both from Wu Wei Manor, when you compare the two, the difference is like east and west. In other words, the reason behind Bai Ruoli's inability to cultivate is because of her. Otherwise, with the innate talents of her parents, she shouldn't be a wastrel? For this point, everyone had wronged Bai Ruoqi. Bai Ruoli's inability to cultivate it mainly originated from her constitution. However, with things reaching this point, no one will think that Bai Ruoqi is unrelated to this matter. No matter how she proved her innocence, rumors would have spread through the capital by tomorrow. As Bai Ruoqi listened to her various misdeeds being exposed, she became extremely panicked. It was with great difficulty that she barely controlled her emotions. It wasn't until the earlier accusation that she finally burst out. What nonsense are you talking? This is pure slander, slander. I have not done that. Do not believe that words of that quack. Che. Whether or not it is true, he is still a court doctor. Why would he know so many affairs of Wu Wei Manor? That right, that right. There are hidden schemes involved. As Bai Ruoqi angrily debated, it did zero effect in proving her claims. In fact, it solidified her guilty conscience to the crowd. Huang Yuli smiled ambiguously, but she kept that smile hidden. For the audience, she collapsed in her seat and began to mutter incoherently. Impossible, this is impossible. Whatever you say, I will not believe it. Kneeling on the ground, Court Dr. Liu loudly said, Empress Dowager, this official swears that he speaks the truth. All this was caused by Bai Ruoqi herself. You cannot allow yourself to be cheated by her. The Empress Dowager was shaking all over. With a loud crash, the cup and dishes were swept to the ground, smashing to pieces. Well, so this is how Wu Wei Manor treats Bai Lu Feng's daughter. Did you forget how your title was obtained? If such a thing did not happen, who knows how long Ai Jia would be left in the dark. So the Li girl had been bullied so much in her own home. If Huang Yuli were to lament over her experiences today, the Empress Dowager may doubt the latter, but completely trust her words. But now, such words originated from a third party, the credibility turned much higher. Huang Yuli really did not expect there to be such an unexpected gain. She merely wished for a dogfight between Bai Ruoqi and Dr. Liu. But who would expect Dr. Liu Bite to be this good, knowing such large amount of insider information? The Empress Dowager could hardly believe her ears. She had been made a fool and lied to for so many years. The fact stood, the Empress Dowager and the Emperor were people who cherished the past. They still very much treasured the friendship with Bai Lu Feng. After all, 7th-level super experts would generally leave their country of birth and set off to the center of South Sky region. They were not somebody the small country of South Yu could keep. Bai Lu Feng, however, held quite a lot of righteousness. Due to a friendship with the emperor from their childhood, he continued to remain in South Yu. It was also due to his presence that quite a few surrounding royal families, absolute hegemon countries, did not dare to provoke them. After the disappearance of Bai Lu Feng, the Empress Dowager remained very concerned for his only daughter. In those days, Bai Lu Feng and Bai Lu Jing were the model example of brothers. No one would imagine that she would suffer any abuse if left under her uncle's care. When she heard the girl was weak in health, the Empress Dowager became further worried. She did not wish to disturb her recuperation. How was she to know that the manor would pull so many underhanded tricks? However, the reality was, the Empress Dowager's care for Bai Lu Feng's daughter was secondary. The main reason behind her extreme anger was the extent of time she had been fooled. More than 10 years. No one liked to be played a fool, say nothing of the Empress Dowager. This was a capital offense, lying to the monarchy. Empress Dowager, calm your anger. I really can explain. Bai Ruoqi hurriedly kneeled down on the ground as cold sweat rolled down her forehead. Then drop by drop, they splashed onto the ground. She really did not expect Dr. Lu to be so daring, blabbering everything out. She was down for this time. Her mistreatment of third sister was a criminal offense, and her impression within the Empress Dowager's heart would become sinister and cunning woman. Once it reached the ears of the emperor, she would no longer have any chance to become the crown prince's imperial concubine. If things were to advance in severity, might also affect the reputation of Wu Wei Manor. She was really finished this time. Empress Dowager gasped angrily, explain? Ai Jiao wants to hear how you will explain yourself? Bai Ruoqi bite down her tongue and tears came tumbling down her face. She said chokingly, Empress Dowager, you have always treated Chi'er the best. How can you listen to an outsider, then directly condemn Chi'er? Looking at her cry, the Empress Dowager fell to a loss. This was the girl she watched grow up from young. So as the Empress Dowager watched her cry so miserably, she inadvertently became a little shaken. Did she really wrong her? Her tone softened a little. In that case, you must have a good explanation. If you cannot explain everything clearly, you cannot blame Ai Jia. Yes. Bai Ruoqi's heart beat quickly as she thought. She had to find a good reason for today, otherwise. Eyes flashing, she came up with a vicious idea. Current schedule, 6 regular happy doses a week. Huang Yueli was a bit surprised. Bai Ruoqi unexpectedly came up with this trick. Worthy of being her cousin, smart enough, but also, shameless enough. In a timely manner, Huang Yueli made a frightened expression. Staring with a pair of innocent eyes, she confidently said, Second sister, you. How can you say that? How can I slander you? She bit her pinky lower lip, about to burst into tears. In the Empress Dowager's eyes, her heart felt more pity when she thought of her many years of grievances. Li girl, do not be sad. Ai Jia believes you are not such a person. Chi'er, how can you say that about your sister? Ai Jia really did not think you were such a person. Empress Dowager, you are too biased. Chi'er has evidence. Bai Ruoqi grinded her teeth, loudly crying out in defense. Before Chi'er fainted, she only drank that cup of wine with third sister. So she suspects the likelihood of her poisoning the wine is the largest. Surprised a moment, the Empress Dowager looked back at Huang Yueli. Is that true? Huang Yueli said, yes, we did drink a cup. But it was obviously second sister who came to me. The cups and jugs were also provided by her. Furthermore, second sister is such a powerful cultivator, how do I have the ability poison her, under her eyes? You mean, I poisoned it myself and drank the poison? Am I stupid? Huang Yueli pursed her mouth, a look of innocence plastered. You are calling yourself stupid, I did not say. Hearing these words, a lot of people could not help themselves and laughed out. PFFTTT. It's too funny. There are still people who call themselves stupid. Red-faced, Bai Ruoqi could not believe that a moment's carelessness caused her to fall into Huang Yueli's trap. You are mocking me. When Dr. Lu came over, is it not you who suggested the idea of examining via silk sheet? If you do not have ulterior motives, why do you perform such superfluous things? Clearly you and Dr. Lu are in cahoots with each other. what I am colluding in? Huang Yueli displayed an innocent expression. Second sister, the examination through a silk sheet was indeed my proposal, but I did that under the consideration for your good name. After all, your area of bleeding, that place. If the court doctor were to see. What do you mean? Besides, I really do not understand why during the examination of silk sheet, Dr. Liu would misdiagnose. Are you implying that he would not misdiagnose if he saw the patient's face? In the end, who is his target? A pair of curious eyes, Huang Yueli asked in a very confused manner. She needed Bai Ruoqi to clear these doubts. Faced with this question, Bai Ruoqi met with a sudden loss of words. She did not expect Huang Yueli's reaction to be so fast. Once again, seizing the flaws in her words. If Dr. Liu saw Bai Ruoqi and thus did not misdiagnose, it would only serve to further consolidate the hidden mastermind. Wouldn't that mean she'd be unable to break from that suspicion, Bai Ruoqi? In attempts to gloss over this topic, Bai Ruoqi continued, in short, only the two of us drank. If the poisoner isn't me, then it is her, and naturally I would not poison myself. The suspect would fall to Bai Ruoqi, and she has quite large motive for this. Oh? What motive? The Empress Dowager asked. Everyone also erected their ears. Bai Ruoqi loudly said, Bai Ruoqi has always considered herself as the fiancée of the crown prince. So she wanted to eradicate me, one of her competitors. Current schedule, 6 regular happy doses a week. Wow, 2 sisters fighting over a man. This is a really rare show. In order to be the imperial concubine, both have torn their faces, ah? Who would you is saying the truth in the end? Wu Weihofu face really lost a big deal this time. All kinds of whispers echoed. Not only did Bai Ruoqi and Empress Shu's faces turn ugly looking, even the Empress Dowager's turned darker and darker. She forcefully hit the table, exclaiming, all of you shut your mouths. Bai Ruoqi, what are you talking about? What competition for the imperial concubine? Is this something an upstanding young girl like you should say? Bai Ruoqi was startled, and quickly fell to her knees. She also knew that it was very shameful to say such a thing. But she had lost enough face anyway. Why can that little slut Bai Ruoqi remain virtuous? Losing face, let's do it together. In all today, she is determined to pour a bucket of dirty water onto Bai Ruoqi as well. Bai Ruoqi disregarded everything and said, Your Royal Highness, Chier also knows this is something I shouldn't say, but if it is not said, we may never know the truth. In recent years, the reason why we did not allow third sister to enter the palace was not only because of her poor health. It was also due to countless of ugly things, only hidden because of my father. We were afraid she would do shameful things in the royal palace, so. Huang Yueli looked coldly on at Bai Ruoqi's performance and felt a bit of admiration. At a time like this, she was able to respond quickly with such a story. Struggling on her deathbed, this sort of psychological quality is really good. It is too shameless. Empress Dowager, you do not know, but a month ago, third sister had a scandal. It occurred in the back garden of the manor and was witnessed by quite a lot of people. When she did such a thing, she was afraid that it would travel to the crown prince's ears and affect her chances of becoming his imperial concubine. Not only did she intend to harm my standing, she also wished to wash herself clean. Empress Dowager, if this was planned in advance, why does she insist on Dr. Liu's presences again and again? This is her plot, you cannot be tricked by her, ah. Crying, Bai Ruoqi seemed to be really suffer great injustice. Cold-faced, the Empress Dowager did not interrupt her, but allowed her to finish. Seeing she did not speak, Bai Ruoqi bit down and loudly said, Your Highness, you must take action for Chier. Huang Yueli let her finish and secretly hooked the corners of her mouth. Since Ruo Bai love acting so much, then they will act together. Choking out a few drops of tears, her eyes turned red eyes. second sister, I really did not expect this. I usually respect you, yet you think of me like this. It's okay, I do not want to say anything more. What you want to think, you can think. Saying, she clutched her chest and tottered. Lear, what happened to you? Go and support third Miss Bai. Queen Mother was shocked and instructed the palace ladies to hold her. However, Huang Yueli did not give them the chance to hold her. Leaning over the edge, she fell to the ground. She secretly felt lucky, her pale face instantly bleached, pale as white paper. What's wrong with Li girl? Hurry, the court doctors to examine her. After a burst of chaos, the court doctor gave their diagnosis, Your Royal Highness, third young Miss Bai fainted due to a heart attack. This was caused from anger. The events that occurred in the courtyard were not explicitly set out, but of those present, not one did not understand the hidden meaning of those words. That is to say, Huang Yueli's fainting was caused from Bai Ruoqi's shameless remarks. The Empress Dowager was naturally biased towards Huang Yueli, mainly due to her absence for the past 10 years. And the chances of her colluding with Dr. Lu really weren't that high. However, with Bai Ruoqi's half-true and half-false, tearful lamentations, the Empress Dowager became a little puzzled. Of the two girls, one must be the mastermind, though the likelihood of Bai Ruoqi was much larger. But why would she take such a big risk to frame her younger sister in the palace? Just how much hatred and resentment was there? Bai Ruoqi often accompanied the Empress Dowager in the palace, so she was reluctant to believe that a girl she quite liked would turn out to be such an insidious and sinister viper-like woman. However, it was during the moment of wavering, Huang Yueli suddenly fainted. Taking a step back to advance, really more persuasive than what words could accomplish. If Huang Yueli and Bai Ruoqi were to exchange tit for tat, it would solidify the reality of a grudge between the two sisters. If both parties could not tolerate each other, then naturally, there would be hidden reason why. No matter how reasonable Huang Yueli was, no matter how eloquent, it will inevitably reduce themselves to a bunch of shrews. This would also make it much more difficult to convince the Empress Dowager. But the tables had completely turned with her loss of consciousness. To outsiders, unable to accept that her beloved and respected elder sister would be so wicked to her, she fainted in a fit of shock. As a result, Bai Ruoqi became the wicked one. Even if both sides held no evidence, with the current situation, coupled with Dr. Lu's allegations, Bai Ruoqi's image had truly become a vicious and cousin-bullying elder sister. The Empress Dowager looked at Huang Yueli's pale face and felt endlessly distressed. This child, too pitiful. Entering the palace for the first time in more than a decade, but to have met with so many things. Obviously kind-hearted, but was misunderstood by her cousin, Doctor Who. Prescribe her some medicine, all right? Doctor Who responded, the Empress Dowager, third young Miss Bai's body is not good. Her qi and blood is poor, seemingly to have suffered a very serious internal injury. When this is coupled with long-term malnutrition, it would naturally lead to such a situation. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager turned even more angry. Was this not evidence to support Dr. Lu's claims? If it weren't for Wu Wei Manor's bullying of the Li girl, how could she, a dignified Manor daughter, be injured and suffer malnutrition? This is too much. Hu Yuancher, give the Li girl a few pills and nurse her back to health. Lacking any rare herbs, you may go directly to the royal treasury to retrieve it. Bai Lufeng has saved this queen's life several times. And what is the result? Not even knowing his daughter is being bullied. Hurriedly, Doctor Who wrote down the prescription and went to retrieve the necessary ingredients. For this part, the Empress Dowager wrongly accused Bai Ruoqi. Malnutrition is indeed a reason, but Bai Ruoqi had been constantly poisoned from young, so her body really was not that good. But those obvious internal injuries, in fact, were from Huang Yueli's forced attempt to break through to the defensive profound realm that day. But due to her failed attempt, the striking to the breakthrough damaged her dantian. On this matter, not a dime was related with Bairuachi. Poor Bairuachi, forced to carry another black pot, but could not get rid of it. Empress Dowager Huangyu away, turn their gaze, Bairuachi. Your sister has fainted from anger. What else can you say? Stunned to see Huangyueli act this away, Bairuachi fell to a loss and did not know how to react. She really did not think Huangyueli would resort to such a trick. It wasn't until Doctor Who finished Huangyueli's examination did she finally react and realized that she was in big trouble again. This was not the first day of knowing that damn girl. Would she really faint? It was nothing more than a deliberate attempt to frame her. That little slut turned out to be so clever and such a talented actor. To come up with such a move really left 100 mouths speechless. Bairuachi trembled all over. When she heard the Empress Dowager's questions, she bit down on her teeth and used all her energy to kowtow. Your Royal Highness, Cheer is really innocent. Bairuoli she is faking it. She really isn't. Isn't what? Empress Dowager said with a severe tone, Bairuachi, Ai Jia really liked you before. I did not expect you would be such a sinister girl. Doctor Who has already diagnosed her with internal injuries. You better honestly confess yourself, was it not you who wounded her? No, not me. How could it be me? I did not beat her at all. With a green and white complexion, Bairuachi honestly did not know where Huangyueli's internal wounds came from. Furthermore, the last time she went to cause trouble, not only did she fail to hurt Huangyueli, but was turned into a pig. She really was not Huangyueli's opponent. However, these words could not sound any faker in the ears of others. Bairuachi was a cultivator at the 7th level of the Chi Profound realm, whereas Huangyueli was a wastrel. Bairuachi was unable to defeat her third sister? Because she could not find an excuse, she began to shamefully deny everything right. The Empress Dowager's face became even more ugly. I did not expect, not a single truth, to come from your mouth. Ai Jia is much too disappointed in you. Feeling her heart turn cold, Bairuachi's clothes were soaked in cold sweat. She kowtowed and desperately tried to argue, Your Highness, you must believe Cheer. It is Bairuoli who framed me. She fancies the position of imperial concubine, so she colluded with Dr. Lu. Her fainting is also planned. You cannot believe her. Empress Shu also aided hurriedly, Yes, Empress Dowager, things have yet to be figured out. So how can we determine the cause of Bairuoli's fainting is due to Cheer? We must gather all evidence, before determining Cheer's sin. Allow Lear to gather and present evidence. Or it will be empty-mouth protests. How does that sound? As Dr. Lu listened to this reversal of black and white, he became anxious beyond belief. Empress Dowager, this humble servant ensures everything he has said is nothing but the truth. This humble one the witness If you say you are a witness, you are a witness? You are basically in cahoots with my third sister. If you have the ability, why don't you take out some material evidence? Bairuachi retorted. Dr. Lu was temporarily speechless. This, material evidence. Yes, You claimed that I started framing my third sister several years ago, and I have also requested you to do many immoral things. What proofs do you have? Without a shred of evidence, you dare say that you didn't purposely plot against me? Looking at his dull expression, Bairuachi suddenly found some little confidence. Her meeting with Dr. Lu were secretly planned. Every time they were very careful, no witnesses or traces behind. It can be assumed that there would be no testimonials available to back up Dr. Lu's claims. Sure enough, after frowning for a good while, Dr. Lu was left speechless. His forehead continued to have cold sweat run down continuously. Bairuachi's eyes suddenly shone with hope. How did she not think of this earlier? What Dr. Lu was saying earlier was nothing more than pure slander. If he really wanted to solidify her sins, he still needed to rely on facts. Any so-called confessions were useless. What? Can't take out anything? Due to lack of evidence, it means you are framing me. Explain yourself, why did you frame this lady? Your purpose for harming my good name, what is it? Is it because a certain someone wishes to become the crown prince's imperial concubine, so she came to find you for help? I am not falsely accusing anyone. It is you who wishes to the imperial concubine, thus harming others. Then take out the evidence? Take it out for me to see? I can swear to God, every word I said is true. Otherwise I will be struck down by heavenly lightning. Previously you just committed a crime against the monarchy. A vow, what use is there? Under Bairuoqi's pressing questions, Dr. Lu took in a sharp breath. He was not her opponent at all. Huang Yueli wrinkled her eyebrows slightly. Bairuoqi did not make a mistake. Dr. Lu was truly unable to obtain evidence, so it is impossible to confirm her as guilty. As a dignified marquis daughter, if she can be taken down by only a few words from a sinning doctor, that must be a joke. Nonetheless, Huang Yueli's purpose had been reached. Bairuoqi had lost all face today, and in the presence of so many young ladies, almost all of them daughters of some minister. Once outside of the palace walls, her shameful actions will spread throughout the entire country. After today, she will become the object of ridicule by all, no longer able to put up the pretense of a cold immortal fairy. Moreover, the beautiful image of Bairuoqi, the Empress Dowager had of her, has also completely shattered. Even if there is no irrefutable evidence, the Empress Dowager has already made it very clear that it was all irrelevant. Empress Dowager felt that it is absolutely impossible for such a viper-like woman to become the palace's imperial concubine. The emperor is very filial to his mother. If there is fierce opposition from his mother, Bairuoqi chances to become imperial concubine is basically zero. And her purpose had always been the prevention of Bairuoqi's ascension to imperial concubine. This being the case, her final act against Bairuoqi was almost complete. Today's act and show was to portray her as a weak and little girl, and with a tired appearance. It was about time to wrap things up. Huang Yueli secretly yawned a little. Then, with her eyes slit open, she began to moan softly. The Empress Dowager immediately went to her side. "Lear, you finally woke up? How do you feel? Does your chest still feel uncomfortable?" Huang Yueli shook her head while clutching the chest. She seemed to struggle up. "Lear, lie down. Do not get up." Huang Yueli shook her head and said, "Your Highness, Lear is okay." Just then, second sister and Dr. Lu's words, I heard them. Bairuoqi immediately sneered, "Well, since you heard them, what else is there to say? Can you come up with evidence to prove Dr. Lu's claims?" Huang Yueli looked at her, then looked at the Empress Dowager. She then slowly shook her head. "No, I cannot. I have no evidence." With great pleasure, Bairuoqi almost jumped up. "Since there is no evidence, then you must." "I was framed." Huang Yueli bit her lips and whispered, "Second sister, I." Bairuoqi looked at her pale face and assumed that she had scared her. She couldn't help but feel proud. "Hee, as I said earlier, I did not do those things. And you guys wished to splash dirty water on me? What will you do now? Regret it? Let me tell you, it's too late." Believing that Huang Yueli was at her rope's end, Bairuoqi regained her initiative. Continuously talking, she hoped to overpower her in this momentum. Framing her cousin and doing so many secret things. Quickly knelt down and apologized to the Empress Dowager. "Only then will I consider opening the net from the side to allow the horse to escape. How about it? Quickly do it." Huang Yueli maintained her calm expression. She sighed deeply and softly said, "Second sister, I have no evidence. Even if there were evidence, I would not bring them out. Today's events, whether or not done by you, it does not matter. I do not want to pursue whose fault it is. If you insist it was due to your younger sister's treacherous intent, then I. The more she spoke, the softer her voice became until it became nothing more than chokes. Seeing her this way, the Empress Dowager immediately felt very uncomfortable. Look at how pathetic this girl is. From young till now, she has had no father or mother, alone in the manor, while also bullied by uncle and cousins. Now that her second sister has climber over her head, with various reasons to slander her and throw dirty water on her, she continues to be so pure and kind. Not wanting to account for anything, just wishing to rest the matter. In contrast, Bairuachi has already been identified but unwillingly to forget the matter and continue to quibble. Both young ladies from the Bai family, yet there was such a gap. Taking Huang Yueli's hand, the Empress Dowager patted it gently and said, "Li girl, Ai Jia understands your intentions, but the country has its laws. If there really is a crime, the proper investigations must occur." Be as it may, Bairuachi was still a child she had watched grow up. Furthermore, she once appreciated this girl. The Empress Dowager had always had a kind heart. So when the time approached to deal with things appropriately, she could not bear it a little. Bairuachi practically spit out blood. Why could that damned girl act so well? Every time when she assumed she had gained the upper hand, about to win, a few words from Huang Yueli had changed cliff-hanging positions. Time and again, she could not make a comeback. Was this damn girl her nemesis? Why was she unable to kill her? Instead, it was she who suffered? Now, she was once again overturned by this damned girl. Was today the day where her reputation truly swept the ground? Teeth clenched, Bairuachi desperately worked her mind. No matter what was said, she is only a step away from the position of Crown Prince's imperial concubine. She absolutely must be condemned by the Empress Dowager today. As long as it was not today. Maybe Bairuachi's thoughts were too strong, or it may be something she did not deserve. Not knowing what to do, Guguli suddenly spoke up from the corner. She whispering into the Empress Dowager's ear, she said a few words. Empress Dowager, Eunuch Qin just came to report that the banquet in the Palace of Peace and Tranquility is ready. The Emperor and Imperial Empress are waiting in the palace. They are requesting for you and the ladies to. What? It's already at the Wu hour? How does the time fly so fast? The Empress Dowager asked in surprise. Note, Wu hour is between 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. For below, the 2 quarters is self-explanatory, but just in case, half an hour approximate. It is already 2 quarters past the Wu hour. Seeing no movement from you, the Emperor sent someone to ask. The Empress Dowager's face sank. To be honest, she wanted to investigate the root of this matter clearly today. And to also take this opportunity to teach Bairuachi a lesson. However, the Peach Blossom Banquet is top priority. The Emperor and Imperial Empress were waiting for them in the Palace of Peace and Tranquility. She must take into consideration the overall goal. And like Bairuachi said, there is no evidence. The things Dr. Liu said were all things from long ago. So if they wished to find material evidence, it would take more than a day or 2. While the Emperor's side could not wait. Weighing the trade-offs, the Empress Dowager let out a sigh. For such a disgraceful thing to occur today, it has wasted so much time. Enough, first escort Dr. Liu to prison, tell the Department of Justice to interrogate him strictly. Saying this, she swept her cold gaze over Bairuachi. Today's affairs are not over yet. Ai Jia believes that the Ministry of Justice will be able to deliver an answer to this case. When that time comes, the criminal will be crystal clear. Who framed their own sister, Ai Jia will definitely not spare her. Finished, the Empress Dowager stood up and did not give a second glance to Bairuochi. Bringing with her Empress Shu and a group of palace eunuchs and maids. Grandly, she walked to the Palace of Peace and Tranquility. Awakened by the conclusion, the various young ladies remembered their purpose today. Seeing such a fantastic shows, all the ups and downs of a drama, many people forgot the purpose of their gathering, to participate in the selection of the various imperial concubine. Quickly grooming themselves, they were led by the numerous palace ladies to catch up with the Empress Dowager. By fluke, Bairuochi escaped. Her face pale, she only felt her back clothes completely soaked with cold sweat. With the laughter of the various groups of young ladies, they continued to talk about scandal with great vigor. Their sounds were not controlled, as you could hear their discussions from far away. I did not expect Bairuochi to be such a person and to be exposed, the Empress Dowager. Today's peach blossom banquet, it shouldn't be related to her anymore, right? That is sure. How can the Empress Dowager make His Royal Highness marry this kind of woman, becoming his imperial concubine? Bairuochi has always considered the position of the Crown Prince's imperial concubine to be hers. Did not expect she would be the first to be eliminated. In other words, one must behave with integrity. When the marriage is not set, one cannot be so arrogant. She's disgraced now, right? Fuming mad with rage, Bairuochi could only follow and hide at the very back. Usually, she was the most favored for the limelight, walking at the very front. But now, she with her reputation, she could only avoid the crowd. Or the peculiar gazes from around would make her die from shame. It wasn't until most people have already left, did Bairuochi bite her teeth to catch up. Although such a thing had happened, the concubine had yet to be selected. She will not give up. Although it is obvious the Empress Dowager will strongly oppose her becoming the imperial concubine at Peach Blossom Banquet, but she still has cards to play. A few days prior, she took a bottle of spirit-cleansing pills. After a night of bitter cultivation, she successfully broke through 2 levels in a row. She is now at the Chi Profound 9th level. Think of her opportunity to show off her strength at the Peach Blossom Banquet. She imagined the surprised and speechless look of the Empress Dowager. Thinking of this, Bairuochi sneered in her heart. So what if her name is bad? Almost punished? In the Tianling continent, to gain respect, power, was absolute. Second sister, what are you doing here? Where are you feeling uncomfortable? As Bairuochi was getting ready to catch up with the group, she did not expect to hear most annoying sound from behind her. Immediately, like cat whose tail was pulled, she almost jumped up. You, damn girl, it's you. Why have you not left? Huang Yu blinked and wretchedly said, I just fainted. Although I ate some pills, I still feel a little faint. I decided to go a little slower. What about you, second sister? You also fainted, do you not feel comfortable? Do you need to go home to rest? Go home to rest? Bairuochi sneered, what? Plotting against me today, you feel very proud? Thinking not only I will not be selected, but I also lost a lot of face today. So the only option is to escape back home? Let me tell you, you are wrong. Huang Yueli lazily replied, second sister, what are you talking about? We all know, in the end who is plotting who. You were the one to smash your own foot, how can blame me, Huang Yueli said the truth, but Bairuochi apparently do not think so. She would not think she was at fault, hence there was no need to be taught a lesson. In her opinion, today's incident was all due to Huang Yueli. She was both shamed victimized by this little slut. She said in a cold voice, oh, now you are proud, thinking that using this tactic will give fame and fortune. Thus allowing to sit on the position of imperial concubine? I beg you, before you go pee, first look at yourself. You nothing but a piece of trash. No matter how good your acting skills, it will never be yours. Huang Yueli shrugged and said indifferently, "In your eyes, the crown prince is a peak genius. Someone you need to obtain no matter the means. But for me, he nothing. For your own short-sightedness, please do not think that I am someone like you." Fifth grade talent, the crown prince? Was it worthy of her cherishing? As expected, Bairuochi has not experienced the world. Not even mentioning her flame spirit physique, even in her past life, the crown prince was worth no more than her little finger. No matter how careless in selecting she was, she would not be able to find such a low-quality man. Moreover, as a ninth-tier armament master's taste was extremely high. Huang Yueli said another big truth. Unfortunately, no one believed her. Bairuochi looked at her with eyes full of ridicule. "Oh, I did not expect you to be this clever. Knowing you will certainly not be chosen, you deliberately put on a do not care outlook. No matter how well you act, it means nothing. Who knows whether you came here for the position of imperial concubine?" Huang Yueli shook her head. "Ai, what's the situation?" "Just telling the truth, it is so hard." Bairuochi sneered, "Continue acting. I hope when I become the imperial concubine, you will not be hanging yourself from depression." To hear her say so confidently, Huang Yueli was left in surprise. Did Bairuochi eat the wrong medicine or something? With the current situation, she has almost zero chances of becoming the imperial concubine. How can she still be so confident? Huang Yueli probed, "It seems, second sister is certain she will be able to take the position?" "I really do not know where your self-confidence comes from. You should be very clear, the Empress Dowager will certainly not stand on your side." "The Empress Dowager?" Bairuochi coldly hooked the corners of her mouth. "So what if the Empress Dowager does not agree? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will understand that only me Bairuochi is his most sensible choice. In the martial world of Tianling continent? Only strength was the way in all four great regions. In front of absolute strength, any other opinions were nothing more than fleeting clouds." When she recalled the past few days of grueling cultivation, bathing in painful experiences, Bairuochi's eyes flashed with a must-win light. Her strength was not the same as before. It had reached a new level. The position of imperial concubine, it would be hers. As Huang Yueli watched Bairuochi's receding back view, a touch of smile floating on her mouth. Her second sister is quite simple. She wondered what new tricks she has up her sleeves, able to give her such overwhelming confidence to win over all the other golden-spoon-born young ladies. It seems like this game is far from over. In the Palace of Peace and Tranquility, it was already fully decorated and furnished. To welcome the various guests, it was adorned with numerous peach ornamentals. At each table set, there stood a vase full of beautiful peach blossoms. By the time Huang Yueli entered the Palace of Peace and Tranquility, except for her and Bairuochi, all the other young ladies had arrived and were seated in accordance with the aid of the palace ladies. "Third young Miss Bai, please come with me." Huang Yueli discovered that her seat was at the very front. It was above both the nationally recognized first talents, Bairuochi and Lui. This should be on behalf of her cheap father's face. As she took her seat and before her bottom could even warm it, she already felt the jealous gazes projected from all around. Vaguely, she heard some whisperings. Huang Yueli knew that her actions today were quite eye-catching. From revealing her face to the Empress Dowager and now sit in the first seat of the crowd. From what she heard, this seating plan was made in accordance of the greatest possibility to become the imperial concubine. Since the emperor put her in the first place, it indicated that he was as the rumors said. He still remembered the promise he made with Bai Lu Feng. With greatly difficulty, Bairuochi was knocked down. But the result? They discovered that the bigger threat was the inconspicuous and unsuspecting third young Miss Bai. It would be strange if these young ladies did not feel depressed. Under the various gazes, Huang Yueli stayed indifferent. Slowly she picked up a cup of tea. Drinking the tea, she watched the surrounding situation. She had become accustomed to the longing and looks of jealousy from her past life. Before long, Bairuochi also arrived. She had just come back from Empress Shu's place. Her blood-stained clothes were replaced with a fresh flowery pink dress. Paired with a thick silk brocade and sophisticated embroidery, she looked rosy. Moreover, due to eating advanced pills, her face had also returned to normal. Raising her chin slightly, she looked cold and proud. Gracefully she walked through the palace as arrogant and proud as before. If they had not witnessed the past events, no one would believe that she was kneeling desperately and kowtowing to the Empress Dowager half an hour ago. As Bairuochi walked closer, she discovered that Huang Yuli was actually in the first position. Her face has changed, she stared fiercely at Huang Yuli. "Third sister, are you in the wrong place? How could it be?" Huang Yuli blinked innocently. "You rarely enter the palace, so you do not know the rules in the palace. Seating position are arranged. Not only would it be shameful when you sit in the wrong position, it may also provoke the dragon's wrath. Do not blame elder sister for not warning you in advance. But I was taken to this position by a palace lady. I did not choose it myself." "What?" Bairuochi exclaimed in surprise, "How is it possible?" At this moment, the lady-in-waiting interrupted, "Second young Miss Bai, your seat is below third young Miss Bai. Please hurry and take your seat as the banquet is about to begin." Bairuochi could not believe her ears. This waist actually climbed above her head? Does the emperor really intend to fulfill that year's verbal agreement? No, I cannot be. Even if the emperor holds this intention, the crown prince would not accept a waist as his imperial concubine. Thinking of this, Bairuochi felt a little relieved. Giving Huang Yuli a glare, she said, "There is a lot of pressure sitting in the first position. Since this is the first time you have entered the palace, please do not make a blunder, third sister. For it will lose face for our Wu Wei manner." Huang Yuli smiled and said, "Second sister, please rest assured. No matter how shameful my future blunders will be, they will not be more shameful than your incident at the peach blossom orchard. So the people here will definitely not notice." Choking back, Bairuochi's face suddenly turned beet red. If this were a private setting, she would have long sent out a slap and sent her flying. She will let this trash know that trash is not qualified to speak such words. Unfortunately, there were many watchful eyes, she could not do this to her cousin. Ignoring her pig liver expression, Huang Yuli went to personally pour her a cup of tea. "Second sister, please drink some tea." "Do not worry, I do not have the habit of drugging my drinks. There is absolutely no problem." This damn girl really knew how to anger a person to death. But doing so without a single obscene word. Bairuochi nearly stood up in a fit of anger. But at this instant, the palace of peace and tranquility filled with the echoing voices of the eunuchs, inviting the various royalties to enter the palace. "Respects to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Respects to His Royal Highness Prince Yu. Respects to..." In accordance of seniority, the various princes entered the palace. The numerous aristocratic young ladies immediately stood up to pay their respects. Almost everyone's sight fell on the protagonist of today's banquet, the powerful and noble crown prince's body. Dressed in a beige tunic, his clothes were decorated with 4 clawed dragons. While the crown princes stood in a handsomely tall and straight posture, the symbol of a prince's nobility and glory. In contrast, the other princes were all similarly adorned in all-black tunics and silver pythons patterning their robes. Like the moon and stars, it served to highlight the crown prince from the rest. Many girls held their breath. And not blink of an eyelid, they watched the crown prince and subconsciously displayed their most attractive posture. They hoped to catch the crown prince's attention, to make him notice them. Previously, every lady assumed they would be unable to obtain the position of imperial concubine for themselves. But how they to know, a scandal involving Bairuochi bullying her cousin would suddenly ensue. Not only was it severely criticized by the Empress Dowager, she might even be punished. This rekindled hope in the others. With Bairuochi gone, then they, maybe could replace her. Closely following behind His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, was His Royal Highness Prince Yu. As always, he was unparalleled and handsome. Even amongst the other princes wearing the same style of clothes, even if he deliberately held back his charisma and pretended to be withered, it held no effect. This was not enough to cover up his unparalleled and limitless charms. Even though the ladies adored the Crown Prince, many also attracted by his appearance. Involuntarily, they stared at him. However, most people soon realized that His Royal Highness Prince Yu was a wastrel of a prince, not a suitable partner. So they quickly forced their gazes back to the Crown Prince. What if the Crown Prince noticed them? They could not let the Crown Prince think they had two hearts, a superficial woman who is attracted to appearance. Only Huang Yueli did not give the Crown Prince a single glance. From beginning to end, she gazed only at His Royal Highness Prince Yu. She only caught a glimpse of him in the morning and did not see properly. Upon closer inspection now, she discovered he was a lot thinner. His expression more frigid, while a trace of gauntness could be seen in his handsome face. For a master of this level, Prince Yu is very sensitive to the attention of others. Huang Yueli's gaze on him, how could he not be aware? However, he did not spare her a moment's glance. He went straight to his seat, sitting down blankly. The Crown Prince turned his head, seemingly speaking a few words to him. Prince Yuang nodded his head in response. Lazily, he glanced at the girls under the platform, staying no more than a second on Huang Yueli. Instead, he looked at Bairuochi a few times, revealing a thoughtful look. Huang Yueli unexpectedly felt a little uncomfortable at this. What the hell? Although the two had separated on bad notes that night, arguing into slightly disagreeable terms, okay then. It was very disagreeable. But he does not need to do that either. Not even giving her a glance, as if they were complete strangers. Just that day before, he undoubtedly vowed he would use his utmost means to pursue her. Every single time he saw her, those obvious fiery eyes almost seemed to burn her. So much she could not help but want to escape. So how did they, in a blink of an eye, become so cold? When Prince Yu looked at her with his eyes, there was no difference from his gaze to others. Of course, he did nothing wrong. After all, he was the rejected party. A stalker is not a gentleman. Pulling away to create distance is the appropriate move. But Huang Yueli bit her lip, not realizing that her facial expression had become extremely ugly. The just plotted against third young Miss Bai, who had kept her cool, was now trembling from anger. Her trembling hands nearly knocked over the teacup on the table. As she looked at Bairuochi, she quickly gave herself an excuse to explain everything. Well, yes, even if Prince Yu had given up her, he still couldn't stare at Bairuochi. Was there something wrong with this man's eyes? How could he like such an insidious woman like Bairuochi? As a friend of His Royal Highness Prince Yu, could they be counted as friends? Of course she cannot allow Prince Yu to be bewitched by women like Bairuochi. As Huang Yueli thought about this, her lips formed a straight line. If Prince Yu is truly interested in Bairuochi, she will use all methods to stop him. There were a total of 6 attending princes. From the Crown Prince down, none of them had selected their imperial concubines yet. As the several princes took their seats, the young ladies also returned to their seats. I did not expect that 6 Royal Highness would personally attend today. It seems that today's banquet will be very lively. This voice was a bit familiar to the ears. Huang Yueli turned around and it was second young Miss Qi Tanger from General Jinnan's manor. the little trumpet who was famed throughout the capital for loving nothing more than to spread and discuss gossip. And because General Zhenan is a firm powerhouse of Southview, Qi Tanger's seat was also at the very front. She sat right behind Bai Ruoqi and Lui, coming in fourth. Qi Tanger's popularity has always been quite good. Hearing her speak, the various ladies seated behind and in front gathered at her side. Elder sister Qi, you often enter the palace, you must know these highnesses? We have not seen the world, thus do not know the situations regarding these princes. So could educate us on the overall situation? That's right, second young Miss Qi, do share. Quite apparently, Qi Tanger enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded and fawned upon. First, she looked at the seated princes and found their distance to be very large. Whatever she said would not be heard by them. Triumphantly she began her tales. Crown Prince Li Majuan, needless to say, we all know he is #1 genius of Southview. Moreover, he is student of Heavenly Star College, a well-known genius. Plus with his noble identity of Crown Prince and handsome looks, it remains unknown which lucky girl will become his imperial concubine. Yes, the Crown Prince is really amazing. If one could marry His Royal Highness, even as a minor concubine, would also a great honor, When Bai Ruoqi heard these words, she raised her chin slightly, feeling proud inside. She still felt that she would certainly become the imperial concubine. So when she heard admiration of these young girls, she felt she had gained great face. The Crown Prince was such a dragon amongst men, only she Bai Ruoqi can match him. Currently people were not too optimistic about her chances, but when the imperial concubine selection results come out, look how shocked these people will become. Full of envy, Just thinking of this makes one chuckle secretly. Stealing a glance at her, Huang Yueli became all the more sure that Bai Ruoqi still held a hidden blade. After a whispering of praises, Qi Tanger continued to speak. At the Crown Prince's side, Prince Yu, Li Moying, did you not just see him in the peach blossom orchid? Prince Yu's grace is definitely at the top, if not for insider news, just based on his looks alone, even the Crown Prince would be defeated by him. Alas, you can say that Prince Yu's life is quite bad. Turns out the taboo name of Prince Yu is Li Moying, This name is very fitting. His Royal Highness Prince Yu looks really good. Several girls were fascinated by Prince Yu's face, sighing with regret. So what, are you willing to marry a waste? Qi Tanger asked. After listening to this, the girls immediately fell silent again. That is also. Forget it, even if I become a minor concubine of His Highness the Crown Prince, this would still be much better than marrying Prince Yu. Mouth hooking slightly, Huang Yueli revealed a gloating smile. Do not think that Prince Yu Wang would receive such evaluation. What kind of will he show after hearing this? However, up until now she did not know that the man's name was Li Moying. The first thought she thought of when she heard his name was, he also had the word shadow, ing. What a coincidence. But soon, Huang Yueli shook her head with vigor. What was she thinking? Why did she constantly confuse Prince Yu with Mu Qingqing? Was it because the two people have similar eyes? She really should be more clear-headed. Prince Yu is not Mu Qingqing's substitute, At this moment, a trace of sneer hung on Bai Ruoqi's mouth. Third sister, I finally know why the emperor called you to the palace today. Turns out there is a waste prince in this palace as well, Gee, it matches you perfectly. Waste, should marry waste. Surprised for a moment, Huang Yueli then smiled and said, are you saying that, you, second sister despises His Royal Highness Prince Yu? How could I possibly put a waste in my eyes? Bai Ruoqi said as if it were natural. Huang Yueli replied with, that's fine. She was really afraid that such a fine man would be wasted by a Scrooge like Bai Ruoqi. Bai Ruoqi stared at her momentarily and laughed, yo, look at your expression. It seems you fancy Prince Yu? you are also trash and he is a waste, a match made in heaven. I presume, you have many common topics. Huang Yueli lightly hooked her lips. I think His Royal Highness Prince Yu is as a fine partner of conversation. Although she loved Mu Qingqing, holding no feelings in that category for His Royal Highness Prince Yu, the two were quite in tune. Because in South Yu, only the two of them are the true powers. Scope, ideas, realms, all completely different from others. It was the mutual attraction and mutual recognition between two powerful practitioners. However, Bairuoqi misunderstood. That's good. You are still smart. Knowing your identity is not worthy of those superior princes, let alone His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Quietly select His Highness Prince Yu so you can at least experience glory and splendor in the future. Saying that, she sneered again. Do not feel at loss, in terms of status and looks, to match with you this ugly duckling, is your good fortune. It's just your poor health. I advise you to burn incense after your wedding and pray you can live a few more years and give him a child before your passing. Otherwise, the latter half of your life will be quite tragic. The more Bairuoqi spoke, the more joy she felt and almost laughed out loudly. Just like she said, how could a trash possibly be on the list of potential imperial concubine candidates? Turns out she was here for His Royal Highness Prince Yu. Obviously, her third sister, an untalented and high-status young lady, who was here for Prince Yu. A match, a real good match. Not only did this damn girl suffer great misfortune, being a waste, she was going to be wedded to another waste. Let's see how she plans to retaliate, to take revenge. Just wait until His Royal Highness the Crown Prince inherits the throne, there will be more. Really too happy. Bairuoqi words were extremely mean, but Huang Yueli did not mind. She wanted to laugh, but had to pick up the teacup to hide the smile. With Bairuoqi's high self-esteem, she had always vowed to marry the strongest man. If she discovered the strongest one had been let go by her blinded eyes, who knows how depressed she will become? Possibly vomiting blood? From behind, Qingqing gossip continued. Where did we speak to? Oh yes, finishing with Prince Yu, the one on his right if the third prince, Li Mohan. The position of the third prince's mother is relatively low, she was merely his palace maid. But his was born with good innate talent, a fourth-grade talent, second only to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. As a result, his mother is one of the 4 imperial empresses. The fourth princely Moju friends with my cousin. His talent is not so good. The fifth prince. One by one Qingqing introduced each of the princes, causing a burst of admiration. Unexpectedly, apart from Prince Yu, there are several princes who are very outstanding. You don't say, such a pity. It makes one wonder just why His Royal Highness Prince Yu cannot cultivate. Yes, Prince Yu is really too handsome. Even if it were a second-grade talent it would still be good, alas. Although aware of Prince Yu's title of waste, that handsome face was still more than capable to waver a few hearts. There were still many people unresigned and still lamented. Speaking to this point, Qingqing suddenly thought of something. That's right, within the experts of the royal palace, there is also the 7th princess. She is even better than the 3rd prince. I've heard of her. It is said that the 7th princess is also a 4th-grade talent, very rare among women. She contends with Bairuoqi for the country's #1 female practitioner. Yes, they are also very good friends in private, intimate friends. Qingqing nodded her head, and few people know that the 7th princess is dual attributed in fire and metal. What? Fire and metal dual attributes? 4th-grade talent and fire and metal attributes? Many people exclaimed, seeming to be scared by this intelligence. Yes, 4th-grade talent and also dual in fire and metal. The 7th princess is already a senior armament apprentice. So, some people say that the seventh princess is the number one genius of the royal family. Unfortunately, the seventh princess seems to be out of the palace for practice. She cannot come to the banquet today. Comparing people can really infuriate a person to death. The seventh princess talent is too good. Seven princess can actually become an armament master, really envious. The emperor arrives. The empress dowager arrives. The emperor and empress dowager walked in the front with several concubines following at the back as they entered the palace of peace and tranquility. The buzzing sounds immediately stopped as everyone hurried to get up and salute. The emperor walked to the main stage and sat down. Then he said with a smile, "Excuse the salutes, excuse the salutes. Today we should not restrain ourselves. Relax and enjoy the peach blossoms." The official start of the banquet. The emperor and the empress dowager sat in the first place. In descending order, down from the emperor's side, sat the crown prince, the imperial tutor and the various princes. While empress dowager's side sat the imperial empress, followed by the palace concubines. Due to the simultaneous appearance of the emperor, the empress dowager and the imperial empress, the three harem giants, all the young ladies were very nervous. No one dared to talk privately. One by one, they sat on their knees and elegantly drank tea. They stuttered in fear of showing the littlest bit of inappropriate actions that would affect their evaluation. Huang Yueli did not have as much scruples. With a table of food, she very happily ate. This imperial palace's royal kitchen level is quite high. Much better than the cooks of my back courtyard. Especially these pastries. Not only are they exquisite, they are also very ingenious. They actually used peach stuffing. Not only does it look good, it also tastes good. I didn't come in vain. In her past life, she was the prime example of a foodie. She loved to taste all kinds of food. In order to please her, Mu Qingqing accompanied her to many countries in order to taste their local specialty dishes. Eating delicious foods, Huang Yueli rose to a good mood. While the smile on her face became more and more obvious. She did not notice, a gaze had been secretly focused on her face for a long time already without break. Li Moings was feeling complicated as he watched the young girl eat and drink merrily. It had been 5 days since he was mercilessly rejected by that little fox. And his mood was still very low, as if nothing could lift it up. Originally he did not want to attend this peach blossom banquet, but when he heard this little thing was going to participate, for some inexplicable reason, he promised to participate. What was the reason for his attendance? Hadn't he decided to give up on her? Did he not already say that he would no longer show or look for her favor? However, as soon as he heard the emperor was going to fulfill his agreement with the Bai Lu Feng and allow the little fox to marry the crown prince, he could not think anything. Jealousy occupied all his thoughts. No matter how many times he resisted in his heart, how many warnings he gave himself, he cared too damn much for her. This feeling, it was like fate, sunk deep into the marrow, carved into the depths of the soul. It filled every corner of his body, shouting out that this little girl belonged to him. It was like it had always been and will be forever. It was like he had loved her for a long, long time already. What the hell? Li Moing had previously convinced himself that his attendance was just to give face to his father, the emperor. But when he heard the little girl had entered the palace, his legs unconsciously brought him to the peach blossom orchard just to see her. Afterwards, he regretted it. Just what was he doing? That little girl's pink face, red lips, made her look many times more beautiful. It also moved his heart much more. Moreover, her complexion was quite good. A single glance told him she had slept quite well these past days. As it turns out, it was only him who was affected. When he thought of this, he really could not wait to drag this little fox out to severely beat her bottom. Afterwards, press her down on the grass and wantonly kiss her amidst the peach blossoms. In the moment of his impulsiveness, Qi Tanger appeared beside Huang Yueli. Suddenly awakened, Li Moying quickly dispelled this idea and indifferently began to leave. When they meet again at noon, this little girl still had no conscience. It seems that the food on the table is much more attractive than a living, breathing, handsome person. From her way of eating and drinking, this little girl held no worries or troubles. She was seemingly unaware how eye-catching her current position was, as many jealous gazes landed on her body. However, with this little fox's ability, she possessed the means to not put anyone in her eyes, but that did not include him. Li Moying subconsciously touched his face, a doubt once again birthing. From an early age, everyone said that he had a good life. Following master to the sect, he became a peerless genius above all. Any young girl who knew his real identity, which did not intentions or secrets. Could it be that those people were lying to him? Could it be, he actually looked quite pitiful? Hence the little fox's lack of interest? Li Moying's vision involuntarily fell on Huang Yueli's body again. Finished eating, Huang Yueli picked up the towel to wipe her hands. Suddenly she looked up in his direction. Like he had seen a ghost, Li Moying did not want her to see that he liked her, so hurriedly changed his line of sight. This naturally fell to the person beside Huang Yueli, Bai Ruoqi. The little fox's second sister, Bai Ruoqi, he heard about her. He heard that she had always bullied the little fox and is also South Yu's famous beauty and outstanding talent. When he saw her today, not only was her talent not very good, she also looked very ordinary. Far too tacky. In particular, when she sat beside his little fox, she looked like a complete drag. However, Huang Yueli completely misunderstood him. Seeing Li Moying's gaze falling on Bai Ruoqi's body, anger clouded her mind. A fire nearly lit up. Li Moying actually looked at Bai Ruoqi. Many times today, every time she looked at him, he was always looking at Bai Ruoqi. What so good to look at? That he needed to look at her non-stop? To think that she, though Li Moying was different from the rest, not looking at superficial appearances. She did not expect he actually liked this kind of brazen woman. Too angry. Huang Yueli's good mood suddenly gone. Facing the table of delicacies, she no longer had any appetite. Putting down the chopsticks, she held her chin, pink lips, muttering away. As Li Moying looked at her cute actions, his heart beat a little faster. This is not a misconception of his. When he met her today, the little fox really looked much more beautiful than before. Even her bodily aura seemed different from before. Sensing it with his soul, Li Moying continued to stare at her. Qi Profound Realm 9th level? The little fox was at the Qi Profound Realm 9th level? When did this happen? At their time of separation, the little fox was still a normal person who could not cultivate. What happened during their separation? At this moment, the Huang Yueli looked up to him. Unable to dodge her gaze, he met Huang Yueli's eyes. Slightly startled, he felt the little fox's gaze was a bit fierce. Was it because he has been peeping on her and was found? As a result, it made her unhappy? As the two people locked eyes from far away, complex emotions swirled in their eyes. After 3 rounds, the seated emperor gently coughed. Instantly, the palace of peace and tranquility settled down. The emperor smiled. Royal Mother, this peach blossom banquet was originally organized by you, but Jin ended up bringing an entire group of people with invitations. I hope you are not offended by this. As the Empress Dowager's complexion was still a little bad, she had only just caught her breath. Not completely recovered. She glanced at Bai Ruoqi and really wished to say just what happened immediately. However, this well-prepared election feast, she must hold on to this thought. Looking at the joyous spirits of the emperor, the Empress Dowager put aside those words and coldly replied, "It's fine. Ai Jia is just feeling a bit uncomfortable today. I will handle over the banquet's hosting to the Imperial Empress today." It was not too late to say such matters when the time arose for the selection of the imperial concubine. In any case, she absolutely would not allow Bairuachi, that insidious girl, to become the crown prince's imperial concubine. At a blank, the imperial empress quickly said, "Royal mother, where do you feel discomfort? Or do you need to return to rest? Do you need a doctor to examine you?" Handing the task over this concubine, "Please feel assured over this." Empress Dowager shook her head, looking cold. "AIG wants to stay here to watch. Today, AIGA has seen too many doctors for today." When the imperial empress heard, she did not understand. However, she was very happy to be able to replace the Empress Dowager and become the host of this banquet. Because as her mother, she still wanted to find a powerful imperial concubine for the crown prince. But the emperor and the Empress Dowager seemed more inclined to the Bairuoli, that waste. She was really afraid of their words would delay the future of her son. So now, this was a good thing. She will first make Bairuoli embarrass herself at the banquet, so that even the emperor will be disgusted at that little girl. This will dispel his idea of making her the imperial concubine. Set on her idea, the imperial concubine displayed a dignified smile and slowly opened her mouth. As the ancient saying goes, as people face the peach blossoms, they reflect on one another. This year's peach blossoms have bloomed so well, and with all the ladies and gentlemen present, all who are beautiful young and outstanding talents. When this royal sees them, she is happy. She paused and turned to look at the emperor. It's just inevitable to avoid drinking. And from this royal hears, these young ladies here are all very talented. So it's better to take this opportunity to demonstrate a thing or two now. This will add a level excitement to the banquet. How does the emperor and Empress Dowager think of this? Hearing this, the emperor immediately said with great interest, "This idea is good, all will be done according to the imperial empress idea." Empress Dowager also nodded. This had been the ultimate purpose of this banquet. With these young ladies gathered together, after evaluating their looks and upbringing, it would be a showcase of their talents. The crowd of golden-spooned young ladies also immediately reacted, their spirits ignited. They had been waiting for this opportunity. They wanted to use this opportunity to catch the attention of the emperor and the several princes. The imperial empress said, "The banquet has just begun. We will be performing mainly talent showcases. Whether in singing, dancing, calligraphy, painting, or poetry, you may choose and perform as you wish." Obviously, no one dared to voice their dissent. Looking around the stage, the imperial empress' gaze eventually landed on Huang Yueli's body. "Since we have no problems, then it will be done according to seating position. First is third young Miss Bai. What are you going to showcase?" Everyone's eyes landed straight on Huang Yueli. All a little condescending. Everyone knew that third young Miss Bai was a real idiot and waste, needless to say about cultivation. Even if the average lady learned poetry and painting, while she basically learned nothing. Wu Wei Manor deliberately gave up on this waste, hence their refusal to invite a decent teacher. But towards outsiders, it was said that this niece was stubborn-headed, with a hot temper. That she had angered a master teacher, which they had invited over with great difficulty. If one were to describe the former by Ruoli's past experiences at such events, you could only use the word, tragic. To all other performances which resulted in a house full of applauses, she could not even perform the simplest dancing jump. God knows how many people secretly ridiculed her. So this time, they all assumed that third young Miss Bai probably will shame herself again. This time, it was shaming in front of the Empress Dowager. Bairuachi could not help but smirk slightly. This little slut was up first, how was this not amusing? Do not think you are fit for this position. Currently, the talent show has been arranged from the first position onwards. Not leaving her the slightest bit of preparation time. Let's see how this damn girl will stumble. Detecting the eyes from all around her, Huang Yueli did not panic or show her nervousness. Displaying a sweet and gentle smile, and in the manner of lady, she proceeded to slowly stand up. Towards the emperor and others, she paid her respects. "Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, Imperial Empress, Imperial concubines, and fellow ladies and gentlemen, this girl is Wu Wei Manor, by Lu Feng's daughter by Ruoli. Since Her Highness has personally called me out, then Lear will not be courteous and perform first." The Imperial Empress accidentally looked at her. Her reason for calling her out first was due to past rumors she had heard about her inability to perform even the most basic of skills. The Imperial Empress predicated that she would be highly embarrassed from being placed on the spot. This achieved her purpose. But she did not expect this little girl would be stronger than she imagined, and by 100 times. Look sweet and pleasant, needless to say. Even her gestures, elegant temperament, were much more graceful and better than any princess. If one did not know this girl's history, one would not think she was a piece of waste. The Imperial Empress stared at Huang Yueli for a moment before laughing. "Indeed, the daughter of Bai Lu Feng. A true beauty. So what are you going to perform?" Huang Yueli gently glanced at the audience, her eyes finally landing on Bai Ruoqi's body, and her face lit up as an inspiration sparked in her head. She smiled and said, "Ah, Imperial Empress, this is Lear's first time to participate in this talent show. So I do not know which to choose. I've thought of choosing the Qin, but I did not come with one, from your opinion." The Imperial Empress smiled and said, "What difficulties are these? The palace is filled with all kinds of musical instruments and more. Someone come and find a Qin for third young Miss Bai." Taking advantage, the palace made search for the Gu Qin. Bai Ruoqi lowered her voice and said to Huang Yueli, "Third sister, I kinda admire you. Can you really play the Qin?" "My sister, I do not need to remind that if you cannot play well, it would be better off if you don't play at all." "Oh, I would like to thank second sister for her concern. But sister, I still studied Qin for a few days and can manage a few songs. It should be enough to improvise for this event." Huang Yueli gently smiled and replied in a mild tone. Under all these eyes and ears, both showed very decent outlooks. It made appear as if the dispute in the peach blossom orchard earlier did not exist. Bai Ruoqi lifted her cup and sneered secretly. This damn girl didn't have mental problems? Wanting to participate in this showcase this bad? To the point of selecting the Qin? Her third sister only fiddled it with for fun, but she was still not clear in her own skill. From young, she had never learned the art. Moreover, all the people in the capital knew that the best Qin player was her, Bai Ruoqi. She had studied Gu Qin for half a year with the famous fairy Wan Hong. Although she did not obtain too much, she was incomparable in Southview. In order not make a fool of themselves, as long as Bai Ruoqi's attended, not a lady dared to choose the Qin. This waste dared to play Qin in front of her? Was this not a blatant provocation for a beating? The more she considered, the happier Bai Ruoqi felt. It seems this girl was digging her grave. She did not expect to regain the city so quickly. The audience also burst into an uproar. It can't be, if she really intends to play the Qin? Is she not afraid of shaming herself before the emperor? That's hard to say. Maybe she specially practiced and prepared to present it at the Peach Blossom banquet. What a joke. Even if she can perform a decent piece of music, but she is followed by Bai Ruoqi. By that time will certainly be Bai Ruoqi's spotlight. No matter how well she plays, it will all be for naught. Even the crown prince laughed. Turning to Prince Yu, he said, "Third young Miss Bai has really embarrassed herself this time. Does she not know Chi'er is very good at playing the Qin? Should this prince remind her? In truth, she is not as stubborn or stupid as the rumors say she is. She's actually quite a sensible girl." After Huang Yueli's action of kindness at the Thousand Treasure Pavilion, the crown prince changed his attitude towards her. Seeing her today, she looked more beautiful. This incited a tickle within his heart. This little girl was also very smart and lovely, even with the beauty of the knights, by Ruachi. Each held their own strengths, so it would be great if both could enter his harem. Of course, since she is a waste, she would be unable to become his imperial concubine, but a side concubine will do just fine. A beautiful and brave palace lady, this would be a good story to tell. Besides, due to this girl's status of wastrel, it would be quite hard for her to find a good match. The fact that this prince is willingly to accept her as a side concubine should be enough to more her to tears. Thinking of this, the crown prince's smile turned quite profound. As this scene played out in Li Moying's eyes, his handsome face showed a trace of frostiness. Dared to think about his woman. Li Majuan, you have enough courage. It's best if you go home to wash your neck first. Although Li Moying held murderous intentions, nothing showed on his face. Lazily, he continued to sweep his gaze over Huang Yueli, as if he didn't care for her at all. In fact, he really did not feel any anxiety. What kind of role this little fox is playing, although he did not know what she was brewing, she would definitely not lose in such an insignificant scene. After the blank of many days, when he saw the little thing's cunning heart, he still felt she is very cute. But he did not wish for that heartless little thing to discover this, so he quickly averted his eyes and lowered his head. Sensing that someone was looking at her, Huang Yueli looked up. Unfortunately, she only saw Li Moying's cold as ice figure. She could not help but look away in disappointment. Soon, a palace woman holding a delicate jade chain entered the palace of peace and tranquility. Third young Miss Bai, this is made from water-dropped paulownia wood. It is the best of the chain collections within the palace. Please look over and see if it is to your liking. Huang Yueli took it and gently wiped it. Gently she smiled. Worthy of the palace's collection. This ice jade chain can be considered a rare treasure. I shall play on this chain. When Bai Ruachi heard this, she almost spit out her tea. This damn girl appeared to be very dissatisfied with the ice jade chain. God knows that this could be considered to be one of the best ice jade chains within all of South Sky region. Even several cities could not compare to its value. It was said that this chain came with Empress Ming Fei when she married into the palace. Empress Ming Fei was a chain master with equal fame as Bai Ruachi's master. Only then did she possess such a chain. Bai Ruachi dreamt about it in her dreams. Even a touch would be great. However, after the death of Empress Ming Fei, this chain had been kept within the palace, never to be seen again. Unexpectedly, when Huang Yueli announced she was going to play the chain, the emperor had taken it out. This is really too biased. Unfortunately, no matter how biased he was, an idiot would always be an idiot. The better quality the chain, the more it displayed her poor skills. Other golden-spooned ladies also widened their eyes. Looks of envy and jealousy struck at the hand atop the ice jade chain. Huang Yueli's fingers gently fiddled with a few strings. Clear and sweet sounds resounded. Raising a touch of smile, this feeling, she really missed it. God knows how long had it been since she last touched the chain? In her past life, Huang Yueli was the continent's most famous chain master. Her chain skills had reached the apex of perfection. While ordinary chain masters could only perform ear-lulling melodies, her pieces all held a mysterious kind of skill. The heavenly sound, the once ninth realm peak expert Huang Yueli's calling technique, the #1 cheat skill of the Tianling continent. Her armament at the time had also been a chain, Moonlight Beauty. However, the Moonlight Beauty was not an ordinary chain. It was something she personally created, encapsulating the spirit of a 9th-level armament. That year, its sounds had, without exception, awed countless soulmasters. Who knew what the number had been? When she self-detonated in that icy region, she had brought along with her, her very own Moonlight Beauty. She wondered if it had been destroyed by that powerful explosion. Even if not destroyed, many years had passed. It most likely had been long picked up, right? 1,000 thoughts swirled within Huang Yueli's mind, her hand stopping in the process. The Imperial Empress immediately took the chance, reminding her, "By Ruoli, why do you not start? There are still many other ladies waiting behind you to perform, please do not delay for too long." Huang Yueli recovered herself and lightly laughed, replying to the Imperial Empress, "A real master must first take some time to settle themselves. Otherwise, the music will lack feelings and depth of soul." By Ruoli, secretly laugh. The sound is not high not low, just enough for Huang Yueli to hear. "Where did you hear that from you? You can lie pretty well. Who cannot play such tunes? Let us hear what you have to perform then." From the very beginning, Huang Yueli was too lazy to care about her. But what she said was the truth. If the Bairuochi did even understand this, then yet to enter the basic level. Stopping for 2 more breaths, her fingers trembling slightly as she pressed softly on the strings. Then, uninterrupted melody flowed from her fingertips. 7 strings flowing, the sounds of the heavens turning insignificant. These sounds, like mountains and rivers, like moonlit breezes, like jade breaking, like fireworks bursting. Almost instantly, it captured everyone's minds. Huang Yueli's slender fingers lightly danced as she was plucking as she wished. But her rhythms sway freely, gracefully and ever-moving. In this breathtaking Qing performance, pair of illusions appeared in front of all listeners. It seemed to be elegant and indifferent lilies slowly opening their delicate petals, lonely but aloft, emitting an elegant fragrance. It is an out-of-body experience is extremely beautiful and awe-inspiring. As the song ended, the Qing slowly came to a stop. But everyone remained immersed, unable to return to reality. Huang Yueli coughed gently and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, this song is called Hidden Orchids, one of the 10 famed Qing songs. The earliest record from ancient relics of immortals, a true slow-drawn melody. If played with an armament Qing, it is able to achieve an effect of tranquility. A pity this ice jade Qing is but an ordinary item." Hearing her talk, everyone awoke from their dreams. As they recovered, their eyes fell on Huang Yueli, all with looks of shock. No one thought this idiotic waste, by Ruoli, could play the guqin. Not only that, she had played so well. Fully embodying the sounds of nature, extremely talented. It can be said, after listening to Huang Yueli's Qin songs, all other Qin songs turned into boring noises. Churning out songs without thought for quality, simply unbearable for the ears. God, so nice to listen to. I think I just saw blooming orchids. Yeah, too good. I've never heard such a nice song. To think third young Miss Bai could play the Qin. Accompanied by the sounds of praise, Huang Yueli remained composed, neither excited nor proud. She had heard too many similar praises. These clichés were too common. However, when these words entered Bai Ruochi's ears, they were like bolt of lightning, striking her from the skies. She turned pale. These beautiful words should belong to her. At each young lady's party, surrounded non-stop praises should be her, Bai Ruochi. When did it belong to that dead girl? Is she not an idiot, one who was horrendous at poems and had appalling Qin skills? Just when did she develop such superb skills, taking away all the limelight? Even if Bai Ruochi vomited to death, her own skills were much too inferior to Huang Yueli's. She had always been proud of her Qin skills. Unfortunately, in the face of Huang Yueli, nothing was worth mentioning. The gap between the two was much too high. As long one listens, they would immediately be able to tell who attained the higher mastery. This fact hit her deeply. All of Bai Ruochi's lips and face were a deathly white. Not only did she feel angry, but also very jealous. Yet she could say nothing. Her skills cannot match others, what else could she say? Even the emperor said very pleasantly, "You are the daughter of Bai Lufeng? In previous years, I heard that you were weak in health, constantly recuperating at home. I did not expect for you to possess such outstanding technique." Amazing. Huang Yueli placed the ice jade qing down and gestured gracefully. "Thank you for the praises, Your Majesty. These are but minor accomplishments." Very modest. If these are minor accomplishments, then there is no more room for other performances. This is Jin's first time listening to such qin skills. After the incident this morning, the Empress Dowager's impression of Huang Yueli had rose greatly. And with this, she immediately spoke out for her. Although this girl's cultivation is a little bad, but knows that devote themselves to learning the art of the qin. Indifferent to fame and fortune, not arrogant and able to play such a good melody. The character of this girl is really rare. The emperor had always remembered the friendship between Bai Lufeng. If not for his daughter's bad name, he would have long decreed for her engagement to the crown prince. When he saw the girl today, he found a completely different person from the rumors. Not only did she look beautiful, she carried herself with an elegant temperament. Also playing such good qin. In the Tianling continent, a qin master is still very respected. The emperor suddenly felt very happy, deeply pleased. Finally, the daughter of Bai Lufeng was not a complete straw bag. Cannot cultivate, so instead she cultivate her qin technique to such levels. This showed that the girl's character is very good. After hearing the Empress Dowager's praises of Huang Yueli, the emperors smiled deeper. Good, good. Really good. Come, reward third young Miss Bai. The emperor paused, a little undecided as to what to give her. Gold and silver jewelry were poor in taste and incapable of showing the importance he placed in Huang Yueli. And to give her profound armaments, this little girl could not cultivate, so she has no use for them. While he hesitated, Huang Yueli spoke for herself. Your Majesty, Lear asks for your favor. If you can you give me this ice jade qin? Although the qin is but an ordinary item, the workmanship is too wonderful. From a single tonal sound, she could deduct that its quality was not that far from her moonlight beauty. More importantly, this qin was made from very rare water paulownia wood. This is a very rare fourth-leveled materials with the three attributes of fire, water and wood. As a possessor the flame spirit physique, with natural ninth-grade talent in all systems, she greatly needed a multi-attribute qin as her weapon. Multi-attributed materials are already very hard to find. This ice jade qin not only was made from rare materials, its workmanship was also very well done. As long as she refined with it as the base, it could become a fourth-grade profound weapon. It was precisely the weapon she needed most. Emperor hesitated for a moment. Huang Yueli thought that the qin was too precious, hence the emperor's reluctance. She was considering whether or not she would exchange it with some of her current armaments. Who knew the emperor would turn to look at Prince Yu? Moying, this qin a possession of your imperial mother, if you cannot bear. Huang Yueli turned dumbstruck. This piano a possession of Empress Ming Fei? Li Moying bottomless dark eyes fell silently and gloomily on her. In the moment their eyes met, Huang Yueli only felt her body turn stiff. An unspeakably cold barrier formed in her heart. The eyes of this man, completely indifferent. No longer carrying that compelling sense of aggression and the teasing joy of gentleness of the past. It seems, he is looking at a total and unrelated stranger. Huang Yueli clenched her fist unconsciously and bit her lip. Obviously, this was what she wanted. The two no longer held any ambiguity. Like they had never met before, each going their own way on this bridge. However, she felt too uncomfortable. How many years had passed since she last saw such coldness in those two peach eyes? Li Moying looked at her for a long while, but did not speak. The atmosphere at the banquet frozen for those few moments. Unable to stand the pressure, Huang Yueli opened her mouth first. Well, I'm sorry. I did not know that this was Her Royal Highness, Prince Yu's mother's item. Asking for it is too rude of me. I ask for His Royal Highness Prince Yu's forgiveness. This ice jade chain. Gifting this ice jade chain to you. Talking, Huang Yueli's hurried speech was interrupted, but a frosty voice. Ah? She was surprised. See Liamo Ying's apparently angry face, she expected he was still hung over the rejection. Huang Yueli made the preparations for his refusal. Who knew that he would speak and bestow the chain upon her? Staring at her delicate white face, he looked at her rare expression of shock. The small pink lips slightly open, bright cat eyes rounded, all appeared extremely cute. It's no wonder she's the little thing that captured his attention. Unfortunately, it was too hard to chase her. As Li Moying's heart fluctuated, he nearly lost control. Spending a great deal of willpower, Li Moying barely maintained his look of expressionlessness. He said lightly, my royal mother really loved the chain, and certainly hoped I would keep the chain to find a real master who deserves it and treasure it. Third young Miss Bai's chain skills are superb and without compare. If this chain does not follow third young Miss Bai, I am afraid I cannot find another owner. Why allow it to lie in the treasury forever? Li Moying's thin lips, the way he talked, all contained a kind of expensive and elegant grace. His voice low and sweet. Even if he spoke indifferently, it carried a natural allure. All the girls present, even knowing he was useless, could not help but involuntarily drag their eyes towards him. Truly the color of calamity. Huang Yueli could not help but secretly ridicule. She gently pushed away the ice jade chain. Thank you for your Royal Highness Prince Yu's kindness. After all, this is the Empress Ming Empress phase, with such bad aptitude, Lear cannot accept this. If this chain were left behind by any other empress, she absolutely will not hesitate to accept it. Musical instruments are like armament, they searched for owners worthy of them. And she Huang Yueli considered herself to such a person who would be able to bring out the true ability of the ice jade chain. But unfortunately, this is the relic of Li Moying's royal mothers. If she accepted it, she could not help but always feel that it was somehow related to Li Moying. It is really ambiguous to accept the treasure left by someone else's mother. Even if she really wanted it. This world did not only have this chain, why accept it and let others misunderstand? Li Moying raised his eyebrows and said, what does third young Miss Bai mean? You cannot put the ice jade chain in your eyes, so you are not fit for this chain? Neither. Huang Yueli could not help but stare at him. This man's mouth is too cheap. This occasion, in front of the three giants of the palace, regardless of how she replies, it will be very rude. Why must this man push her like so? Before Huang Yueli could reply, the emperor spoke up. Lear, since Moying took the initiative, then this chain will be your reward. When the Empress Ming Fei was alive, she did say that the thing she couldn't bear to leave was the ice jade chain. She did not know who to entrust it upon. Emperor sighed slightly, a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. The Imperial Empress secretly bit her teeth in anger. After so many years of her death, the Emperor still missed that damn fox. It is unfortunate a dead person cannot compete with her. It's just this malevolent star, Huang Yueli. It was like meeting a ghost. Didn't they all say she was trash? Why could she suddenly play the chain? Moreover, from a single song, the emperor remembered that concubine. Simply working against her. No, she must allow her to become her daughter. The emperor did not notice the imperial empress change in expression. As he was immersed in memories of the past. It was a long time before he recovered. Today is really a good day. Moying will be choosing his imperial concubine at the banquet, considered to have a royal wife. Even the ice jade chain has found a new master. Lear, just accept this chain. From Jin's eyes, you are fated with this Qin. Listening to these words, Huang Yueli's back was covered in sweat. His Royal Highness Prince Yu really intended to select his imperial concubine at this peach blossom banquet. Which of these women deserved him? Also, since the emperor spoke, this Qin could no longer be refused. Or she risked enraging the emperor. If that happens, how can she continue to cause trouble for Bai Ruoqi and the crown prince? She could only accept it, then find an opportunity to return it to Li Moying after the banquet. Huang Yueli thanked the emperor. Holding the Qin, she returned to her seat. Bai Ruoqi looked at the Qin in her hands, with her eyes almost shooting flames out. This is Empress Ming Fei's Qin Ah. Which girl who played the Qin did not dream about it? Why did it fall into her most disgraceful and hateful third sister's hands? Bai Ruoqi stared at Huang Yueli full of jealousy. Third sister, you hid it really well. But, do not think that by simply playing the Qin will allow you to fly and become a phoenix. Compared to the real martial geniuses, you are just an insignificant talent. Huang Yu careful, put the down and smiled, my Qin skills, of course cannot be compared with second sister. I am waiting for second sister's show, for you will certainly perform better than me. I will definitely applaud you later from the audience position. White Ruoqi froze a moment, her face falling. If not for Huang Yueli's reminder, she almost forgot that she would be the second one to perform. Originally, such a talent show was her favorite. As long as she stood on the stage and played a song, she could easily obtain a full house of applause. The limelight for her only, no one could compare to her. Today, Bai Ruoqi has Empress Shu on her side, so she knew from long ago that there would be a talent show that banquet. Well prepared, she carefully focused her attention on water from high mountains, constantly practicing at home. To ensure her best display at the peach blossom banquet and capture the eyes of the emperor, empress dowager and crown prince. Although she wished to become the imperial concubine, she must still rely on her own martial talent. But her performance will had bonus points for her. Who was she to know that her third sister would perform so well with her an ancient melody, silent orchids and mesmerizing all present? So skillful that not even she could compare. Emperor also gave her Empress Ming Fei's Ice Jade Qin. With Huang Yueli, past musical experiences and talents, Bai Ruoqi's displays with the Qin turned far inferior. Truly too shameful. Bai Ruoqi but had always been renowned for playing the Qin. But now, her joke of a sister revealed her true talent. What a big joke it all became. Moreover, when one compared the performances, the contrast is too strong. Even if Bai Ruoqi played well, everyone's memory still lingered on Huang Yueli's magical performance. Any piece followed would only birth feelings of boredom. They would sound terribly bad. What should she do next? Not giving Bai Ruoqi time to think of an alternative, the imperial empress spoke up. The second performer is Wu Wei Manor's second young miss Bai Ruoqi. What do you want to showcase? Replying to the imperial empress, cheer. Murmuring, Bai Ruoqi's mind whirled in a frenzy. Knowing she could not play the Qin, she lamented on what to perform. She naturally learned poetry and painting, but since becoming the #1 Qin player in South Yu, she did not focus as much on other subjects. Adding on the fact that she had not prepared anything else in advance. If she were to force a performance, she will certainly perform worse than the other young ladies. What can be done? She blamed the little slut, Huang Yueli. It was all her fault. Like she was born to bring misfortune to her. Are you still hesitating, Bai Ruoqi? Are you not ready to play the Qin today? I can that you brought your cold water Qin too. Do not you want to use it? Bai Ruoqi quickly turned around and found that those words were spoken by the sitting third young miss from the Dinghua minister house, Liu Yi. Bai Ruoqi's face immediately sank. Liu Yi is a third-grade talent. Apart from her, she is another talented aristocratic young lady. She heard that Dingwa Minister House had requested the help of Impel Master to help Lu Yi advance to the Qi Profound Realm 7th level. This was to aid in her challenge for the position of Imperial Concubine. Moreover, Bai Ruoqi also heard people say that due to her quarrel with Crown Prince at the auction, Lu Yi took advantage to visit the Crown Prince several times. She was also seen shopping in the markets with him. Compared to Huang Yueli, who could not cultivate, this Lu Yi is her bigger trouble. Fortunately, Bai Ruoqi gained that bottle of spirit cleansing pills from Bai Lu Jing. After a painstaking 3 days, she successfully broke through to the Qi Profound Realm, 9th level. She first decided to remove the medicine smell from the pills, then use this new strength to crush Lu Yi at the Peach Blossom Banquet. With her glares of jealousy and hatred, she will finally become the Imperial Concubine. Unexpectedly, not only was Huang Yueli not forced to her death, but such a big scandal had ensued. And now, this Lu Yi jumped out to challenge her. Bai Ruoqi nearly crushed her ivory teeth. In a sharp tone, she grinded out a few words. "Do I need your concern?" Lu Yi laughed. "Of course I will be concerned. After all, there are so many people waiting to perform. If you dally here, neither the show, nor allowing the next person to perform, you will just be wasting our time. Hence, do you not need the reminder? So what? If I want to think about it for a while, it's up to me." The dispute between the Imperial Empress ears. She coughed impatiently and asked, "Chiar, have you thought about it yet? Why is it taking you so long? Lu Yi, what do you have to say?" Lu Yi stood up, without fear, gave her respects to the Imperial Empress. "Your Highness, Bai Ruoqi is embarrassed that the qing prepared today will not be up to par. She did not expect that Bai Ruoqi would perform better than her, so she does not dare to perform. Yi is courageous to say, since she is not willing to perform, let's not make it difficult for her. Allow me to go perform instead." Since the disappearance of Bai Lu Feng, Lu Yi's grandfather Lu Yi became the new #1 master of South Hu. Therefore, Lu Yi had always been straightforward. Whatever she wished to say, she would say it. Due to her good family and grandfather's backing, people were helpless. But due to her inferior talent, Bai Ruoqi was able to press her down. Even the crown prince paid more attention to Bai Ruoqi. Lu Yi envied Bai Ruoqi endlessly. So when she saw a rare instance of Bai Ruoqi's shame, she could not help herself but to ridicule her. The Imperial Empress frowned, unhappy. "Cheer. Are you really not going to perform?" The Imperial Empress did not expect for Huang Yuli's qin skill to be so masterful. Knowing her plan will not come to fruition, she became highly impatient. She just wished for this segment to quickly end and start the next one as soon as possible. Also the others turned their attention to Bai Ruoqi, just flashed within their eyes. The presence of knowing people, Bai Ruoqi's reluctance to perform was understood by everyone. As Bai Ruoqi's turned redder and redder, she finally made up her mind. Biting the bullet, she said, "I will perform, the qin also. I will play for everyone of water from high mountains." She knew the rules of the palace. Performing no matter how bad is still better than refusal. The latter option was to treat the emperor disrespectfully and possibly suffer punishment. At her wit's end, Bai Ruoqi held her cold water qin and went to the middle. Taking a deep breath, she began to play. Chin raised, Huang Yueli drank her peach wine while listening to Bai Ruoqi. In all fairness, Bai Ruoqi expended quite a lot of effort on her qin. Her fingering had reached perfection, but she failed to integrate her feelings. So the sounds always felt a bit stiff. Without Huang Yueli's earlier demonstration, a layman would say that Bai Ruoqi's playing is quite good. Sitting on the stage, Bai Ruoqi forced herself to calm down to play the guqin with a calm mind. She must, at least, perform up to her usual standards. She will not allow for them to see any mishaps. However, the more she thought, the harder it was to calm down. Finally, fingers trembled and really missed a note. Finally completing the performance with great difficulty, Bairuachi almost fled back to her seat. Today's performance, not only did she fail to become the object of praise, she also made a mess. Did not even achieve half her usual level. If one must use a words to describe it, it would be rotten. In previous years when she performed in the palace, whether in front of the emperor, empress dowager or imperial empress, she would always receive a reward. But today, the faces of these royals remained expressionless, not expressing a single thought. The imperial empress' brow twitched a bit, apparently somewhat dissatisfied with her. She intended to rely on Bairuachi to pressure Huanyueli and dispel the emperor's thoughts on making this girl the crown prince's imperial concubine. Who knew this girl failed to fly at the crucial moment? Even the applause of the audience was sparse, one of purely courtesy. Right after Bairuachi sat down, the imperial empress could not wait to announce the next person. Next up is the third young miss, from Dingwa Minister House, Liu Yi. Liu Yi smiled and walked to the middle of the stage. Her belt done, footsteps light, she danced a beautiful raiment of rainbows and feathers. Because this was right after two Qing performances, it was hard for people not to become bored. Liu Yi's dancing skills always were famous in the capital. As a result, watching now it seemed even more refreshing than usual. It immediately won the applause of all. Sitting under the stage, Bairuachi almost crushed her cup. A dignified aristocratic young lady, what need was there to learn dancing? It's not like she was a prostitute. Such an undignified show, did it deserve such an applause? What made Bairuachi more indignant was the crown prince's enthusiastic applause. Using so much vigor, watching so attentively that his eyeballs were almost glued to Liu Yi's swaying and moving waist. Liu Yi, that wily fox, even dared to seduce the crown prince. Huanyueli smirked in response. Ai, second sister, look quickly. Liu Yi's dancing sure is superb. Beautiful but not bewitching, colorful but not gaudy. Truly a young lady from Dingwa Government House. Ah. This is quality. I also heard that her cultivation talent isn't bad at all. I really respect her. Bairuachi was angered to the point of her liver hurting. Completing her dance, Liu Yi was filled with radiant happiness. She even sent a provocative smile to Bairuachi. Afterwards, Zhenghua General Manners, Qi Tanger, military family Jing's young mistress, went on stage one after the other. A blaze of colors, each holding its own merits. Due to Bairuachi's first performance, they did not choose the taboo Qin. Instead, they prepared other forms of entertainment. This would allow them to escape Huanyueli's world-astounding performance. The only one to show a drag-like performance ended being Bairuachi only. As Bairuachi turned angrier and angrier, she consoled to herself that this talent show was but a charade. It meant nothing. No matter how talented one was in this aspect, it was still strength that spoke waves. Finally, the talent show concluded. Not only Bairuachi, even the imperial empress felt relieved. This really is a miscalculation. Huanyueli's limelight was too big. She had to suppress down her glory. Fortunately, the next event was the martial talent competition. It was here that she would pummel this trash. There will be no mistake. Regardless of what heavenly skills she possessed, it would be impossible for her to stand back up. As the palace ladies replaced the dishes, everyone drank a few glasses of wine. Gradually, discussions about talent show subsided. The imperial empress wasted no time to say, "This royal has heard tell of these young ladies are renowned martial experts. Several which are nationally famous female geniuses. Unfortunately, because this royal resides in the royal palace, she has no chance to see." Turning her head, the imperial empress smiled at the emperor. The imperial empress wishes to experience this. What difficulty does this pose? The imperial tutor is also present, so we shall invite these young ladies to execute a move or two whilst also receiving the pointers of the Imperial Tutor. Imperial Tutor, how does this sound? The Imperial Tutor stroked his beard while laughing. This old man is also interested. If one has enough talent, this old one might consider taking them as his disciple. Eyes bright with happiness, the Emperor said, that is too good. The Imperial Empress immediately laughed. The Imperial Tutor is our South U's fourth realm expert and his fighting experiences are the most abundant. Usually he resides in the palace and only my son the Crown Prince can receive his guidance. To the young ladies present, do not squander this chance. His remark made the entire audience excited. Unexpectedly, not only was it the Imperial concubine selecting banquet, the Imperial Tutor is even considering to take a female disciple. As one of the most influential experts South U's countable fourth realm experts, the Imperial Tutor has always been highly respected. There are only a handful of disciples under his tutelage. Apart from the Crown Princes still residing in the palace, the two disciples he took years before had already left South U for many years already. That being said, the Imperial Tutor dearly doted on his disciple the Crown Prince. His action of accepting a female disciple is clearly for the Crown Prince. This would aid him and ensure his can firmly plant down his influence. Truly used all his consideration and heart. As for the young ladies present, there were very few who could see through to this level. But this does not hinder their eagerness. Set on this notion, the competition flurried. As Bairuochi watched them one by one with her indescribable look, she could not help but sneer. They are but second-grade talents, third-grade garbage. How could they possibly compare to her? They really thought they would be able to win? They were simply daydreaming. Whether it was the opportunity to become the Imperial Tutor's disciple or the position of Imperial concubine, they were all bound to be hers, Bairuochi's. The Imperial Empress coughed and the noise immediately settled. Well then, this royal will announce the rules. This is not an official martial gathering, but a peach blossom banquet, so there are no strict rules. Everyone can freely pick their opponent. Of course, the challenger may refuse as it is all voluntarily. We cannot force others to accept. In the Tianling continent, the martial way is respected. At banquets, a testing of the younger generation's prowess has been a long-time tradition. But due its banquet setting, no formal assessments were in place. As a result, permission and voluntarism was a very important principle to abide by. However, to be challenged yet refuse in such formal occasions like so, it will definitely be a very shameful thing to do. After all, as martial practitioners, to cultivate is already fighting against the heavens. As a result, one can only move forward and never back down. If you encounter a stronger opponent and dare not fight, not only will you gain the despise of others, in more serious cases, it could also affect your future convictions. This will then lead to stagnation. Of course, unless there are special reasons, generally no one would go and challenge those weaker than themselves. This kind of pick-soft persimmon behavior, even if one gained victory, they will be regarded as a scum and with ridicule wherever they go. The Imperial Empress continued, in addition, please be sure to pay attention, as this contest is a friendly trade. Be careful to not cause any casualties. After all, we are young ladies from South U's noble houses. It would not serve well to break any good relationships. These the few routine explanations taking up a teacup's worth of time, the remainder was left for the displays for these young ladies. After a moment, a petite round-faced girl stood out and bowed down deeply. She then said, I am the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Wen Xianxia, Wen Shaowan. My cultivation is the Qi Profound Realm 4th level. I wish to challenge my cousin family, Xiazhong family's second young miss, Xiaoling. The Imperial Empress nodded her head. Xiaoling heard this and immediately stood up to begin the battle. In the open ground in front of the Palace of Peace and Tranquility, an enclosed area had already been set up for the bouts of these golden-spooned young ladies. At the edge of the venue were numerous golden-scaled guards hidden along the sides, ready to rush in the event of uncontrolled circumstances. Stopping all battles immediately. The two girls gave the courtesy pre-battle movements and began to move. You go I come, appearing to be very lively. However, in the eyes of the audience, this sort of test was quite a bore. Wen Xiaowan and Xiao Ling are second-grade talents, both at the Qi Profound Realm 4th level. And amongst these young ladies, they were ranked in the middle. Moreover, the two had special or unique martial skills for everyone to watch. Their moves were also very cautious, in fear of injuring the other side. This caused a complete lack of excitement. Soon, Wen Xiaowan gained the upper hand and earned her victory. Below the stage, there was sparse applause. However, the two girls also did not mind. With their cultivation, they knew it would be impossible for them to catch the eye of the imperial tutor. And it is equally impossible to become the crown prince's imperial concubine. But there are so many other princes who will select their imperial concubines. Apart from the imperial and main concubine, the crown prince still needed to select 4 other side concubines. Originally, none of the ladies present possessed anything outstanding or eye-catching. But the current battles gave them the opportunity to leave a small spark of interest in the various princes. Who knows, maybe their battles captured the attention of a certain prince. With someone paving the way, each of the young ladies began to step up and showcase their talents. Amongst the show, there were a few cases of secular and hidden martial skills appearing. This aroused the interest of the imperial tutor and obtained the bestowals of the imperial empress. There were even a few golden-spooned young ladies who cultivated agility and speed-related techniques, so their moves and strikes appeared like extremely graceful and elegant dances. Extremely pleasing and attention-grabbing. Very quickly, almost every single young lady had stepped up for a challenge. There were only 3 people who had yet to step onto the stage. They haven't even moved their bottoms from the beginning till now. These 3 people were the seated competitors of the Peach Blossom Banquet. The top 3 candidates were Huang Yueli, Bai Ruoqi, and Lu Yi. These 3, each one was a heavyweight character. Furthermore, they all held extremely high chances of becoming the next imperial empress. None of these competitors had moved an inch, and displayed no intention of battling. The only reason why no one challenged Huang Yueli was due to her status as a wastrel. To challenge her, they did not have that much face to lose. While the issue of battling Bai Ruoqi and Lu Yi, not enough courage. Who didn't know Bai Ruoqi as the #1 female cultivator of Southview, the only 4th grade talent? And with her natural talent and hard work, she had already reached the 7th level of the Qi Profound Realm at the tender age of 15. While Lu Yi was only second to the Bai Ruoqi, another talent. 6th level of the Qi Profound Realm at 16 years. As a powerhouse, she also cultivated the Lu family's secret art, Gale Blades. This profound skill was something the Lu ancestor, a 4th realm expert, had handed down to his family. Its power was no laughing matter. As a result, Lu Yi was considered to the 2nd most powerful female cultivator after Bai Ruoqi. With identities such as these relatively talented golden-spooned young ladies could only look from afar. Who held enough courage to challenge them? After all, as daughters of these influential families, their only goal was to display their talents and obtain the good graces of the imperial empress. They had no need to risk their lives. It was simply not worth it. After the other golden-spooned young ladies left the stage, quite some time lapsed by before the next challenge was issued. The entire palace of peace and tranquility settled down. Everyone's gaze traveled and inspected the direction of the sound, by Ruoqi and Lu Yi's side. Of these 3 people, apart from the trash 3rd young miss, the challengers would naturally be the remaining 2. Of these 2, either Bai Ruoqi or Lu Yi had made the decision to enter the field. As for their desired opponent, it would definitely be a battle between the two. This would a true battle between the dragon and tiger. The number 1 and 2 ladies of Southview battling for their honor and the position of Crown Prince's imperial concubine. As one imagined the scene, emotions welled up inside their heart. Was the question now lay in, who was the one that issued the challenge? And who would be the challenged one? Of the two people, it was finally Louis who stood and walked to the center of the battle stage. Your Imperial Highness, Imperial Empress, my Dingwa House's third young Miss Louis, third-grade talent had the fortune to break through to the 7th level of the Qi Profound Realm 7 days prior. I wish to the challenge Wu Wei Manor second young Miss by Ruoqi. As the words left her mouth, quite a few spectators spilled their cups of wine. Qi Profound Realm 7th level. Louis actually reached the Qi Profound Realm 7th level? How could this be? She is only a third-grade talent, how could she possibly cultivate this fast? This you don't know? From what I hear, Dingwa House has recently invited the assistance of Power's alchemist and specially asked him to refine a few pills to assist Louis. Only then was she able to advance to the Qi Profound Realm 7th level. From what I remember, Bai Ruoqi is also at the 7th level of the Qi Profound Realm. Since this is the case, Louis and Bai Ruoqi have the same cultivation? That's right. Louis really hit it deeply. If she is able to defeat Bai Ruoqi this time, it would truly become an astonishing affair. As Louis listened to the envious and admiration-filled discussions around her, she could no longer conceal the smile on her face. In the past, her position in the hearts of others had always been second place. No matter how much she strived or how hard she worked to become strong, Bai Ruoqi was always a step ahead. Now her cultivation had caught up to Bai Ruoqi. Furthermore, she held her family's Gale's blades, a killing ace within her grasp. For two people of the same cultivation, with her arsenal, her winning chances are much higher than Bai Ruoqi. She definitely could defeat Bai Ruoqi today and snatch the seat of imperial concubine. Louis could practically see victory in front of her, defeated Bai Ruoqi and elevating the respect the crown princes held for her to a whole new level. Raising her eyebrow, she laughed at Bai Ruoqi. Bai Ruoqi, do you dare accept? If you are afraid of losing face, you may refuse. After all, Her Highness did say these battles are all about free will. Bai Ruoqi nearly laughed out loud. After bottling up so much anger today, she finally had an opportunity to let it all out. Since Louis delivered herself to her doors, then naturally she would not refuse. As long as she was able to showcase her prowess to everyone on sight and suppress Louis, no matter how bad of an impression the Empress Dowager held of her, it would have no effect. This is the power of strength. In a straightforward manner, Bai Ruoqi rose from her seat and replied, Louis, did you really think that your promotion to the 7th level of the Qi Profound Realm is enough to pose a threat to me? Louis replied in a tone that implied she held confidence in her victory, we shall see once I try. What, you do not dare? Why would I not dare? Humph, today I will show you just how large of a difference there is between a 4th-grade talent and 3rd-grade talent. In the battle space, the two parties faced each other. Before the battle could even commence, fire and lightning erupted from their eyes. As soon as the Imperial Empress said the word begin, Louis could not wait but to attack first. Furthermore, her first move was her family's skill, Gale Blades. Gasps erupted from all around. So this is Gale Blades. From what I hear, it is a black-level lower-grade profound skill. So amazing. From the recounts, Gale Blade has the ability to seriously injure an opponent one small level above them. Previously, Bai Ruoqi possessed a higher cultivation and could still resist. But now with the same cultivations, how will Bai Ruoqi defend against this? Such a powerful move. If it were me, I would have been sent flying already. Even the Emperor couldn't help himself but cry out, this girl Louis is really not simple. As the number female cultivator, Bairuochi might have to give her title away. Just as Lui's execution was swift as lightning, all her attention and powerful focused on this one move. She made her decision. She was determined to knock down Bairuochi with his one move and win cleanly. As the incoming gale blades brought an imposing rush of profound chi, it rushed and enveloped Bairuochi. Quite clearly, Lui used all her efforts for this one move. Just as this 1,000-pound might was about land, Bairuochi actually laughed out crisply. Lui, you did not think that you could rely on this measly gale blade to defeat me? As those words just finished, they heard a loud paw sound. Bairuochi did not dodge at all, in fact she counterattacked. Throwing out a hand, Bairuochi disarmed Lui's offensive strike and sent it hurtling back towards her. Bang! Lui was sent flying instantly towards the outside of the stage. Luckily, the golden-scaled guards monitoring the event flew out in time, catching Lui in a timely manner. Regardless, she had been sent flying by Bairuochi's cruel strike. A trail of blood leaking from the corner of her mouth. This change was too sudden. Just then, it was still Lui who held the upper hand. Yet in a single move, she was defeated by Bairuochi. Everyone looked at each other, unable to believe their eyes. Although Bairuochi is pronounced as the nation's #1 female, for her to triumph over the newly promoted Lui was a great surprise. Lui was at the 7th level of the Chi Profound Realm and had used all of her strength. Yet she was unable to even harm a hair on Bairuochi? Was Bairuochi that powerful? Struggling up, Lui looked at her in an incredulous manner. You, Bairuochi, did you break through? You are no longer at the Chi Profound Realm, right? Proudly, Bairuochi lifted her chin and looked down at Lui's face. Filled with arrogance, her glistening eyes revealed her disdain. Heh, Lui, you discovered it as expected. You did not predict I would actually be ahead of you. Did you assume I would also be at the Chi Profound Realm 7th level? Let me tell you, since you can break through, others can as well. Eyes stretching wide, she stared unrelentlessly at her. This cannot be, this cannot be. You were still at the 7th level of the Chi Profound Realm just 3 months ago. How could you break through to the 8th level so quickly? 8th level? Bairuochi sneered, look carefully at what level I really am at. As she said this, she began to release chi from her body and increasing her presence to the maximum. In an instant, everyone felt a suffocating pressure on their bodies. Chi Profound Realm, 9th level. The Crown Prince was the first to react, and cried out in shock. What? It's actually the Chi Profound Realm 9th level? What jokes are you making? Bairuochi is at the Chi Profound Realm 9th level? You're kidding me, right? Are you sure you did not make a mistake anywhere, for how can she possibly break through that quickly? If you were to say she is at the 8th level, then it would still be believable. But the 9th level, this is too mind-blowing. But, even the Crown Prince said so. He could not have made a mistake, right? The various golden-spooned young ladies below the stage were much weaker in comparison to Bairuochi, so they could only sense she had grown in power. As for the exact growth margin, they were under to tell. But the Crown Prince was far superior to Bairuochi. Once he sensed her chi, he was immediately able to tell her cultivation. Revealing a victorious smile, Bairuochi bowed in the direction of the royal family. She then said in a loud voice, reporting to the Emperor, Empress Dowager, Imperial Empress, Imperial Tutor, Chi'er broke through to the 9th level just last night. Due to the sudden breakthrough, she had yet to announce this. The Emperor displayed an expression of shock. You really have reached the 9th level of the Chi Profound Realm. Chi'er, you were only 15, right? 9th level of the Chi Profound Realm at 15 years. Imperial Tutor, you were also at level in your youth, right? Holding his beard, the Imperial Tutor was full of smiles, not bad. This child is not simple. Did not expect that, apart from the Crown Prince, our Southview produced another genius. The Imperial Empress beamed with a smile. She had, long in her heart, selected Bai Ruoqi as her daughter-in-law. So she was afraid of Huang Yueli inserting herself into the mix. The Imperial Empress was pretty upset of Bai Ruoqi's crushing defeat at the showcase earlier and thought she lacked skills. She couldn't even surpass that straw-bag young sister of hers. Unexpectedly, only an half-hour later, Bai Ruoqi gave her a big surprise. Qi Profound Realm 9th level. This was the Qi Profound Realm 9th level. What did this mean for her to reach this stage at 15 years? Great importance was attached to cultivation. The faster one broke through in their early years, the greater heights they would reach in the future. If Bai Ruoqi could successfully enter the defensive Profound Realm next year, then she was likely to reach the height of the Imperial Tutor, 4th Realm, Dan Profound Realm. In the country of Southview, experts of this level could be counted. The Crown Prince's potential was already very good, so if this Imperial concubine could also reach this level, then who could threaten his position? The Crown Prince himself was clearly aware of this point. His outlook towards Bai Ruoqi was completely different than before. If the Crown Prince only considered marrying Lui, then currently he could only see Bai Ruoqi in his vision. Lui, of course, was also very beautiful. More so, her personality was much more amicable than Bai Ruoqi's. However, who asked Bai Ruoqi's to have such amazing cultivation? Power is the fundamental and crucial deciding factor. So, his imperial concubine could only be Bai Ruoqi. As for Lui, she could only be a side concubine. Only Empress Dowager had a gloomy expression. Her gaze towards Bai Ruoqi was not favorable. A pity, she could not say anything at all. With the strength of Bai Ruoqi, even with her questionable character, it was nothing strange. After all, in this world, the strong suppressed the weak. Bai Ruoqi held the potential to become a first-class powerhouses, while Bai Ruoli was born a wastrel. To be bullied by her older sister was all due to her bad luck. A trace of a smile hung on Bai Ruoqi's face. She slowly looked at the audience, watching each and every person's expression. All these young ladies who were point fingers earlier in the event, now did not dare to even look at her. They feared she would come to them for revenge. Bai Ruoqi raised her chin slightly, feeling very happy inside. Today at the Peach Blossom Banquet, the stifling breath she had been holding in her chest could be finally released. The Emperor was very happy. His appreciation of Bai Ruoqi raised greatly. He rewarded her with numerous cultivational pills and profound armaments. Even the Imperial Tutor viewed her in a positive light. Her called her to the front and carefully asked about her cultivation. Finally, the Imperial Tutor's face showed a satisfied smile. Oh, this disciple, this old man will take it. When Bai Ruoqi heard this, she quickly knelt down and immediately commenced the ritual master-disciple. She kowtowed 3 times and solidified their relationship. Disciples who held the potential to reach the 4th realm were very rare. So the Imperial Tutor and Bai Ruoqi were all contented. The Imperial Tutor smiled and looked his newly acknowledged disciple. He then looked at the Crown Prince and said to the Emperor, "Your Highness, since this old one has selected a disciple, then your affair should not be decided already?" The affair was naturally the issue of the Crown Prince's spouse. The Emperor heard this. He pondered for a long time but did not respond. Bai Liufeng's past friendship with the Emperor was still remembered. He did not wish for others to say that he was someone to burn past bridges after crossing. So even with the many years of disappearance, the Emperor continued to abide by his promise of engaging his daughter to the Crown Prince. Even after so many years of the Imperial Empress's constant ear-blowing in regards to Bai Ruoli's appealing reputation, the Emperor refused to show the slightest hint of wavering. He never could make the final decision. Furthermore, when he saw that Bai Liufeng's daughter grew to be quite attractive, graceful, and elegant, and so skilled in the qin. Apart from her inability to cultivate, she did not have any shortcomings, causing the emperor to be unable to say any words of refusal. But Bai Ruoqi was far too outstanding. At age 15, she had reached the 9th level of the Qi Profound realm. If she were to grow without a hitch, then there would be a high possibility of her becoming a 4th realm expert. These kind of experts were very sparse in Southview. If he did not solidify a relationship through marriage now between the Crown Prince and Bai Ruoqi, then it would be very hard for them to establish one in the future. As the reigning monarch, he must make decisions for the good of his country. Sinking into a dilemma, there were several instances where the words were at the tip of his mouth, but he still hesitated in the end. Even the Empress Dowager was wavering. Although she was up in her years, that case that happened earlier in the morning in the peach blossom orchard, she still remembered it clearly. Bai Ruoqi's strength was immense, the Empress Dowager was well aware of this fact. If they allowed her to become the Crown Prince's imperial concubine, it would be most appropriate choice. But she still felt unsettled and indignant about this choice. Bai Ruoqi, this girl, possessed a malicious heart, not even sparing her own cousin. Even falling to such rotten tricks. Girls who use such questionable methods, if allowed to enter the royal palace, who knows how chaotic things will become. Furthermore, with such character, how could she take the role as the country's mother? Role model to the girls under the sky? Thinking over this repeatedly, the Empress Dowager felt stifled inside and huffed out, "Emperor, deciding the Crown Prince's imperial concubine just like this, isn't this too rash? What intentions does royal mother mean?" Sweeping a look over Bai Ruoqi, the Empress Dowager said, "Ai Jia has some words she wishes to say to the emperor. Selecting the Crown Prince's concubine must first be discussed before announcing the final verdict. But, royal mother, the Bai's family's second young miss has such outstanding talent. And has always held a reputation of a virtuous and kind lady. She is the most suitable candidate. Is there a need to consider it?" Hearing those words, the imperial empress turned anxious. By the Empress Dowager's words, she was opposed to Bai Ruoqi's marriage with the Crown Prince. How would this do? Bai Ruoqi is born with fame. Along with her own immense cultivation, even if she did not wed the Crown Prince, the emperor will use all methods for her to marry another prince. While the imperial empress only had the Crown Prince as her own blood child. If Bai Ruoqi were to wed another, to give him such a strong backing, wouldn't her own son's position become precarious? As a result, the imperial empress came out to intervene and finalize this marriage. But the emperor himself was still wavering. After much hesitation, he still declared, "Royal mother, what do you wish to say?" The Empress Dowager responded, "There are too many eyes and mouths here, how about we first leave and discuss this in another palace? Then we return." The emperor nodded in response, "It is still royal mother who considers everything." Right after the Empress Dowager and emperor left, the imperial tutor followed suite. As the imperial empress intended to follow as well, she heard the calling of the Crown Prince, "Royal mother." Receiving the hopeful calling of her son, the imperial empress nodded her head slightly, "Relax, with your royal mother here, I will definitely allow you to wed Bai Ruoqi." Study of the Palace of Peace and Tranquility. The emperor, the Empress Dowager, the imperial tutor and the imperial empress were seated and discussing in hushed tones. The Empress Dowager's face turned bad in an instant. "Emperor, there are some words that Ai Jia cannot say. This Bai Ruoqi has bad character and is not suitable to become our royal family's daughter-in-law." Not expecting such words, the emperor was at a loss. "Royal mother, what do you mean by these words?" Immediately, the Empress Dowager recounted the events that occurred earlier in the day, clearly for the emperor to judge. No one expected that such events would pass at such a time. In an instant, everyone became dumbfounded. Flabbergasted, the emperor said, "Royal mother, you are certain of this? How could this be? Chier is someone we watched grow up from young, always kind and virtuous. How could she possibly do such things?" The Empress Dowager replied, "How is this not possible? One can know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. Dr. Liu has already admitted to this. Today's affairs were something she brought upon herself. Who else could collude with Dr. Liu? And who else could possibly advance to the 9th level of the Qi Profound Realm so quietly?" Hearing this, the emperor also felt this was quite unusual. A resounding slap ringing on his face. Preposterous. Zhen had especially reminded by Lu Jing to carefully look after the daughter by Lu Jing left behind. He agreed readily and willingly, but indulged in the mistreatment of his niece. How is this just mere indulging? Bai Lu Jing is the current master of the house. Without his approval, how could Bai Ruoqi and the others dare to act so atrociously? Reaching this point, the Empress Dowager recalled something else and appeared for indignant. "That's right, there's that consort Shu. Previously I always regarded her a magnanimous lady, but to save her niece from those crimes, she dared to say anything. In front of Ai Jia, she dared to spout killing all for silence. Humph, treating Ai Jia as a retarded senior unable to see through anything?" Furiously the emperor exploded, "This ignorant and stupid woman, unable to distinguish between right and wrong, wasting the doting Li Jin usually gives her." Zhen immediately orders her to enter the cold palace. When the imperial empress heard this, she turned blank. She felt both delight and worry. Delight because consort Shu was currently the most doted-on woman in the harem and had long been unable to bear this fox. Unfortunately, consort Shu always treaded very carefully, never making a mistake. Thus, she never could capture a weakness of hers. But this time, consort took the initiative to offend the Empress Dowager. She had personally paved the path to her doom. She estimated that she would lose all favor this time. What made her worry was the definitive tone of the Empress Dowagers. Did that hint that she is insistent on Bai Ruoqi's crime? Saying that she held no right to marry into the royal family? The imperial empress did not think this way. Only someone powerful would be worthy of matching her crown prince. So what if her character is somewhat poorer? This conclusion is much better than being married to another prince, right? When she thought of this point, the imperial empress quickly opened her mouth. "Royal mother, you are certain it is Chier who acted from behind the scenes? Did you not just say that the criminal is only Dr. Liu, this one person? And it is only because he was captured that he confessed. As for the evidence, it has yet to be found. To solidify Bai Ruoqi's crimes now, isn't this a bit too hasty?" "What? You mean to say, AIG's analysis is incorrect?" the Empress Dowager asked, somewhat displeased. Hurriedly the imperial empress responded, No, this concubine did not mean that. It is only, Bai Ruoqi's current identity is somewhat special. Reaching the 9th level of the Qi Profound Realm at 15 years old, an extraordinary talent. If not even one trustworthy piece of evidence has been produced, but her crimes already pinned, if this were to spread out, would this not become the emperor's fault? Note, for those confused, Crown Prince is the son of the imperial empress, i.e., is the official and #1 waifu of the emperor. Empress Dowager, if the mother of consort Shu, is a harem member and aunt to BRQ. CS is one of 4 consorts who have the highest status under IE. Ashen-faced was the Empress Dowager. Although she understood what the imperial empress was conveying, but when she recalled the trickery by family of Wu Wei Manor playing her like a fool, she could not help but be angered. Ai Jia did not say that she is condemning Bai Ruoqi of her crimes now. Shouldn't everything be investigated first, right? We still need to wait a few days for evidence to be found? As the imperial empress was struggling to produce an appropriate response, the imperial tutor spoke out. Your Highness Empress Dowager, forgive this old man's words. Even if we find evidence, we cannot declare second young Miss Bai's crime. Glaring, the Empress Dowager replied with displeasure, Imperial Tutor, Ai Jia and the Emperor have always held high regard for you. But you cannot disregard state law. Although Bai Ruoqi is your disciple, since there is evidence for her crime, she must accept the consequences. Then I ask your Highness, what crimes are you condemning Bai Ruoqi? Frankly speaking, she merely plotted against her own younger sister, and this did not implicate any lives. Frankly, these are all affairs of Wu Wei Manor. Even if it were the royal family, you cannot freely butt into the family affairs of another, right? Even if Dr. Lu's words are true, it only proves that Bai Ruoqi's character is bad. It is not enough to imprison her. The Imperial Tutor spoke with justice and logic, shutting the Empress Dowager up in an instant. The Empress Dowager knew the Imperial Tutor was only acting on behalf of his new disciple, to shut her of her crimes. Yet she could not refute in any way. This was because the Imperial Tutor's words were all correct. This was a matter between young ladies of the family. And according to logic, outsiders held no rights to meddle in their affairs. If it weren't because Bai Ruoli being the daughter of Bai Lufeng, it would be impossible for her to butt in. Furthermore, the Imperial Tutor had a very high standing. Just like the Imperial Empress, she could not force them to abide by her wishes. Wrinkling her brows, the Empress Dowager said, this would not be considered a crime, but she can't possibly become the imperial concubine of the Crown Princes? Imperial concubine to the Crown Prince would be the future Imperial Empress, mother of the country. With her character, how will she be a good role model to young girls? This will impact the fate of your country. The Imperial Tutor replied, absolutely improbable, Your Highness Empress Dowager. If we do allow Bai Ruoqi to the Crown Prince's concubine, this would be the thing to impact the fate of our country. This words? How come Ai Jia does not understand? The Imperial Tutor began to explain, Your Highness Empress Dowager, think about this carefully. So many small countries surround South Yu, and their power is about the same. Which country does not wish to obtain a future Fourth Realm expert as their Imperial Empress? If our Crown Prince is unwilling to take Bai Ruoqi as his imperial concubine, this might give other royal households to snatch her away. These words troubled the Emperor. During this time, he listened to the conversation between the Empress Dowager and Imperial Tutor from the side and did not speak up until now. He could no longer help himself. Imperial Tutor, your words make sense. Furiously the Empress Dowager cut in, even if this is the case, we cannot allow her to become the Imperial Empress. Anyway, Ai Jia does not agree to wed her to the Crown Prince. Apart from the Crown Prince, are there not many other princes? The third prince is also a fourth-grade talent, although a bit inferior, he can barely qualify. Hearing this, the Imperial Empress was all the more anxious. What she feared most was the third prince taking her future daughter-in-law. Your Highness Empress Dowager, quell your anger. Although the difference between a fourth-grade talent and fifth-grade talent is merely a single grade, but this difference is as different as the sky and earth. How would Bai Ruoqi be willingly to wed the third prince? The Empress Dowager knew this as well. She spoke the truth, but the Empress Dowager remained angered. Why would she be unwillingly? After all, the person with the engagement to the Crown Prince is Bai Liufeng's daughter Bai Ruoli. She is the cockatoo occupying the magpie's nest. The Emperor let loose a sigh, feeling somewhat at a loss. That's right. Despite Bai Ruoqi's crimes, if we allowed her to become the Crown Prince's imperial concubine, how would I possibly explain to Bai Lufeng if he returns? Sigh, I've just recalled how just he was. If this promise was to be broken, where Zhen also allows his daughter to be bullied, how can there still be justice? The Imperial Tutor snorted from the side and turned a bit depressed. He remembered when Bai Lufeng was still a child, the Imperial Tutor was already a top expert of South Yu. At that time, when the imperial tutor saw Bai Lufeng, who just entered the first realm of cultivators, he wished to take that child as his disciple. But the result? He was rejected by this commoner-born child. The imperial tutor had always been an easy-to-anger person with low tolerance. At the time of his rejection, he felt very offended. But he could not find an opportunity to take revenge. The reason being the sheer speed of Bai Liufeng's advancement. It was flying fast, a speed that far surpassed the imaginations of people like the imperial tutor. Superior talent, 8th grade talent. At the age of 17, he had reached the 4th realm and stood on equal footing at the imperial tutor. In the next few years, it was a path of breakthroughs. Afterwards, the imperial tutor could not longer tell the level Bai Lufeng had attained. Not only this, Bai Lufeng had replaced his position and became the one the emperor relied on most and trusted most. Fortunately, after a few years, Bai Lufeng mysteriously disappeared, allowing the imperial tutor to regain his lost position. But the degree of trust the emperor held for Bai Lufeng always far surpassed the imperial tutor's. He did not expect that even after so many years of Bai Liufeng's disappearance, the emperor would still feel guilt over the mistreatment of his daughter. When the imperial tutor heard the emperor's words, the imperial tutor's mood turned foul. In his eyes, no matter the contribution Bai Lufeng had given, those were all past affairs. Under the current circumstance, Bai Ruoli is a typical trash. Without the protection of her daddy, she should not obstruct the crown prince and affect his future and the future of the country. Stroking his beard, he frowned slightly and sank deep into thought. Suddenly his eyes flashed with an idea. Your Majesty, this old one has an idea. That year you promised Lord Bai, you did not necessarily mean Bai Ruoli and the crown prince. Ah. You did not forget this, right? Startled, the emperor replied, What? How could this be? Zhen clearly remembered that we were in the Eastern Lotus Pavilion of the Yu Garden. At that time, Madame Bai had just fallen pregnant and had accompanied her husband into the royal palace. Mo Jun was only 6 at the time, and his talent had already been revealed. When Lufeng saw this, he was very pleased and Zhen brought it up as a joke. Recalling the memory, the emperor suddenly revealed an expression of surprise and stopped speaking. The imperial tutor chuckled and laughed. My emperor, you have remembered? At the time, this old one was also present and heard the dialogue between you and Bai Lufeng. The child in Madame Bai's stomach, if a female, would naturally be the most talented female, while the crown prince is the most talented male. If the two most talented children were to become a pair, their children would be golden boys and jade maidens. A match made in heaven. The emperor continued, That's right, Zhen did say this. Laughing, the imperial tutor continued his recount. My emperor, please look. What you said at the time was to bestow South Yu's most talented female as his spouse, so naturally, this still means the crown prince and Bai Ruoqi. This is completely unrelated to Bai Ruoli, ah? But, the emperor continued to waver, if we must explain like this, wouldn't this be a bit too forced? Back then, these words were clearly directed at the child in Madame Bai's stomach, as such for Zhen's words. Furthermore, it was for Bai Lufeng that Zhen. Current schedule, 6 regular happy doses a week. The imperial empress quickly voiced her support. The imperial tutor speaks the truth. This concubine was also present at the time, so she heard those exact same words. Not to mention Bai Ruoqi is also Bai Liufeng's niece. By choosing her, the emperor is giving them great favor. As the proverb says, one pen cannot write 2 names. How can we say we are letting down Lord Bai? As the imperial empress spoke, her eyes shone with a grateful light. Originally she was still distressing over how to convince the emperor and empress dowager. But she was restricted by her harem status, so those words could not be said. The imperial tutor thus assisted her immensely. If she is able to make Bai Ruoqi the crown prince's imperial concubine, she must prepare a few precious gifts to really thank the imperial tutor. That year when the crown prince became his disciple, it was the correct choice. Listening to this, the emperor thought those words sounded fair and did not refute them. Thinking over it, the imperial empress dowager spoke out carefully to supplement her previous words. Emperor, allowing Ruoli to marry into the palace may not necessarily be helping her. If you truly wish the best for her, then you should not make her the crown prince's imperial concubine. And this way, you will be truly making the best decision for Bai Lufeng. The emperor frowned at those words. What do you mean by those words? The imperial empress explained, apart from the imperial concubine, the crown prince also has 4 side concubines. All positions and titles that must be given in accordance to the law. As for these 4 side concubines, each must be chosen from prestigious families, all with talents of the 2nd grade or higher. Ruoli possesses a physique that does not allow her to cultivate, so even if she were to sit on the position of imperial concubine, how can she possibly suppress the 4 side concubines? I'm afraid in the crown prince's palace, it would be hard to avoid being bullied every day. This was a big fact. A very reasonable argument. As a result, after listening to their arguments, the emperor's biggest misgiving had been expelled. All that remained was a final sliver of hesitation. But, what matter did mistreat Ruoli? This is very simple, the imperial tutor cut in this time. My emperor, you can make a personal edict to punish Bai Lujing to denounce him of his crimes, but leave Ruoqi out. Is he not forcefully occupying Ruoli's personal assets? Order him to return at double the value to Ruoli and apologize on the spot. And for his daughter's future, he will definitely agree. The emperor nodded his head. The imperial tutor continued at this signal. As for Ruoli's matters, this can be easily solved. Since there are still so many other princes needing to select their concubines, apart from the crown prince, whichever one she takes fancy to shall be given to her for marriage. She is already a lord, so we might as well add the title of princess. For the marriage dowry, we shall give her the same status like a princess. In this way, who will dare complain that the emperor is mistreating Bai Lufeng's daughter? Considering for a period more, the emperor finally gave in. The imperial tutor speaks great truth, then we shall act like so. The emperor and company left the study and returned to the banquet hall. Unexpectedly, it was not tranquil at all. Just as the emperor and company left, the Ruoqi slowly walked down from the stage. On the way, not a single golden-spooned young lady dared to make eye contact. The entire hall was exceptionally quiet. Intimidating the entire scene, Ruoqi felt quite pleased. She turned her head to look at Ruoqi. She wished to see how clever and eloquent, crafty this damned girl could still be. Could she possibly be shivering from head to toe, paralyzed to putty? On the contrary, the truth was the opposite of what she imagined. Huang Yueli did not shake from fear, nor was she greatly startled. So much, that she didn't even bat an eye in Ruoqi's general direction. Head tilted, she supported it with her hand on the table, while her other hand picked up a piece of peach paste to slowly sample it. Furthermore, as she ate, she also smacked her lips in a most indulging way. Happiness plastered across her entire face. Ruoqi practically turned green and couldn't help but say, Ruoli, what are you doing? Only then did Huang Yueli notice her. Turning her head, she blinked her large watery eyes and displayed an innocent and pure smile. She then ate the remaining half of the peach cake. Eh? Second sister, I'm eating peach cakes? You couldn't have never tried them before? Let me tell you, this is very delicious, sweet and fragrant, soft and sticky. The royal palace's chef's skills are too good. Hurry up and come taste them. Ruoqi's forehead muscles tensed together as a flaming ball of anger rose in her heart, about to explode any minute. Everyone else looked at Huang Yueli in shock as they wondered if third young Miss Bai's brain was broken or too filled with sheet. Could she not see? Ruoqi planned to seek her debts. Just then in front of the Empress Dowager, Huang Yueli made Bai Ruoqi suffer such a big loss and nearly captured for punishment. So now after Bai Ruoqi's display of her prowess, she planned to use her power to prove her unshakable status. Bai Ruoqi planned to take revenge for the past event. As long as she did not disfigure or disable Huang Yueli, in face of her astonishing talent, the emperor will not punish her too severely. Was Huang Yueli unable to make heads or tails of the circumstances, or what? Instead of hurriedly begging for forgiveness, she was still in the mood to eat. And deliberately brought a piece over for Bai Ruoqi to eat. Later, she wouldn't even know how she died. Only Li Moying did not worry for Huang Yueli in the slightest. He was looking at the little fox with a mixture of love and hate. Looking at the remains of the cake still lingering on her tender lips, he resisted the urge to rush over and lick it off. This little thing, why, even her calculating manner appeared so adorable. Every time he wished to give up, he could not help but pay attention to her. Every time, without reason, his gaze was drawn back to her. Only, this adorable wittiness did not belong to him. Choking for a moment, and maybe because Bai Ruoqi's opinion of herself had changed, she did not flare up in anger. Looking at Huang Yueli with hatred, she questioned, Bai Ruoli, your stupidity act, did you really not see my display just then? You did not see my cultivation? Huang Yueli batted her eyes, I really didn't take notice, it's all because the cake is too tasty. This caused Bai Ruoqi to erupt. Bai Ruoli, you still dare act? When did I act? Huang Yueli's voice sounded as innocent as it could be. Clenching her teeth, Bai Ruoqi glared at her. She could not believe it. Even with things reaching this degree, this damned girl, she still held the ability to anger people to death. If changed to normal times, she would have long taken out her whip. Fortunately she had some sense. She knew that if she acted this way in front of the emperor, the titles of vicious and merciless will truly be solidified on her name. Now, even though her current reputation was a bit tarnished, it could not influence her becoming the crown prince's imperial concubine. But she did not wish for others to see her make a fool of herself again. Realizing this point, Bai Ruoqi released a breath and forcibly smothered the rage within. Bai Ruoli, the events earlier this morning, you forgot this quickly? In front of the Empress Dowager, you deliberately framed me ruining my name. You want this matter to pass over so easily? But, Huang Yueli vacantly muttered, second sister, I know that you lost face this morning and still feel very angry. But that isn't really related to me, right? Did you hear me say a single bad word about you? No, right? Everything said was through Dr. Lu's own mouth. Everyone here can bear witness for me? Bai Ruoqi refuted in rage, shut up. Let's see who dares testify for you. Come out. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to make a peep. The previous Bai Ruoli didn't have any friends, so naturally no one would step out sacrifice themselves for her. As for these golden-spooned young ladies, even if they couldn't bear it, who would willingly put themselves in harm's way for someone they didn't even consider a friend? The person they will be offending will be the crown prince's imperial concubine. This caused Bai Ruoqi to look at Huang Yueli in triumph. Do you see, no one can testify for you? This proves that you are lying. Clearly it was you who deliberately slandered me and drugged your own cousin in the royal palace. Our Bai family, how could we produce such a heartless and dog-hearted thing? Huang Yueli's slender fingers turned around to point at her own nose. Eyes wide open, her luscious eyelashes fluttered, much like a newborn forest fawn. Second sister, you are talking about me? Pooh. From the seats of the princes, a sound came through and shattered the silence. Everyone turned their heads to see the immortal-like King Yu take out a silk handkerchief to slowly wipe his mouth. His expression indifferent. Why are you all looking at this king? It was merely an accidental choke. Fiercely, Bai Ruoqi glanced at Li Moying without the slightest bit of respect. Although she did not know the reason for Prince Yu's intervention, but he was but a trash prince. In front of Bairuochi's current strength, even if he were a prince, he still must show some courtesy to her. Let alone, Prince Yu who could not cultivate. If Prince Yu planned to be the hero saving beauty, Bairuochi will not give him any face. But Li Moying did not reveal any expressions, and casually waved his hand. Do not mind this king. You, continue. Only the gods knew if he truly intended to break the fight between the two. Huang Yueli's expression when she was playing with others was just too amusing to watch. So he momentarily lost control of himself and let out a small laugh. As a result, he could only hurriedly pretend to wipe his mouth. Speaking of which, His Highness Prince was quite melancholic. If this was seen through by that little fox, that he still cared very much about her words, oh how embarrassing that will be, oh dear. At least he was sensible. Bairuochi coldly snorted and turned her head back around to continue to speak to Huang Yueli. Don't act stupid with me. I am speaking about you. Huang Yueli on the other hand, was still looking at Li Moying. But Li Moying had shifted to the side, a clear sign that he did not wish to look at her. As feelings of sadness were bubbling, this caused her to miss Bairuochi's words. Looking at her, Bairuochi was furious at her gall, to be lost in thought. Bairuoli. Did you hear me? This looked like a shouting lioness, with a loud enough volume. Huang Yueli could no longer pretend to not hear her. Scratching her ear, she looked at her innocently. I am listening. Second sister, please lower your volume, for you are South Yu's #1 virtuous lady. Shouting so loudly would be quite embarrassing. Don't act naive. Bairuoli, let me tell you, today's events will not pass this easily. Then, what do you wish to do to me? Huang Yueli asked this question purely out of curiosity. Unfortunately, Bairuochi misunderstood this as fear. She looked at Huang Yueli chillingly and said, very simple, I will give you 2 paths. Which 2? The first road will be you kowtowing to me 3 times and sincerely apologizing. The kowtows must be loud enough so I can clearly hear them. Otherwise, you will kowtow until I am satisfied. Huang Yueli could not help but chuckle inside. Bairuochi really had a dark heart. If the sound was not loud enough, then she would deliberately make things difficult. If she could not hear anything, she must continue until there were sounds. By then her head would have probably be bleeding from all that smashing. There were even reports of people smashing their head unconscious. Moreover, physical injury will be a trivial matter. To be tormented by someone like so, they would have lost their face all the way back home. She asked again, then, the second path? A touch of sneer formed on Bairuochi's face. The second path, since you are unwilling to apologize, for common people to denounce skilled cultivators is a great sin. Even if they were killed by the practitioner, it will still be reasonable. Of course, you are my cousin. It will be impossible for me to kill you, I will just draw on your face so you can no longer seduce men. And then things will be settled. Huang Yueli revealed an astonished expression. Wait, so second sister means to say is, I need to ruin my face? Do you need to so ruthless? I am your cousin. What's the matter? You are a waste who dared to slander me. This can already be considered lenient. Practitioners naturally hold higher statuses than normal people, as they are holders of life and death. This is the same in any country. But second sister, you are a soft and tender girl from a wealthy family. Not only this, you are known to be a model example of a lady. By acting so viciously, are you not afraid of others calling you a female snake scorpion? Hearing these words, Bairuochi nearly went crazy. Everyone already thinks I am a female snake scorpion. Even the Empress Dowager thinks so. Who caused this? Bairuoli, let me tell you, I do not care anymore. You today you will either kowtow or ruin your face. Huang Yueli patted her chest with a scared expression. Weakly she asked, then, if I do not choose either? Bai Ruoqi sneered. That cannot do. Give you 3 breaths to decide. If you do not, I will choose for you. 3, 2, 1. Bai Ruoqi quickly counted down, giving no pause or rest. After a few moments, she immediately muttered as stupid and took out a dagger. Smiling, she walked towards Huang Yueli. It seems you want me to help you choose. Then I will choose to disfigure you. Oh, do not run, for running is useless. I did not run. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes, looking like an obedient child, but in her heart she was sneering. Bai Ruoqi, a real representation of walking the path to one's own doom. Since she liked to receive the despise of others so much, then she will let her know what is disfigurement. Otherwise, wouldn't she be giving up on their closely sisterly bond? Step by step, Bai Ruoqi inched forward and closed the distance between the two. Many golden-spooned young ladies did not have the heart to watch, so they closed their eyes. In their point of view, it would be fundamentally impossible for Huang Yueli to resist to. Once she fell into the hands of Bai Ruoqi, will certainly be miserable. No one could save her. Lu Yi cried out from the edge, Bai Ruoqi, you don't be impulse ah. Unfortunately, Bai Ruoqi did not even place that person in her eyes, not sparing a single glance. Huang Yueli smirked. Gathering her profound energy in the palm of her hand, she prepared to give Bai Ruoqi an unforgettable lesson. Before she could send this strike out, an imposing and dignified voice echoed from the entrance. What are you doing? Your Majesty. Respects to His Majesty. Frightened, a sheen of cold sweat appeared on Bai Ruoqi. Hurriedly, she hid the knife into her bosom and adjusted her malevolent expression, as well as her body posture. This was also quite unexpected for Huang Yueli. Just as Bai Ruoqi's knife was about to fall and land into her intricate plan, she had to retract her profound strength. Copying the moves of others, she quickly paid her respects. With an expression of displeasure, the emperor addressed Bai Ruoqi, Bai Ruoli, what were you two doing? Heart jumping, Bai Ruoqi continued to maintain that expression of tranquilness as she replied, responding to the emperor, we were not doing anything. I was only exchanging a few words with third sister. Exchanging? What were you exchanging about? Wrinkling his brow, the emperor sent out his imposing aura and appeared more awe-inspiring. On this return trip with the Empress Dowager, they could already hear the commotion from afar. They specially asked the eunuch to not announce their arrival and walk over to catch them off guard. What they saw was the two Bai family young ladies about to break out into a fight. Did not think that from such a short time of absence, these two were able to start quarreling. It could be seen that the Empress Dowager's previous words were not exaggerated in the least. The displeasure could be seen in the emperor's eyes, and severe was his tone. Heart beating rapidly, Bai Ruoqi hastily kneeled down. Calm your anger, Your Majesty. We were really exchanging a few words, and failed to take note of the occasion, and spoke in slightly loud voices. Offending the emperor as well as the several empresses, this is all Chier's fault. Hearing that her words were not sincere, the emperor turned to question Huang Yueli. Lear, how would you explain what is happening? Turning her head, Bai Ruoqi used a hidden and dark gaze to hint at Huang Yueli, to threaten her. On the contrary, Huang Yueli did not bother with her and replied, Your Majesty, we were just talking about the events that occurred in the peach blossom orchard earlier this morning. Second sister, she drugged my wine but ended up harming herself. Yet she says that I was slandering her. Bai Ruoqi immediately interrupted her, enough. Bai Ruoli. That was you who wished to tarnish me. I already gave you face by not reporting it to the emperor, yet you dare so venomously spit blood? Bai Ruoli glared at Huang Yueli frostily. She held absolute faith that she would not be held accountable. After all, for a genius like her, to bully her younger sister is not a grave or offensive thing. That could not be considered much at all. So, today's events in the face of her revealed talent, they would not be enough to pose any threat. What Bai Ruoqi was afraid of, was her current actions may possibly not be giving the emperor due respect. If she was captured, she would be in the wrong. But under the current circumstances, the emperor did not see her take out any knife. He assumed that she was only quarreling with Huang Yueli. With such assumptions, she did not have to worry at all. As expected, before the emperor could say anything, the imperial empress was a step ahead and spoke out. Enough, today's affairs, this royal already understands. This matter was provoked by that charlatan Dr. Liu. Just then, the emperor personally commanded that Dr. Liu will be sent to Dark Moon Forest for manual labor. As she said this, the imperial empress's line of sight passed over by Ruoqi and Huang Yueli. As for you two, you are still cousins and both are young misses of Wuwei Manor. To quarrel so openly in the royal palace and from just a few words of an outsider. Too unsightly. In the future, with this matter over, do not dare to mention it ever again. Return and carefully reflect on yourselves. Each one of you copy the female virtues 5 times. Once you are done, hand it to this royal. Finishing her words, the imperial empress appeared to be quite just. In actuality, she was still protecting Bai Ruoqi. If they were to really conduct an in-depth investigation, then it would be Bai Ruoqi's fault. At the time of the two's location, everyone in the area witnessed all that occurred. They will all say that it was Bai Ruoqi who started everything. Of course, as a person who could not cultivate, no matter what, Huang Yueli would not have the guts to provoke a Qi Profound Realm 7th level practitioner, Bai Ruoqi. Therefore, the imperial empress intended to stumble by this matter completely, giving both parties a crime that could not considered a crime, then give some punitive punishment to settle the case. She would absolutely not allow such matters to interfere with the crown prince's great affairs. The emperor was somewhat angry but also wanted to punish Bai Ruoqi severely, at least lecture her to some degree. This would warn her not to bully Huang Yueli in the future. However, after listening to the words of the imperial empress, he remembered the conclusion that came to back in the Empress Dowager's study. It is the important day to decide the future concubines of the crown prince, and Bai Ruoqi's talent, absolutely could not be lost. As for the other matters, they can sort it in the future. Moreover, the of the two's argument caused the emperor to further trust the conclusion the imperial tutor and imperial empress came to. Huang Yueli is a wastrel and could not marry the crown prince. She really did not have the ability to suppress the members of the harem. To find her a rich but ordinary husband will make her life very comfortable. Thinking to her here, the emperor's eyes fell on Prince Yu thoughtfully. The emperor nodded and said, Bai Ruoqi, you are the elder sister. In any case, you should always give way for your younger sister. Moreover, you may even have to be sister-in-laws, needing to coexist in harmony. With his remark, a burst of excitement appeared on Bai Ruoqi and the crown prince's faces. What sister-in-laws do they mean? It's unlikely that they will allow Bai Ruoqi to marry an ordinary prince, right? Obviously, the emperor was implying that Bai Ruoqi had been chosen as the imperial concubine, while Huang Yueli, most likely is going to wed another prince. Bai Ruoqi hurriedly went to her knees and said, yes, Chier knows she is wrong and will remember this. I will listen to the instructions of the imperial empress and go back to give her a good reflection. Diligently reflect on myself. Third sister's 5 copies of female virtues I will complete in her instead. If one had not seen her previous actions, just based on her current performance, she really looked like a good elder sister. However, the emperor had just learned from the Empress Dowager, Bai Ruoqi's true colors. So looking at her this performance, he could not help but sigh a little more. What a pity, one cannot have both moral character and strength. If Bai Liufeng's own daughter could have that cultivation instead, how good would that be? Alas, he could only wishfully dream. Huang Yueli looked at the Emperor and Imperial Empress faces, her heart clearer than ever. It seems these palace giants had come to a conclusion. They had decided to make Bai Ruoqi the Crown Prince's imperial concubine. However, this was simply to be expected. Huang Yueli also felt that the Emperor had nothing to be apologetic about. In the face of Bai Ruoqi's excellent display of talent, if the Emperor did not choose her, he would have been the retarded one. In the Tianling continent, where the strong ruled the weak, if a ruler were too kind, then that country would have long disappeared in the annals of history. But, if Bai Ruoqi believed she was already sitting in the seat of imperial concubine, then she was much too naive. The corners of Huang Yueli's mouth gently hooked up. Her trip today was to prevent Bai Ruoqi from becoming the imperial concubine. How could she possibly leave her satisfied? Coming to this juncture of the show, it was time for her to take the stage. Deciding on this course, she retreated without a sound. Bai Ruoqi misunderstood as she had finally realized her place. Thinking to herself, she recalled the countless times she had plotted against Huang Yueli. Finally she was able to gain the upper hand, letting out a breath of resentment. Bai Ruoqi felt happy inside and turned to look proudly at her. The Emperor returned to his seat and looked at the audience with complex expressions. He then gestured towards Eunuch Han behind to read out the imperial edict. Eunuch Han stepped forward and slowly started to open the bright yellow silk decree to read aloud, accepting the heavenly mandate, the Emperor Imperial words, Wuwei Manor by Liujing's daughter Bai Ruoqi, with outstanding talent, appearance, and virtue, gentle and generous, worthy of the name of model woman, a special bestowment of princely Majuan, imperial concubine, will be finalized. Acknowledge this. The silence reigned in the banquet hall. Despite having guessed the end result, but when everyone saw such an arrogant and vicious Bai Ruoqi finally receiving the crown prince's imperial concubine status, many young ladies felt indignant. But who told her to have such powerful talent? The more one thought, the madder they became. Bai Ruoqi kneeled in the middle and reluctantly suppressed a smile. Respectfully she kowtowed and took the imperial edict from Eunuch Han. However, just as her fingers touched the bright yellow silk scroll, she heard a familiar voice, "Wait. I want to protest." No one expected in such a solemn setting, someone dared to interrupt. And so unceremoniously. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the speaker's direction. The next moment wows echoed about. That's Bai Ruoqi? She dared to jump out to protest? Hey, what will happen with her protest? The Emperor has already decided. Even if the date is not fixed, what qualifications does she have to compete with Bai Ruoqi? Then you are the ignorant one. If you do not have the qualifications, you would not jump out, right? From what I heard, Bai Liufeng left some letter for her. Oh, in any case, this will be a good show to watch. Whispering amongst themselves, the various golden spoon daughters held many gloating faces. Although they did not believe Huang Yueli could really pose a threat to Bai Ruoqi, but who allowed Bai Ruoqi to be this eye-catching? To be able to give her some trouble will make them very happy. Bai Ruoqi wished to kill Huang Yueli with her eyes. Bai Ruoqi. You again. What do you want to do? Huang Yu blinked pitifully, appearing like being severely bullied little white cabbage. Second sister, I did not want to do that? It should be me asking you what you want to do? You know I have a marriage agreement with the crown prince, how can steal other people's love? Furthermore, it is your future brother-in-law. If this were to spread, others will think that our Bai family lacks upbringing. You. When Bai Ruoqi heard those words, her face changed greatly from Huang Yueli's sharp intentions. These days, there were many people who gossiped in regards to the bullying of her cousin. And that she also stole the position of Wu-Wei Manors by family's young miss and snatched her brother-in-law. Although by Ruochi fell, she deserved all these things, but the ugly words of outsiders had greatly upset her. Now this trash girl dared to step on her sore feet. Was she tired of living? She sneered, "By Ruoli, please understand this. That was the emperor's verbal agreement, while I am appointed as the imperial concubine through an official imperial edict. The so-called marriage agreement between you and the crown prince is but casual and random side talk. It cannot be taken seriously. As a girl, speaking of marriage so easily, robbing cherished things, do you still have face? Second sister, the meaning behind a thief calling out a thief, I have realized today. I have tolerated you previously, but you are pushing harder and harder. Since this is the case, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." Huang Yueli turned her cold eyes away. By Ruochi almost laughed out loudly. "You want to treat me ruthlessly? How will you do that?" Huang Yueli looked at her with an arrogant smile, eyes more chilling than ever. She no longer paid attention to Bai Ruochi and turned to face the emperor. Bowing slightly, she gestured filled with politeness. Looking up, she unscrupulously opened her mouth. "Your Majesty, there is one thing Lear does not quite understand. I heard, before my father left Southview, he had left behind a marriage agreement, and that was with His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. My daddy left me a letter to explain this matter, writing that when I turned 15, the emperor would bestow me with marriage and fulfill the marriage engagement of that year." Pausing slightly, Huang Yueli's teeth gently bit her pink lips. Her red eyes filled with unlimited grievances. "I thought that the reason your Majesty invited me to the royal palace today is for this marriage affair. How would I expect, why did you bestow that upon my second sister, and announce her as the imperial concubine? Did you make mistake somewhere?" Huang Yueli spoke with great control and levelness. First she mentioned Bai Lu Feng, evoking old sentiments from within the emperor, and then put on an aggrieved retreating stance, to ask if there was a mistake. This is much better than direct questioning. At least, the emperor himself would feel a little hard-pressed to answer in time. This thing was quite correct. He also felt very apologetic. This, Zhen Hezjan's considerations. Could it be, I had done something wrong? No, this is not your problem. Li girl, you do not be sad. Although you cannot be the imperial concubine, but Zhen still many other talented sons. You can pick anyone you please. Zhen's next imperial edict will bestow you as Princess Changel, 3,000 cattle and the best piece of land to the east to you. Giving you the best scenery. The emperor appeased her. After listening to this, apart from the crown prince and Prince Yu, everyone displayed expressions like they had just eaten flies. Royal father will not really do so, in the place of the crown prince, and make them marry a cultivational trash? Whoever marries this blockage of a woman, wouldn't they be doomed and unable to crawl away from that tragic life? Although she had a generous dowry, looks very cute, but, how could this woman be their main concubine? Among them, the third prince felt the most crisis. As the next best talented prince, behind the crown prince, he felt that Huang Yueli will surely choose him. After all, not only is he elegant, he was also a handsome expert. Unable to marry such a talented woman, such as Bai Ruochi, the third prince already felt quite unlucky. Unexpectedly, an even worse outcome was presented to him. And that was to wed that wastrel. The third prince frowned and looked to his handsome second elder brother. A light bulb lit up. He patted Li Moying's shoulder and said, "Second brother, why are you not trying your chance and marry third young Miss Bai? People like third young Miss Bai with status, beauty, and dowry are rare. Handsome and beautiful, of all our brothers, you two make a perfect match." The third prince shuffled to Li Moying's side, seeming to whisper when in fact, his voice was audible and very one could clearly his words. His words held intentional sinister tones. In fact, this was to remind the Emperor and Imperial Empress there was a more suitable candidate for Huang Yueli. Quickly give Li Moying to her and prevent future detrimental after effects. These words, on the surface it complimented the two people, while secretly implying both only possess a good-looking face. Apart from this, they had nothing. So they suit each other the most. What kind of person is Li Moying? How could he possibly miss that hint? His pair of fierce eyes swept over the third prince without notice, inwardly sneering. Simply did not know the circumstances. But the third prince said that he and the little fox were the perfect match. In light of this comment, he will spare him today. Li Moying's beautifully shaped lips, along with his slender fingers, gently knocked the table top. In a flat tone, he said, even if I am willing to marry, third young Miss Bai may not be willing. Although he spoke casually, his heart was secretly anticipating the result. If these two could really establish a marriage engagement. Of course, this was his innermost wish. Sure enough, when Huang Yueli heard this, she immediately interrupted him. Of course I do not want to. My daddy said that my agreement is with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. This little heartless little girl. Liamo's shadow almost chopsticks in the hands to the broken. Although he also knew that Huang Yueli did not intentionally go against him, but to achieve her other motives. However, to hear her disdain for him and refuse to consider the slightest possibility of a marriage with him but another man. This feeling, it created unspeakable agony. Only God knew in that instant, he had an illusion, secretly holding his breath in hopes that the little fox will smile bashfully while agreeing to marry him. The crown prince's pride was satisfied. Heart happy, he deliberately faced Li Moying and laughed, second brother, I am sorry. I did not hold intentions of stealing from you, truly did not expect, third young Miss Bai would be so persistent. Such a pretty little beauty, insistent of marrying him, and doing her utmost to go against her heaven-given talented cousin. The crown prince naturally misunderstood her intentions. He assumed Huang Yueli was quite dedicated towards him. He could not help but feel lucky. But he also knew, if Huang Yueli must marry him, he could not disappoint either beauty. Presumably after giving her the position of first-sight concubine, she will be flattered to the point of tears. Li Moying clenched his hands into a fist as his eyes coldly shone. He restrained the impulse to beat the crown prince up. His little fox, was she someone that Li Majuan could hold any intentions towards too? When she saw the embarrassed flush on the emperor's face, the imperial empress knew that she had to take on the role of the antagonist. She immediately said, Li girl, you seem to have misunderstood something. Or, perhaps Bai Lufeng recalled incorrectly. The agreement between the Bai Lufeng and the emperor is true in its rights, but it did not explicitly state your name, Bai Ruoli with the crown prince. Is that so? That's right. The imperial tutor chimed in. At that time of Lord Bai's and the emperor's verbal marriage engagement, this old man was also present. They said that the emperor's most talent-martial son will be paired with Wu Wei Manor's most outstanding daughter. No one said Bai Ruoli. Huang Yu snorted and coldly ridiculed, is that so? Anyway, my daddy is gone. The affairs of that time, whatever you claim to be true will be true, no? Besides, I was not born then, so I didn't even have a name. Of course it will be impossible for any names to appear. You. Stifled by her response, the imperial tutor did not know how to refute her, because Huang Yueli's words were completely justified. In the end, he simply said, as a stately imperial tutor of the fourth realm, would I, this old one, deceive a little girl like you? These words sounded almost like something a hoodlum would say. Huang Yu sarcastically replied, Imperial tutor, if you wish to help your newly appointed female disciple, it is better to just say it straightforwardly. Why bother with theatrics? Save yourself from despise, and curses of disrespect. An astonished look covered the imperial tutor's face. You dare to talk to this senior like so? Who gave you such courage? Honestly, it had been quite some time since the imperial tutor was last spoken to in such a way, with a finger pointed at his nose. Even the emperor himself spoke to him with courtesy. Now, a cultivational wastrel even dared to say, so rudely, that he was a disrespectful senior. The imperial tutor even had a flashing thought that he might have been hallucinating. This damned girl, how dare she? Even though Huang Yueli saw the outrage in his eyes, she continued to smile widely. Didn't she only scold the old man with a few words? What was there to be afraid of? She burned this old man's beard and also sent a flying dagger to his forehead. Was she not still alive without injury? In fact, she could have continued to act pitifully and calm by Ruwachi from the shadows. However, with the various situations happening one after the other, she had lost patience. Huang Yueli no longer wished to continue in this crazy and idiotic charade. It was no longer necessary. Didn't they say because of Bairuachi's crushing strength, she could walk sideways, bully cousin and inverting black to white without any price? Unfortunately, in front of her Huang Yueli, Bairuachi's so-called strength can only be deemed a joke. She would like to personally teach Bairuachi an unforgettable lesson. And let these people see who was the true trash. Determined with her next course of actions, Huang Yueli did not hold any more hesitations. She sneered and said, "Why can't I speak to you? Merely of fourth realm. If you spoke with reason, then I will treat you with respect necessary for a senior. But since you told such lies with your eyes open, I refuse to listen any further." Everyone drew a cold breath. Unimaginable, Bairuoli had always been timid and cowardly. Yet she was currently saying such things. Merely a fourth realm. Did she know exactly how rare and powerful fourth realm experts were? In the entire country of South Yu's history, less than 100 fourth realm experts were recorded. However, that the spectators just remembered, this little girl was the daughter of Bai Lufeng. While alive, he was rumored to have reached the 7th realm. With such an outstanding father, not being able to put a fourth realm expert in her eyes, seemed, maybe, probably, quite logical. But the problem is, she herself was a good-for-nothing wastrel. Shut up. Seeing the face of the imperial tutor, Bairuachi quickly jumped out, blocking the imperial tutor. Bairuoli, you are mental. In order to marry the crown prince, you have the audacity to just say anything. My master has already explained to you how the marriage engagement was established. So for me to become the crown prince's fiancé is completely justifiable. Yet you dare speak so brazenly and rudely. Is it fun? Seeing this, the imperial empress also chimed in. Enough, do not bicker. This royal understands the dissatisfaction, but for the emperor to act this is also out of consideration to you. With your cultivation, even if married into the crown prince's palace, it is impossible for you to compete against the other side concubines. She paused, then said, besides, the engagement that year, this royal was also present. The emperor, empress dowager, were also present. They can all testify for the imperial tutor. Would so many people lie to you? Looking at the hypocritical smile, Huang Yueli slowly raised the corners of her mouth. Since even the imperial empress claimed it as a misunderstanding, then it must be. Believing she was persuaded, the imperial empress' heart let out a breath. You understand. Huang Yueli continued, in other words, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince fiancé should be South Yu's most talented young lady. Is that correct? The imperial empress did not understand why she would repeat the imperial tutor's words. However, those were true, so the imperial empress nodded. That's right. Smiling ironically, Huang Yueli turned around and looked at Bairuachi. In that case, I find it weird. If Bairuochi is not the most powerful in Southview, nor is she the most gifted, why can she become the imperial concubine? Bairuochi angrily shouted, "What do you mean? I am the most powerful in Southview and the most talented." Just then we all saw that had reached the Chi Profound Realm 9th level at only 15 years old. I also used one move to defeat Lui. Who else is my opponent? So what if you defeat Lui? Huang Yu discontentedly said, "Is it only Lui, the only female cultivator? Maybe there's some people waiting to challenge you." Bairuochi exaggerated out, "It's not waiting to challenge me, but they dare not to. After all, none of them are my opponents. If you do not believe me, I would like to ask everyone if they are better than me. If they are not satisfied with me becoming the imperial concubine, they are free to challenge me. Who is going to come?" Her glance circled around the young ladies seated in the audience. They all avoided her gaze. Let alone words, no one dared to step out. Was she joking? They were not here to suffer abuse. Bairuochi was at the Chi Profound Realm 9th level. Let alone a move, they were not able to contend at all. Seeing no one dared to answer, her expression became brighter. She cast a sidelong glance to Huang Yuelai and said, "Did you see? No one dared to challenge me, therefore I am the strongest." "No, there's still someone here to challenge you." "Who? Who else is there?" Huang Yueli stared straight into her eyes and carefully articulated each word, "There is still me. There is still me." Once that remark came out, the banquet hall fell silent for a long period of time. With eyes wide open, they subconsciously cleared their ears. They seriously suspected they had all misheard. The publicly known super trash actually wanted to go against a heavenly gifted 4th grade talent? This was inconceivable. Simply too impossible. Either everyone made a mistake, or a donkey had kicked Bairuoli in the head. Even Bairuochi was left shocked. And after a moment's silence, she burst out laughing. "Third sister, you can't be? I must have heard wrong. I actually heard you say that you wished to challenge me." "You did not hear wrong." Huang Yueli faintly said, "I want to challenge you, right here and right now." Unable to come to an understanding, Bairuochi stared at her with exaggerated eyes. Taking several looks from head to bottom, an overjoyed smile curved up from her mouth. "I say, third sister, aren't you a bit too riled up? Are you going to challenge me? Are you joking?" Huang Yueli smiled back, "I'm not kidding, second sister." "Could it be, you don't dare?" Everyone's jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Third young Miss Bai had the courage to ask if she dared to or not. She is looking for death. Never had they seen someone looking for death. Could it be she was afraid she couldn't die fast enough, so wished to throw herself onto daggers? Bairuochi felt this was even more unexpected, but then she smirked. "Third sister, you really want to challenge me? You have to think clearly, You cannot cultivate, but you wish to challenge me with a cultivation at the 9th level of the Chi Profound Realm?" "Yes, my mind is very clear." Looking at the funny and exaggerated expression, Huang Yueli's voice remained calm as always. If Bairui is really certain, then there was certainly a problem with her third sister's brain. This waste really wanted to challenge her? This almost seemed like a very funny joke. A waste was a waste. She should tuck her tail and behave with integrity, obediently, and marry that waste of a prince. But she dared hold the dream of marrying the crown prince? Daring to challenge her, a martial genius? This was too unbelievable. Just as Bairuochi was hesitating whether to say no to such a fine opportunity to beat this waste and to retaliate back for the embarrassing herself in the front of the Empress Dowager earlier in the morning. This dead girl actually sent herself knocking. She can no longer blame her then. Even if an arm or leg breaks, Huang Yueli asked for it. Bai Ruoqi's mouth showed a trace of a sinister smile. Third sister, do not act this way. I know you impulsive, so you must think clearly, or you will regret it. Although, to retract the challenges is a very disgraceful action, but you are a wastrel. This must be treated differently, and no need to feel burdened. On the surface, she persuaded Huang Yueli to retract her challenge. She was goading her on from the shadows. For people with even if a little bit of pride, after listening such words, they would be too embarrassed to shrink back. Huang Yu shook his head, smiled. Second sister, you do not need to persuade me. I will not retract the challenge, but on the contrary, you have to think clearly. Otherwise, you might be thick-skinned and refuse to admit anything after your loss. I will lose to you? Refuse to admit? Bai Ruoqi laughed so much that her eyes teared. She then said, okay, you make a lot of sense. How about we ask His Majesty to bear witness for us? Listening to their conversation, the emperor's head swelled up twice its size. In fact, he felt that allowing Huang Yueli to wed Prince Yu was the best possible option for her. Everyone else felt so too. He really did not understand why Huang Yueli would disagree. Moreover, is there a problem with her brain, challenging Bai Ruoqi like that? Did she know what she was doing? For ordinary people like her, they could not even poke Bai Ruoqi. Li girl, you really do not have to be so impulsive. Although the crown prince is very good, but there are other princes who are dragon amongst men. You do not like Moying? It does not matter. There is still old 3 Mohan. Mohan is also a 4th grade talent and looks very handsome. With the emperor's vigorous marketing, the 3rd Princess Li Mohan's face turned more and more ugly. In fact, he also wanted to take the talent by Ruoqi as his imperial concubine. But he is far lacking compared to his brother. Fortunately, Huang Yueli soon refused. Thank you, Your Majesty, but Li'er must challenge second sister and properly fight with her. Li Mohan drew cold breath. That was the same as being rejected. Compared to his previously mood, Li Mohan became more angry and depressed. Li Mohan's entire expression was like he was fleeing for his life. The emperor had no choice but to make some concessions. Well, if you must fight, it is not impossible. You will first exchange a few blows. However, your strikes must remain light, or it will affect relationships and feelings. The emperor was afraid that Huang Yueli would suffer serious damage. So he specifically stressed for Bai Ruoqi to show mercy. Bai Ruoqi immediately showed a look of embarrassment. Your Majesty, there are many uncontrollable things. If any unexpected occurs, Chi'er cannot afford this responsibility. Bai Ruoqi's words could be considered reasonable. In any match, it is impossible to ensure that both sides remain uninjured. The emperor could only say, just be as careful as you can. Bai Ruoqi's courtesy answered yes, but she quietly smirked. This so-called sword without eyes, with the gap between the two so big, to seriously injure that girl accidentally would be quite fair and reasonable. They slowly walked to the ring, causing the sight to erupt in a ruckus. Everyone present had been too shocked from all the excitement and stir from the banquet to properly conduct themselves in front of the emperor. My God, is this true? Bai Ruoqi, that waste will really challenge Bai Ruoqi. How can such a thing happen? Did water fill Bai Ruoqi's head? My lord, can she overestimate herself anymore? She is looking for death. Everyone felt that Huang Yueli had definitely gone crazy. Not a single person believed that her current actions stated she held the ability to defeat Bai Ruoqi. With the results of this competition, everyone's opinion was the same. There will be no suspense. After all, the gap is just far too big too. As the audience discussed amongst themselves, 2 girls stood on the stage facing each other. The Imperial Empress opened her mouth and said, "This is a competition. Wuwei Manor's third young miss by Ruoli challenges Wuwei Manor's second young miss by Ruochi. Both of you have decided?" "I have thought it over. I wish to challenge by Ruochi." "I accept the challenge." Both of them answered without hesitation. This the Imperial Empress replied, "In that case, let the competition officially start." In accordance with the friendly competition etiquette, the both sides need to exchange names, and politely pay their respect to the opponent. Bai Ruochi smiled casually and spoke first. "I am Wuwei Manners, Bai Ruochi, Cultivation at the Qi Profound Realm 9th level, please enlighten me." Finishing her words, she contemptuously looked at Huang Yueli, waiting to see how this shamelessly thing will introduce herself. Huang Yueli returned her look with a cold smile. Lips gently openly, her voice is extremely cold and clear. "Wuwei Manor, by Ruoli, Cultivation." She paused. Everyone's eyes fell on her, while some people felt embarrassed for her. Under the watchful eyes, to introduce yourself is a waste. What kind of spirit did she have? Cultivation at the Qi Profound Realm 9th level, please enlighten. Finishing her words flatly, Huang Yueli looked at Bai Ruochi with a composed expression. Bai Ruochi was completely stunned. The entire banquet hall had also fallen silent, as everyone fell into shock. Not long afterwards, waves of laughter spread through the area. Has this third young miss gone mad? Or is she just delusional? I reckon she has gone mad. Such a pity, she actually looks quite decent. And to become crazy just like that? Bai Ruochi nearly spit out. I say, my third sister, if you're going to lie, please least make a draft. Seeing that I am at the Qi Profound Realm 9th level, you decided to say you are too? Let me tell you, it's not that simple. You must have the corresponding power. Otherwise, without knowing the immensity of the heavens and earth, you will only turn yourself into a joke. Huang Yueli raised her eyebrow. How do you know? I did not have the corresponding power. Bai Ruochi sneered. How would I not know? Not only do I know, everyone here also knows that my third young Miss Bai is a cultivational wastrel. Not even mentioning the Qi Profound Realm 9th level, if you are able to reach the first level, the sun will be rising from the west. Lifting her head to look up into the sky, Huang Yueli smiled. A pity, it seems that the sun did not rise from the west today. Rubbish. Bai Ruochi continued to sneer and smirk, the naturally would not rise from the west. So FO you have a cultivation at the Qi Profound Realm. Stopping her words midway, she suddenly opened her eyes wide like she had seen a ghost. Rigidly, she stared at the young girl in front of her. It was like she could not recognize the person in front of her. Stepping half a step forwards, Huang Yueli revolved the profound qi inside her and released it out. The profound qi quickly dispersed around her, covering the banquet hall with a fine pressure. Everyone once again revealed expressions of shock. While some more delicate young ladies could not resist against this pressure and went to clutch their stomachs in pain. While the people whose cultivations were above Huang Yueli, for example, the imperial tutor, the emperor and people like the crown prince, were even further shocked. They repeatedly shook their heads and looked at her, revealing the same stunned expression. Only then could they verify, they were not dreaming. Bai Ruoli has already reached the Qi Profound Realm 9th level? The crown prince's jaw narrowly avoided dropping to the floor. You did not sense wrongly. She is truly the Qi Profound Realm 9th level. With great effort, the emperor blinked his eyes and voiced his confirmation. But his voice betrayed his true feelings. After some time, the imperial tutor said to Huang Yueli, not only is she at the Qi Profound Realm 9th level, her profound qi is extremely pure. Danton expansive, profound power unmuddled. Many times more powerful than ordinary Qi Profound Realm 9th level practitioners. The imperial empress grasped the handkerchief within her hands and asked, but, how could this be? Third young Miss Bai is a cultivational wastrel. She has undergone many talent tests, all indicating she is unable to cultivate. Since when she able to cultivate? Why has she suddenly reached the Qi Profound Realm 9th level? How could this be? Just how did she achieve this? This question hung the minds of every single person. But no one could answer this or find the true reason behind all of this. Even Li Moying had been left puzzled as to how this little fox jumped from a waste to cultivational genius. Nonetheless, when compared to astonished moods of the rest of the audience, he was quite happy. As a result, he did not feel any abnormalities with this revelation. The little woman he liked, of course, she would be a peerless genius. And of course, she could easily break through, and of course she could illogically crush all opponents. As for why this was the case? Li Moying also did not understand. But he felt there was no need to understand. Deep in his heart, there seemed to be a voice that told him things should be like this, and for the many years to come, it will always be the case. Very soon, the audience discovered a key point. If I remember correctly, by Ruoli, she is only 14 years old. Yeah, if you're a year younger than by Ruachi. So to say, a 14-year-old Qi Profound Realm 9th level practitioner? Once this remark was made, everyone drew in a cold breath. Just now, news of Bai Ruachi reaching the 9th level at 15 years is already regarded as an unsurpassed genius, sought after in every possible way. Even the emperor and the imperial tutor would consider whether she would go to neighboring countries, and the consequences that would ensue. Then what about now? Huang Yueli was only 14 years old. What concept was this? From the start of the cultivation path, every year was very precious. Let alone the thought breaking through earlier. Just 1 month, 1 day earlier would display a very obvious advantage over their peers. You can also say that you must seize every second, every moment. To achieve a cultivation of the 9th level of the Qi Profound Realm at the age of 15, generally only 5th grade talents would be able to achieve this. If Bai Ruachi did not eat that bottle of precious pills, there is no possibility of her attaining such heights. As for a 14-year-old 9th level Qi Profound Realm practitioner, that required a talent of at least the 6th level. Moreover, over time, at least you could reach the 6th realm, there is hope to advance to the 7th realm. The 7th realm, in the entire South Sky region, is considered monstrous. Able to exterminate South Yu with a single wave of their hand. That third young Miss Ba, South Yu's most famous waste materials, a big idiot, how could she be a 6th grade talent? And when exactly did she transform from a waste to a genius? The emperor looked at Huang Yueli's beautiful face, his face showing a trace of appreciation as he exclaimed, "Li girl is really not simple. Obviously having a 6th grade talent, but to quietly practice for so many years. Ignoring all gossip from the outside and finally astonishing everyone today. With such a heart, your future will definitely be grand." The Empress Dowager also happily said, "Ai Jia knows that the daughter of Bai Lufeng will surely inherit his talent too. How could she be a waste?" While the Imperial Empress, Imperial Tutor and the Crown Prince's face were very ugly indeed. Of course, they would not be happy. After all, they put all attention on Bai Ruachi, while neglecting the true treasure. It seems that Bai Ruachi is by no means a genius, everyone had been too hasty. While in actuality, it is the always inconspicuous third young Miss Bai. Just why did they reject the marriage between the Bai family's third young miss? Only then were they regretful. The crowd discussed this discovery with vigor, all of them voicing their exclamations and praises towards Huang Yueli. However, what they did not know was Huang Yueli did not painstakingly cultivate for a few years for such a surprise today. She spent only half an hour to directly rise from the ranks of an ordinary person to the peak of the Qi Profound Realm. If this was revealed, words would not stop at heaven's shocking genius. However, Huang Yueli would not announce such things out. She is not a young girl, naturally she knows that some truths must be hidden. The Tianling continent always respected the strong, so a person always needed to show their strength in order to gain the respect of their peers. But they must also hide their trump cards. People's hearts were sinister. If outsiders were to learn of her special physique and her heaven-defying cultivational technique, then she would be in great danger. With her current circumstances, it would be perfect if they continued to believe in that assumption. She didn't allow them to see through anything or provoke unwanted trouble. In the midst of the hubbub, only one person had a face the color of a pig's liver, their body trembling. That was Bairuoqi. She really did not think that the damned girl would really be at the 9th level of the Qi Profound Realm. How was this possible? This must be a fake, that damned girl was lying, right? Bairuoqi sorely wished that this is only an illusion, but even the imperial tutor can confirm Huang Yueli's cultivation. The imperial tutor was a master, so his judgment could not be false. Of course, more importantly, Huang Yueli was standing right opposite of her. More than anyone else, Bairuoqi clearly felt the surging qi emitting from Huang Yueli's body. Moreover, Huang Yueli's profound qi was many times more pure and powerful than hers. Just by calmly standing, an incomparable momentum permeated and filled the area with a strong pressure. This feeling did not feel like someone at the peak of the Qi Profound Realm, but more like a powerful expert on the level of the imperial tutor. Bairuoqi did not know why she felt this way. But the pressure Huang Yueli inflicted on her was that immense. Huang Yueli's cultivation is in no such way fake. This was simply no way to falsify this. But, why? Why was this damned girl on the same level as her? And, from the surge of profound qi, she seems to be better than her? How could this be? How could this be? Bairuoqi almost crushed her teeth. After a while of speechlessness, she finally forced out, You really are at the 9th level of the Qi Profound Realm? When did you reach this? Why do I not know this? Huang Yueli smiled and said, I broke through 5 days ago, just like second sister 3 days prior. I am sorry, I advanced 2 days earlier than you. Bairuoqi was furious. Who asked you this? I ask you, you clearly can cultivate and have such a high talent. Why would you still pose as a wastrel? Are you playing with me? Huang Yueli replied particularly innocently, When did I say that I was a waste? That's simply your own opinion. Obviously your own mind is not good, believing yourself to be infallible. How can you claim that I tricked you? You think I enjoyed being labeled as a wastrel? You. Bairuoqi was left speechless. Right, this damned girl never said she was a wastrel. But was it necessary to verbally confirm such things? Everyone has eyes, no? However, why could no one can tell she is a genius? Most definitely, she had been scheming from the shadows. Bairuoqi angrily said, This is clearly intentional. I'm warning you, do not you think from secretly cultivation to the 9th level of the Qi Profound Realm is anything. You have never acknowledged a master, so your battle ability, you still lacking. Huang Yueli shrugged her shoulders, feeling ridiculous inside. I say, second sister, you speak a lot of drivel. I just challenged you and you clearly accepted. You have yet to strike and instead you speak such nonsense? If you are afraid, please take the initiative to admit defeat. I do not have to fight against you. You jest? Me afraid of a trash like you? Bairuoqi looked at her with ridicule. Blurting out such words without hesitation due to her irritation. But she regretted them as soon as they left her mouth. Because this damned girl was not a waste. She really was a little scared. A 14-year-old at the peak Qi Profound Realm and suspected 6th grade talent. This was a super genius that's several levels above her. In her entire life, Bairuoqi had never encountered such a brilliant talent. Just thinking about it softened her legs. If the person were any other 6th grade talent, Bairuochi would have long turned pale from fright. Without any resistance, she would immediately surrender. However, standing before her was the trash of her third sister. Someone she could wantonly decimate, the weak and cowardly Bairuoli. She could lose to anyone, but not this little cheap girl. To regret and retreat after just accepting the challenge would already be very embarrassing. Not to mention, it was against the person she most despised. To her, it would be 100 times more embarrassing in comparison to being killed directly. Bairuochi anxiously stared at Huang Yueli, trying hard to suppress the fear in her heart. Inwardly, she tried to convince herself to fight. She did not know how her third sister hid her cultivation. And with any formal learning, therefore, it would be impossible for her to learn profound skills. Of course, with Bai Lufeng as her father, she assumed he would leave his daughter with a couple advanced profound skills and the like. That would explain the fast and ridiculous advancements. However, a real battle was completely different from practice. Even if two people executed the same skill, different practice methods and applications would be the ultimate deciding factor of the battle. This damned girl had no master, so even if Bai Lufeng left any high-level skills for her, no one taught her how to use them. With this, coupled with her long-term publicly recognized wastrel title, she could not gain any experience from sparring with others. So this was the question. Although this damned girl possessed a high cultivation, but did she know how to use her profound chi in a fight? Considering this question, a smile gradually rose on Bairuochi's as she discovered this weakness of hers. Bairuochi's mood also became more relaxed. Yes, that little slut does not understand how to fight. Did she think high profound chi will allow her to win? Much too naive. She came to give a lessons to this girl, so she let her know what a real practitioner is like. How would the pitiful Bairuochi know? Huang Yueli opposite her was in no way a rookie fighter. Huang Yueli's combat experience could place her in the top 10 of the entire Tianling continent. But when it came combat perception and talent, she was second only to Imo Qingqing. Even if there were 10,000 Bairuokis, they still will not be her opponent. Making up her mind, Bairuochi immediately stepped over and said, "Since you are saying such things, then I will not be polite. Do not blame me for not reminding you, but I have learned the ancestral skills of our Bai family, Frost Thorns. This is a black grade middle level profound skill." Black grade middle level. The Bai family actually has a black grade middle level profound skill. So powerful. Lu Yi's Gale Blades were only at the black grade lower level. The level of young misses from Wu Wei Manor is really a tier higher. Previously, just by profound techniques, Bairuochi already won. Cries of surprise rang out around them. Bairuochi becoming more and more smug as she looked at Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli replied unenthusiastically, "Isn't it because of my daddy that our Bai family is able to possess a black grade middle level profound skill? Do you think I don't know it as well? You? Just learning it for a few days, you dare say you have mastered this technique? Let me tell you, only people with the ice attribute can cultivate the frost thorns. From what I can see, you have no attribute, right? Furthermore, this technique has 36 different forms. You can learn them all?" Bairuochi snorted disdainfully. Raising her eyebrow, Huang Yueli exclaimed, "It seems to be quite powerful. Why don't you display it for me to see what a black grade middle level skill is like? And how many forms can you execute?" Her leisurely attitude was somewhat similar to a teacher guiding a pig-headed student who believed themselves to be infallible. This angered Bairuochi to the point of spitting blood. "Haha, actually seeking death. Then I shall let you see. When the time comes and you are injured, don't come and blame me." As Bairuochi said this, she began to prepare her technique. As an ice-attributed practitioner, after executing the frost thorns, the banquet arena's temperature dropped by many degrees. while frost began to form in the area around her with a suction force. Furthermore, this forming of ice was done in an instant. As Bairuochi performed the hand seals, the ice condensed into piercing thorns, covering the earth and skies. Then they swept towards Huang Yueli. Bairuoli, catch this. Frost thorns. Huang Yueli greeted this with a frosty gaze. She did not move immediately. Seeing her motionless, Bairuochi assumed she had been petrified in fear, unable to move. As she was afraid she would not be able to overpower Huang Yueli, while the two were fighting it out, she pretended to lose in anger and send this move out. Under her predictions, her frost thorns, and being the first to make a move, there was a 99% chance that Huang Yueli would be able to react in time. She will most certainly be hit. And everything was happening according to her plans. This damned girl didn't even know to move, and didn't put up any sort of defensive measures. This clearly indicated she lacked the tiniest bit of battle experience. These frost thorns will pierce her any moment now. Seeing these frost thorns about to reach Huang Yueli, Bairuochi smiled widely. However, just as those frost thorns were about to make contact, Huang Yueli lightly leaned to the side and allowed those thorns to fly past her. That tiny movement didn't even seem all that obvious. Onlookers only saw a shake of her body, and in the next instant, the frost thorns completely bypassed her. Bang! 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 The frost thorns embedded themselves firmly into the palace walls behind Huang Yueli, filling the entirely with clustered icicles. Seeing the numerous thorns on the wall, sent shivers down the audience's back. Lord, too scary. Bairuochi has already cultivated the frost thorn to small mastery, right? Only then will it have such effects. The palace walls are very strong, that even if you tried to cut it with a knife, it will not leave any cracks. Yet these thorns are able to pierce directly in and create so many holes. If this were to land on a human body. My God, hurry up and stop. Just thinking about it, makes me feel pain all over my body. If Bairuochi is this powerful, wouldn't her third sister be suffering a great calamity? Bairuoli should have no battle experience, right? Yes, Bairuoli will soon lose. Oh, what a pity. Everyone let out a long sigh. From the start of the fight till now, Huang Yueli had been constantly dodging Bairuochi's attack without counter-attacking. Under that powerful momentum, Bairuochi's hands formed various ice shards. Flashing under the dazzling sun, they looked very sharp and murderous. Move by move, in a blink of an eye, more than a dozen strikes were sent out. Under the onslaught of the frost thorns, it as if Huang Yueli's petite body would be skewered at any given time. Every time she dodged, it seemed she relied on good fortune to barely move aside. Only then was she able to survive with each passing graze. It was like watching a thriller movie. This happened several times. However, despite all those thrills, she was never hit. Even her new dress remained unscathed. After a long time, a few people sensed something was wrong. Third young Miss Bai's technique do not seem to match. This should be a movement-based skill? Seeing her steps are not very wide, it should be a footwork. No wonder she is Bai Liufeng's daughter, able to learn such things. Movement-related techniques are so very rare. From what I see, the two of them are incapable of dominating over the other. Can this be regarded as a tie? How can that be? If you look at Bairuoli closely, she only knows how to hide. Furthermore, every time she moves, those frost thorns are a hair's breadth away from touching. So sooner or later, she will be hit. Most people agree that if Bairuoli won, only Bairuochi will know how embarrassing that will be for herself. Because, no matter how fierce her offensive was, and she even sealed all retreat paths, but she still failed to hit Huang Yueli. Each time she was able to easily move away. Others may view her as hiding, only Bairuochi knew how amazing her footwork was. Rather than saying Huang Yueli was unable to dodge, it would be more appropriate to say she was too lazy to move. Making a few perfunctory movements will be more than enough. The more she did this, the colder Bai Ruoqi's heart turned. In this way, her profound qi will sooner or later be consumed. When she no longer has any more for energy, Huang Yulia will be able to easily attain victory then. Bai Ruoqi bit her teeth, crying out, "Bai Ruoli, can you only hide? As Bai Liufeng's daughter, do you only know how to hide like a mouse? Can you not trade blows with me fairly?" Huang Yueli chuckled, "What's there to be afraid of? I just want to see what your frost thorns are like." Before she could finish her words, Bai Ruoqi suddenly accelerated her hand movements. In an overwhelming, she suddenly hit her. Go to hell. When a person speaks, the body's profound qi would then influenced and affecting the tempo of one's body. Bai Ruoqi deliberately lured Huang Yueli into talking. Then taking advantage of this pause, she suddenly moved in for the kill. My God! Bai Ruoqi initiated a surprise attack. Be careful. With Bai Ruoqi's entire infused into this final move, the speed of the frost thorn just doubled. Under the bright sun, it flew like a lightning bolt, sending out ear-screeching sounds. Many people couldn't bear to look on, some even shut their eyes tight. However, Huang Yueli's figure flashed in succession, although the speed of the frost thorns had increased, but once any closed in on her, they passed by her without touching her at all. A cold glint flashed by Huang Yueli's eyes. She hadn't even started attacking at all, not because she couldn't beat Bai Ruoqi, but because she was just observing Bai Ruoqi's frost thorns. This mysterious skill was really something. This skill was created by her father and it contained the mysterious laws between heaven and earth, so it had aroused the attention of Huang Yueli. Out of curiosity, she had let Bai Ruoqi display the skill in its entirety, and wanted to see what were the renowned 36 forms were all about. Now, she had basically understood all the profound mysteries behind this mysterious skill. You want to play? Well, I'll let you play as you wish. Huang Yueli's breath held not one bit of fatigue nor breathlessness in it. It seemed that the barrage of attacks had absolutely no effect on her. The moment she finished speaking, she took a sudden step forward. This was the first step in offense she had taken since the duel had started. As she moved forward, she flourished her sleeves gently and an invisible force swept forth and all the frost thorns that were majestically flying in the sky broke away from Bai Ruoqi's control. With a single movement, the frost thorns suddenly turned around and they all pointed at Bai Ruoqi as they hovered in midair. Huang Yueli flourished her sleeves once more and the frost thorns resumed the formation that Bai Ruoqi had displayed earlier, the only difference was that they were now directed at her. The frost thorns rushes towards Bai Ruoqi at a frightening speed that had been accelerated many times than before as they sped towards her face. These frost thorns were simply too fast and Bai Ruoqi couldn't react in time. Just a few seconds ago, she still had on a contemptuous smile. Before she even realized it, she had received a flurry of attacks. Aia! Following that shrill scream, Bai Ruoqi's sorry figure was seen flying out of the duel stage. This sudden change of flow in the battle was simply too fast. The golden-scaled guards had even thought that Huang Yueli was in dire straits, and they were prepared to rush behind to save her any time. Who would have thought that the one who needed the saving in the end would be Bai Ruoqi? Their reaction was slower by half a beat and even though they had rushed forward, they were still a step too late. Bai Ruoqi's body was flung onto a tree and was struck directly and her whole body slid down the trunk. Her crimson blood dripped off the branches onto the ground as she left a trail of blood behind. The entire banquet was eerily quiet for a few moments until the emperor suddenly snapped back and reacted. Quickly! Where's the imperial doctor? Imperial doctor! Quick, have a look at Bai family's second young miss. The few imperial doctors who were present quickly rushed forward to check on Bai Ruoqi. The rest of the audience had only reacted, had many surprised gasps, and shouts of alarm resounded all around. Oh heavens! What happened to Bairuachi? Is she dead? What happened in the end? I clearly saw that Bairuachi was executing her killer move and Bairuoli was fleeing desperately. Bairuoli didn't seem to be her opponent at all? Why was it that the one who was thrown out was Bairuachi instead? Bairuoli must have counter-attacked, right? No sheet. But did you see it? I couldn't see anything at all. Me too. Hushed whispers and curious gazes were exchanged as everyone present were trying to figure out what had happened exactly. Although Huang Yueli had suddenly displayed her might of a 9-level Qi profound realm, almost everyone present had the same thought as Bairuachi. They all felt that she lacked combat experience, and the probability of her defeat was at a staggering 99%. When the spectators saw Bairuachi's flamboyant attack, they had all perceived that Huang Yueli, who had only been dodging all this while, was on the verge of defeat. However, the hard reality was the complete opposite. Bairuachi was not only defeated in one stroke. By the looks of it, she was severely injured. Even the golden-scaled guards couldn't save her in time. Those that were of lower cultivation levels than the both of them simply could not see how Huang Yueli had attacked. All they saw was a blur and heard a shrill scream after. Of course those that had higher cultivation levels such as the Imperial Tutor had seen what happened. Only that those that saw what happened were in a greater state of shock than those who couldn't. Huang Yueli's counter was exactly the same as Bairuachi Frost Thorns. Not only was the skill the same, it was even more exquisite than the one demonstrated by Bairuachi. Where did this girl learn this from? Moreover, the level of comprehension was more profound and the prowess displayed was several times higher. The Emperor urged the Imperial doctors, "How is she? How is the Bai family's second young miss?" The most senior of them replied, "Your Majesty, the young miss has been pierced by thousands of frost thorns. Although her wounds are each the size of a pin, she is bleeding severely as the number of wounds are innumerable. Fortunately, they are all just superficial wounds as they are all only on the surface. As Miss Bai is a martial cultivator, her innate physique is strong, so long her blood level is reinforced by some blood replenishment pills, she can still be cured. All she needs is ample rest and she cannot fight for 3 months." Listening to the diagnosis, her injuries weren't that serious after all. The Emperor heaved a sigh of relief. The Imperial doctors tended to her wounds and used acupuncture to stop the bleeding, and only after feeding her a myriad of pills only did Bairuachi come to. She opened her eyes, but she remained frozen for a moment, unable to recall anything. Soon after, a sudden realization hit her and both hands immediately touched her face carefully. She screamed out loud. "My face! What happened to my face? Why is there so much blood?" Under her fingers, it was not the smooth skin that she usually touched. It was uneven and covered with wet sticky blood. When she saw that both her hands were covered in blood, the intense pain coupled with the panic and shame triggered another shrill scream and she almost fainted once again. Huang Yueli strolled over and asked in a low voice, "Second sister, are you all right?" You. Bairuachi trembled as she stared back at the beautiful face in front, her heart was filled with fear and hatred. Her whole body felt as though it was on fire and the pain made her body tremble. Her chest was stifled with rage, she wanted to lash out at the stupid girl in front of her like how she usually did in the past. However, after this match, she felt an uncontrollable fear towards her and her body was shivering non-stop, she did not even dare utter a sound. This match had undeniably proved that Huang Yueli was not one to be trifled with, she definitely wasn't someone Bairuachi could bully. With the flip of her hand, she could easily trample on her. Huang Yueli's cold voice seemed to have echoed from afar. "Second sister, as I've mentioned earlier, your frost thorns still have a long way to go, you still need lots of practice, have you seen my demonstration just now? When she heard those words, Bairuachi almost vomited out blood. Thinking back, the attacks she had suffered from were one and the same. They were the very frost thorns she had been so proud about. Current schedule, TBA slow. How was it that that damned girl also knew that move? And it even surpassed hers. She herself was already a 4th grade talent genius, and her affinity with ice was very high. Displaying the might of the frost thorns to such a degree was something she had been very proud of. To have been able to reach such heights was unprecedented. Who would have known that Huang Yueli displayed an even higher level of frost thorns, and this showed that she held a much higher level of comprehension and affinity in this aspect. What was this? Was she born just to oppose her? If Bairuachi knew that Huang Yueli did not merely have an affinity with ice, but it was actually at the highest affinity, she would faint right away, right? Not to mention that this was only a small part of Huang Yueli's prowess. She had the highest level and affinity for every single attribute. In reality, Huang Yueli had never learnt the frost thorns before. A black grade level profound technique just wasn't up to par with her standards, and she had no interest in skills of such caliber. She had only learnt it on the spur of the moment when she saw Bairuachi's arrogant display, and she had comprehended the complexities behind this skill. She had simply imitated it and returned to her the favor, but she was very generous in returning it back a few folds. Fortunately, Bairuachi did not know the truth, or else she might have really not have the courage to live on anymore. At this moment, the emperor spoke up. Today's match was really an eye-opener. He had on an amiable smile and declared, the winner of this match is Bai family's 3rd young miss, Bairuoli. Zhen didn't know that Miss Bai has such outstanding talent. Miss Bai truly is the daughter of Bai Lufeng. Zhen is very impressed. The imperial tutor also laughed heartily as he added, this subject would like to congratulate your majesty to have gained another talent for our Southview country. To witness such a talent being born my very eyes is my very honor. Miss Bai is certainly a genius amongst geniuses. Other than Bai Lufeng, no one has reached such a level. It's my honor. Simply outstanding. If it wasn't just before a few moments ago that the crowd had heard him discredit Bairuoli and stand on the side of Bairuachi, they really would have thought that he heavily doted on Bairuoli. The expression on the Imperial Empress's face was a little awkward. Just a few moments ago, she was pulling no stops to do all she could to embarrass Bairuoli so that she could prevent her from marrying her son. As a result, she had intentionally prepared the talent show and this match to put Bairuoli in her place. However, Bairuoli had aced each stage she had set her up for. At this point, the Imperial Empress thought back to her initial goal and found it to be simply laughable. This Bairuoli's talent surpassed Bairuachi coupled with her disposition and mannerism, she felt a thread of sorrow, why she didn't see this earlier. She was completely blinded and had acted foolishly. She even schemed to discredit Bairuoli and had pushed for Bairuachi to be the crown prince's consort instead. If she didn't try to act smart and had followed the original intentions of the emperor, wouldn't she have gained a 6th grade talent as her daughter-in-law? Harping over this point, the Empress really felt like slapping herself for her folly. A sudden thought flashed in her mind and her muddled eyes cleared up again. She looked back at the Crown Prince and saw that he also had on a look of apprehension as he kept looking back and forth between Bairuachi and Huang Yueli. The Imperial Empress had made her decision. Oh, Li Girl's talent is superb, if Master Bai knew it, he's sure to be elated. This seat feels very happy to know that my junior has such a great talent by his side. I feel so comforted that you'll be there by his side to assist him. It's heartening that our Southview has such an outstanding Crown Prince consort. This calls for a huge celebration. When the Imperial Empress said this, she left everyone stunned. What a brilliant finishing move. Everyone understood the underlying meaning behind her words. The empress had abandoned Bai Ruoqi and chose Bai Yueli as the crown prince consort. Oh heavens! Does that mean that the crown prince consort's candidate is going to be changed? Isn't this normal? Bai Ruoqi has always been the top candidate, but because of her status as a waste, did that chance slip to Bai Ruoqi. Now that she has proven her strength, isn't normal that the empress would switch to the strongest party? But, if that's the case, this Bai Ruoqi is really quite pitiful. What about it? That's the way of the world. The strong shall prevail, and if you think back, how can she be considered pitiful when she was the one who snatched her cousin's fiancé in the first place? The crowd's hushed whispers reached the ears of Bai Ruoqi, and her face went a shade paler. Her white-as-sheet complexion, coupled with the fresh wounds, was a terrifying sight to behold. She couldn't believe it. The prized title of the crown prince consort, which she had just painstakingly attained, was about to fly out of her hands. It was going to be snatched away by Bai Ruoqi. That belonged to her, Bai Ruoqi. The emperor frowned and said unhappily, "Why did you say that, my empress? Although Cheer has lost this match, however, this seat has already given my word. If I were to go back on my word just because of a mere match, how am I to gain the trust of the people?" The empress had already thought of the countermeasures and explained calmly. "Your Majesty, this doesn't constitute as going back in your word. Was it not your original promise to have the union of Bai's family most gifted daughter to be matched with our imperial family's most gifted son? Although you had decreed, the promise made with Master Bai was before you gave your decree. Everything has a sequential order which we must place our priorities on. So according to the agreement with Master Bai, which was first agreed upon, letting his precious pearl Lear to marry Mo June is in line with your promise." When her words landed in the emperor's ears, he fell into deep contemplation. In fact, no matter if it was strength or the emperor's private feelings, they were both inclined towards Bai Ruoqi. Had it not been for the fact that he had been too anxious just now and had formally given the imperial edict to decree Bai Ruoqi, he wouldn't be so torn now. He couldn't just change his mind and lose his face now, could he? What a dilemma. The empress looked at the crown prince meaningfully. When he saw her gaze, he immediately spoke out. "Imperial father, I am willing to marry young sister Lear. When Master Bai left, I didn't manage to take proper care of Lear. This itself is against his wishes before he left. If I'm not able to redeem myself this time round, I don't know how I can face him when he returns." When she heard his incredulously shameless speech, Huang Yueli couldn't help but twist her mouth, and she even almost gagged on the spot. What was shamelessness? This was epic, wasn't it? A few moments ago, that the crown prince had reneged on the agreement and wanted to marry Bai Ruoqi instead? When that happened, he didn't seem that sorry on going back and being sorry towards her father. Now that he spoke with such righteousness, it seemed that if he married Bai Ruoqi back, he would be a street rat that everyone would detest. Wasn't this switch a little too fast? Moreover, even the manner of calling her had jumped from damn girl to young sister Lear. My God! Were they even close to begin with? Why did he use such a familiar tone to call here? Just the thought itself was simply disgusting, and a chill ran down her spine. Even last time, Mu Qingqing has never called her by in such a nauseating name. Was Li Majuan simply itching for her to cut his tongue off? When Bai Ruoqi heard the words of the crown prince, she even vomited blood on the spot. Your Highness, how could you? Bai Ruoqi was grieving. Not only had she lost in the hands of Bai Ruoqi, her beautiful face was now mutilated, she had lost her reputation, and even the crown prince didn't want to marry her. The empress was afraid that she would say something more and affect the crown prince's reputation, so she quickly interrupted her. Oh Cheer, your talent is naturally very good. This empress and the crown prince also like you very much. However, as it remains, His Majesty had a prior agreement with Master Bai. If His Majesty were to go back on his words, what would the world say? There's also that matter of you bullying Lear. Yet, she hasn't held it against you. If you were to snatch her fiancé again, that wouldn't be good. Bairuoqi's eyes widened as she stared at the Empress with disbelief. Prior to the march, the Empress was clearly in favor of her. She even concealed the happenings at the Peach Blossom Garden for her. She was obviously on her side, and she even tried her best to get the Crown Prince to marry her. Yet now everything was completely opposite, and she was voicing her opinions on behalf of Bairuoli. Just the time it took to burn an incense, everything changed. Just before, she was still a proud daughter of the heavens. Even the imperial tutor and others gave her extra attention and respect. All the other ladies present were also envious of her. Even though she had embarrassed or offended them, no one dared to speak up against her. She was enjoying the careful attention, fawning and respected gazes of all people, and before she could savor all of these, she was immediately pulled down by Bairuoli. In a flash, all the honor, status, and prestige she had just attained was taken away by that damn girl she had looked down upon most. Bairuoqi was so mad that her eyes flipped and she lost all consciousness. The Empress' heart jumped in shock from the poor girl's reaction, and she felt a thread of sympathy for her. However, she thought on further and knew that if she had softened her heart this time round and let Bairuoqi become the Crown Prince's consort, that meant that Bairuoli would marry someone else. This was a 6th grade talent we're talking about. In the entire South U, there hadn't been a talent of such caliber for hundreds of years. Her talent was even higher than that the Crown Prince. It was not easy to have found this sliver of chance relying on the verbal agreement decades ago to trap her in this arranged marriage. This was the last chance they had to grasp tightly onto. She couldn't let her son lose this advantage. After this thought flashed in her mind, the Empress' heart hardened once more as she ordered, "Bring the second miss of the Bai family to rest and treat her wounds properly." After which, she turned around elegantly and faced Bairuoli with an amiable smile. "Lear, my child, I have seen that you are not simple at all. Not only are you talented in all aspects, what's even more rare is that you are not arrogant at all. Even though you've been bullied by your sister, you still abide by sisterhood. Possessing such a calm disposition at such a young age is really admirable." After she spoke, the imperial tutor immediately added, "What your majesty said is so true. There's no need to mention her outstanding talent, but what I really appreciate is her character. I respect her from the bottom of my heart. Only a gifted daughter of the proud heavens is worthy of the Crown Prince." He turned around to look at Huan Yueli, and his face was full of smiles. "Li girl, this old man has always wanted to choose a direct disciple to formally inherit everything of mine. Unfortunately, I've never managed to find anyone suitable. After seeing your resplendent performance today, indeed you are the only person that's worthy of such a position." After the imperial tutor said that, the entire surroundings went quiet. The imperial tutor's direct disciple? Moreover, the successor of his inheritance? Wouldn't that mean the future imperial tutor? Bairuoli is really too lucky. The imperial tutor had lived for over 300 years, and he had always been one of the highest respected figures in South U. Not only did he have a prestigious reputation, but his wealth was also quite astounding. Therefore, when he had mentioned of taking Bairuoli as his direct disciple and even letting her succeed him, this immediately caused a sensation. Having a master like the imperial tutor to give pointers was akin to a dream of almost everyone. To even succeed him and obtain all his inheritance was simply a pie falling from the sky. Although he was a little awkward and embarrassed, no one said a thing. Bairuoli has proven to them that she was way ahead the competition, and everyone was ashamed that she did have what it took to have the imperial tutor treat her specially. After all that the imperial tutor has said, everyone thought that she would be too ecstatic and would immediately kneel down on the floor to acknowledge this master. Who knew that she would just look at him without saying anything? All she had was a smile and seemed to be considering something. He frowned slightly and said, "What are you waiting for? How are you still hesitating?" Well, this old man here promises to impart all my knowledge and skills to you. That includes all the cultivation techniques, martial skills, pills and armaments that I have collected all over the years. You can stand beside me and enjoy the same prestige and privileges as this old man. Hey, is this true? Wow. The imperial tutor is really very generous to Bairuoli. Oh my god. I really envy her to death. All kinds of praises and sighs clamored all around them. Yet, Huang Yueli had yet to say a single thing. The imperial tutor was all smile and looked at her in anticipation. However, there was still a trace of chill behind that smile. Somehow, his heart felt a little uneasy. She wouldn't see through him, would she? She shouldn't, right? No matter what, she was only 14 and have never left Southview before. Moreover, Bai Lufeng has been missing for over a decade. She should not be able to see through his facade, right? He coughed lightly and said, "Li girl, isn't it time for you to kneel down and acknowledge me as your master?" Huang Yueli's lips curled up as she sneered at him with a provoking gaze. "Thank you for your kind intentions, but you can forget about having me as your disciple." What? He really had not expected that she would refuse him so outrightly. "Little girl, why did you reject me? Do you think that Bai Lufeng has left you some martial skills and that's why you don't need any master? Do you think he has anything that's of worth? Let me tell you this. Such martial skills are not something that a little girl like you is able to comprehend by simply reading through a couple of manuals." Huang Yueli laughed and replied, "There's no need for you to bother, I have my own ways." The imperial tutor was displeased and his smile crumbled in an instant. "Little girl, his old man can tell you that if you do not acknowledge me as your master today, in the future, even if you beg and cry for me to take you in as a disciple, I will not take you in. This is your last chance." When he spoke, he released his profound qi. In an instant, a stifling pressure immediately stretched outwards and surrounded the entire hall. The faces of the people went pale, and those who had much lower cultivation levels, especially those noble ladies who were raised with a silver spoon, clutched their chest tightly. The oppressive pressure forced them to clench their teeth, as they tried their hardest to keep themselves conscious. However, Huang Yueli just stood there completely unaffected and as if there was no abnormality at all. She looked at the imperial tutor with a smile filled with mirth. The imperial tutor's brows furrowed. How could she be totally unaffected by his profound qi? Huang Yueli was standing closest to the imperial tutor, just directly opposite him. She should have been getting the brunt of the oppressive pressure. The imperial tutor clenched his fist tighter and the profound qi he released was increased yet again. Seeing that she still had no response, he gritted his teeth and continued to pour profound qi into the surroundings. As he began to pour out his profound qi without much regards, without realizing it, he had already released a huge amount of qi. However, Huang Yueli just stood there. Other than the expression that revealed impatience, there was little no other reaction. It seemed as if the qi force was just tickling her. Only when the crown prince, who was close by, started to groan did he recover his senses and retracted all the profound qi. By now, some noble ladies had already fallen to the ground and the imperial doctors started scrambling all about to treat them. The crown prince touched his chest that still felt as if there was a stone crushing onto it, as he frantically circulated his profound qi to regulate and reduce the oppression. At the corner of his eyes, he happened to see Prince Yu seated by the side leisurely. Leisurely? That face did not seem to have any semblance of pain on it. Instead, he had on a smile and his scorching gaze was locked onto Bairuoli. There was also an indescribable tenderness and affection in those eyes. "You," the crown prince's expression contorted strangely as he looked on with his widened eyes. Li Moying heard his voice and turned to look at him. "Is elder brother feeling uncomfortable? Have this tranquil heart pill and you'll be better in no time." "I thank you, second brother." As soon as the crown prince took the pill, he felt a soothing wave that eased the discomfort on his chest. Oh, it turned out that he had taken a pill. No wonder he was all right and seemed didn't to suffer from any injuries at all. For a moment there, he thought that this waste was like the third miss of the Bai family that was going to flip the skies and defy the heavens. Sure enough, he thought too much. Huang Yueli's lips lifted up into a condescending smile. Imperial tutor, so if you can't receive your disciple, you decided to do it through coercion? Coercion? He was angry at the tone and disrespectful manner she had now portrayed. He didn't think that he actually couldn't control her even when he attempted using his profound qi to show her his prowess. By Ruoli. If you don't want to do this the easy way, then we'll do it the hard way. This old man here was sincere and willing to teach you wholeheartedly. This is your stroke of luck. You don't know what's good for you. Huang Yueli couldn't help but smile deeper. I can't tell what's good for me, you say? Imperial tutor really knows how to talk. I should that it's you who don't know what's good for you. Do you really think that I'm just a little country bumpkin that doesn't know anything? You think you are qualified to be my master. You are not worthy. His heart jumped as his entire back was soaked in cold sweat. He really didn't expect that this Bairuoli would understand the aspects of things so well. 6th grade talents are extremely rare, and even in the entire South Sky region, such talents are only a handful, and they are all carefully nurtured by the big major sects. As a man who has lived over 300 years and yet he was still unable to break through to the next level, he really was unworthy to have such a talented disciple. He truly had no means to teach such a genius. He saw a bright future ahead of her, and he wanted to make use of her ignorance and tap onto her future grandeur to make a name for himself. In this way, the future benefits that he'll reap would be many times more than what he has now. She would take care of him after she had carved a name for herself. After all, to respect one's master was a tradition of the soaring heavens continent. Who knew where she had heard it from? She had utterly shattered his grand scheme, which he could not say out, but she even said that he was unworthy. He was filled with rage. In the past, Bai Lufeng was so arrogant and did not put him in the eyes as well. No matter what method he used, be it soft tactics or all aggressive methods, Bai Lufeng ultimately still refused him to be his master. Now that Bai Lufeng is no longer around, to think that his daughter had matched him well in this case. Seeing that the imperial tutor's expression was getting from bad to worse, the emperor quickly interjected. Li girl, how could you say such things? The imperial tutor is your elder, and even if you do not wish to be his disciple, that's fine, there's no need to be so impolite. The emperor gave a reproaching look, and turned to speak to the imperial tutor. Imperial tutor, you should not concern yourself too much with what she said. She is still young and not sensible. Girls her age are young and frivolous, but that's also normal. That year, wasn't it the same for Lufeng? This was a reminder to the imperial tutor that Bai Lufeng was only missing and has not yet died. Should he really return, he would know that the imperial tutor had worked against his daughter. The imperial tutor was also unable to withstand the anger of Bai Lufeng. The imperial tutor listened to these words and sighed heavily and lamented, you really don't know what's good for you. Humph. Next time when you come to regret it, even if you beg this old man will not receive you. Huang Yueli turned a blind eye to this farce and remained silent to this shameless old man. Although he was older, she didn't have an ounce of respect for him. Respect was to be earned, not given blindly. In fact, she really did not fear to clash with the imperial tutor. After all, with the emperor sitting by the side, if the imperial tutor really wanted to hurt her, it wouldn't be so easy. Thinking back, wasn't it just a few days ago, when she had yet to cultivate to such a high level, she still had played the imperial tutor? However, since the emperor personally came out and said a few words, Huang Yueli could only leave it. The emperor sighed with relief and quickly seized the opportunity to announce the next edict. As the Empress had said, the agreement with Master Bai in that year was to marry the best daughter of the Bai family with the best prince. Now since the third miss has successfully challenged the second lady of the Bai family, she has proven her talent and for strength. For the sake of fairness, the edict earlier of the day is cancelled, and Zhen has decided to let the third miss of the Bai family and the crown prince. The crown prince was so happy that he wanted to scream out and jump in joy. The happiest man today was him. So many young girls were all fighting for him, fighting for the position of his consort. And he felt really lucky. Whether it was by Ruachi or by Ruoli, no matter how high they cultivated, they were both fighting teeth to be his consort. All he needed to do was to sit here and receive such a brilliant talent by his side. A proud daughter of the heavens, to reach the 6th rank. In the renowned Blazing Star Academy that was filled with geniuses, all these talents would gather. Lucky for him, she's never seen the world or else she wouldn't choose to marry him. At the crown prince's side, Prince Yu's expression was ugly to the extreme. On that handsome face, there was no longer any trace of smile. His peach eyes had on a murderous glint in them as he stared frostily at charming face in front of him. How did this little girl not have any reaction at all? The emperor said to bestow a marriage to the crown prince and her. Did she really have romantic interest towards the crown prince and was willing to get married with him? If this little girl really dared to, he will definitely let her know. What will be the consequences of provoking his anger? Huang Yueli was aware of Li Moying's blazing gaze on her. However, she did not even bother to respond. So what if she was engaged now? Could the crown prince force her to marry him? Anyway, she wouldn't be staying in South Yu for a long time. When she bolted, who could make her stay here? Of course, although this engagement was just verbal gibberish to her, she did not want to be paired up with such a person like the crown prince. Therefore, this marriage, she must still think of ways to refuse. Only, her own thoughts, why should she let Prince Yu know? Didn't that smelly man not bother to look at her the entire day? Didn't he not care about her? Therefore, when the emperor said that he had bestowed her a marriage, there was no refutation from her. Of course, she did not thank the emperor, she merely smiled. The crown prince dropped to his knees and bowed towards the emperor, his face beaming with a huge smile. This child would like to thank Imperial Father for bestowing this marriage. To have such a virtuous wife is really the biggest blessing in my life. After expressing his thanks, he did not forget to turn towards Huang Yueli. Lear, I've been fond of you for a long time, but being the crown prince, I have my responsibilities, which was why I agreed to marry your sister before. Now that I have you, I promise that I'll be devoted to you and will not marry any concubines. When the crown prince said this, it was not because he had fallen in love with Huang Yueli, but for a more realistic reason. He was not stupid. With such a talented wife of such a high caliber by his side, although they were still in South Yu, when they left for Sky Cloud City and entered a proper academy, she'll slowly start to see the world. It wouldn't be easy to keep her then. What the crown prince was doing now was to seize the opportunity to use sweet talk to mend and stabilize their relationship. It was best to marry her when she was still young and ignorant, letting her be fully reliant on him, so that he did not need to be afraid that she would leave him for a more talented genius that had more prestige than him in the future. Of course, Huang Yueli wasn't a girl who held such sentiments. In her previous life, there were countless geniuses who were willing to kneel before her to just get her to take a look at them. Even Li Majuan was no different. He wasn't even fit to pick up her shoes. She clearly knew what this man was thinking about. Her lips curled up as a sweet smile blossomed on her face. However, her heart secretly spat, what an imbecile. The crown prince looked at her and smiled. He thought that she was moved by his own confession and that her heart had been touched. He stepped forward and reached out for her hand. Prince Yu's face became darker and darker, and the pressure around his body became lower and lower. This was it. In the end, he could not stand it. With the sound of a pa, the chopsticks between his fingers broke into two. He flung the broken chopsticks to the ground, and he was just about to declare his sovereignty over his little fox. However, just as he opened his mouth, a shrill scream rang in the banquet hall. The cry was so sharp that even Limoying was shocked and swallowed back his words. Everyone turned to the source of the scream and saw a bloody Bairuachi struggling to stand up and limped towards the center of the hall. The emperor, the empress, you can't let the Bairuoli be the crown prince consort. It should be me, it should be me. Everything was decreed. Bairuachi fell to the ground, wailing loudly, and even grabbed the hem of the crown prince's robe. Your Royal Highness, you once said that you only liked cheer. You even promised that cheer would be your consort, have you forgotten? How can you be interested in that little shrew? The crown prince lowered his gaze and saw Bairuachi's face that was full of blood and tears. Her face was now disfigured and she looked extremely hideous. Where was the little beauty that he was used to? She looked more like a ghost. The crown prince could not conceal his disgust and he pulled his sleeves back, trying to throw off Bairuachi. What are you doing? Let go. However, Bairuachi held on with a death grip and wouldn't release him. Your Royal Highness, you have clearly promised, how can you change your heart? The decree has also been set by His Majesty. After she said those words, there was a dangerous glint that flashed in her eyes as she stared hatefully at the figure beside him. Her eyes looked as if they could spew fire. She suddenly rushed forward and scratched viciously as she aimed for Huang Yueli's face. Bairuoli! You tramp! You dare to destroy my face? I'm going to ruin yours too. Bairuoli looked at the crazed Bairuachi, who was screaming like a lunatic. With a slight smile on her lips, she shook her head helplessly. Second sister, it's better you stop doing this, we're out in public, you know? Stop your false pretense. Still acting all goody. It's all because of you that I'm like this. It's all because of you. Tramp. I'm supposed to be the #1 talented beauty of Southview. I'm the real crown prince consort. Why must you snatch this away from me? By now, Bairuachi has already climbed up after ranting it all out. Everything she had was ruined by Bairuoli. Today, her name was swept to the ground like dust and her reputation fell rock bottom. Even the crown prince had a change of heart. The face that she had been so proud of was also destroyed by that hateful Bairuoli. She didn't care about anything anymore, all she had on her mind was to drag Bairuoli down with her and let her be embarrassed in front of everyone. But of course, how could Huang Yueli give her such an opportunity? She only took a step back, without anyone noticing. She deftly flicked her fingers and shot at Bairuachi's legs with a strain of chi, causing her to lose her balance. She fell to the ground with a loud bam. Enough! Bairuachi, you've gone mad! The crown prince hollered as he quickly dashed to the front of Huang Yueli in a protective stance. How could you treat your younger sister like this? Had I known that you were such a person, I would never have even the slightest thought of marrying you. I was blinded and was tricked by you. My Lear is a genuine lady who has a good heart. As he berated her, he continued to act as a protector as he stretched his hands out to shield Bairuoli behind in a righteous manner. He was inwardly proud of himself, using the strategy of a hero rescuing the beauty. This was a sure win. He was positive that the girl's heart was touched and may even be touched to the point of tears. Well, he was right about the tears, but it wasn't because she was touched, it was because of holding back her laughter. Truth be told, she really thought that the crown prince and Bairuachi were a perfect match. Such a shameless, naive and idiotic couple was really hard to come by. Hearing the words of the crown prince, Bairuachi was angered to the point of fainting yet again. The banquet hall was yet once again in a state of upheaval. Heavens! Bairuachi must have really lost it. She even dared to attack her cousin in front of the emperor. She's definitely gone mad. She must have lost all reason when she, a first-rate genius, was actually defeated in the hands of a well-known trash. On top of that, she lost the position of the crown prince's consort. If it was me, I'd go mad too. It's already such an awkward situation. Instead of taking this chance to sneak away, she actually jumped back right in. Isn't that even worse? Well, she deserves it. Who asked her to be so proud and arrogant? She's a psycho who loves bullying her younger cousin. This is all retribution. Hearing the surrounding murmurs of the crowd and various scoldings of Bairuachi, Huang Yueli shook her head once again. She had accomplished what she wanted and had lost interest in dragging this further. Just as she was about to find an excuse to sneak away, Bairuachi suddenly raised her head and stared murderously at her, with a cold glint in her eye. Huang Yueli was startled for a moment, but there was no other reaction. Bairuachi turned her body and kowtowed to the emperor. Your Majesty! Empress! Chi'er had lost to third sister and had lost my position as the crown prince's consort. However, Bairuoli has no right to be the crown prince consort. She paused and gritted her teeth. That's because Bairuoli had lost her innocence before marriage. A month ago, she was caught in bed fooling about with a man. A lot of people can bear witness to this. She may be strong, but a tainted woman like her is not worthy to be the crown prince's consort. What? There was such a thing? This should be another of Bairuachi's accusations again. Bairuoli fooling about with a man? How could this be? It's hard to say. I've also heard this rumor. It was also told very vividly. But she's a 6th grade talent. How could she put any ordinary man in her sight? What Bairuachi declared had brought forth yet another wave of clamors. When the emperor saw her act like this, he was displeased and said, "Chi girl, Jin knows that you've suffered. Your face has been injured, but that can be healed with a high-grade pill. Once you've fully recovered, I will decree you a proper marriage, a grand one at that. Just leave your grudges with your third sister. It's time to let go." Bairuachi replied, "Your Majesty, it's not Chi'er who doesn't want to let go, but it's just that I can't watch His Highness get tricked by her. My third sister Bairuoli is a promiscuous girl. Not only did she get caught red-handed with a man in bed, just 10 days ago, she even entered the auction with a mysterious man. Even His Highness can bear witness to that." The crown prince had actually almost completely forgotten that incident until Bairuachi brought it up once again. When he was reminded of it, his heart almost jumped out. That's right. That time, that girl was with a mysterious man who had a terrifying cultivation level. Moreover, they seemed quite close. The two of them were in there together for such a long time. Did the two of them really have the relationship between a man and a woman? Although his consort's strength was the most important, her mannerisms could largely be ignored. However, if the lady was promiscuous and let the man wear a green hat, this is something every man cannot bear. Not to mention with his status as the kingdom's crown prince. The crown prince's face immediately became stiff. Bairuachi knew that what she said had an impact. She thus sneered and continued, "Your Majesty, Chi'er definitely did not lie. I have a witness. The last time when my sister was caught red-handed fooling with a man, we've detained that man. I have already ordered people to bring that man to the palace. Your Majesty, please allow that man to enter the palace to testify." Witness? You've even brought the witness? Is it true that there was such a thing? The emperor and empress looked at each other in dismay. Never would they have thought that things would have taken such a drastic turn. This was a very awkward situation, considering that Bairuoli was yet of age. Being only 14 this year, to fool around with a man, such a thing has never crossed their minds. She hadn't even grown up. To do such things at such an age was very unlikely. By Ruachi being jealous of her and weaving rumors was more like it. However, this matter was still related to the honor of the royal family. Huang Yueli shook her head and said, "Second sister, enough of all these ruckus. Haven't you had enough of making many jokes of yourself today? Now it's to the point of creating a joke to malign me?" "Malign?" Bai Ruachi retorted with a sneer. "You don't even dare to see the witness and dare to say that I am maligning you? If you have no guilty conscience, do you dare to confront him?" Huang Yueli looked at her with a thread of sympathy and softened her tone. "Second sister, stop making a fuss. Haven't we lost enough face for our family today? Do you want to destroy the entire reputation of the Bai family?" Huang Yueli looked at her as if looking at a joke, and this infuriated Bai Ruachi greatly. At this moment, the imperial tutor spoke up. "As far as I see it, I think that what second miss of the Bai family has mentioned sounds reasonable. Since there are such vile rumors going around and there's a witness to this, why don't we call people in and thoroughly investigate it? If third miss of the Bai family really did not those things, we'll clear things up once and for all, or else if those was left uncleared, who knows what rumors will spread to the people." The imperial tutor was just harshly rejected by Bai Ruoli, and she had left him in a very awkward position. He was already filled to the brim with rage, and now such a chance had presented itself to him, he couldn't wait to use it to retaliate. Now with such an opportunity, he can use Bai Ruachi's stage to tear that girl off the pedestal. The emperor had to give some face to the imperial tutor, and he also had to clear the name of the future crown prince's consort. If this wasn't handled properly now, if unseen circumstances happened in the future, things will get only messier. Hence, the emperor also agreed to the suggestion of the imperial tutor and called the witness into the palace to interrogate him. "Li girl, the royal family doesn't doubt you. However, since someone has mentioned such a thing and all the nobles are also present, this is necessary to clear all the allegations against you. This is your reputation, and since you're not guilty, we will clear things up, and I promise you that whoever dares to frame and malign you will be punished dearly," the empress said in a grave tone. The empress was worried that Bai Ruoli was unhappy and added a few more words to appease her. Huang Yueli had no intention of wasting any more of her precious time here. That wretched Bai Ruachi and unexpectedly splashed her with a bucketful of filthy water. Her heart was cold and she looked at Bai Ruachi with a chill in her eyes. What is this second sister up to now? A moment later, a golden-scaled guard escorted a man over and brought him forward. As soon as the man entered the hall, everyone's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. "Chi girl, you are saying that this man here was the very man that was caught in bed with Li girl?" For a long time, the emperor gawked at the sight before him before he could compose himself. Cough cough. "I think there's definitely a misunderstanding somewhere." The empress spoke with a shaky voice. Even all the daughters of the nobles that were present, who were originally waiting to watch a good show, were all taken aback. At this moment, they looked at each other and could not believe their eyes that such a thing was happening. The man in front of them was really ugly. His face was full of pockmarks, his legs were uneven, and even his mouth drooped to one side. Moreover, he was just an ordinary person without any cultivation. What an impression! With Bai Ruoli's cultivation level, what kind of degree of brain damage would it take to hook up with such a man? Bai Ruachi saw everyone's reaction and realized that she might have overdid it a bit. About a month ago, when she drugged her third sister with the intention to frame her, she had deliberately found a man that was ugly to the extreme. She wanted that wench to feel indignant and shame, and so she would go hang herself. If she were to find her a handsome man like Prince Yu, wouldn't it be too much of a bargain for her? Today, she had already planned this ahead and had arranged for that ugly man to wait outside the palace. At that time, Bai Ruachi had planned to drug Bai Ruoli at the banquet and let Bai Ruoli look like she had a miscarriage. After drawing the suspicion of the empress, she would then bring him in as a witness, and this would push Betrayal into the abyss. However, what she planned never happened, and she was plotted against by that hateful wench instead, so the witness never had the chance to appear. Until now. She finally found an opportunity to bring him in. However, the situation had changed once again. Who would have thought that from a renowned waste, she had suddenly transformed into a genius? So who would ever believe that she would ever be interested in such an ugly man? Betrayal's original killing move was now receiving an entirely opposite result. Betrayal's intestines were all green by now, and regretted that she did not find a bald man to play the role instead. Everything was too late now. Seeing that both the Emperor and Empress had deep frowns on their foreheads, and they didn't seem the least bit convinced, she could only continue to insist and grit her teeth through her plot. Your Majesty, please know that even though this man is ugly, he's very the man who was caught in bed with my third sister. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Is it true? You'd better not be sprouting your mouth off to defame your sister, or else we will not spare you. The Empress was obviously not taken in by this unbelievable tale, and she looked at Betrayal dubiously. Betrayal turned her head to look at Betrayal and exclaimed loudly, Betrayal. After seeing Wang family's second master, how can you still stand there and act all innocent? Don't tell me that you've forgotten that day at my birthday party? You were in the cot embracing that man naked at the back of my courtyard? What did you do? Your heart should be well aware. Wow. Naked and embracing together? Is it true? Never expected that the third mistaste is so heavy. However, the way Betrayal says it like it's the truth. This gossip was indeed very juicy, and all the young ladies were exclaiming about with gusto. Huang Yueli frowned and said, second sister. How could you say that about me? What nak, and still embracing together. How could you say such shameful words out? Oh. No matter what, I'm your cousin. Even if I had defeated you, and you aren't the crown prince consort any longer, how could you say such things about me? She bit her lower lip and looked extremely aggrieved. Originally, no one had believed that Betrayal would be tangled with such a man, and Betrayal's credibility had also some issues. She had been a sore loser all this while, unwilling to let go of the loss of the title of the crown prince's consort. Even if Betrayal didn't say anything, many would not believe Betrayal, and would think that she just defamed her and wanted to frame her. The Empress felt sorry for her and immediately said, enough. Betrayal, you framed your cousin this morning and wasn't successful. Now you're resorting to such a trick again. How could a girl have such a vicious heart? Your Bai family really makes me speechless. The royal family doesn't welcome you at the banquet. Come. Please send second Miss Bai to leave the palace immediately. She had been chased out of the palace by the Empress. She could no longer mix in the aristocratic circle. She immediately pulled away from the golden-scaled guard and anxiously knelt to the ground to plead. She loudly exclaimed, Empress! Empress! Chia really didn't lie to you. You can ask for Wang's second master's testimony. You can also check if the virgin mark is still there. She did such a shameful thing. On that night, she even attempted suicide by trying to hang herself. She was lucky she was saved in time. Betrayal sounded so convincing, the Empress was slightly taken aback. She turned to Betrayal and asked, Lear, what do you have to say? Huang Yueli stared at the so-called man that she supposedly tangled with and was in deep thoughts for a long while, and she finally recalled. Before she had crossed over, the original Betrayal was drugged by the Betrayal who had spent so much effort to find such an ugly man to defile her. However, the physique of Betrayal wasn't really that of a waste, so the drug had limited effect on her, so she had already awoken when the ugly man entered the room. Before she figured out where she was, she saw such an ugly man in such close proximity, and she felt a wave of nausea surge up her throat and vomited directly on his face. Naturally, after being puked upon, all the lewd thoughts in Master Wang's mind had dissipated. All that was left was a heavy intent to kill the damn girl. While one fled and the other chased, Bairuochi brought someone to rush in to catch them in the act. Second Master Wang had happened to catch Bairuoli then and grappled her neck, with the intention to strangle her. However, to the outsiders, it looked as if they were doing something else. In fact, nothing had transpired between them. As for why Bairuochi had insisted that she had lost her chastity, this could be figured out easily without much thought. Obviously, Second Master Wang did not accomplish the task he had and was afraid that he would be punished, so he reported that he had succeeded. With clear understanding of the ins and outs of the matter, Huang Yueli was not flustered one bit. She turned to the Empress and said innocently, "Your Majesty, I really do not know this man. I also do not know why Second Sister wants to frame me. She even declared to the entire world that my innocence has been lost. Where did she even hear this from? It's absurd. If Bairuochi believes in Second Master Wang, she would really think that Bairuoli was trying all means and ways to wriggle her way out of it. Just keep prattling on excuses by yourself. Let's see what your man has to say." She sneered and gave the Second Master Wang a glance, hinting for him to quickly speak up. Second Master Wang fell to the ground and beads of cold sweat started rolling off his forehead. At first, all he had wanted was to get back 1,000 silver taels to pay back his gambling debts. To even get the first night of a beauty of such a prestigious missy, he had quickly agreed. However, things had not gone the way he had expected, but to get the money, he lied to Bairuochi. Who knew, this matter had been blown way out of proportion and Bairuochi had seized his weakness and threatened him, forcing him to go to the palace to testify. He really regretted it from the bottom of his heart. She actually wanted him to lie to the Emperor and Empress? If he was exposed, how could he still preserve his little life? Even if he wasn't exposed, he would still be labeled as an adulterer. One can likely guess the outcome of this as well. However, if he did not testify against her, his entire family, young and old, including his 80-year-old mother, were in the hands of Bairuochi. If he didn't do as told, his entire family would follow him to his grave. Second Master Wang was trembling. He only started to call out after a few moments, Why, yo, Your Majesty. This little one and Miss by Third Miss really had our moment together. At that time, Third Miss was voluntary as well. I have evidence." "Evidence? What evidence?" Second Master Wang said, "There is a dark red birthmark behind Third Miss' waist. There is also a small mole below her chest. These were all, when we were together." As soon as he said this out, everyone looked blankly at Huang Yueli. One by one they looked at her, scanned her from top to bottom, wishing that they could see through those clothes to see if what that man said was the truth. Even the Empress looked at her, stunned. "Lear child, do you really have the birthmark and mole?" Huang Yueli shrugged and replied indifferently, "What if there is? What if there isn't? This person here was brought here by Bairuochi. She is my cousin, and to have seen my birthmark when we were children is normal. Telling what she knows to this person, how can this testimony be credible?" A lot of people nodded in agreement to Huang Yueli's words. Indeed, the man was brought here by Bairuochi. Such privy information could easily be disclosed to him. This was highly likely. The Empress nodded and said, "What Lear child said is right. It's distressing that I didn't think about it." She then asked in a harsh tone, "Second Master Wang, what other evidence do you have? With such flimsy evidence, you still want to pin down such claims on our Lear? Do you know the crime of deceiving us, the royal family?" Second Master Wang's entire back was soaked through in cold sweat. However, the words have already been said, there was no way but to grit his teeth and continue. Empress. This little one really did not lie. The birthmark on third Miss' body was not anything second Miss told me. It was seen by me with my very own eyes. Thinking back, it's really quite embarrassing. I had approached third Miss with the intention to cheat her of some money. Who knew she was so simple-minded that with just a few sweet words, she was hooked and, that's why we. While he dramatized the entire tale, he had on a resolute look. Your Majesty. This little one does not dare to deceive you. I feel very regretful now. If I had known earlier that third Miss was one of the Crown Prince's consort's candidate, this little one would never have dared to pull such a trick. When he heard the words Crown Prince's consort, the Crown Prince's expression grew darker and darker. It was not easy to select a consort that he was so satisfied with, yet before their marriage, his consort has lost her innocence to another man? Whether this was the truth or not, if such rumors were to leak out, it would smear his reputation. Of all things, Betrayal's talent was unprecedented. He could not bear to let go. Should he hold on to this talent? Or should he stick to his principles and save his face? In the end, he was stuck in a dilemma. Face or benefit? He couldn't decide. Betrayal was also chiming in suggestions from the side. Empress, you don't have to listen to all the excuses of Betrayal. It's easy to verify if her body is chaste. Just ask her to roll up her sleeves and check to see if her virgin mark is still on her arm. She lifted her chin haughtily and she challenged Betrayal. Do you dare to roll up your sleeves and let everyone see where did your virgin mark disappear to? Her face was full of confidence, and she was absolutely certain that Betrayal would be scared and try all means and ways to talk her way out of it and desperately try to stop them. Who knows? Huang Yueli cast her a gaze full of mockery and simply pulled up her sleeve a little. Second sister, I really do not know what you are talking about. Why can't you speak lesser? When things that can be easily proven with a single look, words can't cover up such blatant lies. On her white and slender wrist, a resplendent red was revealed to all. Everyone's gaze shifted over to Betrayal. Betrayal is crazy. Scary. She made everything sound so credible. I thought that she'd have some concrete evidence. Tell me, what is this? Who knew? Everything was a farce. Betrayal is really laughable. Betrayal's gaze was deadlocked at Huang Yueli's wrist. Her eyes got bigger and bigger and suddenly, she screamed out. Impossible. It's impossible. It must have been painted on after the incident. It's fake. You've lost your innocence. That's what Second Master Wang told me himself. Is that so? Huang Yueli's lips raised to a cold smile. So, if you say that it's fake, that means it's fake? Take a good look at it. Everyone here has eyes that can see the truth of the matter. If you still want to quibble, then I'd say that this entire thing was set up by you. Second Master Wang was sent by you to frame me. Huh. What a joke. What evidence do you have to say that I framed you? Betrayal retorted irritatedly. You want evidence? Huang Yueli slowly said, that's easy, all we need is Second Master Wang's testimony. As long as I question him, I will be able to get the truth out. Do you dare to let me interrogate him personally? Betrayal laughed out loud. What's there for me to be afraid of? If you want to ask, go ahead and ask. The truth of the matter is what I've said. Even if you ask 1,000 times, the answer will be the same. I'm warning you, I'll be here watching you. You had better not try to mislead the crowd and twist the facts. For a moment there, she still thought that she still had something up her sleeves. She was still feeling apprehensive and thought what other ideas she had came up with. In the end, it was just so that she could interrogate him in person. Whatever that damn girl asked wouldn't make any difference. Second Master Wang's entire family had long been caught by her. If he dared say anything, their entire family would die without any burial. Bairuochi was confident that he wouldn't say anything detrimental and betray her. Huang Yueli laughed lightly. I'm not you, why would I mislead everyone? After that, she turned and faced Second Master Wang. Don't be afraid, I am here. With me around, my sister cannot do anything to you. Now tell me honestly, what you've said just now, is it all true? While she was saying this, she stared into his eyes and converged the energy, and a quick flash of light fleeted across her pupils, and she used the piercing sky eye technique. Second Master Wang only thought that her eyes were dazzling, and it was as if there were unfathomable mysteries behind them, and unknowingly, he was sucked into them. Huang Yueli had done it very discreetly, and no one was able to notice anything out of the normal. When Bairuochi heard the questions asked by Bairuoli, she sniggered and laughed in her heart. She couldn't wait to see her crumble in helplessness before her. Who knew, after a short moment, the words that came out of Second Master Wang's mouth was completely different. Third Miss. I'm so sorry I've wronged you. Second Miss caught my whole family and used them to threaten me. I had no choice but to lie to the royal family. I was wrong, I'm willing to bear this sin, but please let me bear it alone. My family is innocent, so, please, I beg you. He knelt down and bowed all the way and kowtowed, knocking his head hard onto the floor, while crying and begging. Bairuochi was stunned and opened her mouth, but no words came out. Only after a moment did she manage to squeeze some words out. What nonsense are you blabbering? You're crazy. Or is there something wrong with your brain? She rushed out towards him, she couldn't wait to strangle him there and then. Huang Yueli quickly stood out in front of her and smiled. Sister, wait. Don't get too excited. Didn't you just say that you would let me interrogate him? Why is it that I've only asked one question and you're regretting it already? If you had regretted it, I can stop this interrogation, but that would only prove one thing, that you've framed me. This matter can't be settled so easily, you've been trying to frame me over and over again. I will leave this matter in the hands of the Emperor. Huang Yueli's tone turned cold. You. While weighing the pros and cons in her head, she could only choose concessions. All right, continue asking what you want to ask. I'll see what else are you going to ask. After that, she shot Second Master Wang a warning glance and said to him in a threatening manner, Second Master Wang, you are now in front of the royal family. Bear in mind that you had better be mindful of your words. Don't be impulsive and harm yourself as well as your family. These words had hidden meaning behind them, filled with murderous intent. If he was conscious, he would definitely bear that warning in mind and be frightened out of his wits and obey her. But alas, due to the piercing sky eye technique, he was under the impression that Bairuochi was arrogantly domineering and had absolutely no mercy. Hence he could not comprehend the underlying threat in her words. All he knew was that whatever Huang Yueli wanted him to do, he had to do it. It was absolute. He turned a blind eye to Bairuochi's threatening gaze and said loudly, Empress. I did not defile Third Miss. She is still chaste, there's no mistake about it. His words were a complete opposite of what he had said earlier, and this sudden change in the situation left them staring at each other. What's the situation? Didn't that ugly man just said that he had gone all the way with Bairuoli? How could his words change so quickly? Yeah, Bairuoli's question wasn't very tricky, and yet he just owned everything up. What's this all about? I know. It's called finding his own conscience. Huang Yueli had an indifferent expression all along. She asked, why did you say that I have an illicit relationship with you? Tell me the truth. Bairuochi was glaring at him and tried all variations to hint at him with her eyes, but it was no avail. I'll say it. It's all Second Miss' idea. That day she had drugged Third Miss and instructed me to go to her room and defile her. But who knew that before anything could happen, Third Miss woke up and I tried to catch her. The timing was really coincidental. When I had just caught her, the room door was opened and they came in to catch us in action. I didn't manage to do anything, and as for the birthmarks, those were all told to me by Second Miss. Second Master Wang. Don't you dare malign people. All I've said was true. I beseech you, Your Majesty. Second Miss, you plotted so much against your own cousin, even resorting to framing her in front of the royal family, to destroy her reputation. Aren't you afraid of getting nightmares at night? You. This is not true. I'm innocent. Your Majesty. Betrayal is really a promiscuous girl. Just that day at the Thousand Treasure Pavilion, she was. But the Emperor and Empress had seen enough of this farce and cut her off before she could finish her words. Who was right, who was wrong, everything was clear in their hearts. Betrayal simply didn't have the temperament of a lady, and she was just a vindictive persona trying to bring down her own cousin at every single chance she had, relentlessly, no different from a mad dog. Such a person, even with talent, she was destined with no future. What's more, now their South Yu had gained a perverse genius who was 100 times more talented than she was. Since she was of no value, the Emperor had no qualms of holding back and need not endure such a sickening personality at all. The Emperor's face sunk and darkened. Enough is enough. Betrayal, you've said enough. Today, you have repeatedly defamed the girl. I had given you a chance to repent, but you stubbornly continued on the wrong path. Come. Drag this girl away and put her in jail. The golden-scaled guards immediately moved forward and executed his orders. Betrayal still wanted to struggle, and the guards were afraid that she would further antagonize the Emperor, and they quickly dragged her out. Betrayal tried to struggle free a few times, but with the golden-scaled guards restraining her pulse, she felt weak and was unable to resist further. The golden-scaled guards dragged her past Huang Yueli. Betrayal stared at her heinously, her expression as if she couldn't wait to swallow her whole. Huang Yueli only looked back at that bloodied face in amusement, her eyes filled with mirth. She raised her hand slightly. Big brother guards, can you please wait a moment? I would like to speak a few words with my sister. The guards immediately stopped when they heard her. She was no longer the waste and good-for-nothing miss. She was now a genius of 6th grade rank. In this world where the strong were revered, she now held power and prestige and immediately gained the respect of all. The reputation and status was now one of the top in this continent. The golden-scaled guards' respect and obedience were from the depths of their heart. Betrayal glared back and gnashed her teeth. Little slut. What else do you want? I'm telling you, don't think that this matter is over. Just wait and see. I won't let you off so easily. One golden-scaled guard snapped, shut up. He was just about to seal her voice as his fingers deftly moved above her mute acupuncture point. Was this woman crazy? She had already been sentenced to jail, and yet her mouth was running amok and calling such a genius such a derogatory name? And even blabbering such words of arrogance with no sense of remorse? However, Huang Yueli raised her hands to stop him. Her lips curled up slightly as she leaned forward and whispered into Betrayal's ear, Second sister, did you want to say that the wounds on your face are only superficial wounds? As long as you have a third-tier beauty pill, your face can be restored? Although your internal injury seems serious, they are in actual fact not, all because I am, but only in the chi-profound realm. All you need is to spend some time to properly recuperate and you'll recover in no time. By that time after you've recovered, you can continue cultivating and scheming against me? Having the thoughts in her heart said aloud, Betrayal only revealed a cold smile. Ha ha ha. Yes, you're right. I won't give up so easily. You only have a few days to remain so proud. TSK, such a shame. Second sister, you won't have such a day. Huang Yueli responded curtly with a sweet smile. Bai Ruoqi looked at the beautiful smile that blossomed on the hateful girl's face. Although it looked sweet and gentle, she could only feel the coldness from it. She didn't know why, but she had an ominous premonition. Huang Yueli said softly, "Well, the day that second sister gets out of jail, you can go and try, see if there's anyone in Southern Yu who can treat your face. As for your internal injuries, I'm afraid they won't be cured so easily." "What do you mean?" Huang Yueli laughed and did not explain further. The attacks that she had dealt Bai Ruoqi with were not simply a copied version of the frost thorns. She had added her own little twist to it. Frankly speaking, it wasn't that big of a deal. It was just that her special constitution and ability to manipulate all the elements of the profound qi made such wounds especially difficult to heal. Unless the Bai family can find an alchemist or any divine doctors who were also similarly blessed and had mastered all the elements, otherwise, it would take a few years for Bai Ruoqi's injury to heal. There were several injuries on her face, but she could always wear a mask or veil to cover it. The tricky part was her internal injuries. As long as it rained, her whole body would be assaulted by an unbearable stinging pain. Bai Ruoqi looked at the deep smile of Huang Yueli and subconsciously felt that things were not too good. She screamed out uncontrollably, "Bai Ruoli! What the hell did you do? Say it! What the hell did you do? You!" Cough cough. Her sudden outcry once again garnered the attention of everyone in the hall. The golden-scaled guards did not dare tarry any further as one quickly sealed Bai Ruoqi's voice by tapping on her mute acupuncture point. They quickly apologized to Huang Yueli and dragged Bai Ruoqi away. Bai Ruoqi felt extremely anxious and her heart was flustered, but she could not say anything at all. Huang Yueli's ambiguous threat made her feel a deep sense of fear and trepidation. Because the unknown always made one's imagination go wild. The more she tried to think of what could happen, the more frightened she felt. Bai Ruoqi's cut of a sorry figure finally disappeared from the large palace doors. Huang Yueli let out a long breath and felt her mood feel much lighter. Bai Ruoqi's fate could be almost certain. She had dug herself this pit and jumped into it on her own. It was all self-inflicted. If she didn't try to bring such harm to her, she herself wouldn't have gotten into this state today. This was revenge for the original owner of this body. Of course, Huang Yueli could also directly kill Bai Ruoqi off easily. With her current strength, it was an easy feat. However, Huang Yueli had always felt that such an ending was more befitting of her. For most people, living with such a bleak and dark future was even more painful than death itself. This was especially true for such an arrogant person like Bai Ruoqi. The emperor looked at Bai Ruoqi's back. In the past, his impression of that girl had always been good. She had portrayed herself to be a talented, outstanding individual who had a gentle and endearing disposition. She was someone in the younger generation whom he had appreciated. Who would have thought that in less than a day, she was revealed to be a hysterical, poisonous-hearted, and vicious crazy girl? The emperor shook his head and his gaze returned to Bai Ruoli. We had all witnessed here today that Bai Ruoli's mind is unsound and no longer suitable to be the crown prince's consort. The words from before are no longer valid. However, the promise between us and Master Bai must still be fulfilled. Lear Girl's outstanding talent is naturally to be paired with our kingdom's most gifted son. After saying this, the emperor paused for a moment. The crown prince was extremely delighted. Finally, at long last, he had waited for this moment. After today, he would have the most talented beauty as his fiancée. How glorious was this! At Celestial Light Academy, even the #1 core disciple didn't even dare dream of pursuing a goddess of the 6th rank. What's more, this little girl not only had a sensible personality, in appearance-wise, she was very high on the rankings. Adding on to the fact that she was head over heels in love with him since childhood days, As long as he whispered some sweet nothings to her, she'd be captivated easily. To even have such a great stroke of luck, this showed that the heavens really blessed him. He was destined to be a master in his generation. He drew the envious gazes from other princes and all around. What kind of dog-shit luck did this crown prince have? Wasn't that third miss too naive and innocent as well? She actually was willing to marry the crown prince? Did she know what it meant to be talented? Did she know that she could marry a man that was thousands of times stronger than the crown prince? Although the several princes were all filled with jealousy and their inner world had crumbled and almost went mad, no one dared to stand out to voice their opinion. After all, the crown prince was still more powerful than them. If they were to rile things up, he would definitely retaliate, and they did not have the strength to oppose him. Moreover, even if the crown prince was out of the picture, they had no way to chase Betrayal. This, in turn, would lead to their southern you losing a 6th-ranked genius, and they would definitely be bearing the brunt of it from the emperor. The several princes did not dare to stand out and stole glances at one another, watching carefully if there would be an idiot amongst them to actually stand out and advise Betrayal to not agree so easily to this marriage. This would not only ruin the crown prince's grand plan, and they did not have to bear the consequence of doing it themselves. Unfortunately, there wasn't a fool amongst them. Those who had lived to such an age, who faced palace intrigues every day, wouldn't be here then. Naturally, no one spoke out. The emperor smiled, in a slow and deliberate manner. He announced, "Lear girl, among the sons of ours, the one with the highest talent, the most gifted son is the crown prince. I have already listened to your wishes, and I am also appreciate my son Mo June. Henceforth, I will decree your marriage. Choose an auspicious date to hold the wedding. Of course, I propose an earlier date for both of you to exchange your sacred vows. What do you think?" Everyone's heated gaze fell on the Betrayal and the crown prince. The princes, and those who had higher cultivation levels, definitely knew that the crown prince had a steal, and their guts were wretchedly twisted with envy. For those who had lower cultivation levels, especially the noble daughters, were simply clueless and had no idea what this marriage encompassed. They could not even fathom the degree of talent Betrayal had. All they knew was that their hearts were filled green with envy. This waste in everybody's eyes really flipped the skies today. Not only did she show her outstanding prowess, she even defeated the #1 talent in Southern U. She was even invited to be the imperial tutor's personal disciple. Now, the emperor was decreeing her marriage to the #1 bachelor, the crown prince. Everyone's heart was getting agitated. When the crown prince heard the emperor's words, his aloof smile was hanging on his face. This feeling of superiority over his brothers really made him feel good. Feeling all the envious and hated gazes cast at him made his heart feel so refreshed. Envy me? Feeling jealous? Well, the more they felt these emotions, all the better. He was the best amongst the princes, he had the highest status, and had the best talent. Obviously choosing such an outstanding consort would bring him way out their leagues. The crown prince saw the emperor's meaningful glance, and he hurriedly rushed up front. He totally forgot, just moments ago, he had also ecstatically rushed up front and thanked the emperor for bestowing the marriage between Betrayal and him. And the poor young maiden who was pinning to be married to him was tossed to the back of his mind. When Xianxia saw the crown prince kneel down, her brows tightened and was just about to speak. However, before she even opened her mouth, a cold voice beat her to it. "Wait a moment. This marriage? I do not agree to it." No one thought that there would be anyone voicing out their opinions at this juncture. After a moment's silence, everyone subconsciously looked at the direction of the voice, trying to see who was so bold and dared to intervene in such a serious occasion. Just one glance, and they were all dumbstruck. Prince Yu, Limoying, stood up from his seat and slowly walked down. He was incomparably handsome, and his composed demeanor drew the heated gazes from all the ladies. He turned a blind eye to these gazes, and walked straight to Xianxia. Huang Yueli was also stunned in place and stared at the charismatic man who stood before her. Looking at his pair of soul-shaking eyes and his soft lips that had forcibly kissed her so passionately, she suddenly felt dizzy. What was going on? What situation was this? Li Moying, what did he want to do? Moreover, hadn't they already each gone their own separate ways? Didn't that man not bother to look at her all day? Didn't he ignore her? Now why did he suddenly change his mind? And why did he look at her, in such an ambiguous manner? Li Moying's eyes were deep and in them it was as if there was a storm brewing. His intense gaze at Huang Yueli was burning, yet it was also chilly at the same time. Huang Yueli could not take such a complicated gaze from him and she unknowingly took a step back. However, the moment she took a step back, Li Moying advanced forward. As he reached out and grabbed her delicate wrist, he pulled her into his arms. He was too strong and she could not resist his overwhelming strength. She was helplessly pulled according to his whim and when she rested on his broad chest, she immediately felt his powerful arms wrap around her waist. The strong arms slowly tightened firmly and she was pulled into an embrace. Huang Yueli had almost hit her nose against his chest and by the time she had noticed, she had been trapped firmly within his arms. His cold and repressive aura mixed with his strong and masculine demeanor was a fatal mix and she had to remind herself to breathe. You. Li Moying. Let go of me this instant. Huang Yueli pushed his chest several times, but he remained still like a mountain. At this time everyone else just recovered from the shock and the entire hall was filled with exclamations. Prince Yu? His Highness Prince Yu? Heavens! What is he doing? Why did he suddenly hug Betrayal so intimately? Don't tell me the voice that didn't agree to the marriage was him? Is it true that His Highness and Betrayal have something going on? What do they have going on? An illicit affair? Or a heartrending romance? But so what? Is he going to fight with the crown prince over a woman? What is there to dare when he has already done it? Damn, this Prince Yu doesn't want to live anymore? Look at the crown prince's expression. He looks like he's ready to kill any moment. That's it. Prince Yu's finished. That's such a waste. He's such a looker. My eyes haven't had enough of my eye candy, if the crown prince chops him up. Everyone was shocked. However, no one could replace the intensity of the shock the crown prince felt. He stared menacingly at Li Moying with a murderous glint in his eyes. Li Moying. What are you doing? My good second brother. Appearing suddenly, moreover you're holding my fiancé in such an affectionate manner? Li Moying wasn't affected by him one bit and he simply returned him with a light smile. A taunting gaze mixed with disdain fleeted past Li Moying's face, and he corrected his expression to a more casual and aloof smile. This, however, made all the surrounding ladies' hearts thump as a round of silent sighs went around. What do you mean by your fiancé? Lear is this lord's woman. This lord will hold her however I want. However I want to hug her as I please is up to me. Even if you are the crown prince, you have no right to how I should hold my woman, right? What did you say? The crown prince was shocked and angered to the point that his voice trembled and his eyes flared wide open. You, when did the both of you hook up? You actually dare to do such a blasphemous thing? Huang Yueli's eyes widened. She really did not expect Li Moying to suddenly appear and forcibly hug her and proclaim such words. What was this, his woman? How could that stinky man be so shameless? They were an unmarried man and an unmarried woman, how could he say, his woman, so casually? That was too shameless. Moreover, this wasn't even a fact. She was never with him at all, she had rejected him countless times. Everyone was now watching her intensely and she attempted to struggle out of his embrace even harder. While pushing him away, she did not forget to refute fiercely. What kind of joke is that? I'm not your woman. I have no relations with you whatsoever. Li Moying. I'm warning you, stop spouting nonsense. Quick, release me. However, the more she struggled, the tighter his hold on her was. He lowered his head and looked at her softly. His lips hooked up into a languid smile and he gently said, "All right, Lear, be good, stop kicking a fuss." A bead of perspiration trickled down Huang Yueli's forehead. What was this man up to now? What's more, talking to her and using such a magnetic voice in such an ambiguous manner. After listening to his words, everyone who heard it would guess that the two of them really had something going on, right? Truth be told, this presumption was very accurate. The emperor looked at them for a moment before frowning. You two. Li Moying, Lear girl, the two of you, when did the two of you get together? Huang Yueli gritted her teeth. Your Majesty, you've misunderstood, we are not, MMPH. She could not believe the man that stood before her. Li Moying actually bowed down and lightly pecked her lips, forcibly blocking all the words she wanted to say. While holding her, Li Moying said, Imperial Father, this son of yours has long been in love with third miss of the Bai family. We've been secretly meeting for a long time. You, Li Moying, don't say such, MMPH. Li Moying's expression darkened and gave her a look of warning as he snuggled up to her at the same time. Huang Yueli saw the evil glint in his eyes and thought that he wanted to kiss her again, hence she hurriedly covered her mouth. Li Moying smiled mischievously and gave her a long deliberate look, but he did not inch forward this time round. Instead, with his eyes full of adoration, he spoke in a very affectionate manner, all right. Lear, I know that you are worried that my imperial father would blame me. You are also scared that this would get me in conflict with my imperial brother, so you've been denying our relationship this whole time. However, as a man, how can I let you suffer such grievance? The fact is that we're together, so I must be responsible. Responsible? Utter rubbish. Huang Yueli was flustered and exasperated at the same time. I've already said it, words can't be spoken so carelessly. Do you, MMPH? This time round, Li Moying found her too noisy, and he directly sealed her voice by tapping on her mute acupuncture point. Huang Yueli was instantly stunned, although her voice had been sealed. His actions this time round rendered her totally tongue-tied as her mouth dropped open, and she blinked blankly at him before the fire in her eyes started burning with rage. She was extremely gloomy. Why did she always suffer a loss when she was dealing with this man? Since he couldn't win her in speech, he directly sealed her voice? Was he a prince or a bandit? Li Moying calmly removed his gaze and seemed to not have any guilt despite the dagger eyes directed at himself. For a moment there, he was actually enjoying a twisted kind of pleasure. Today, his little fox had never once looked at him, and now that she was staring at him so intently with such focus, he actually felt elated. Not bad, his position in her heart was different than the normal. Of course, the emperor couldn't see Li Moying's secret move. All he saw was that the two of them interacted very closely. Although Huang Yueli had always denied the relationship between the two of them, the attitude displayed towards Li Moying was clear to the eyes of the people. This was absolutely not the way one interacts with towards a stranger or an ordinary friend. The two of them, naturally had a relationship that was beyond that of friends. From the looks of things, they were obviously emotionally entangled. The emperor coughed and interrupted the two in the midst of their wordless war. Li Moying, tell me what is going on. Tell me the truth. Yes, Imperial Father. Li Moying bowed his head and replied, what your son has said earlier was the truth. Because when I met Lear, we were seen by Bairuachi. This was why she would think of finding someone to ruin Lear. Honestly, we've been together secretly all because your son doesn't want to affect her future, that's why we've kept our relationship under wraps. Say what? What in this world was this man jabbering about? Huang Yueli couldn't speak, so she could only lift her leg to kick. Li Moying was kicked for some time. After smothering his voice, he raspily whispered in her ears, "Do you know that the more you struggle within my embrace, the more it looks like we're an affectionate couple?" Huang Yueli really wanted to say, "If you have the capabilities, then there's no need to hug me?" Then no one would misunderstand? However, she couldn't say it out. Li Moying looked at her cheeky face and his eyes smiled. Sigh, there's no choice, he probably owed her in his last life. Even if this small fox refuses to admit that she likes him, even if she always speaks in a tongue-in-cheek manner, mercilessly rejecting him time and time again, he still could not stand by the side and watch her get engaged to another man. He couldn't do it. His little fox was his alone. Even if he were to directly destroy her marriage like what he just did now, and the little thing were to see through his false bravado and his true feelings that he had tried too hard to bury deep within surfaces which in turn would damage his self-esteem and pride. To hell with it. Anyway, he had always wanted this little fox to be his. No other man can touch her, even though it's just a nominating a fiancé in name, it can't be any other man. After he came to terms with his own feelings, his heart felt liberated and his heart was thumping wildly with joy. The pent-up frustration which he had felt for many days were all swept away in one go. Huang Yueli saw that his expression had loosened up, and from the side she could also see that there was a slight smile on his face as well. However, this triggered the alarm bells in her heart instead. This man seldom laughed so happily. This means that someone else was in trouble. Who was the unlucky one? It wouldn't be her, right? Li Moying's gaze rested his gaze on her, and his expression became serious and dignified. Imperial Father, please give us your blessings to Lier and I. Please grant us this marriage. Before the Emperor could say anything, the Crown Prince had already jumped up. No. What nonsense are you saying? Lier is my fiancé. Do you mean that you want to snatch your own sister-in-law? Imperial Father has already given his word and bestowed Lier and my marriage. Imperial Father and Imperial Mother have already agreed to decree our marriage. Li Moying revealed a mocking smile. Isn't your consort by Ruoqi? She was the person that was decreed to you in marriage. She's still your fiancé before Imperial Father annuls it in another decree. Imperial Brother should not be mistaken. You. The Crown Prince was countered by him, and for a moment there, he did not know how to refute. His face flushed red and he was seething mad. Li Moying. This means that you've hardened your heart and want to snatch people from me? Compared to the agitated Crown Prince, Li Moying had on a calm and indifferent expression, as if he did not even put the Crown Prince's warnings in his eyes. Imperial Brother, you're thinking too much. I'm not snatching. Lier has always been my woman. The Crown Prince was almost on the verge of laughing out in anger. Your woman? Just based on your words? And with your talent? Do you know what a genius Lier is? A 6th grade talent. She's a proud daughter of heaven. If she were to be paired with a waste like you, how pathetic would that be? Your worth can't even account for one finger of hers. Do you even know how to write the word shame? Li Moying's gaze turned cold. Who, so Imperial Brother does know what shame is? Then with your 5th grade garbage talent, you actually think you can match my Lier? As a core disciple of Celestial Light Academy, how could you not know that talented females are very rare, even more than their male counterparts? They are highly appreciated, so based on your talent, you even dare dream of marrying a 6th grade talent? You. What do you mean? Don't try to talk yourself out of it and try to confuse people here. The Crown Prince's heart thumped wildly. He didn't think that his plan would be exposed just like that, moreover, in front of so many people. In South Yu, he had always been the object of love of all the ladies. Any girl would be proud to marry him. However, now someone actually said that he was climbing? This was simply sweeping his self-esteem and dignity on the floor. What's more, what if the words were heard by Lear and she wakes up and decides not to marry him? What should he do? With his head full of such thoughts, the crown prince subconsciously looked at Betrayal, trying to discern her expression, afraid to see the look of comprehension on her pretty face. However, it would have been better if he didn't look at all, because the more they looked, the more the rage in his stomach grew. Not once did the little girl turn to look at him, she was totally absorbed in looking at Lemoyne. Her expression was complicated, as if there were hundreds of words that were held back in her heart. Moreover, she was in the arms of Lemoyne and a crimson blush was obvious against her fair complexion, looking particularly attractive. Steam was almost coming out from the crown prince's head. What the hell? Wasn't he just a tad bit more handsome than he was, just a tad bit more charismatic? Was it necessary to look at him in such a way, or was her eyesight that bad that she had to take such a long look at him? To put it plainly, Lemoyne was a total trash in Cultivation. With only looks and no strength, so what? Strength was the most important in this world. Did he want to be a gigolo? Of course the crown prince did not know that the gaze she had for Lemoyne that looked like affectionate gaze from his point of view was actually a smirk. And the red-crimson lush on her fair maiden's face was actually not because of shyness, but it was flushed red with anger. Lemoyne, it seems that you won't do this the easy way, then we'll do it the hard way. The crown prince was about to blow his top. If Betrayal was looking at a man that was far more competent than him, he had nothing to say, or rather, he really had no choice or say in the matter. However, the focus of her affection was Lemoyne, that trash. Did he really think that just based on his handsome face, he would be able to seduce his woman? This was simply an insult to the first genius in Southern U. The crown prince was so angry and anxious at the same time that he could no longer maintain his composure. His indifferent expression had long since crumbled and darkened to the point of looking menacing. Since you want to snatch from me my woman, it's not entirely impossible. But you'll have to follow the rules. Imperial Father has already mentioned that only the strongest among us princes would be eligible for Lear's hand in marriage. So let's have a duel and we'll compete fairly on the trial grounds. As long as you defeat me, I have nothing to say. Lemoyne frowned slightly. You want to have a duel with me? He really didn't expect that there were really such idiots. Crown Prince did not put much thought into it. If Lemoyne really was a waste, would he dare to come out during such an occasion today? However, the Crown Prince had already lost all rationality, and when he saw the frown on Lemoyne, he thought that he was scared and couldn't help but feel proud. Yes. I challenge you to a duel. If you want Imperial Father to grant you this marriage, there's only this way. Of course, you have to follow the rules. Or, do you not dare to? Not even having the guts to accept this challenge, such a cowardly man like you is undeserving of Lear. The Crown Prince's face was full of arrogance, and he was looking forward to tearing off Lemoyne's calm facade. However, there was no change in expression on Lemoyne, only his eyes seemed colder. He harumphed and said, "Since you are looking forward to death so much, come on." "I'm looking for death?" The Crown Prince laughed coldly and retorted, "Humph. In the end, who's the one that's looking for death? Looks like your feelings for Lear is true, not even caring about your own life. Well, I shall grant you a fast death." He immediately turned around and headed in the direction of the trial grounds. "Wait. Stop." Lim called out from behind. The Crown Prince turned and sneered, "Why? Regretting it already? Quickly release Lear and admit that you're in the wrong, by kowtow, MMPH. Before he could even finish his sentence, his chest felt stifled as an impressive aura of oppressiveness filled the entire hall. The Crown Prince bore the brunt of the pressure, feeling something burst in his chest followed by a wave of dizziness as he felt a mouthful of blood rushing up his throat. He was so close to vomiting out that mouthful of blood. Needless to say, there was nothing more he could say to follow up with his prior statement. He expended a large amount of effort to finally swallow back that sickening liquid that had welled up in his throat, however his eyes were filled with horror. The Crown Prince stared incredulously at Limoying, as if this was the first time meeting this younger brother of his. You. Limoying grasped the struggling little fox in one arm, raised his head, and said in a cold voice, "What trial grounds? That's too much of a hassle. Let's just settle it here and now. On the account that you are my brother, I'll concede 3 strokes to you." He said it in a very casual and relaxed manner, however, all who heard it became shocked and were rendered speechless. No one would have thought that the legendary sickly and weak Prince Yu, who could very well collapse any moment, would actually be a hidden expert. The profound chi he released was on a completely different level from the Crown Prince. No one present could see through his cultivation level. What did all this signify? Even the Imperial Tutor's face had made a drastic change at this time and was frozen in shock. The Imperial Tutor could feel that the profound chi emitted by Limoying was very pure yet powerful. It was filled with an overwhelming oppressiveness. Despite everything, he could not see through his cultivation level at all. There's nothing more to say about the Crown Prince, who had already been struck cold in his heart and his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Heavens! How was this possible? When had Limoying been so strong? This must be an illusion. How could such a thing happen? Unfortunately, this was not an illusion, and it was the cruel and harsh reality that he had to face. Limoying waited for a while and saw that the Crown Prince was still frozen in place, while gaping at him in disbelief. He furrowed his brows impatiently. "Imperial brother, how is it? Are you still going to make your move? If you are, faster. This lord is in a hurry." He was too eager to find a place where no one else was there to obstruct the two of them. He couldn't wait to tame the restless little fox in his arms. Time was precious and could not be wasted. From the moment he saw her, all he wanted to do was kiss her, and it didn't help that this little thing had been stuck to him for so long. Honestly speaking, he really wanted to kiss her right at this very moment. However, if he really dared to kiss her in front of such a large audience, this little fox would definitely get very mad. "If you are not going to start, then this lord will not stand on ceremony." Limoying was thinking of starting the first offense when the Crown Prince suddenly shouted out, "Have a taste of this." Immediately after, the Crown Prince pulled out a brilliant long sword from the scabbard that was hanging by his waist, and a silver flash rushed out towards Limoying. Only that his sword tip was directed not at Limoying but the beloved woman in his arms. The Crown Prince sneered. He knew that he would not be able to defeat Limoying, so he simply attacked the woman in his arms. If Bairuoli was really Limoying's beloved woman, then he would definitely protect her. He had to make use of everything in his disposal to try to get a chance to strike a fatal blow. Hence he grabbed onto this weakness, and it would be easy to reveal any flaws. The Crown Prince was a cultivator with wind attributes, hence his actions were immensely fast. What looked like one move was in fact a quick succession of a flurry of movements, and had already attacked the both of them. With Limoying's sharp eyes, he could naturally see the direction of the sword tip was directed to. In an instant, he saw red. He was really angry right now. This idiot of a Crown Prince actually dared to use a sword and wanted to stab his little fox. He actually dared to hurt her? He was truly seeking death. If the Crown Prince only directed his attacks to Limoying, he would not have been so mad. He would only have thought of him as a stupid and ridiculous fool. However, he actually wanted to attack his little fox. He had totally crossed the bottom line of Limoying. Even though he was absolutely certain that he could protect his little fox from harm, he was still furious. Even if it was just the slightest thought of hurting his little fox, it was taboo. Moreover, the Crown Prince had attacked with full force. Li Moying shifted his body slightly and made sure that Huang Yueli was safely behind him as he stood in front of her like a towering shield. The Crown Prince's eyes lit up, thinking that Li Moying had already fallen for his trap. He valiantly rushed forward and stabbed right towards his back. The tip of the sword successfully connected to Li Moying's back, but he couldn't stab it in. The Crown Prince immediately added more strength to his hands, but it was all to no avail. It was as if he was stabbing a copper wall. His defense was impenetrable. The next moment, the Crown Prince felt a strong and powerful profound chi surge in from the sword, and it quickly enveloped his arms, and what he felt next was as if his chest was lit on fire. The Crown Prince was caught unprepared, and he had absolutely not time to defend. His entire person was blown back. Puff, puff. Only after a few moments did the Crown Prince land heavily against the large sturdy door. Your Highness! Oh my! Quick! Save him! The change was too abrupt, the Crown Prince couldn't react in time to the sudden attack. He was still in the midst of his attack when he was suddenly blown away. Just within that split second, the outcome of the duel had been determined. Even the golden-scaled guards couldn't react in time. It was not until he was spitting blood vehemently onto the ground did the crowd then react. However, it was all too late. The entire hall was now filled with screams. Heavens! How could this happen? The Crown Prince couldn't even take a single stroke from Prince Yu? And he's even seriously injured? But don't you think that Prince Yu's hand was a little too heavy? I mean, look at the state the Crown Prince is in. I don't think he's able to even move now, that's his own blood brother. The entire banquet hall went silent after Li Moying gave a cold glance around. After seeing such outstanding prowess and strength, who dared to speak nonsense in his presence? The Emperor, Empress, and the Imperial Tutor were especially shocked. The color drained from their faces, and without any regards for ceremonies, they rushed to the side of the Crown Prince. When the Empress saw the state the Crown Prince was in, tears started rolling down her cheeks. The Crown Prince's sword, the brilliant sword, was a third-tier armament and was forged by a famed weaponsmith. It was exceptionally strong and sharp. At this time, the famed sword which had been hit by Li Moying's profound chi suddenly cracked and split into 20 over shards, and they all flew into the Crown Prince's body. Unfortunately, each and every one of them pierced the Crown Prince's meridians. The biggest piece had embedded itself into his dantian. The Crown Prince was covered in blood and had already lost all consciousness. After being stabbed by the shards, his entire body started twitching involuntarily. With one glance at the Crown Prince, the main Imperial Doctor's expression turned extremely ugly. He quickly assessed HS condition and checked the Crown Prince thoroughly, but his expression grew more grim and his head kept shaking. Speak. How's my Imperial son's condition? Stop shaking your head. Quickly, say it. The Empress pressed for an answer in a shaky voice. The Imperial Doctor said, Esteemed Emperor, Empress, the Crown Prince's life is not any danger. The Empress sighed with relief when she heard that. There's no danger to his life. Why didn't you say so earlier? This scared the life out of me. But. The Empress' heart tightened at this moment. What else is there? Quickly, spit it out. The Imperial physician trembled like leaf and grovelled to the ground. Esteemed Emperor and Empress, although His Royal Highness' life is not in peril, however, every single meridian has been wounded by the shards of the brilliant sword. Even if he can recover from the skin trauma, the injuries to the meridians would be difficult to heal. Not only that, the Crown Prince's dantian has been wounded severely. I'm afraid, his CU, his cultivation. What of his cultivation? The Emperor also felt very anxious and urged the Imperial physician to quickly explain. His cultivation will certainly be greatly affected. It would also be difficult to advance in the future. The Imperial Doctor did not dare raise his head and even lowered it till it touched the ground, not daring to lift it up at all. In fact, what he had just said was a conservative estimate. From his assessment, he wasn't too optimistic about the Crown Prince's condition. As for whether or not the Crown Prince's meridians could be healed was another matter, as no one could make such guarantees. Especially his Dantian's wound, which had been stabbed so severely that wound would need at least a pill that was of the 5th grade. In such a small kingdom of Southview, where can they find such an extraordinary pill? Even if they managed to find it, the other party would not necessarily be willing to sell it. However, such words could not be said. If he said it out, didn't that mean that the Crown Prince could no longer advance in rank? If the anger of the Emperor and Empress gets directed at him instead, this little life of his would be forfeited. In spite of all these, the Empress was already shuddering from the contents she had heard. The Emperor raised his head, and his eyes could not suppress the anger he felt. However, faster than the Emperor and Empress was the Imperial tutor. He strode forward to Li Moying and scowled as he spat out in a furious tone, "How dare you use such a heavy and vicious move? Ma Juan is your elder brother." Li Moying sneered. "Elder brother? You mean him?" When he heard such a condescending reply, even the Emperor was further angered. "Li Moying, I do not know when you had such a high cultivation, but even if your cultivation is high, how can you act in such an unscrupulous manner?" The Imperial tutor shouted out coldly, even his beard flew out at the sides. The Crown Prince was his disciple that he had been the most proud of. All these years, he had been working so hard on him, coupled with his noble birthright, he was banking on him to provide for him when he grew old. Over the years, he had devoted countless efforts and managed to cultivate the talent that stood at the pinnacle of this kingdom. But now? It was all ruined in the hands of Prince Yu. Even though it was not said out, but based on experience and his expert eyes, it can be seen that the Crown Prince's future cultivation would definitely have a huge impact. Looking at that hateful girl who had embarrassed him earlier still nestled in Li Moying's embrace, the Imperial tutor got even angrier. "Your Majesty, don't have to listen to any more nonsense from him. Such a cruel person who even wants his own brother's life is even lower than pig or a dog. This old man here must let him taste how it is to have all his meridians injured. I must get justice for Ma Juan." Saying which, he flipped his hand and immediately attacked Li Moying, without even waiting for the Emperor's response. Everyone was caught by surprise. Many had recognized this skill. It was the Imperial tutor's famed skill, Grease and Fist. Grease and Fist was a black-grade mid-level profound skill, with its core based on pure power. Coupled with the Imperial tutor's cultivation at the 4th degree 5th level profound realm, the surrounding air became chaotic as a large howling sound as if summoning a storm swarmed around him. The Emperor's face changed color and quickly shouted out, "Imperial tutor! Stop!" Seeing that the Imperial tutor had used almost his full power to exert this move, the Emperor could tell at one glance that he was out to kill Li Moying with that one move. When Li Moying had his duel with the Crown Prince, he revealed his cultivation to have just broken through to the 3rd degree profound realm. The Emperor was different from the Imperial tutor. No matter what, Li Moying was his son. Moreover, he was the son of his most beloved woman. Although he had intentionally hurt the Crown Prince and had incurred the Emperor's wrath, he would still not condemn him so easily, what's more put him to death. However, the strength of the Imperial tutor was stronger than that of the Emperor, who was only at the 3rd degree profound realm. His own cultivation was not enough to stop him. Seeing that the fist of the Imperial tutor had many after-images as he punched directly towards Li Moying, the entire hall was filled with screams and exclamations. However, the person who was at the center of it all did not seem to care, and his gaze carried a hint of disdain. "Scram!" He spat out a word coldly. His cold and indifferent voice resounded throughout the entire hall. A burst of profound chi burst forth and swept out. The Imperial tutor only heard a loud bang in his ear, and he felt dizzy as he felt his consciousness go blur. He was then flung away by the aftershock. Lucky for the imperial tutor, he still had quite a bit of battle experience, and so he could still put up some defense last minute. So instead of flying out like a broken kite similarly to the crown prince, he was only flung backwards, and as he tried to stabilize himself, in his trail was only a path of destruction followed. Left along his trail were 2 deep cracks on the ground. Only after the momentum finally dissipated did he finally come to a complete stop. The imperial tutor's face was flushed red, and he just barely managed to swallow back the fresh blood that rushed up his throat. His eyes were filled with horror. How could this be? He was an expert that was a 4th degree at the 5th level. There was barely anyone in the entire South U that could rival him. For the first time in decades, he had been defeated. However, the most humiliating thing was that his opponent hadn't even dealt a move and had only used a word to coerce him into such a state. How high was Li Moying's cultivation? Wasn't his age similar to the crown prince? And didn't he have a weak constitution, since young? Li Moying stepped forward and slowly walked over to the crown prince. The entire hall was silent to the point that even a pin drop could be heard. No one dared to make a single sound. Only Li Moying's footsteps resounded in the vast hall, and each step slowly and deliberately echoed through the entire banquet hall. Li Moying had showed that his strength was simply outrageous and unbelievable. With his public display of might, everyone felt themselves to be small and insignificant, and no one dared to move. Li Moying stopped in front of the crown prince. At this moment, the crown prince had already regained his consciousness and had witnessed the scene of Li Moying sending the imperial tutor flying back. Now the crown prince was no longer as arrogant as before. Since his meridians had all been injured, he was a crumpled heap on the floor, as if he was just a lump of mud. Only his eyes were open wide, almost to the point as if they were falling out. They stared in shock and terror as Li Moying approached. Li Moying frostily said, "Such a cruel person who even wants his own brother's life is even lower than pig or a dog." "Well, I concur with this statement of yours, imperial tutor." That year, on the 9th day of winter, the high and almighty crown prince had kicked his weak and trash of a brother into a frozen pond. Is that considered wanting his own brother's life? Or perhaps making his brother, who had a weak constitution, kneel under the blazing hot sun until he collapses? Does that only then mean that he is lower than a pig or a dog? His face was eerily calm. However, those that heard it all revealed an expression of horror. What Li Moying said, wasn't it referring to the crown prince bullying him when they were young? Did it mean that under that majestic kind mask the crown prince wore, beneath it all was the true face of a twisted person who bullied his own brother in such extreme and cruel means? And that time, they were only 6 years of age, and his younger brother was weak and sick since he was a child? However, looking at the icy and solemn expression on that handsome face, a lot of people could not help but believe his words. Because, with the strength that Li Moying revealed today, showed them that there was no need for him to lie. Even the emperor was stunned silly when he heard the proclamation. "You, Moying, is what you said true?" Li Moying did not answer him directly. His cold gaze was on the crown prince, who had unconcealed malice and hatred written all over his face. "Imperial brother, that year, didn't you say, it's only a piece of trash, with such strength he can't even be considered a person. Even if he's beaten to death, serves him right. Even imperial father wouldn't stand up for him. Do you still remember?" A trace of fear flashed by the crown prince's eyes as he uttered, "WH, what do you want?" The moment he opened his mouth, a gush of blood rushed out along with 2 teeth, but he could only stay in his miserable position as he was shaking with trepidation. While reminiscing wistfully about that year's matter, Li Moying had even mentioned, "Trash, and even if he's beaten to death, serves him right." Don't tell him that he was going to kill him now? "Killing you will only dirty my hands." Li Moying scoffed, "This lord only wants to remind imperial brother, this lord's woman, no one can even think of her." And no one is to even touch a strand of hair on her. Everybody should remember this warning. If there's a next time, that person would not be so lucky to go unscathed as my imperial brother. His domineering gaze swept by all the other princes. All the other princes were so scared that they lowered their heads in submission. In fact, when Huang Yueli had revealed her talent, a provoking thought had flashed by their scheming minds. Perhaps they should take this chance and ruin the crown prince's engagement. And when Li Moying had confronted the crown prince initially, they were very joyous in their hearts, thinking that something might have gone wrong in the head of their second brother, that waste would shoulder the wrath of the consequence, but they might be able to benefit from that matter. But looking at the situation now, they finally understood what a joke that thought was. And the more the third prince thought about how he had been treating Li Moying all these years, with all the contemptuous words and various degrading names he'd been calling him, he couldn't stop trembling. Li Moying turned to look at the emperor once more. Since Imperial Father had mentioned that Master Bai has promised to pair his daughter with the most powerful prince, I don't think anyone would object to the marriage between Lear and I. At that time, we would need to trouble Imperial Father to marry us. Without waiting for the emperor's reply, Li Moying turned around and wrapped his arms around Huang Yueli's slim waist and led her out. The golden-scaled guards that were guarding the doors all lowered their head, not daring to move an inch, allowing them to leave. Only after they left did they dare to wipe the cold sweat that trickled down their forehead. The emperor stared thoughtfully at Li Moying's back and looked at the crown prince once again, as if meeting these two sons of his for the first time. The empress threw herself on the crown prince and burst into tears. Li Moying led Huang Yueli out and was walking in the direction towards the main palace doors. Huang Yueli was very reluctant to leave with him. She had been dragging her feet, even though he had held her close. Never once had she stopped struggling. Li Moying was not willing to hurt her, but he also was weary of her desire to escape, so he bent over and scooped her up. MMF, MMF, MMF. Let go of me. Huang Yueli was unable to undo her mute acupuncture point and was also powerless against him, so she could only depend on her pair of slim legs to protest. Li Moying tightened his hold on her, and under her intense murderous gaze, he held her closer and placed a quick peck on that adorable flushed cheek that was closest to him. With a satisfied look, he laughed lightly and continued walking. A black horse carriage was awaiting them outside the palace gates. Li Moying bought her in and released her mute point. Huang Yueli flared up and roared at him, "Li Moying! Are you seeking death? What the hell did you do? Why did you blow up our relationship to such a degree? Why must you insist on getting engaged with me? Do you know what are you doing?" In that pair of twinkling charming eyes of his, they seemed to be smiling gently. In a flash, his cold demeanor seemed to have lightened up and his unrestrained smile seemed even more captivating than usual. When Huang Yueli saw that, she felt her cheeks get warmer and her heart was yelling out foul. Li Moying laughed teasingly, "How do I not know? An engagement, naturally, it's to get married. Don't tell me you don't know such a simple reason?" Huang Yueli looked back at him, completely stumped. "What are you up to? I thought I've told you the last time we've met. Didn't I express myself clearly that I don't like you? I don't want to be too, MMF." The next instant, her lips were blocked. Li Moying lifted her chin and bit on her lips. Huang Yueli yelped out in shock, but his tongue had sneaked in and he started to desperately kiss her. Huang Yueli even tasted blood in her mouth. This man actually bit her so hard that her lips bled. Huang Yueli straightened her hands to try to push him away, but Li Moying was unaffected by it and just continued kissing. Only after a long while did her let go of his little fox, whose ears and face were flushed red. Huang Yueli was heaving in anger as incoherent words came out, you. When Li Moying saw her fierce glare, he was even more enthralled. This little girl probably didn't know that when she was angry and biting her lower lip, she looked very charming. However, even if she acted all coy and cute again, he wouldn't let things go her way. He wouldn't be soft-hearted. When Lemoyne thought back on that moment when she declared that she didn't like him, he felt a tearing pain in his heart. His eyes turned cold as he exuded an devilish charm and licked his lips. "Little Lear, if you let this lord hear that you don't like me next time, every time you say it, this lord will kiss you. Do you understand?" Huang Yueli retorted back angrily, "Understand? What crap is that? You're just a shameless scoundrel." She then lifted her right hand and a shadowless and formless chi needle flew towards him, and it was aimed towards his most precious part. Lemoyne dodged in the nick of time and avoided the imminent danger and let out a cold sweat. This little girl, after her advancement, the speed of her flying needles had increased by so many folds. If he wasn't fast enough, he would already be a eunuch. It seems that he must be more careful in future. His face darkened and he reached out to her. "Little Lear, it looks like you've still not remembered what this lord said just now. It's all right. This lord don't mind teaching you one more time. Don't nay, mmf." Lemoyne once again touched her soft lips and wanted to give her a deep, lingering kiss. Huang Yueli struggled with all her might and he could only kiss her chin. He looked at her with an affectionate gaze and laughed, "How is it? Have you understood? Little Lear, what am I to you?" Huang Yueli gnashed her teeth, "You are not." Lemoyne raised his eyebrows as he leaned closer to her. Huang Yueli covered her mouth in a fluster. Lemoyne looked at her with his captivating eyes passionately, and his slender fingers tickled her small jaw. "Little Lear, so do you now know what am I to you?" Huang Yueli shook her head vehemently and tried to avoid his hand. The man had seen through her action, and it looked as if he was playing with a little kitten as he pulled her into an embrace. The position was just right, she felt warm and comfortable, a sense of security fleeted by as she felt that if she closed her eyes, she could actually fall asleep. This feeling was something she wasn't used to. Lemoyne turned his fingers and raised her chin, his handsome face approached her and said, "Lear, this lord is your fiancé, you have to remember this. Don't let any other man near you, or else if this lord gets jealous, I don't even know what I would do, got it?" Huang Yueli's heart rate accelerated. This Lemoyne was so close to her that she could feel his breath on her skin, and for such a groundless matter, it had actually caused her cheeks to flush red. She didn't know how to answer him. In reality, she herself was at a loss, and her mind was a complete mush now. Huang Yueli was very clear on one thing: the person she likes was definitely Mu Qingqing. In her previous life, when she had died at the northern ice fields, that heart-piercing feeling still remained in her chest whenever she thought back about it. However, when Lemoyne had kissed her then, for a moment she had actually threw everything at the back of her head and she was completely immersed and lost in that intense kiss. It was as if in this man's embrace, she could melt completely. What was wrong with her? Was she really such a player? As long as the man was more powerful and domineering, she would be interested in him? However, she had been pursued by many men in the past, and they were all fine young men who were extremely talented and came from outstanding backgrounds. They were all proud sons of the heavens, but she only had her eyes for one Mu Qingqing. Lear? Seeing her so quiet, Lemoyne raised his brows. Huang Yueli affixed her gaze on the ground and remained silent. This was obviously a sign of rejection. This little fox still refused to answer him. Only because their strength differed by a large margin, she had no way to win him physically, so she kept her silence. Lemoyne had understood her meaning and his heart felt a dull ache. In his life, this was the first time he had fallen in love, yet this feeling was overwhelming. It was as if a large wave had brought him along and he had no way to resist. It was as if they were meant for each other, a promise of destiny from their past lives. But why did she not love him back in return? Ouch, pain! Huang Yueli cried out suddenly. Only then did Li Moying realize that while he was lost in his thoughts, he had actually pinched her chin quite hard. He sighed and recovered his hand. Huang Yueli raised her head and happened to see his dispirited expression. His handsome face no longer had any hint of arrogance or dominance, all there was a look of despair. Her heart skipped a beat as the two of them stared at each other wordlessly. Time seemed to have stopped, as if a magical spell had been woven. It was the next moment when a voice interrupted them. "Master," this subordinate brought third Miss Qin. This unexpected interruption had broken the spell of that magical moment. Li Moying frowned and got up to open the door. Huang Yueli was like a cat who had its tail stepped on, the manner she jumped up and scurried to hide at the corner of the carriage. She brought her hands up and patted her cheeks subconsciously. When she felt that her cheeks were hot, she turned her head defiantly and looked out of the window. Strange, how did the scenery look so familiar? Wasn't this the magnificent official road to the palace gates? Huang Yueli blinked twice in bewilderment. Such a long time had passed, yet they were still at the same place? Before she could figure out anything, Li Moying had already returned to her side and in his hands held a familiar chain that was made of sycamore wood. "Jade ice chain?" Huang Yueli exclaimed. Li Moying placed the chain in front of her as he explained, "You're sure heartless, you actually left the chain that I gave you in the palace. I've specially instructed Mochi to retrieve it." Huang Yueli finally understood why they were still at the same place despite the long time that had passed. It turned out that they were waiting for Mochi. She lightly traced the intricate yet elaborate pattern on the chain with her fingers, such a fine instrument, she really was quite reluctant to give it up. It has been such a long time since she had came into contact with a chain of such quality, unfortunately. Huang Yueli pushed the chain back in the direction of Li Moying and said, "Your Highness, I'm afraid I cannot accept this chain." Li Moying frowned. "What's the matter? It was you yourself who had requested Imperial Father to bestow you this chain. Moreover, I have already said that I will give this chain to you. Now, you've changed your mind again?" Huang Yueli replied, "Your Highness Prince Yu, this is a keepsake left behind by your mother. If I had known this was something left for you by your mother, I wouldn't have opened this mouth of mine." "What do you mean?" Li Moying's face darkened. He was a clever man, how could he not know what she meant? This jade ice chain was left by his mother, therefore this small thing must have avoided it at all costs and dared not accept it. She was obviously drawing a clear line between them. Although he knew that this little girl had not much affection for him, but every time he saw her act in such a clear-cut manner, he felt really uneasy. Don't see Li Moying's cold and aloof demeanor, his strong and imposing majestic manner, enchanting eyes and his impeccable face was a lethal weapon that could easily cause people to get frostbitten. Although Huang Yueli wasn't the least bit affected by his cold and imposing aura, but when she saw his unhappy face, she closed her mouth subconsciously. She did not know why, but when she saw that Li Moying was angry, she felt very uncomfortable, and when she saw that this had stemmed from her rejection, she felt even more sad. Li Moying's intense gaze locked onto her. Huang Yueli nibbled her lower lip and felt a threat of guilt. But she told herself that she did not do anything wrong. Since the man she likes is Mu Qingqing and she was determined to share her affections with him for life, she would not stray off this path. So, no matter how confused she was, she would not waver. She could not return his affections, so unless he had given up pursuing her and just remained purely friends, she would have to give up on him. The two were stubborn to their bones, so they were deadlocked and stared intensely at each other, but none was willing to budge. The things that this Lord sends out, there's never been precedence for returns. If you refuse to accept it, then what's the point of holding on to this chain? It's better to destroy it. For a moment there, Li Moying couldn't bear it, but he steeled his heart and with a wave of his hands, he threw the jade ice chain out of the window. Seeing the exquisite chain was about to be thrown out of the window and be reduced to scrap wood, she threw herself out and caught the jade ice chain. Li Moying. What are you doing? This chain was painstakingly crafted. How could you destroy such a precious thing on a whim? You can't be such a wastrel. And this is what your mother had left behind for you. How could you throw it out so easily? How ungrateful can you be? Li Moying snorted coldly and turned his head away. Of course he couldn't bear to throw away his mother's keepsake, but he knew that this little thing would definitely save the chain. How was he so confident? Because, from the very beginning, her gaze had been fixated on the jade ice chain and she was obviously reluctant to part with it. That was why when he had thrown the chain out, he had suppressed his strength. If it was based on his cultivation level, the chain would have long disintegrated before it even reached the ground and the speed would not have been something Huang Yueli could have caught up with. Huang Yueli was holding on dearly to the chain and looked begrudgingly at him. Li Moying said indifferently, anyway, I can't play the chain, either it follows a new owner or accompanies my mother in burial. Is there another choice? Alright, since you don't care about your mother's keepsake, why should I worry for it in your stead? I'll help you dispose of it. How could she be scared by him? Just now, when she caught the chain, she knew that she had been played yet again and another wave of anger rose up from within. After she said her piece, she was prepared to start. Li Moying saw that she did not get tricked, he could only helplessly block her. Wait a moment. Alright, don't be so rash. Huang Yueli placed the chain down and turned her head defiantly and gazed at him with a sparkle in her eyes. What else do you have to say? Li Moying let out a sigh. Since you do not want to receive it for nothing, I do have something that I need your help with. This chain can be your reward for helping me. When she heard this, Huang Yueli was slightly taken aback. You need my help? What's the matter? Li Moying was at least an expert at the 5th degree profound realm. What did he need a 1st degree profound realm's rookie help for? Li Moying continued, do you still remember when we first met? I asked you, when can you be promoted to a 4th tier armament master? Huang Yueli nodded her head. That's because I need someone to help me craft out a 4th tier armament. At that time you were only an ordinary person, but you could already craft 3rd tier armaments. Now that your cultivation has increased to a 9-level Qi profound realm, crafting a 4th tier armament shouldn't pose any difficulty to you, right? After she could cultivate, she could already craft out 4th tier armaments. More so because of her special physique and she had such a high affinity to fire, coupled with the sacred phoenix fire, she could even craft out 5th tier armaments if really needed. However, she did not agree to it immediately. She asked suspiciously, Your Highness Prince Yu, this conversation is pretty interesting. A 4th tier armament master would be hard for a normal person to seek out. But here you are the distinguished expert, any large sex would willingly throw an olive branch to you. Finding a 4th tier armament master should be an easy task. Why do you look for me? It's because your skills are superb. They're the best I've seen. To be able to make an entire set out of 3rd tier armaments, and you're even able to enhance it with additional attributes. Such a divine work of art, really amazes me. You're the only one I've seen that can accomplish such a feat. Moreover, what I need is extremely important and I need an unparalleled armament master to help me in this endeavor. When Li Moying said this, he wholeheartedly said the truth of the matter. He looked for her to help him craft his armament, not because he fell in love with her at first sight and wanted to bring the little fox home. It was truly because he had admired the fine workmanship and outstanding armaments she crafted. Sometimes, he thinks that this little fox was unfathomable and was like a huge mystery. In a few mere days, she had jumped from an ordinary person to a genius cultivator of the Qi profound realm 9th level. What's more, where had she learned all the skills of an armament master from? This little fox obviously hid a lot of secrets. However, he did not want to force her. He was willing to wait for the day when she would trust him from the depths of her heart and take the initiative to reveal everything to him. In actual fact, Huang Yueli also felt pretty mystified. She had so many secrets, yet she had revealed many of them to this man already. Li Moying was the one and only person who knew that she was an armament master, and the only one who knew that just over a week ago, she was really a waste that had zero cultivation. She truly had revealed a lot of her weaknesses to him. All these weaknesses, each of them, could very well let her lose her life. However, the odd thing was, she had never felt worried. In fact, she actually felt even more secure. It was as though sharing secrets with this man was a very normal thing. It seems like it was as if she knew that this man here wouldn't divulge any of her secrets. He would never ever hurt her, never betray her. She sank into contemplation for a moment and nodded her head. All right, I'll help you refine an armament. However, you must first tell me, what armament do you want? The profound lunar spirit mirror, have you heard of this before? What? Profound lunar spirit mirror? Huang Yueli cried out in surprise. You actually want the profound lunar spirit mirror? Li Moying raised his eyebrows and slowly said, You've actually heard of it. The profound lunar spirit mirror was a profound artifact that was intensely yin in nature. It was mainly used to nourish the soul. Having the profound lunar jade as the main component, supported by various materials of the water and wood attribute, the entire process of crafting this was extremely tedious, and it was an intricate process that was very draining. Not only was it difficult to craft out, only a few people would buy it. Because the cultivator's soul was very powerful, hence the higher the cultivation level is, the stronger the soul is, and hence there was no need for cultivators to use this profound lunar spirit mirror. In general, the profound lunar spirit mirror was meant for those ordinary people with weak souls, especially so for those with weak constitution. It was especially effective for those who were born with a terminal illness. And it worked much better for women as it was of the yin energy. However, the profound lunar spirit mirror was at least a fourth-tier armament, or a rare spirit artifact. Many armaments of such tier was not easily affordable, and ordinary people couldn't afford it. Due to the unbalanced demand and supply, very few people even knew the existence of such an item. Even the knowledge of the methods of refining it has almost been lost. Most armament masters have never even heard of this name in their entire lives. This was also contributed to her previous life's knowledge that she knew about it. Huang Yueli replied, The profound lunar spirit mirror is not an ordinary artifact. Most people don't have the requirement for it. May I know, why are you spending so much effort to have it made? Why do you want it for? Li Moying's lips curled up and chuckled. Lear, are you curious about me? Are you trying to find out more about me and my background? If you acknowledge yourself to be my fiancé, I'll tell you. Huang Yueli rolled her eyes at him as she coldly replied, Humph. Trying to trick me again? No way. A trace of disappointment flashed by his eyes, but he immediately concealed it. Huang Yueli was a little distracted. Li Moying obviously diverted the topic and did not want to tell her the use of him seeking the profound lunar spirit mirror was for. However, generally speaking, wasn't this for young women to continue on with their lives? Which girl was so important for him that he had to expend so much effort to get this profound lunar spirit mirror, and even requesting her to craft it? Little thing, why are you in such a daze? Only then did she come back to her senses. To craft this profound lunar spirit mirror, the materials needed are very complex, especially the profound lunar jade. It can only be found in deep mines, and only the veins that produce spirit jades. Moreover, once they leave the spirit vein, they must be refined within an hour, or else it loses its effectiveness. Where are you going to find one? Li Moying replied, I'm not going to hide it from you. Truth be told, I've already found one spirit jade mine. It's just that, it's far from here and it's very dangerous. Well, in order for you to craft this profound lunar spirit mirror, I'll need to trouble you to travel together with me. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes and couldn't help but ask, where's the place? It's in the Dark Moon Forest. When she heard the place, she was drawn into deep contemplation yet again. The soaring heavens continent was divided into 4 heavenly domains, with the Sky Emperor city as the heart of it. Each heavenly domain's perimeter was lined with extreme dangers, and only the safer regions was where the humans had built their cities upon. Among them, the South Sky region had the Dark Moon Forest, the North Sky region had the Northern Ice Fields, the West Sky region had the Flowing Sand Desert, while the East Sky region was surrounded by the East Ocean. Amongst them, the Dark Moon Forest and the East Ocean were blessed with abundance. The Dark Moon Forest was home to a large variety of exotic magical beasts. In addition, it had a huge network of spirit jade veins running beneath it. So for Lemoyne to find one that had the profound lunar jade was not unusual. This also explained everything. Why did he, a genius-level expert, actually came back to Southview Kingdom? Lemoyne saw that she had remained silent the entire time and probed. I was worried that you do not know the crafting method of the profound lunar spirit mirror, so I had even specially seeked out a manual scroll from Skycloud City. Saying which, he pulled out a thin scroll and handed it to her. Huang Yueli took it and flipped through it, and after a long pause, she shook her head. This manual doesn't teach you how to refine the profound lunar jade to its maximum efficiency. Even if it's been successfully crafted, according to this method, it would at best be a 4th-tier armament, and there'll be lots of wastage of good materials. Oh, is that so? Lemoyne raised his eyebrows. Huang Yueli opened a small compartment in the carriage, and from within, she took out a brush. She started scribbling on the scroll as a flurry of brushstrokes started changing the entirety of the contents, and she finally passed it back to Lemoyne. According to my method, there's a chance to raise the level of the profound lunar spirit mirror to the 5th tier. In this way, the effect of nourishing the spirit can be increased by more than 3 times. However, the materials that you provide me must also be changed. This over here, that one there, there's no need for these. Well, you'll need to top up quite a few materials to the 5th grade instead. Whatever is needed, I've written them all down. Lemoyne lowered his head and studied the revised scroll in his hands. There really was a lot of revisions scribbled on it, and quite an addition to the list of materials as well. The handwriting of Huang Yueli was like her in person, elegant and graceful. He couldn't take his eyes away for some time. Lemoyne chortled, "Little Lear, you really have this gift, to be able to bring me surprises time and time again. Are you saying that now you are actually able to craft 5th-tier armaments? And this method for crafting the profound lunar spirit mirror? Initially, I was still worried that you did not know how to craft it. Who knows, not only are you able to, you can even improve on it. I really wonder, how could you have hidden yourself so deep? You're a demon-level genius that just appeared out of nowhere, and what's your master's background?" Cough. Huang Yueli looked at him awkwardly. She had just realized, yet again she had unknowingly divulged her own secret to this man. If it was not for his reminder, she wouldn't even have realized it herself. Only the heavens knew that Soaring Heavens Continent's #1 armament master had always been known to be a very cautious person. Why was it every time she faced this man, it was as if she had been possessed? "Don't worry, whatever you do not wish to talk about, I wouldn't probe. It's never too late to wait for the day for you to reveal it to me yourself." Lemoyne looked helplessly at her dazed expression. At least he had gained a little more confidence back. Although this little thing had always prided herself to make him angry, but at least, she had trusted him from the depths of her heart. This could also be counted as a baby step of progress? He laughed to himself bitterly. His life had always been shrouded with peach blossoms. He had always been chased by countless daughters of heaven, but for his little fox, he was reduced to such a tragic state and had to even resort to petty tactics, but he had also fallen willingly. Not only that, his little fox always seemed to surprise him. Each time when he thought that he had unraveled some of her secrets, she was able to tell him that what he had thought initially was only the tip of the iceberg. She was 100 times more of a gifted genius than he thought she was. Li Moying affixed his gaze on her beautiful and tender face, and saw the bright sparkle in her eyes. His heart softened yet again. What was he to do with this little fox? Each time he looked at her, she seemed to tug his heartstrings from the depth of his soul. Huang Yueli felt an intense gaze on her, and she quickly changed the topic. There's no problem in crafting this armament for you. But, for the jade ice chain to be exchanged for a 5th-tier armament, I seem to be at the losing end? Moreover, I'm putting my own life at risk too. Accompanying you on this trip to refine the profound lunar jade is a highly dangerous job. Her bright doe eyes blinked at him and showed an expression of mixed emotions. With one look, Li Moying knew that this little thing was up to scam people again. Of course, he was more than happy to satisfy her appetite. That's right, what would you like in return? Just state all your conditions. Huang Yueli replied happily, this is what you said. You cannot regret it. She immediately took out a piece of paper from the same compartment as her beautiful calligraphy started to fly over the entire paper, and in no time, a long list was written out. Li Moying also smiled when he saw her writing so happily, and couldn't wait to see what his little fox had requested for. But the more he read, the more his facial expression started to change. Because the list was really too long, after Huang Yueli had written out a whole page, she actually took another piece of paper out and continued writing. Finally, she put the brush down, picked up the 2 pieces of paper and blew on it. Well, for now, let's start off with these 2 first. For now? First? Li Moying raised his eyebrows and took the lists from her. On the 2 pieces of papers, all kinds of materials were written. Most of them were all between the 3rd and 4th grades. Although their grades weren't that high, they were a myriad of fantastic oddities of every description, some were even extremely rare. The oddest thing of it all, these were all not materials for forging, they were all alchemy ingredients. Li Moying looked at her stumped. His throat went dry as he squeezed out, little Lear, don't tell me that you are also an alchemist? Huang Yueli smiled sweetly at him, revealing her 2 sharp little teeth. I also wish that I am one, but unfortunately I am not one yet. Not one yet, Li Moying followed her and smiled sweetly. So you mean to say that you aren't one now, but will be one in the future? Well, if I'm in the mood to, I'll consider trying. The requirements to be an alchemist was extremely harsh and demanding. One needed to first have both the fire and wood attributes. In her past life, she had no affinity with wood, hence she did not try her hand at alchemy. In this life, she was blessed with an unparalleled physique and had all the attributes. If she wanted to learn alchemy, according to theory, it shouldn't be too difficult. It just that Huang Yueli knew that to delve oneself into studying too many things, it would easily influence one's cultivation. In her previous life, between herself and Mu Qingqing, their cultivation levels had not much of a difference. However, she had spent too much time and energy on armaments, and the moment they broke through the 9th degree realm, in terms of battle strength, even 10 of her could not beat him in a duel. That was why she temporarily had decided not to waste her time on alchemy. Anyway, the road of an armament master was a wealthy one, and their status was no less of an alchemist. If she wanted any type of pills, she could easily get her hands on one. Li Moying shook his head wryly, he had no doubts of what she said. I wonder, in the end, what kind of surprise would you give me? Huang Yueli lifted her chin up proudly and said, less nonsense now, quick. Have a look. After you've looked through my list, tell me if you can promise them?